do this! Negative contradictions are meant to become your philosophy. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear all that. Where's my... There it is. I did not warm up my voice before the stream. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. My name is Ada Iona. My pronouns are they, she. Today's a special event. Welcome to MULTIGIRLS episode 5. In a few minutes here, I'm probably gonna jump into Mistaken's voice thing, because we set this up in his Discord. He's not gonna be here, of course. It's MULTIGIRLS, but I'm gonna shout him out real quick. So just for if people are watching this back in the YouTube VOD, before people come in, I guess I'll just talk about this stuff. We're running a there are things happening in the thing that we're setting up, don't worry. Anyway, for those watching in the YouTube VOD, hello, this is MULTIGIRLS 5. We're calling it MULTIGIRLS Observed. It is in direct support of Mermaids, a UK-based foundation that is helping trans youth get the help they need. Counseling, therapy, educational sessions of stuff that we, for the most part, cannot teach in public schools. Or like, well, you know, it's a UK-based charity. American things are a little different, but I hear they're not that much better. UK. I know this is a cause that means a lot to... Pardon you. It means a lot to, hopefully a lot of my viewers, hopefully all of my viewers, and it means a lot to, the vast majority of the other runners. But, yeah. At any point during the link, you can type in !multi. It'll bring up all the people we're streaming with. I think I got the link right. Yeah, unfortunately, I want to give another shout out actually real quick. I know this is about the charity, so this isn't really about us as individuals, but I am very grateful for all the girls that decided to join me for this. Why is my Fuji, or not my Fuji? Hold on a second. There it goes. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, there's stuff happening, chat. Sorry, on one monitor I'm talking to you, and the other monitor I'm getting distracted by confusion. We're fine though. Everything's fine. This isn't a bit. I'm very grateful for all the girls with us today. Looks in the right corner, looks in the right screen, like shit. Anyway, what was I talking about? I want to shout out Alice. Who, why are we... Okay, no, hold on. Okay. Sorry, having two conversations at once, chat. This is for Mermaids. Oh, I want to shout out Alice, who unfortunately dropped out very last minute. Just unforeseen. Hey, Aiden. Oh my god. Hey, Aiden. Learn to type. There you go. They're very cool. Very good person. They just couldn't make it in for this particular event. Like I said, very last minute, just some health issues came up. They're fine, I'm sure, overall. But, yeah, just wanted to shout them out. They're good people. I would suggest following them. As for the rest of us, the other 6 of us will still be here. Doing this. Just kind of right now we're just hanging out. I can actually get the game capture up now that I'm thinking about it. Look at that. Check it out. Check it out. Kimmy! We're still trying to figure out voice chat. Kimmy will also be running with us. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everything's going swell. I've got some Pepsi Nitro. That's that shit that makes me fucking crazy during these. So that's what I got going on. I just did my dishes. Did all kinds of shit. I guess I can talk about the incentives. Why is the game capture not going up? We can't have a series of bro moments. This is MULTIGIRLS. No bro moments allowed. Hey, she blows. I did dishes and took a shower. Damn. You're one step above me. Oh, I didn't bring my snacks in here. Fuck. Where do I want the capture? That's fine. That's probably good enough. That's probably good enough, right? Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Oh, there's a big annoying QR code next to me because some people watch this on a lot of different platforms and sometimes it's just easier to, you know, snap shit on your phone real quick. I think that brings you to the campaign page, not the donation page, but it's literally another click away. At any point, you can type in multi, it'll bring up everybody else that's streaming. You can type in donate or Tiltify, and it will just straight up bring up a donation link. Or you can type in, if you're curious on what the incentives and stuff are, you can type in !incentives. Or if that's too many letters for you, because that's a tongue twister for my fingers and I have a fucking writing degree, you can type in !rewards and it'll bring you to the overall campaign page where you can see all the incentives we have. One of my big ones, right now we're at what, 150 pounds, 150.15. If we reach 200, I have to stream on my stream the robot voice for an hour. Unfortunately, I don't have it set up to where it'll go everywhere, so you have to be in my stream specifically for it. But you'll be able to hear it. And if you have Khadgar open, if you have, you know, everybody streaming at once on your screen, you can just turn on my sound for that, I guess, if you want to hear it. Or if you don't care, that's also fine. There's also a donation incentive that shuts me the fuck up. There's one where I have to read a line for you. There's one where I have to sing some songs for you. And there's some very big ones that Duckie suggested this as an idea, and I wasn't 100% sure if I wanted to go with it or not. What was I talking about 2 seconds ago? You'd think as a streamer I'd be better at doing 2 things at once. I'm not even playing a video game right now. That's the fucked up thing. Wow. I thought I would have less dementia than this. Fuck, what the hell was I just talking about 2 seconds ago? Oh, the donation incentives. There are rewards, and then there's like milestones and all kinds of shit. But there are specific rewards you can get, and those are the ones where you pay a certain amount. It goes toward the total donation goal. But which right now I think we've set to 500 pounds, because Duckie knocked it out of the fucking park. I think all of the shit she raised so far was herself. I don't think I raised a fucking cent. Or a millipound, as they call it in the in the UK. Hi, Eryn. We've learned from setting this all up that Aiden is an uncultured bitch and does not know, because originally I called it Euros. So I'm inept. How you doing, Eryn? We're just hanging out. The actual run doesn't start until a half hour from now. But yeah, we're doing it. Today's the fucking day. A lot of planning, a lot of goofy shit. It looks kind of like an E. Imagine just thinking an entire continent uses the same currency. Euros? That's the French one, right? So anyway. The big incentives real quick before I forget, because I will fucking go off track and forget in 2 seconds from now if I don't say it now. There are 3 slots open if you want to. They're a pretty hefty donation, so don't do it unless you're 100% sure. But it's a fucking commission from yours truly. Oh, those are les euros. I'm sorry. That's correct. That's what they use in France. In French. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah. 3 commission slots are open for a ring sona. I will make you a ring sona in my style. No shading, nothing fucking too fancy, but you know, like you always see it with my friends when they're on stream. It'll look like that. And it'll be Fuji ready. It'll just be 2 big old fucking PNGs. I'm even gonna open up Clip Studio Paint for you, so it'll technically, for art snobs out there, be higher quality than what I'm using right now. Technically, it won't look that much crazier. But you can like blow it up and shrink it more, and it won't look as ass as mine does. I'm gonna get something real quick. There's my headphones. I don't want to run these over. My headphones are dying, by the way. And I wasn't able to get new ones today. What are you caught on? What are you being a bitch about? Huh? It's fine. It's all fine. No need to cry. But there's one slot open. I think it's 120 pounds I set it to. And it's a straight up, it's a PNG tuber rig. Vito Tube ready. You got post, I was gonna say traumatic Icarus uprising disorder, but that's not true, is it? Because game's fucking good. Yeah, I can't. It's hard to hear this theme without imagining the the main menu, you know. Like I can see it opening on my 3DS. I'm like, oh, it's lovely. I fucking love Kid Icarus Uprising. Right now, I'll have my friends join me here in a sec. On my right monitor right now, I got Discord open, and we're currently apparently having apprehension about which voice chat we're gonna use. So, I'll be joined by the other girls in a second. Yeah, Kid Icarus Uprising fucking rules. I love that game. What's your? That's ever if anybody else has played it too, I guess, but Eryn specifically as well. What's your favorite weapon? The weapon kind. I think mine was. What was mine? I don't even remember mine. I know I use like the knuckles a lot. I use those kinds of weapons a bunch. No, it wasn't the orb. Bows and blades. The bow was fucking good. The bows were fucking good. That game knew how to make the dumbest looking fucking magical weapons possible. And also like... Or well, in that game it looked cool because it was all like goofy fantasy shit anyway. It was kind of cartoony, right? But like, you know, if you put something like the eye orb and like I don't know, God of War Ragnarok. It would look fucking stupid. Staff. I'm trying to think of what my favorite one was. I'm looking on my phone while we're waiting for everybody else to see what's up. Because for once, and I know by saying this, my PC is going to explode. But I have everything set up right before the multi-world. Time for food? Thanks for your lurk. Have a good food, bub. Kid Icarus, Uprising. Weapon. Okay, we have confirmed the voice chat we are using. So unless I'm forgetting something, I'm gonna go triple check. Nope, as far as I know, I'm gonna quadruple check real quick. I don't think anything's happening that we need to move around for. So I'm gonna hop in the voice channel like normal and see if anybody else joins. I have everything set up except all the Fuji stuff, but that's kind of to be expected at a certain point. Oh, I fucking. Oh, I'll learn how to use my phone eventually. I just screenshotted my own fucking screen, which helps no one. I might also be able to see everybody's chats this time, so we'll see. See how that goes. If it stresses me the fuck out, I'm not gonna do it, but I think it'll be fine. Predictors uprising weapon types. 9 categories. Yeah, see, I couldn't even remember. It's been so long. Arms, blades, bows, cannons. I know cannon was not my favorite. Claws. That's what I was thinking of. I said knuckles. Definitely not clubs. Palms. Palms were my favorite. I'm like 90% sure it was palms. It depends on the weapon, but I think I mostly used palms. Love that fucking game. I'll turn the volume a little bit so I can hear everybody in voice chat when they come in. Here, let me put a little backdrop animation for you so y'all can just, you know, not looking at nothing. There probably is a setting to where you can make Sonic Adventure 2 not freeze the fuck up when I click out of other stuff, but I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, also look at my funny little background, actually. I made this just for you, chat. I made it just for this event. Isn't that amazing? Don't you love this? Just kidding, you love this. Anyway. But yeah, big fucking day. I gotta talk about my seed. We haven't really done this before, but well, I've tried it before, but I don't think I tried it in an actual seed. I don't remember if I did or not. Basically, we've randomized the missions. So not only the stage is randomized, of course, that's kind of the point of Sonic Adventure 2 and AP, but I have also flipped the stages around. So instead of you just get the first stage in all of them, it could be the third. It could be the Lost Chow mission, and I've also added Lost Chow missions. Almost everybody in the run will be making their stuff as crazy as possible, while within means of like they can still beat it. Not everybody has, and that's fine. It was kind of a last minute idea where I was like, I'm gonna make this. Should I make it stinky or should I make it, you know, tolerable? And everybody, it was almost unanimous that stinky was the way to go. So I decided to go with stinky. And let me tell you, it's fucking stinky. As I revealed at the last stream we did, where I was playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle in that test multi-world, this game is starring Blaze the Cat. We're having a lovely Blaze the Cat mod that I found. Voice acting and all, so we have that going on. That's good shit. Other than that, what else did I do to the scene? Oh, I don't think we did this last scene. So in the driving stages, I usually do mission 1, which is just beat the stage. Mission 2, which is get 100 rings in the stage, and mission 5, which is the hard mode of that stage. I've added mission 4, which for those who've never played the game before, is you have to beat the stage. It's not timed or anything, but you have to avoid all the walls. I'm pretty confident in that. In my opinion, from my perspective, the third one is harder. Like, mission 3 is don't hit any cars, and the cars are all on this really bullshit AI. That IMO makes no goddamn sense. And they can just come at you from anywhere, like real driving. So I was like, no, fuck that shit. We're not doing that. Not even a little bit. Sorry, clicking around at the speed of sound, as they say. But yeah, here in a minute, I'll be joined with, Kimmy, Duckie, Virtue, who I've never streamed with before. She's really cool, getting to know her better while we've been planning this whole thing out. That's been really cool to see.
I heard my name.
Kimmy appears. Hi, Kimmy.
Hello.
Hello. And Eryn, the crossover has happened. You've all been asking, and by that I mean like Duckie and maybe 1 or 2 other people. This is it.
Literally dozens of us.
Dozens and dozens of brain cells asked. And the 89 Iona Eryn crossover is here. And of course Val. Who's not a stranger to MULTIGIRLS. She's been in 2? 1? At least 1. How you doing, Kimmy?
Same Panic, different disco.
Nope, that's Fall Out Boy. I try to be an asshole and fool to myself.
Absolute shenanigans.
I shenanigan the fuck out of myself just now. Is Val here?
I am.
Oh, hi.
We have friends.
I got friends. How you doing, Val?
I am absolutely wonderful. Just getting all my poop in a row.
Love that.
Yep.
I still need to make your ring Sona. I have not made your ring Sona yet. I'm mad about it.
Not mad about it. As I see it, not having one is my standard existence, and having one is icing on an otherwise delicious cake. So when it happens, I'll be overjoyed. And until then, I am status quo.
I just hate it because I've been saying like Vows is the next one for like 5 months, and then I finished Kimmy's, and then Eryn pretty much indirectly paid for one, so I had to make hers, which will be debuting today.
Oh, that's legit. That's legit.
So I'm like, shit. Yours is next on the chopping block for sure. I already have ideas what I want to do with it. So
next on the chopping block.
Yeah, that sounds violent when I say it that way.
I was about to say that feels like, you know, you're about to be voted off the fucking island. Like, I don't know if I want that. I'd like to stay on the island, please.
Welcome to MULTIGIRLS 5, the lost episode. Duckie's here.
I'm here, and I'm gonna immediately leave so I can get some drink.
I'm actually probably also gonna puss out and
way.
jump up eventually. I'm like, is everybody ready? Is everything good? And then I'm like, shit, my Pepsi's almost gone.
I have caffeinated beverage.
I'm almost done with mine already. This is the shitty thing about me starting these early, is that I pop a drink open, I'm like, ready to go, and then like I'm already coming down from the sugar and caffeine high like a few minutes after the fact.
Oh, I already cleared a bottle, and I am just cracking open a second bottle, and I got 3 more bottles getting cold in the fridge. So I'm good. I'm good.
I
and my bottle of water on top of it.
About a 2 liter of what?
About a 2-liter bottle.
Caffeine?
Root beer.
The
root beer.
Oh god.
You got that Barks root beer?
Mug root beer, actually.
Oh, that's right. Mug's your favorite. We've talked about this before.
No, I prefer Barks. They just didn't have any.
Can I talk about drinking bottles of caffeinated stuff? But we're talking about green tea. Like, it's not as exciting. It's not root beer. It's not hyper caffeinated, but it is delicious. And so I'm gonna take my bougie green tea and be happy with it.
Love that. Hey, Eryn, what's up? What's up, Queen?
Hello.
Hey.
All right, I'll be right back.
Thank God I was checking Discord, and I was only across the street.
Right.
At my friend's house. I was like, oh, that wrong time zone. It's been in like my phone, like Google Calendar for 5 p.m. PST since we arranged.
Oh,
that's so strange, but I'm glad you're here.
My bad.
It's no big deal. You're here early.
I was expecting pings of like, hello. So,
where the frick are you?
This was kind of your
Aging
idea. This was kind of your idea. Where are you?
This was Duckie's idea, wasn't it?
I think it actually originated as a conversation between Aiden, me, and Duckie, and then it ended up pulling in other people that knew pieces of the idea and could contribute, and it ended up being like
that sounds right.
The whole thing.
Everybody's thing at the end of it.
Oh God. It was coming on screen so much bigger. It's our multi-world.
Yeah, I think it just started out, you were streaming, Aiden, and Duckie and I were talking about wanting to, you know, do a stream for International Women's Day, and then Duckie pitched it being a charity stream, and then, yeah, it just kind of snowballed.
Eryn set up the actual charity part.
Right, exactly. Like I said, like, I feel like everybody involved kind of added a piece, and that was fantastic.
Yeah, like...
all contributed.
Of course, thank you for setting that up.
Is my reactive image working?
Yeah.
Because I can't. Yes!
It's working for
my
me.
ring Sona!
Ring Sona!
I'm so happy!
It's like a spin-off of Persona.
With less homophobia. But yeah.
More gayness. Just
more gay. Yeah, Duckie and I kind of do have this thing. It's like anytime we plan to do anything, it's mostly just like an idea, and then the culmination of like what you all see as the idea is me going like, is Duckie going like, how can we make this a cool thing? How can we make this a bigger thing? And how can we make this a cool thing for more people? And me going, how can we make this a giant fucking show? How can we make this a giant fucking production? How can we stroke my ego and make me look like the fucking best bitch?
Well,
I mean, do it for other people.
That's not very difficult.
Oh my god, stop.
Okay, I am just realizing it was warm in the stream room, and then I opened a window, and now it's cold, so I'm gonna go grab a sweater to put over top of my shirt, and then I think
Sure.
I am Reggie. Well, I'm not
Absolutely.
Reggie, I'm Eryn, but you know what I mean. Does anyone mind if I put up my starting Zoom screen and just go live?
Fuck it.
Go for it.
Some of us are already live, so.
Oh,
I'm already
okay.
live.
Well,
I
then
just went
perfect.
live.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I peeked
I'm
the
gonna
button.
do that myself.
You are all aware, and
Yeah.
I will be right back.
Absolutely.
I
All
have.
right.
I do not have enough screen real estate to be able to have chats and also the server console up, so I'm gonna need people to shout out if they have any hints that I need to be aware of.
I'll yell at you.
Gotcha.
Normally I don't yell at you, but in this particular instance, I'll
Yeah,
yell at you.
You've never once
Make an
yelled
exception.
ever in your
Yeah.
life.
I don't do that. I
Let's
don't
not
do
Did
that.
the room actually get posted already? Because
What happened?
did the room get posted already?
Yeah,
I'm looking for
I
it.
bumped
Hold
it
on.
like 70 messages ago. We just like
Oh,
each
not
other
very
too much.
I think I got it.
Like you all watching
Yeah,
haven't
I got
seen. You got it? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I found it.
Is everybody else good with the AP link and shit? I can find it again and bump it. There we go. I can bump it.
I got it.
You got it? Is everybody else like good? I'm like already set up. I'm about it right now. Also, Virtue's muted right now, but she'll be here briefly. Here's the whole crew, everyone.
So this is everybody?
The whole DK crew.
Yeah, because unfortunately Alice, hey Bargain Bin, what's up?
Not feeling well, yeah.
Yeah, I already shouted them out earlier. It's the good people, but health doesn't care about that.
Right.
Take it from someone who's been streaming theater with them physically ill for a month.
In spite of my protest.
Duckie protests me.
I protest the Aiden. It's my protest the hero cover band.
There's an Aiden waiting for me, and she's still streaming sick.
Now I've got Africa in my head for some reason. Why do you do this?
Sing?
Well, sing stuff that's tangentially enough like other stuff that it gets wedged in my head.
I don't know.
Because now, like, my brain's trying to bless the rains down in Africa, and I just want to get this file open. God damn it.
I'm trying to focus.
That's
Okay.
scary, man.
So, here's the Earth. Damn. This is a sweet Earth for that
Oh.
day. Kimmy is in my ears and in my chat.
I was about to say, I'm like, Kimmy, why are you waving again? We
Get with it.
Fine. You're right.
He's making sure Katarina works.
I should take a
Yeah.
deep breath and
I'll chat your
accept
Reno.
the panda. Oh my
I used
god.
to use that and I can't remember why I stopped, but... Or maybe I used Chatty and then something was not kosher about Chatty, so I had to stop. I need the thingy. The thingy. That's what I need.
While everybody's
Can't
setting
wait.
up, what?
I can't wait to have to adjust like 7 different times in a boss fight because y'all keep sending me weapons.
Oh yeah,
I
you
said
did
it-
set that.
Yeah, I set it to auto equip, but I did not set the one that locks me out of my equipment menu. So if I absolutely need to, I can like panic equip a different weapon.
yeah.
And because we're playing with moderate to maximum stank, I will not play on dream mode.
Oh, let's
It's
go.
a big thing for me.
Do you
So
normally?
what
do
all
Dream
is every...
Mode?
Yeah, because I'm a weenie and I just like to play to play.
No,
Keep
absolutely.
growing
I
up.
get that.
I
So
mean, there's-
what all is everybody actually playing?
What?
What all is everybody actually playing?
I was
'Cause,
just
mean,
gonna
I
get to
know
that,
Duck-
actually.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Is it cool? Everyone's setting up. Well, Virtue's not here. Never mind.
I am here. I'm just still setting up.
Oh, okay. Are you cool? Are you cool if I start the introduction of what we're doing here since it is 5?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Okay. So everybody in chat, hello. Welcome to Multi-Girls Observed.
Hello.
This is a big event. We're in support of Mermaids, which is a UK-based charity that helps trans youth get the care and counseling and help that they need to be more of themselves in a safer fashion. And if we have one kid with this shit, I'd say mission complete. Duckie somehow has already amassed fucking 150 pounds towards it. So, fuck yeah. At any point, I don't know what everybody else's commands is and their stuff, but you can bring up the campaign link. And for me, it's literally just like exclamation point rewards or some exclamation point campaign or exclamation point incentives. Will bring up the whole thing. Or if you've heard enough, you want to donate, exclamation point donate. In my chat, at least, takes you right there.
I only have the donate link, but I also have a bot timer that brings up the campaign. So
that's fucking sick.
Ooh, I forgot to do the bot timer. Thank you, smart lady.
That's okay.
I'm
I mean, we're
not
just
I'm not gonna bother with that.
we're introing. So if you want to if you think you can set that up in a minute, then do it.
Yes.
I'm gonna be lazy and not do
mini
that.
egg.
What?
I've eaten my first mini egg.
Wonderful. Proud of you. So let's go. We're gonna go around, introduce everybody, with their name, pronouns, what game the girls playing. My name is Aiden Iona. My pronouns are they, she, and I'm playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Kimmy.
Hi, I'm Kimmy. Pronouns are she, her, and I'm playing Pokemon.
That's true. That's all true. Duckie.
I'm Duckie 2010. You can just call me Duckie though. Pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Dark Souls 3.
Virtue.
Hi, I'm Virtue. I'm Virtue Catalina, but please just call me Virtue. I will be playing Link to the Past, and my pronouns are she, her.
Wonderful, wonderful. Eryn.
Hello, I'm Eryn. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I will be playing Timespinner.
It's a good game that stars a girl.
True. Mine also stars a girl, because I'm making a female character.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Last but definitely, absolutely not the fucking least, Val.
I'm that Bard Val. My pronouns are she, her, or they, them, and I will be playing Pokemon Red.
Nice.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
And shoutouts to Alice Mousy, who was going to join us, but unfortunately was not feeling well today. But we're
They are
thinking
with
about
us
her.
in spirit.
Yeah.
Our
Absolutely.
best rodent friend.
Hope she feels better soon.
Best rodent friend. I can't say that because we have too many bunny girls in the community. That would be rude to
Oh, no.
Nico.
Oh no.
Yeah, rabbits are also technically rodents. A lot of people just
Are they?
glance over
They,
them. Mhm.
they're more related to rabbits to rodents than say like a cat would be.
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
They are
See?
lagomorphs. Excuse me, I had to Google the word because I knew it started
Yes.
with
Oh, I could have told you that.
That's what they're called.
Because I'm a
Wow.
nerd. Yes, Lagomorph is their genus. It's what they are.
I
They
don't
go
know nothing
Mugu
about
Mugu.
genus. Is that true?
Yeah.
And they heal you. And they go Mugu Mugu.
I believe you.
That's
I
the
don't know.
important part.
I love bunnies.
That's the important part. I gotta remember that for the quiz later. By the way, Chad, there's
Yes.
a quiz later.
Yes.
There's a
Oh,
quiz
I need to
later.
add- I need
I'm
to
kidding.
add some-
There's no.
What?
We put up so many crazy things that like this is the stream where I can't do that shit because it might be real.
All right, we're gonna throw in. Let's see which one today.
If we reach our goal, Eryn will do math.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Math. M-A-T-H.
M-A-T-H, yeah.
M-A-T-H. That sounded a little too
So
like a
clear.
different vowel. Math. Technically, I do math because it helps with my ADHD, but that's
All right,
a conversation for another day. Okay, I remember.
turn you down a lot. Okay.
Sorry. Or
I don't care. Wait. It only
I'm
took us 5
loud.
minutes to intro everybody. I'm in heaven right now.
Yep. I need
Nitro
to-
Pepsi, we're ready to go. Nothing's blowing up.
Oh, 1 second.
Please set
One
up to your
line.
heart's content. We'll chill. We'll
I mean,
entertain
don't-
chat.
Don't say that, because that's when somebody's internet will explode.
I've already said it 5 times. I'm riding on the fucking edge of the Titanic, and I'm saying nobody fucking grab me.
I'm on the edge.
That glacier can fucking suck me off.
Ugh.
Oh god.
Don't when I have stuff in my mouth.
Well, how else are you supposed to suck?
I hate you. Virtue,
Hold
are
on,
you muted?
hold on, I have a button for that.
Am I?
I don't know.
Am
Somebody
I?
in your chat is saying you're.
Yeah,
might be
on
muted.
stream I might have issues. Hold on, I shouldn't be muted on stream.
Huh.
I should be good now.
I was gonna say because I can hear you.
So where's my chat? Yeah, no, I was setting things up. Still, it got glitched. Excuse me.
That's a heck of a unicorn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a unicorn. That's a dolphin.
Unicorn? It's a dolphin. I think it's a unicorn because
Can
it's
you?
Yeah,
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Connect. Yes. Connect, please. There we go.
it's a big strawberry kiwi.
Yeah. Now I'm moving. Yeah. I'm moving.
moving and grooving, ladies.
Oh no, not that big. Not that big. Close you off. That's what I meant to do.
What
Not
she
that
said.
big. Phrasing.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't like to talk about pervy, sexy stuff here.
No, definitely
Oh,
not.
do you
We
want me
never
to
do
go?
Let's see. Also,
About to say.
hello. I see a new chat in my chat. New chatter in my chat. Hello, Eryn Gobra.
Hello.
It's pronounced
Also-
Eryn Go Brag.
Brag.
Yeah,
Ew.
you really have to put the emphasis on the GH. Lots of phlegm.
Eryn Gobra.
Oh dear god.
My favorite mispronunciation ever, I think, is somewhat. It was actually "I ate your pie,"
Oh, hello.
and he paused and went, "Ernie go Bergie," and I was like, "You know
Oh
what?
no.
Oh
You know what?
no.
I'll
Oh
allow
no.
It
I'll
is
allow
now.
it." Like close enough. Question.
Hold on, I gotta move stuff around.
Go Brag.
Oh, heck.
How did that
Wait, I
not-
don't need that.
How did that
I
not
just-
spawn like a burger emote?
You know, I don't know. I think that was pre when I streamed.
Oh, okay.
This one. I'm finding the one.
Makes sense. Weird to make it would weird to be making emotes otherwise for the day you might stream one day.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
right. Doing that.
Alright. Now I just gotta. Sheesh. One last second.
Kimmy and Val, you very correctly do not have Twitter accounts, correct?
Yeah, I do not twit.
I wish I did.
Thank you for that follow, KMS. How are you doing today? That's good.
Here I don't follow yet. That just occurred to me. I think I've got
Actually-
everybody.
Actually, that funny thing about the following, I think that pushed me up to my 600. Did it?
Yo!
No, 599. 599.
Nice.
One more.
Oh yeah, I've
One
got all
more.
of you guys.
Follow Virtue.
Aw.
Everyone in my chat, follow Virtue if you're not.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
Now.
We know.
And in my chat, you do !multi to see all of the people. I recommend muting every stream except one. Otherwise, the cacophony that will be this stream will be even more cacophonous. And number 2, follow everybody that we're streaming with. And number 3, in my chat, the donation code is !mermaids.
Yeah.
Follower goal met! Yay!
Follow. Yeah, there it is.
Follow
Hell yeah.
bottom. Don't.
Thank you, Duckie,
don't.
for being 600.
Yeah.
Got it. We
Hell
got
yeah.
it.
I was holding out the whole
Oh, heck.
time.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to plug in my damn controller.
Might help.
That helps.
That would very much help actually playing the game. Now I put it down and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
I definitely just realized that I don't know how I'm gonna. Okay. I'm gonna pull up my stream on my phone so that if anyone donates to my thing, I can see who the fuck it is.
I have such a just messy setup right now, but I have the OBS and actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I I'm gonna move the donation tracking page over to the same page as where I have the multi-link, so that I just have to look at this screen to check and
Gotta
see.
love it.
Hopefully,
I
my
only have
donation
2 screens, so.
Me too. They're big, but I need to re-download Chatterino so very bad. I don't know why.
When people do like a reward, it drops down from like the top left, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
If you have that widget, yes, it defaults to top left-hand side. Of the
I knew what
overlay.
I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot to do the Lua.
Oh,
I'm a
Yeah, I
silly.
moved my things around on my screen a bit, so.
Oh, that's Evie. I know that one. I know her from the internet.
I forgot to turn my.
I'm like,
forgot to
why is
open
it
the
not
TNT.
saying it's got a connection? Oh.
Thank you, Edie.
Oh.
There we go.
And one more thing. I gotta turn this
Ooh.
on.
Evie, what's Core Keeper?
What is Core Keeper?
Okay. I think I added that to the lewd deck
go?
as well.
Can
I
you go?
spent one evening.
There we go.
I spent an evening putting.
All right,
stuff.
now we're good.
Mhm.
Okay. Let me see if this works. It says already connected. But there. Can you work? Can someone make sure that I'm connected to the actual game?
1 second.
5 of 6 connected.
It's probably me.
It is
Bing.
not showing you connected.
Yeah.
Pixely, buildy, crafty, explory, miney game. Ooh.
Hmm.
I do like pixely, buildy, crafty, explory. I like Minecraft, if only to just dig a hole straight down and see if I can go to the other side of the map through digging.
I like Minecraft in theory, but
In practice, not
like
so much.
all of the various things you can do, like I don't feel like things are labeled enough for me to retain all of the options.
Mhm. Same.
So
Sometimes there's
I
just too
poke
much
around
going on.
at it until I get too exhausted to have to retain all of the things without labels.
Grr.
Virtue, what you doing?
I'm trying to connect.
Ooh.
Keeps
Pop down.
giving me an error of 545. Okay, got the right.
I heard groaning. I thought I'd check in.
Yeah, Lua.
Lua! If you're looking for a hunk of fat and juicy meat,
Lua.
meet my buddy Puma here because he's a treat. Coming down at 9. Oh, the Stacy's fine. All you gotta do is get in line.
Line.
Are you aching?
Okay, there. I should be
did
good now.
For some bacon?
I
Okay.
did things in the
There
wrong
you
order.
are. Hey, look
I
at
did things in the
you.
wrong order.
Oh,
Heck yeah!
yeah. This is why I don't play ROM-based games in multi-world. I mean, other than the fact that I'm only good at Sonic Adventure 2.
Now let's see if the controller
sounds
actually
really
works.
nice. Please and thank
Let
you.
us hope.
It does. There we go.
All right.
Da-da-da-da.
All right, is
It's
there
all the
anything else
beverages,
now?
yeah.
How do we want
Number
to?
1.
Is everybody
play A Link
ready?
to the Past.
I guess I'm gonna be.
Uh-oh.
I
Hold
see
on.
Duckie has gone for a purple-haired liberal as her character. Good job.
Yeah, I was just about to say, since we're raising money for a trans charity, I might as well have dyed hair and pronouns in my bio.
Oh god, how dare you!
Oh no, I just lost my
Up.
connection.
Oh,
Now
no.
mine says
Uh-oh.
mine has lost connection.
Uh-oh. The
Uh-oh.
Our
Pokemon.
server shit the bed.
It says connect
Hold
the
on.
server
There it is.
disconnected.
It's back.
Mine's back in.
There we go.
Oh.
I
I
think-
think I'm okay. Am I?
Aiden
Gotcha.
and Eryn are showing not in.
How do I fix this?
I'll be fine. Sonic Adventure 2 is just being a bitch.
Oops. Oh no. Oh, frick.
Yeah, don't worry about mine. I'm fine.
Hold on.
All right, I have my
Hold on.
file up.
Hold on.
Showing
Here.
bad you.
Hold on.
Guarantee mine's fine.
Oh my gosh, blaming the beverages I had before. I haven't even drank those yet, Amelia.
You haven't seen beverages.
Oh no. Amelia saw the beverages. Beverages.
There's Eryn.
Yay, beaver agent.
And there's okay, we're all in. It looks like now.
Okay.
All right.
Yay, we
So
Start it off.
okay, everybody's ready.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Wait.
We gonna do a countdown?
Okay.
Yes, please.
I was just
Who
waiting.
would like, who would
I'm
like the
like, you
honors?
can't see it. I'm pointing at all the little cartoons on my screen. Like, which one's ready? Which one's not ready? Which one are you gonna fuck up? Which one? It's gonna be
I
me.
think we are all
Countdown,
set.
Or are we doing a server countdown?
I'm doing the countdown.
Yep. Go for
All
it.
right,
Server
everybody.
Countdown or server countdown? Yes.
I'm doing the countdown.
Okay.
Multi-girls observed in 3, 2, 1, go!
Stage.
Yay.
Oh yeah, might help
Woo, thank
on
you for the
the app.
lyric. I hope Kiddo enjoys noms. I like noms. I was
Okay,
eating
these
noms
are
and then
definitely weird colors. Oh wow,
Oh,
start with a
that's-
heart container. Damn,
Ooh, nice.
Very purple.
that's extremely useful.
Oh,
I'd be
oh,
very
you have-
sad when someone sends me a +10 weapon and then I immediately get sent like a +0 weapon.
Ooh, I
Radiant
started
orb.
with
Ooh.
Radiant Orb. That's not bad.
Frick. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this.
What do you hate already?
I can't get by. These guys. Okay, I can.
Hell yeah.
Take a heart and a half of health trying to get by these guys who are blocking my path because I don't have a sword.
Just like
Okay.
guys, am I right?
Yeah, right?
Oh my gosh.
They're a
Okay,
metaphor for
I should have. I
patriarchy.
should have left a sword on, so I should get it here. No.
Ivy.
Enjoy your town map.
Here.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
I still have no weapon.
So I have
Ruh-roh.
Growlithe, Jinx, and Clefairy as my starters.
Oh,
There's your TM20
Growlithe.
rage. Thank you for the
Yep.
boots.
Ooh, you're welcome.
I was gonna
I
say
vote Growlithe.
every time someone gets Clefairy as a starter and they don't take Clefairy as a starter, they like immediately find a Moonstone and regret it. So
Okay, now the question.
Yeah,
now
but
I
the
always
question.
get like 378 per seed, I'm convinced, so...
But Arcanine's good and Clefable's not as good.
yeah, but Clefable's
Real
cute
question.
and gender.
Well, Puppy is cute too, because Puppy.
No, the real question.
Alright.
is
It's a
nice.
baby.
Oh gosh,
Baby.
hairy baby.
Ugh. I opted
Eating
to
in the
not
puppy.
start with Upneum, and I hate
Nope,
this.
I cannot. Thank you for
So
the
I
heart
have the
container.
option.
Welcome.
So I have the option of Growlithe, Caterpie, or Machop.
Growlers.
I mean, Growlithe
Yeah,
seems to be
exactly.
Hmm.
I don't know, Machop's pretty good.
But Puppy, we've been over this.
And Butt Puppy. and
Alright.
more so Fire Puppy.
I want to know where's my
Alright.
sword. I don't know where my sword is.
I don't know what an emblem is, but I hope it helps.
I need a certain amount of emblems to get to boss gates, so I gotta unlock more stages for myself. And then I also need that to beat this seed because it unlocks the last stage.
Thank you for the pants, whoever sent me the pants.
Oh,
Oh,
goodness.
of course it throws a bomb at
And
me.
it starts. Dave, thank you.
Yep.
So my Fire Pupper knows Fire Blast, Double Slap, Harden, and Ember.
How was your day, Dave?
That's,
Welcome to our
that's
belated
yeah, that's
International
that's a
Women's Day
pupper.
stream.
That's a moveset.
Oh,
We got
I can't
women
get up
in
there.
here.
Dave!
Oh,
I've got
Hey,
woman. in
why
here.
have y'all are giving me aside from the boots? Y'all are giving me just health, which is good, yes, but I can't attack
But
anything with health.
also,
Oh, but I
Well, that-
can't.
Fling,
Hello,
your,
friend.
fling yourself at all the
16
bosses.
months.
Well, here's the thing. Let's see what's up
Hermiger,
here.
thank you.
Well, someone's about to be happy. Enjoy
I
psychic.
hope you are having a wonderful Saturday. Welcome to the charity stream.
Just take one from the
You
soldiers.
do
Yeah, they're
exclamation mark
totally friendly
multi-
soldiers and will give me a fucking sword.
You will hear
Possibly
see
don't know.
all of the other folks, and if you do exclamation mark mermaids, you can donate. We have some fun incentives, some fun redemptions.
We have crazy
Already got
incentives.
Psychic. Damn.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, GG.
Thank you. Well, that's go mode.
I have a feeling I'm going to be using my Discord mute button very
There's another
frequently
emblem
because of the
for you,
voices.
Aiden. Damn.
Many.
Fair enough. I have a mute toggle. I just haven't been using it yet.
Oh, whoops.
I just have it for if my chat specifically does something or follows.
Right,
or something.
same thing. Oh my
I
gosh,
should
like
probably-
so. Hold on one second.
I should probably
Otherwise, I'll
use
just
that.
scream at all of you.
Yeah.
Because I don't care about nothing.
Frick.
Yeah, it's the Fire Emblem. I need all of the Fire Emblem games that have ever been released, which is roughly 60, and then I get the pass.
Oh my god.
You can give an emblem.
Actually, there are
be right
probably
back.
more Fire Emblem games that exist than I need to beat my
God damn
seed.
it. There we go. That's a lot of emblems that I have sent you this far.
Good. I can probably get to boss 1 already.
Let's go.
I forgot how hard this game is when it's on normal mode.
I don't like this
You can
anymore.
die now.
Oh no.
I feel
Well, not
like
even that, just like I don't have my usual like YAML settings because we were all going kind of spicy.
Right.
I'm like,
Heck.
I don't have Upneum.
I got raided. So,
Oh.
hello to
God.
the raiders.
Hello, Raiders.
Gosh
I've
dang.
lost Arc.
Greetings and salutations.
Oh god damn it.
Hi.
There we go. Just,
What
Eryn,
is
don't
in
go so
here?
quickly.
I can't get this guy's thing yet.
Maybe I didn't try hard.
But what I
enough.
can do is I can run to that guy that's.
Stage select.
Yep, you guys already got
Oh,
me.
no.
You all already got me my first boss already.
Nice. Oh,
Ooh, money.
rupees. Damn it! I mean, thank
This
you,
would be a
but
perfect time to find out if my
Rare candy.
alerts actually work.
I want, but I don't have the money. Let me go down into the cave. You know,
One day I shall do damage rando, but today is not that day.
I just hit my first boss rando the other day.
You could do that.
Boss
Yeah.
rando.
It was Final Boots. Like Duckie was
Yeah,
joking
someone
about
said-
it the whole stream beforehand. Like it's gonna be
Yeah.
Final Boots, and I was like, this is gonna be Final Boots, isn't it? And it was.
oh my
I
gosh.
want that
Yeah.
to be a flag setting.
Yeah,
Or
Um,
Exactly.
final
there's a
boot.
full restore for you.
Stage select.
Final Boots hurts.
well, thank you.
Max
I know.
HP.
Thank you for the health up.
Oh, I got you an HM, Kimmy.
Ooh,
I was about to say I was so excited, and then I looked. It's not mine.
Oh, sorry.
I gave
No,
you a
you're fine.
potion, Val.
No, Kimmy got. I just gave Kimmy
You
cut
did.
and whirlwind.
I gave you a potion.
Ah, full health.
Someone could send me like a better weapon, that'd be great. Because I keep dying to the first boss.
I would.
Fucking shitty ass
Wait,
club.
hold on. What's going on?
I can't
Hey.
menu.
Wait, there was still. Oh, I don't.
that club.
I don't
thought
have
it
bombs
was
yet
the
either.
Big club. I was like, don't diss the big club.
No, it's the baby club.
Gotcha.
I don't
The
have
big club
bombs
is what
yet either,
carried me
heck.
Through my Dark Souls playthrough.
Yeah. I started as the deprived because it just feels in the spirit of the randomizer to just start with nothing.
All right, let's see. Let's see here.
That seems in the spirit. Yes.
The Wundir's a
What did I get?
bitch.
Oh, is this
You got the
even
boulder
randomized?
badge. You can get the boulder badge from this shit.
Yeah, badge
If you said
sanity.
it as a thing, yeah. What do you say,
Damn.
Kimmy?
Called badge sanity.
Yep.
I've been
As with
informed
most
it's called
things in
badge
randomizers,
sanity.
it is a sanity.
What's a sanity?
Bad kitty. Bad kitty. Oh, thank you. That's actually kind of helpful right now.
I fricked this one up really bad. Oh wait, I can still get that one.
I don't even know
Hornet-
what.
Hornet
that-
ring for you. Okay.
Oh yeah, boost
Bees?
critical attack. Bees.
Bees.
Sat said his job.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Satellite.
I was about to like just instinctively be annoying and be like, Sat, are you in chat? Look, bees, Sat. And I was like, oh wait, I can't be annoying to him. I can text him
Just
right
send him
here.
a text.
I'm
Just
gonna
send him a
text him right
text.
now. I can call him like that once.
Oh, ooh, okay, I
He'll
gotta do
his job.
something now.
Just call him and be like, "Hey, Sat,
Bad
bees,"
kitty.
and then, oh no, I am taking the calamity ring
Ooh,
off.
there's an
Dude,
item
I'm not
finder for you
gonna call
now.
him right now. That's
Does
Yes.
the Sacred Bloom shield help, Ducky?
It's a shield. It's better than the plank shield that I started with.
This is fair.
Yeah, no, I'm not using the calamity ring though. For those who don't know, the calamity ring makes me take double damage. That's all it does.
Oh, that sounds
Sorry.
really helpful. I don't know why you're upset about that.
I mean, I guess in the spirit of
Ugh, I need
what I'm
bombs.
doing, I should keep it on, but I also like my sanity a little bit.
So I
Welcome
need
to the
bombs.
Eh,
Stream
debatable.
Ducky.
You hang out with me.
True. Not as much as I'd like to, but
What? Wait, what's
Something,
here?
something, wrong province, something, something. Oh, this
Yeah.
is gonna suck. I'm gonna have
What's
to actually do this properly.
here?
Lame.
I need more rupees now. Because I can buy bombs.
Rubies.
I can buy bombs.
Bombs?
I need bombs.
Bombs?
I mean, I would love to have my sword. I thought I set it to all to sword, yes, but I guess not.
Something tendon.
I've never done Link to the Past AP, so I don't know. I'm not good enough as Zelda.
I'm good
Yeah,
when I
which
have
is
the
why I
damn
just-
sword.
That's why Triforce hunts are the best, Aiden, because you can just play the game and you don't have to like fight Ganon.
Oh, I'm
or
sure it
anything.
will be.
That's what I hear. From what little knowledge I have of Link to the Past AP. It's my
How
favorite
many
Zelda
times-
game. I suck at Zelda. Anyway.
How many times am I gonna fail the tree jump?
How many
We're already at
times?
1. We're at 2.
I'm just trying to find enough rupees to buy the bombs, and then I can at least get into other secret rooms to find more items.
3rd try.
Old Sage's blindfold.
Can't see now.
Yeah.
It does actually-
I was gonna say, does that do
You're blind.
anything?
Blind, I tell you.
It
sounds
gives
like-
me some protections because it's technically, you know, a helmet.
So many emblems.
The baby.
6.
We're gonna look like a goddamn mess by the end of this stream because I'm not changing my armor at all.
I found a slowpoke.
7.
Eat the baby.
I'm almost
I like what
there.
you're wearing though.
48.
Tank top, pants, and a blindfold.
49. 50. Got it.
Yes.
It's gonna. We'll see what I look like by the end of this stream.
Oh, nice. My shop set
Oh.
everything to 0. That's my favorite.
Oh, I can't actually check them.
I love how I
but I
can
got my
buy
bombs.
a shiny rock from Merchant Crow that you usually use to give to the Merchant Crow.
That's vanilla.
Is it?
Yeah.
What is the thing I'm thinking of?
Gilded Egg?
Oh, you need
Gilded Egg,
the.
That's the thing I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you need the shiny rock to get the Merchant Crow summon. Or
Right.
familiar.
That's
But-
what
There it
I was
is.
thinking of.
Oh, it's Y for the. Come on, give me. Oh, good. There's rupees. Some more rupees.
Oh, my own arm cannon.
And all it was
Huzzah.
fucking pants for you. Ah.
Oh no.
Pants for
not
me is the name of
pants.
my ska band.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, a lamp.
Oh, a lantern. That's actually. Oh, hi.
Nice.
Hi,
Is that
Aaron.
helpful?
Yes, and at the same time, no.
Oh, sorry.
I
did
mean,
my best.
I'm definitely
I did
grateful
my
for what you
best.
did give me.
I was wearing capri pants for like half a second, and then someone sent me a skirt.
Skirt of prayer.
No,
Did you wear the skirt over the capri pants? Because I feel
No.
like that would be.
Same slot, I believe.
Oh.
yeah, that would be like.
That
It's
would be
not
like a very.
2005.
I was gonna say it's a very 2000s Jurassic.
makes me feel like
gas
a rat.
mask. There you go.
Yeah.
Gas mask.
Yay!
Hey.
Everybody.
Hey.
The co-founder of MULTIGIRLS is here in my chat. Julia's
Oh, yay! Oh, I don't have. I don't have
Feels like a
generator mode
rat.
pride. I'm not even seeing that.
Uh oh.
Ooh.
I'm here. I'm good. I'm back.
Ah.
I'm fine.
I didn't think about this part. Hold on. I need to go buy arrows.
I only have 40 rupees. I can't buy the thing, but I do have enough to bomb this wall. I do have the bomb.
Mr. Gorbachev, bomb this wall. Good news, I'm in BK mode.
What?
Don't, Cuckoo, don't get close! Okay, good. I almost bombed a cuckoo because it didn't
Welcome
get
to
away
playing
with the bomb.
Timespinner in Multi-World.
Yep. Ooh, well, I mean,
Oh.
at least I have a nice crown.
Eternal
now,
crown?
Thank you. Now I look pretty.
That's nice.
But I can't do much of anything. I don't really need to farm money because my shops are all set to free, which is nice. I randomized that.
Well, oh yeah, I can go do the maze, quote unquote. Oh wait, there's a. Where am I? What am I doing right now?
I guess I can just.
Oh, I can't do that yet because I
Power
don't have the
level?
hammer. Okay.
Guess we'll have to grind
oh, I
on
went the wrong way.
Timespinner.
Have a bow.
Nice. All right, let's go see what the.
I didn't think to have like something planned for EK mode. I wanted to do Vampire Survivors, but OBS doesn't seem to like Vampire Survivors and other things running at the same time.
Yeah, I
Aw.
just had to turn off my local recording because it was freaking out about Fuji. I was like, no, Sonic Adventure 2 doesn't play well with me recording multi-worlds. which sucks because it's the only game I like playing in multi-world.
I am a silly goose who doesn't use local recordings. I just export the VOD as is to YouTube. Because I
Stage
am a
select.
silly goose.
Well, let's see whose trash this is.
Sat says,
Dome Fossil!
Don't fossil.
Praise
Sat texted me
Helix.
back. I said we said bees and everyone awaited your bees, and you said, I mean, Eryn has it on her sound alerts.
I do.
That's
I
true.
am-
Oh no.
Just satellite yelling bees in my ears.
Okay.
It's everyone's favorite.
I still don't have a sword. Uh-huh.
The only
We're
weapons I've
in
been sent
trouble.
so far have been bows, which is fun.
At least it's a
Something
weapon.
come along
All I have are
and
bombs.
star
Oh, wait, I have...
well.
Oh. Wait, this isn't the other... Oh, I'm out of mana now. Damn it.
Gotta love that.
La la la. We're just gonna power level for a little bit here.
I did open my chest, right? Yep. I got... Oh, yeah, because I got a heart container there.
Hell yeah.
Really want to do a bow.
So I'm at 6 hearts. I've got enough health to handle things now, which is unusual for my runs and randomizers. Usually, because I'm at like
You're hurting for health.
I'm hurting for health so much. It sucks though because there are some rooms in the frick. I didn't do this right.
There's a
Ah,
frick
I gotta put this up, then this. Okay. All right. So what are we at? We are at needing.
Ooh, marsh bitch. Haha, Duck Souls. I
All right, here we go. Hyrule Castle.
She's always out here duck soulsing, is the thing.
Mine, all of my YAMLs are always puns.
Mine usually
But-
aren't. Everyone else is like, mine's actually aptly named or titled, and mine's just like, Aiden's here.
And also Aiden's here. But yeah, it's Duck Souls for Dark Souls. It's Duck Spinner for Timespinner, and I think it was Risk of Ducks when I was
Ooh.
doing Risk of Rain.
I think that's right.
I mean, that
Enjoy
still
a
doesn't
berry
give me
pick me up.
much, but thank you.
Fuck. Oh, I don't have any.
Spindle nice.
I can't wait to bomb some dongos. Fuck, I keep
Yeah.
hitting these walls.
Ah.
I just had to put it in the wall mission. I just had to.
Mine is more
Come on,
difficult
explode.
than Pokemon because my YAML is called Kimimon. So, yeah.
True.
So I decided to try to make my file a little more interesting, and now I've got the old man sleeping, and I don't know how to wake him up. So I'm very confused.
Oh no.
You have the sword, right?
No. Oh wait, can I get this?
No, don't
Oh
stab him.
yeah.
Don't stab the old man.
Hey, Kimmy, do you know?
I
Oh
play
my
with Open Viridian, so I have no idea.
Awesome, because Urza was the one who suggested this, and then he went to go to a party, so I have
That's very
to try to
helpful.
see if I
Thank you,
can get
husband.
his attention. Yeah, super helpful.
Wow, just like boys, am I right? Multi-girls
I
observed
know.
everybody.
Just like boys.
And I'm gonna keep doing this until the end of all of our seeds. And it'll never get old.
Well, and I specifically did the whole old man sleeping thing because then he forces having to mansplain the game to me, so I thought it was kind of on point. But
Oh, nice. Sure,
now
that
he's just keeping me from doing anything. So again, on point. But now I have to
Yeah.
reach out to a man to tell me how to get the man
my
to do his fucking job, which is also on point. Like, it's just all on brand. It's all on brand. I'm
Welcome,
calling
multi-girls, everyone.
Oh,
I chuckled, yeah. I chuckled. So
Funny.
Oh, so
on Thursday.
No, I'm out of bombs. Oh.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. I'm in
I almost
game
soft
mode.
locked myself. If I didn't
Look
have
at
if I didn't have the Cane of Burna, is it Burna?
You're no.
Whichever
Yes.
one the magic one is, not the ice one.
Oh, yeah, Burna.
Oh, snacks.
Or-
Thank you.
Pretty sure.
I guess I could eat those.
Oh wait, no, I'm
because
thinking of
already in
Link's
game mode.
Awakening terms.
Thank you.
Is it not called that?
Good news, I have snacks.
It's called the Fire Rod and the Ice Rod, I think, and I have the Fire Rod now. I'm
Oh,
remembering.
lol.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a fake fan.
I have no bombs.
Well,
I have no bombs because I bought bombs, and I cannot. Oh, I can't get the chest from Zelda's cell.
The sassy lad.
Duckie, were you in the one where, like, I argued with everyone that Rock's Feather was in Link to the Past?
I don't think I was a 9.
That's in Link's Awakening for sure.
That was fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's definitely because it's it lets you. Okay.
I gotta just go through the other way now. Where else
Fun
can I
fact.
go?
Trying to use a bow in melee range, not the most ideal scenario.
All right, I'm gonna reset.
Sounds like someone's just not good at point blank.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't take the point blank shot feat. That's
Amateur.
a Pathfinder joke for everyone who has
Fucking-
ever played Pathfinder.
Pathfinder! I'm yelling at
I would
Sonic.
love to have a sword.
Me too.
Me 3 in real life.
I mean, that's also
And
fair.
statistically speaking, I'm probably more likely to get a
Second
sword
glove.
than
Nice.
before you are, because you have
Ooh.
4 swords in yours. I have like 70.
No, it's Link to the Past.
I hate you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hey man, hold on. Where am I? Down. Oh, I can't
Everyone
get
say
up the-
nice.
Oh, that's so great.
Nice.
According to Urza, I have to turn in Oak's parcel to get past this old man. So until I have
Oh.
Oak's parcel,
Fuck, I could
I
hold you that. I'm
became
sorry.
no, it's totally fine.
Oh.
I always have my Oak's parcel just like on.
No,
Because
not the
I didn't think
bees!
about
with the sex position resulting being 69. is
Not
known
the
as sex
bees!
number. Thank you. Here's 69 months is the best amount of months. Thank you. Please don't unsub now.
Mission
I
complete.
can't
Goodbye.
believe. I can't believe you've
I've had a
only
sub
known.
button for 69 months.
I can't believe you've only known Pierce for 69 months. That's how it works, right?
What's 12 plus 69? Because that would be roughly how many months I've known Pierce.
69 years.
October 2016-ish? Oh, maybe it's... No, it was earlier than that. I think it was... October 2016 is when we went to the Canucks game. So it's
Yes, you're
before
right.
that.
I am going to break all your pots and steal your 50 rupees.
It would be 12 times 69, not 12 plus 60.
Welcome to MULTIGIRLS where we just do fucking math.
No! Don't make me do complex
Yes.
long
I didn't
division.
bring up shit. I'm just here.
Alright,
Well,
let
now
me
I
think.
have
I have
the-
a plate full of appetizers that I'm just gonna
20
sit here and
rupees, thanks.
chew on.
Oh.
Because I was over at my friend's house and then realized, oh, time zones. It's 5 p.m. Eastern, not 5 p.m.
Haha,
Pacific.
yeah.
And ran back across the street, so I got to miss out on chips and dip.
Bow and arrow, thank you. Now I need arrows. I have the bow,
Yeah.
now I need arrows.
Don't make
Hi,
me do
help me.
math.
I feel like your seed is just more realistic of like if an actual 8-year-old was summoned to go save the world from Ganondorf, where it'd just be like, how the fuck am I supposed to get a bow, let alone bow and arrows? This is fucking stupid, Dad.
And I don't have any bombs now.
And arrows. What the fuck?
I
Right?
didn't know those weren't the one same thing. I'm
Remember in
8.
Zelda 1 when using an arrow cost money?
Yes,
No.
which is very silly.
Holy shit. I want to play the new
Yeah.
Zelda 2. The new Zelda 2 that like people made at some point looks fucking awesome.
I really like Zelda 2. I played Zelda 2 more than I did Zelda 1 as a kid, because I liked the way it played better.
Like
So
it's,
apparently, the funny thing is, you can get the bombs by buying them, but it doesn't count as getting the bombs.
what does it count as?
It counts as having bombs. That's it. You have
I
bombs.
found
You
my
can
own
use them,
plate.
and they
Oh.
will not drop because you haven't gotten the bombs.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh my fucking god, if I hit a wall one more time, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
Kimmy can ride a bike now.
Oh, hey, bicycle for Kimmy.
It's just like riding a bike.
Bicycle. Bicycle.
I want to ride my bike.
Picking up a signal from the arrow.
Baby's moving.
Fox boy.
I'm pretty
Why
sure that
is
song
she
was
moving?
about sex.
A Queen song about sex, Duckie?
Yeah, I know, right?
What?
Specifically gay sex?
You're just being
In
a
this
pervert.
economy?
We don't have gay people
Gay
here.
sex in this economy.
I need a bomb for that one too.
I'd argue being gay in this economy is like
Economy.
a financially smart decision, because then you
Yeah.
You're so gay that you couldn't even pronounce it.
Thank you so much for the 300 rupees. I have almost nothing to spend on. Besides going all the way
Thank you
back
for
to
needing
Hyrule
to
and getting
speak properly.
bombs.
I do care deeply and love all of the weirdos that hang out with me on here, and I appreciate every
Shit.
single one of you.
We love
Are
you,
we
Eryn.
Love you too.
I love you now.
Do we get to go now?
No,
We-
Pierce was just being kind because I was thinking.
Oh, there's my
I
tea.
muted myself to thank him for 69 months of giving me $2.50 and saying that's a lot of money
I'm
and
dead.
a lot of time.
Closer.
So thank you.
That's at least $7.
At least.
Heck.
All right, but you're only allowed one curse during the hour. It's a PG-13 stream.
Aw, heck.
Nah,
What
fuck.
did you say?
God fucking Christ.
Immediately, just fucking derailed. We're all disgusting. We're all disgusting fucking lesbians.
we all
don't
mark our
ourselves.
streams as 18+, right?
Yep. I just did earlier.
And it intensifies.
Can I have... Okay, at least have magic so I can,
Skibidi-doo.
where am
Oh
I?
god.
I guess I've got a few other Discord.
Oh, I'm there.
Post stuff in.
I'm on the bridge that I can't do shit at.
Just leave it to me.
Oh
my
my
God,
god,
my
Hi,
soul.
Snowfire.
It's alright, Yield. Welcome to the
Hi, I'm
stream.
struggling because I don't have a
Hello.
freaking sword.
Welcome to the struggle.
Yep.
Yep. Also on brand for a stream full of ladies. All aboard the struggle bus.
We did
Welcome
kind of
to
do
the
it for
suffering.
ourselves.
That's fair.
Struggle, luggle.
And you can
Any
help
of you can
less
find
people
my-
struggle right now if you put in a donation command in any of our chats, and you can donate to help trans children.
Oh, that's right. I have
be
the second.
affirmed.
No. Go the fuck away. Die. Oh, he can't kill you that way.
So aggressive.
Oh my.
I'm sorry. I gotta.
I know.
You don't have to apologize, Virtue. I'm here, so I'm sure I'll say something 1,000 times more vulgar and possibly
I'm
even
not die
directed
again.
towards Duckie by the end of the hour. Not the
All right,
stream,
now
the
you go to
hour.
Dark World. That's great. If I can get there.
I will say something that breaks TOS probably by the end of the 3-hour mark.
Oh, I'm sure.
There's
Eventually.
6 of us,
I have
correct?
no bombs. Oh,
Yeah.
Can I magic you? No, I can't. I'm trying to open this. Open. Oh, I can't open this one? What? That one doesn't open. I could have sworn it did. That was the whole point.
I'm having a lot of fun with the whole
Which one is it then?
using a bow and arrow thing.
King's Tomb. Yeah, King's
Really like
Tomb.
a melee weapon. I'm not gonna just buy a melee weapon. That's
You should though.
Have you considered bow funny?
Gosh damn it. Hello, Poe.
Gosh,
I'm
damn
just
old
sitting
fuck.
Another
here
bomb!
promoting this
I
in
just-
other Discords because
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't have anything I can do right now.
I thought about putting in the Timespinner Discord on your
I can
behalf, but then
Oh,
I
I think
didn't.
one-
Timespinner Discord,
I wasted
just
my
don't
bomb.
talk very often.
Also, I think I just created my
She's
new
almost
D&D
4
character.
feet long. Wow.
That's what she said.
That's a large snake lady.
Oh,
Hold
I thought
on.
you, I thought you meant what Duckie said. I was like,
Oh,
damn.
No.
She's
Chris
up
was
here
talking
dating on
about
my
how,
D.
You have to
their
run into it.
beautiful snake needed a bigger hide.
Mhm.
And now she just shed and she's almost 4 feet long.
What is
Also,
it?
waffle!
Oh. Is that the waffles?
Well,
group?
enjoy the shovel claws.
I
Yeah,
will. I
I've got-
love playing Knuckles.
I have my new concept for my D&D character, which is a blindfolded archer, because that's what I am right now.
I hate that.
Okay, I can damage it by
She's
throwing
gonna need
bushes and rocks at it. There, it's
lots of
dead.
space.
Like not a blind archer, a blindfolded archer. Like you could take it off, but you shoot worse.
I'm like a Zen archer.
Like being able to see your targets gives you anxiety.
That's the like the plot twist.
Ducky.
Yes.
FS Uchigatana is where my security card D is. Am I gonna be waiting a while?
Oh, I can get that
Oh.
right now.
Okay.
Okay, what's hold on, I need to find out the name for the Zelda games.
I totally forgot about the samurai dude at Firelink Shrine.
Oh, that's what FS is. Fire
Yeah.
Shrine. Okay.
Firelink Shrine, yeah.
Fucking samurai.
Does anyone remember what the name of the basic sword is?
No.
Fighter sword.
Oh.
Fighter sword
Yes, ma'am.
in Link to the Past.
Yeah. So I have chips and many layers of salsa.
Apparently, I need 21 hints, 21 points.
Select.
Thank you,
Oh,
Jordan.
get a hint.
yay!
Yeah, I
No
forgot Link to the
more.
Past,
Oh, I finally have
Bombs.
bombs.
Bombs,
Huzzah!
bombs.
No more bow.
Like, it finally
I
got credited as I have bombs. So now I can pick up bombs from stuff.
Yes,
Woo!
Waffle, please take it over because my emulator doesn't. I will get SNES 9X the next time we want to do one of these. I didn't think BizHawk would be such a pain in the tuchus.
This like works fine for me.
I'm
Wait.
using BizHawk.
There's some things that you have to set to like
Mhm. I think the
make it work
problem
with BizHawk.
is it's the like async multi-world, and so anytime every time I closed out,
I'll take 30 to heal.
it was like
So I got
dropping,
a
and I'd have to
hint.
restart everything. So I just
I
gave
don't know
up
if
and
it's an actual
Waffle.
hint, but
Waffle can do.
by the black cat's nothing doing. This is what the fortune teller told me.
Have a good look.
That's something we can do. Okay, let's go.
When you're at a Voltorb flip,
You heard the good word.
hey, Urza enjoyed it. We're passing the gospel of Voltorb flip down to everybody. There's a million other things that are probably more fun you could be doing, but you could be doing Voltorb flip instead.
Well, alright, let me
Take
see.
control of your own life.
You D&D character.
Anyway, Val, have a rare candy.
No, don't talk to me. That's terrifying.
That will at
just
some point be very useful.
What? Welcome to Twitch.
Right?
Don't
If you-
talk to me, it's terrifying.
If you want to be a warlock that does something other than Eldritch Blast, can I recommend
Blast.
a fighter warlock multiclass?
Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast!
I'm of no help because I always play healers. Mullet,
Oh, yeah.
hello.
More bombs!
I got stiff on my
Yeah.
dash.
Alright, well that works.
Sure.
Did you die? Okay. There.
Oh, I could go up Death Mountain, can't I? I just realized I can go up Death Mountain. Because I have the lantern. I just don't want to because I don't have the sword.
Yeah.
Grave
Or a
Warrior
blast.
campaign before last. Ooh.
My IRL group literally just finished our campaign where I played a fighter warlock
Well,
because
now I have
of
cut.
storyline reasons. There's your D card. I just gave Eryn the D.
That's
Oh,
so
thank
funny.
you. Okay.
Ah.
I was
That's so cool
I
and
was
funny.
I
Alright,
was
what's
in my
in the
browser
sanctuary?
looking for like children's math games. I could
Seek
try and
guidance.
play.
Children's math.
Did Voltorb flip come up?
Yep.
That's a children's math game.
There
It's
is
got
math in
3
Voltorb.
numbers.
True.
Thank you
That
for
That might
the
be too many
Snowy.
numbers for Eryn.
Yes.
There's like 9 numbers in it.
I am going Eldritch Knight on this build, which I'm excited for because it's a good mix of like still some casting and stuff, but also melee, which I'm not super used to. So
Fun. I'm apparently like the fighter person when it comes to 5th edition because I've made like 6 different fighters. Because like the archetypes are just so cool in 5th
That's
edition
true.
for fighters.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
The one that I just finished up with the campaign was a battle master fighter for the first 8 levels, and then storyline stuff happened, which caused me
Need
to
a
multi-class to a
mushroom.
warlock. And my current new concept for the next campaign we're doing is an arcane archer fighter. So, and I've made Eldritch Knight fighters before. I've made like the basic champion fighter.
Alright, I don't have elevator key tag. What am I doing?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
make a lot of fighters in 5th edition.
I
Stage select.
my last
Hope I have no
IRL
bottles.
campaign, I decided that Druid Cleric multi-class would be a good idea, and then realized I need like an Excel spreadsheet to keep track of how many freaking spells.
And what spell slots you can use them in.
Yes, and what spell slots I can use them in, and I was like, okay, well, as fun as like healing and also killing stuff is, Oofta. Yeah, the summons also get out of hand. I was mostly cleric with like 5 levels into druid. But still, I was like, okay, lesson learned.
Oh, I can't do that yet.
It wasn't me, but one of the people in my IRL group came up with what might be one of my favorite character concepts ever. So they played a fairy rune knight, and if you don't know what rune knights do, they have abilities that allow them to get bigger.
Oh yeah, one of our group mates did that.
Yeah,
for their builds.
Yeah, so they were a fairy rune knight who specialized in unarmed combat and grappling. So they were just like a pro wrestler.
Nice.
who was like a 2 foot tall fairy normally, but anytime combat happened, they would just hulk out and become like 9 feet tall.
Nice. All right, I might be back to Burger King mode. Burger King mode.
Stage select.
Burger King mode. I might be back to Burger King mode. Actually, that last BK mode was so long that I definitely could have. Well, maybe.
I have ordered Burger King when I was in BK mode before.
Duckie made me do that. She said it's the law.
For the first time you're in BK mode.
For the first time in forever.
Die.
Damn, that's an extreme reaction. That's song. So everybody got against music when you do multi-worlds. Jesus Christ.
Just Disney music.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Sorry, this is how
I don't know
my
if I have
brain
enough
goes.
rupees.
Word association.
Word disassociation.
King Zora needs 500 rupees, right?
Yeah.
Fuck. I have like 400. Damn it.
Do you know how to get into Houlihan room? Because that could help.
No. Thank you for the
I
piece
do
of
not
heart.
remember how to explain it. I just know it's a thing.
It's fine.
It involves like falling into the water at a certain angle when you don't have flippers and.
Oh, then no, I'm not gonna worry about it. Because I have glitchless off, so.
Gotcha.
Or glitchless on, I mean. Glitch is off. Because I don't do the glitching.
There's that one
ain't
room
no
with the guy
cheater.
that's got 50 rupees. Where you pick up and throw the pots, but I can't remember where that is.
I once again need to mention, now that I'm fighting Vort of the Boreal Valley, his theme song has no right to go as hard as it does.
Go
to be
figure.
the
I
first
need
boss of the
I need
game.
500 rupees to give Val a nugget.
Money for money.
So I guess I don't really need to worry about it that much unless Val's hurting for cash.
Val's hurting to just be able to leave Viridian City. Like, I'm just picking up Pokemon and leveling because I can't do shit without Oak's Parcel, and I can't hint for Oak's Parcel because I haven't done enough of the game. So, but I just gotta hope somebody finds it.
I was half tempted to do Rainwave or like Siva Gunners, but Timespinner's music is just too good.
That's true.
I don't want to not have the music. Kobold Sorcerer Draconic Bloodline. Ooh. Sorcerer.
I love Draconic Bloodline Sorcerers. That was another character that I made. It was Silver Dragon.
Alright, what have I got? 23
Bloodline.
points. Okay.
We got Death Growler, buddy.
Okay, so not a fighter sword. Let me just check sword.
You won't feel real fucking queen energy. Right when I was done doing dishes before this, I fucking Spirit Box song came on.
Stage.
Hey, Eryn,
Mm-hmm.
can you get to the military fortress?
No.
'Cause that's where my sword is!
Oh shit, I'm sorry. You're gonna be waiting a while.
Everybody's stuck. Damn.
Unless do you have progressive swords turned on or off?
I thought I had I had swordless off. So I should have started with the sword, but apparently when you do multi-world, that doesn't matter. And yes, it's progressive sword.
I got swag as hell now. I got the Archdeacon Holy Robe.
So yeah, I'm just gonna be stuck. I have arrows now,
I am
but
also stuck.
Damn, I thought for
I
sure
can
my
hear the
seed
thing
was gonna
now.
be what fucked everybody over, but it looks like it's just everybody else's seed is fucking themselves over.
Oh yeah.
what's in here? I know
Turns
it's
out
not
archipelago is sexist.
berries.
Guess I better go fast. Oh wait, Sonic's not
Gotta
in
go
the seed.
fast.
Yeah, say that, but with,
Faster. In Blaze's voice.
yeah.
Huh? Guess I better go fast. Why did I say that? Ugh, that's so out of character. Why does he do that all the time? Ugh.
Alright, if someone gets anything of mine, please let me know. I am trying to set up a scene to capture.
I've got your heart. When I say that, it sounds gruesome. It sounds like a demon thing to say.
Damn it.
I mean, you're not a demon?
No, I'm a cartoon. Today
Same
I'm a
thing
mermaid.
according to some people.
What?
Huh?
What'd you
Hold
say
on.
to me?
I said that it's the same thing according to some people.
You're also a PNG tuber nerd.
Yeah.
Nerd.
Christians hate you, asshole.
Yeah, I don't think it's the PNG thing that they hate me for.
Oh.
Oh, I love
I mean,
you.
true. True. It's true.
Kimmy, how's Pokemon?
Oh god!
Pokemon.
That's awesome. Thank you for updating me.
Pokemon to the Pokemon.
That's true.
A shield? Well, that's useful.
You're welcome.
That's not a tube that keeps
Okay,
going.
see if this works.
I have turned to hunting down like hidden spots. Like I'm just trying to find anything to do.
Enjoy your Herald armor.
Thank
Or no, sorry, blue wooden shield.
I also have
Oh,
Harold.
why isn't this working?
Oh god, I'm stuck in the corner with the dog.
What's happening?
I'm trying to do a browser source because I found a browser-based math game, but it's not working the way I want it to.
Alright, guess I'm gonna go up to...
Things not work the way Eryn want to.
Oh, there's my Thunder Batch.
In my stream?
Science-based dragon. Here. Yes. I would play.
Oh, I need the hammer. Oh! Wait, but it's useless because...
Ah,
Wait,
Darren's
no.
celestial staff.
I have the mirror,
Aha,
but I don't have
right
the
as-
pearl.
Okay. Upneum gives me some stuff. Maybe
Ew.
it gives me like a couple of checks.
Hell yeah.
Back we go.
I miss my swag robot.
More bombs,
Sorry,
always
Chad. I
good.
was trying very hard to try and force myself to do basic math and embarrass myself on stream, but we didn't have to. Oh, and there's B. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay.
Eee!
Bees!
I can't
Okay,
text
well,
that
before I
every
go
time.
back, we're gonna go.
No, do it.
forwards.
Do it every time.
Do you want me
Every
to
time.
finish today?
Oh right. Except I can't because I don't have the elevator keycard.
Oh no!
I feel like
There's,
that always fucks me. I've done like 5
whole-
seeds now in total, and all of them have been like elevator key card. Nope.
Yeah, we cannot get into the military hangar for 3 bosses. So 3. I will do my best.
You don't realize how much shit that
I got
locks
my
off
own
vanilla, and then when you
keycard
start
A. All right,
randomizing it.
everything's coming up Millhouse. We're gonna find some stuff.
About to say.
Millhouse.
Okay, I got some stuff.
Chat, look what I found.
Fine.
All kinds of stuff. Fuck.
Things and
No!
stuff and things.
My shadow has died.
Oh no.
Oh right, I have every keycard
Are
except
you
dying?
like Sonic Lock? Can't use shadow anymore?
I am not using the same YAML waffle. I made it a little spicy. So this is an entirely different YAML than the one you have set up for me.
Duckie, if they do that to where Sonic Adventure 2 AP has like a Yoshi story rule, I'd probably try it at least
Although
once.
if you could
Gave
show
you
me
a
how to change a
Titanite
couple
shard.
of things in my YAML, or like how you got my YAML to be the way it is, so I can... Yeah, I know, lucky me!
you.
Yeah, everyone else was going a little bit stanky and rude with their settings, so I was like,
Right?
I want to be cool like everybody else, so...
Okay, that's another thing for someone else.
Somebody
I bought-
else. What?
I bought myself a very rare treat. I got some live wire.
Oh, right, I gotta go through here. There it is.
You got a what?
Don't forget, if you'd like to donate, you can do, at least on my stream, !Mermaids. That'll bring you up to our Tiltify campaign. There are some redemptions, some rewards. Our goal is 500 British pounds sterling, because Mermaids is a UK-based charity. We're doing this because of the ginger-haired bitch. I really shouldn't use disparaging.
Yes, let's go!
I shouldn't use disparaging female language to talk about that person, but also fuck 'em.
Why not?
So
It's
Yeah,
MULTIGIRLS. I call her a cunt every stream.
I mean,
This isn't even a special event. That's just what I do every day.
so yeah, we are
Yeah,
raising
fair.
money because she's atrocious, and all of her the way that she is ruining lives and making it unsafe for trans adults and youths, and so Mermaids helps trans youth and their families access gender affirming care and multiple other things that they are trying to. Yeah, I would call her a cunt, but she lacks the depth and warmth.
Oh.
That's good.
Oh.
Can't take credit.
Oh. Oh my gosh. I'm glad I switched to mature, but yes.
Oh my
ow, oh my
God.
god.
Yes.
I'm gonna need another drink out of this level.
Sorry.
That deserves a shot.
Yes, we have.
I mean,
multiple-
Virtue has one right there waiting.
Yeah,
Yes.
Virtue, drink up.
Oh, I have a spicy shot, but that's waiting for 400 pounds.
400
Yes,
pounds,
once
huh?
we hit 400 pounds raised, there's multiple people doing multiple people, or just
Bombs!
doing shots of.
I'm pretty sure that's just Virtue that's got the hot sauce.
I'm the
Ready-
only one with the
ready
hot
and
sauce,
waiting.
hot sauce shot, which y'all have seen.
Yes. Ooh, I have the wrong thing up.
I was thinking of doing it, and then I woke up with just brutal fucking heartburn today, so probably shouldn't.
Oh no, you should not. Do not.
$400, Duckie dies on stream.
Don't die.
Yeah, no death.
Oh, now I should be able to get the fuck. I should be able to get unless I can't hit him with arrows either. Hopefully I can.
Every time that link comes up, I remember I have to fix it.
Well,
Ta-da! Carbos. Okay.
Because I can't hit him with magic and I can't run into him, so hopefully I can hit him with arrows.
All right, I can go this way now. Nice.
I haven't gotten any.
Excuse
plus
me.
weapon. Did I fuck up my YAML? But plus weapon, like random levels on.
Yaml.
Do I have to kill
Am I
these
just-
guys again?
Getting really unlucky.
I don't have to kill you again.
Noble.
Where's the YAML I sent you?
Here we go.
Where's the YAM? I'm in the wrong fucking chat to be looking for it.
What are people's thoughts on yam fries?
Fucking love them.
no.
On what?
Yam fries.
Is one of the
Sweet potato
few-
fries?
Yam fries?
Oh, damn. Hey,
I'm
Kim,
not a
bet.
big fan of yam,
Oh,
Select.
like sweet potato fries.
but yeah, but yam.
I love them.
It's one of the few foods on the planet that I do not like.
Excellent. That just means more for me.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get another drink. Everybody talk shit about me at once. I have earned it.
Yep.
No,
Randomized weapon level, true. Okay, I'm just getting very unlucky.
I refuse to talk shit about my lovely friends.
But it's
Shit,
fun.
shit,
talk
shit,
shit about her all the
shit,
time.
shit.
I was about to say, Duckie just calls me an asshole to my face. It's
So
all
we'll let
fair
her do
game.
it. I mean,
But that insults are Ducky's love language.
It's true.
Yeah, she's kind of a fucking asshole.
Yep.
Love you, mean it.
Love you, mean it. Where the fuck is my
Uh-oh,
thing?
do I have a flooded
Oh,
basement?
thank goodness I can't hit him with the bow.
That's the Fuji thing. There I am. Okay, I'll be back. Where's my
Fuji.
couch? I've had my couch on this whole time.
Okay.
My chair's been off. It's my
Move
fucking
did you
chair.
say your
Baron
couch
all
was
the time?
on?
Leo
Like,
ring.
turned on your couch?
Yeah, my little chair I sit in. Oh well.
I'm confused.
The chair I sit in on my screen all the time.
Oh,
PNG stuff.
got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
It's
Meow.
PNG stuff. You wouldn't understand.
I would not.
Aiden, did
Yeah,
you
I
have
had-
to take
I've only
I'll be
been
back.
actively streaming since December. I am still trying to catch up.
You're also a real
That is okay.
person, and like unlike me, who is just two-dimensional. Anyway, I'll be back.
Excuse you.
I have met you.
Die.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
Ugh. Oh, more arrows. Nice.
Oh,
I actually just used a few, so that's good.
Cheers! Thank you so much for the 40-pound donation. I don't know what that is in
Oh my
chat.
gosh!
Money.
Wait, I didn't get a hearing.
Um,
The comment is
Nice.
Tiltify wouldn't let me tell Turfs to fuck off, so let's see if it's fooled because I feel like the message is important. Yes.
Thank
Did
you,
you
Pierce.
Thank
Did you pick a reward? Or just an amount?
You may pick any reward that is 40 pounds or less. Yes.
Knife settings? I don't know how to... I don't know how to... I want to see the dashboard, but I don't know how to check if... Yeah. What people
Fuck you.
redeemed for. I don't know how to look, so if you redeem for something specific, please let us know, because I am a silly goose. People to mute say that I wasn't sure. Okay, that is fair. I think if you would like, because one of mine is, I think for 20 or 25 pounds, I will draw you a thing of your choosing. Ooh, water mask. That will be helpful. Oh no, now I'm poisoned. Did I buy an
Sweet.
antidote?
You know what I want.
Blizzard, yay!
I
Another
need
useful
something?
one for
No,
when
I
I
didn't.
can actually go places.
Yes, if you have a thing, where's my book?
Oh heck. Snakes!
Where's
Snakes!
my book? I haven't used this yet. It's my lovely little panda book.
Snakes!
So I
Is this
can
the room
keep-
that I need the,
I
yeah.
have this little book to keep track of what people would like me
Yeah.
to draw.
It is.
And ta-da! And I've got multiple markers, pencil crayons. All right. So Pierce drawing, TBD.
I still have how many more?
Oh.
A few.
Poison
Ow.
trap. That's why that happened. Was very confused for a moment.
A few DK64 streams ago, I did a drawing redemption one, and that was also where I thickened Baja Blast with xanthan gum and then had to drink it. And,
Oh jeez.
honestly, it was
Okay.
kind of like pudding. It was really not all that bad. I'm kind of used to it now.
Oh, no.
But Jofez specifically asked me to draw my stomach being angry from the Baja Blast. And even though he has moved cross country, he said he still has it on his desk, and that made me cry a little bit because I thought that was really sweet. I was like, no, you like me.
Very nice. Where is the... Are you kidding me? The last rat.
7-foot
Like
rats. There's nobody hinted for anything from me when I was gone, did they?
Oh my
No.
god.
I hinted for your love and affection, and I couldn't find it.
You're gonna be waiting a bit.
Vacation far away. Come around and talk it over.
Oh, thank you
no,
for
I poisoned
rupees. Here we go. Let's see what we got in these chests. Bike voucher!
Yay!
Huzzah!
Self scope! And atonement.
Yay, I can
Thank God
atone now
Upneum.
for my
I'm
sins.
very happy
Nice.
how early Upneum was found for me.
I just gave some really good stuff to y'all. Aside from atonement, I don't know if that's actually good because I don't play Dark Souls.
Come around and talk it over.
I don't really use
I'm
spells
sorry I
in
started that.
multi-world.
Thank you for the
so-
donation.
All my
Oh,
chests.
thank you, Julia. Somebody did a donation. 40. Thank you for the 40.
Yeah.
40 pounds.
Yeah,
I almost called it euros again. Kill me. Just kick me from the stream.
pounds.
No,
It's pounds.
Okay.
we do not say disparaging things about ourselves. If I have to aggressively
Oh,
love myself,
well,
so do the rest of you.
No, I don't do that. I don't self-deprecate on stream. Absolutely, I never do that.
Nope, totally not. Nope.
That'd be bad.
Well, apparently I have a redeem to eat some hot chips.
Oh,
Ugh.
shit.
Thank you, Amelia. Dork. Oh.
Ooh, bubble
Well.
beam. For vamping, if you get stuck
Oh, God.
in, even with there's-
Pain. 2.
Oh, it says free typing game. I thought it said feety ping game, and I was like, I can't do feet stuff for free. But if that's what I need to do to raise more money, then you know.
Oh, Mao.
For
God.
a 1,000-pound donation, you will get a personalized photo of my feet.
A
Damn.
single 1,000-pound donation.
Yes.
That might
It's
be
for
against
charity, not for
Tiltify's.
free. This is true.
That might be against Tiltify's terms of service.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Just like he says in Dark Knight, if you got good piggies, don't show anybody for free.
Yep.
He said
Okay.
That's exactly what they say.
That's what he said. That's what the
Ooh,
Joker
pointy
said
hat.
in the movie. The Batman comes.
I don't think.
Comes.
I think you might have. I think you might have downloaded the wrong Batman movie.
It was a DVD I got from my
Right,
friend.
Batman.
He said it was the rated R
Oh, we got
version. He said it was the
another
unrated version.
one.
Hey, Eryn,
Thank you so much. Yeah.
your rewards aren't active. Do you want me to flip them to active?
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Neither
you,
were
Master.
mine, which is the only reason why I saw that yours weren't, because we're both dummies, apparently.
Whoops.
It happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got
Here
to
you
activate him.
Yep, got it.
Thank you, you beautiful human. Mark, thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for donating towards a fantastic charity.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I guess
The
Mark.
other rewards. Val and I are silly geese and forgot to make ours active.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. I almost didn't notice on mine.
I couldn't think of it.
The number of Tiltify like charity streams I have done, you would think, and yet
Well, the ones that I've done, I haven't been in charge of. I've only been a
yeah.
participant.
In my defense, oh crap!
I don't see how that's
I don't
relevant.
want to die.
The existence of crap?
Sorry, I was very low on the health.
I feel that, personally.
For me, I knew they were there. I was just like, oh, I'll just activate them just before stream starts. That
Oh.
makes logical sense. And then life happened, and distracted brain happened, and yeah.
I have an old man
God, how much
following
health
me.
does
I don't
that
like
have?
this.
Yes.
Old man, please, why are you following me? Help, help, help.
Mark,
Welcome to
I
MULTIGIRLS,
believe your
everyone.
donation might qualify you for some stuff. It was 18 pounds, and so let's go see. We have officially surpassed
won't leave
our
me
original
alone.
goal, which was 200
Thank you for
pounds.
the heart
Right?
container.
Oh yeah, I guess we have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And light shoes for Sonic. Enjoy.
Normally I'd say it in Sonic's voice. I'd be like, oh my god, Virtue, thanks! But it's Blaze.
Didn't we have a
in this one.
milestone for 200?
Oh,
let's
you know what?
see here.
You know what? We
Yes,
did.
I think someone did.
We
in my
do.
in my stream, I'll be now spending an hour in robot voice once I get it set up. Hold on.
Huzzah. So, Mark, yours was 18 pounds, so you can choose. You can ask Aiden to sing, and they will sing you a song. You can.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
right,
think you
it
have
was-
to
sorry.
select it, which is why I
Mine-
feel silly that ours weren't active.
Mine was for 5 pounds and 5 minutes. I will speak in terrible rhyme. I'm not sure if that's a good incentive or a bad incentive.
Oh, okay. Woo!
It is the absolute best incentive. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't want to do Zarian.
No!
I don't want to do Zarian. I'm too.
Wait, hold on.
All right, we get another $50, and I end up having to stop whatever I'm doing, which right now isn't a whole hell of a lot, but and have a full wardrobe change because I become an adorable sea otter. So,
Ooh.
because I did not
Ooh.
have a mermaid thing, but I figured sea otter fit the bill. So,
Sea otters
It's
are cool.
it's aquatic-ish.
Yeah.
Just like mermaids.
Mhm.
I'd like everyone to know the extent of my despair. Someone sent me a fully upgraded boss weapon, and then I killed one enemy and immediately picked up another weapon.
I mean,
All right. Let's see what this all gets you.
Anybody in my chat?
Another emblem for you. I couldn't hear it, so I don't know.
Waffle. The sass in that emote.
Oh
I'm
wait!
15. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to be doing Zarian right now.
I don't have a sword.
Find out how terrible terrible rhymes are. Should be hashtag content.
Robot bees? I mean,
Okay,
that's
Google.
close, right?
Set a 5-minute timer.
Fair.
Thank you, Mark, for your donation. Your charitable kindness brings me such elation. I'm scared to do this fucking boss because I lack the special sauce.
You have Radiant
Oh
Orb,
my.
so it's actually not that bad. Actually, you have Radiant Orb, so you can literally stand like right under his ribcage and then just spam Radiant Orb, and you shouldn't get hit.
Oh, Duckie, your faith is misplaced.
Shouldn't.
I'm going to
Shouldn't.
be murdered by this boss. Post haste!
No.
Okay, in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have done good color because the pink water is freaking me out.
Haha! I forgot! Boss Rando is on! I don't have to fight the...
Lab glasses?
that... shit. Haha, I forgot Boss Rando is on, so now all I have to fight is Genza, who is Daddy's pawn!
Yeah, I'm sure that's all he is.
Genza changes into my mom. That's weird. Come on.
Oh my.
Oh, right.
Oh,
You're
I
doing
warned you
my.
rhymes would
Are you
be
serious?
terrible.
Wait, what? I already have. Okay,
And that's
good. I was
not
gonna say I already
terrible,
have
like,
progression gloves.
Terrible.
Okay, now I have
Another
my-
fire trap. Fun.
But that would be hacks. I don't want people to think my reward redemptions are lax.
Well, I got my boomerang. It doesn't think I have my boomerang yet, though.
That should be better.
That
I
hurt.
think.
The hell? I don't have my
Hurt a
boomerang.
lot.
What happened?
I'm trying my best.
How does that sound?
I
Yeah,
think I
okay.
glitched. I think
Trap.
my game glitched
Whoa.
Oh heck.
I think that's better. I'm gonna restart the timer.
because the item looked like
you know,
uh
if I die,
gloves at
it's
first,
for
but I
the
both
best.
had both
it
my
gives me
gloves.
another chance to rest.
There we go.
Okay.
Restarted my timer. That's better.
Ah, thank you for the follow, Drift. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
Hopfen,
Oh, I just realized I have to.
Holy fuck!
I have to
A
hydrate and
bunny
stop
has
sitting like a shrimp because I
donated
definitely
a
was
lot
sitting
of
like a shrimp.
cash.
That is a
How much?
fucking-
Oh heck!
Thank
What
you
has
so
come
very
to
much.
pass? They have picked a ring Sona from Aiden.
Ooh!
Ooh, ring Sona!
Congratulations,
Yay!
Hopfen.
Oh,
You
really?
will be filled with elation.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That was a 90-pounder then?
That
Yeah,
sure
that was a very fun
was,
incentive.
because
That's-
Hopfen
That's
is great.
wow. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That
I'm
didn't
not.
rhyme.
I'm not a problem with this.
Thank you, Hupfen. And
muted.
yeah, that means I gotta go change clothes.
Sorry, I'm muted. Hi, thank you, Hopfen. I
The
was
problem
muted. I
with
did not know
rhyming
I
and
was
having
muted.
multiple voices
It's
is I
okay.
sometimes have to pause so that I can make word choices.
Wait.
I don't want to talk over others in chat, but oh my god, I should have thought of that.
All
All
right.
right, I will be right back.
Anyway, Hopfen, at any time you can DM me details of what you want, and I will, and like details and shit.
Bounce bracelet.
And I'll make
Oh
you a
boy!
persona.
Oh
Listen,
heck.
I'm great and more that I'm
Oh,
overpaid
joy.
for what I contribute to the world.
That's
You know
it.
what? I don't know how to like exactly
Fast
respond to that,
forwards.
but either way,
Cheap
it's
thrills.
very much appreciated.
Do. Eryn, now is not the time to be singing an Agent Orange song. We're not
Oh, I
playing
didn't do the cave.
Tony Hawk's. But
Maybe
maybe,
we should be. Maybe
it'll
we
be an
should bring the
archipelago and not for long.
By the way, Eryn, I am currently wielding your favorite weapon.
Big stick,
Yeah.
big stick
Now-
best, big stick bay. That
So
weapon really makes my day.
I'm loving this. Thank you
I was
for-
really hoping that I was really hoping you were going to try to
many
rhyme
do I have?
stick.
ugh, I need 6 more points in order to get another hint.
I missed my chance with that one. I'm sorry. Next time, I will make sure my rhymes are horny.
Okay.
That's a slant rhyme, but we'll allow it.
Shit, poop, and crap. That's the second
enough.
time I have died to that.
Well, I'm just over here glad that we aren't doing mutual deaths, because that would be very sad for a lot of us.
I briefly thought about it.
Yeah, I know. And we were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Normally I don't. I don't think I said I was gonna do it though, but I briefly thought about it. I
It'd be
never
one thing if
briefly think about it.
It'd be one thing if we were, doing this like weekly or something. We were used to our games very much, that we didn't die very frequently. But this is not it. Ah,
It's a
heck.
Sonic game.
I've
Like, I'm
played
good at
this.
Sonic
Oh,
Adventure
thank God.
too.
Okay, Google, stop.
It's Sonic Adventure 2. I can die because
Mark, thank you for
Sonic
picking
sneezes.
to make Eryn speak. Stop!
Can you?
I'm gonna die to the curse rod in Greatwood because
Okay.
fuck.
The curse-wadded Greatwood.
Yeah. This is like not a hard boss, but also like
Speak for yourself.
it's.
I
mean, I've fought it
that.
a
No, bring
bajillion
the
times,
sun's
but I've
first
also
one, sorry.
never had to fight it with. Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
I powered up that big stick. Fuck.
Tower key. There you go.
I already cheated and bought the tower key.
That's right.
Damn it.
Okay. Well,
I
Thanks,
needed
I'm
it to
useless
get my
I have.
my progression.
Although that should give me enough. That should give me enough to get another hint. No, I need one more point. I only got 5.
I'm no longer using
Waffle.
big stick.
What is Genza weak to?
What is?
Fire and
What is it?
Pretty sure he's weak to Gorb.
yeah, which is sharp.
Oh, that's
Sharp.
right. I didn't hear you say it.
Ooh, so Forbidden Tome?
Yep.
Nice. Do I have... Alright, let's try this.
Fairy.
Remember, if you need help, I'm here too.
Yes. Oh yeah, you know,
Oh, fuck.
considering you speedrun this as well. I technically do. I was actually very tempted to ask Waffle for... Well, I have never seen Genza do that attack in my life.
Which one?
And they threw something, like a thing on the ground and it like spiked up.
You've never
Oh,
seen
yeah.
that before?
I have never seen that where they like...
Laser
Maybe I
blaster.
wasn't close enough to them.
Interesting.
It's actually so you know the attack he does where he like tries to like stab you with an arm spear.
Yes.
If you're too far away from him when he wants to do that, he'll throw the orbs instead.
That explains it.
That's what I wanted to
So, I'm back, and I
Damn
am
it.
now. Hold on. Click the button. All right. I am now Seattle. So, yay! I am now.
I might
Very
bug
adorable.
Waffle if he's so
Oh.
inclined.
Why am I getting such a shadow?
Sickles. To do a New Game Plus refresher stream with me one day, because I...
Oh yeah.
do. Oh, who had my sword again? I forgot.
Duckie and Waffle both conjointly taught me Timespinner routing.
Yeah, for the randomizer. Me and Waffle run different categories in the speedrun, so
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we spent 5 minutes arguing about which way I should go, and I was just sitting there with my fucking thumb in my mouth like, I don't know.
All right.
Did you say your thumb?
in
Okay.
her
I didn't
mouth.
by chance get Oak's parcel while I was away, did I?
I don't think so.
I
have
heard
you met
plum,
us?
and I was confused.
Y'all are horny. Y'all are just horny about it.
What's horny about plum?
I thought you assumed ass. Never mind.
Oh,
you can do that on
no, that's a
Dash.
peach.
Stage
That's true.
select.
That's true.
You know what?
Damn
Fair
it.
enough.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected.
Oh no, I'm out of. Heck.
Hey, Raid.
This is gonna feel so nice when I
Hey,
finally
a raid.
defeat you.
When did ours come in? I didn't
Oh,
realize the one
damn.
was
Why my sound's not working?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Verized is here.
Oh no, my sound alerts aren't working.
He's
on
here
this
to
for this song.
mansplain everything to us.
there was a
I
please
forgot to
explain
make sure
things
my
to
sound
the
alerts were on
podcast.
here.
Oh no!
No, wait, no. My stream elements alerts are on though. What?
You say I
Damn.
saw it was Raid.
Yeah, it's been going. Hi, Wolf Puppy. Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh.
I believe counts. Seemed like a smart fella.
I
Or a
can
fart
even
smeller.
keep the mitts on while I play. That's so great.
Hey, Kemp,
Does it
thank
work?
you so much.
There. Okay. So for some reason, Amelia couldn't do it, but I could. Okay. Planet Zoo. Yes. Hello, everyone. For those, I'm gonna mute the Discord for a bit.
Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
Aim for the cockpit. That's
Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Thank you.
Aim.
Thank you.
Which banjo characters though?
All of them.
golden ritual spear. Does that
No!
What's the Pedro character that says thank you? It's Mad Monster Mansion Town or something.
Oh, thank you.
I
It's
am
the,
back. And I am out of arrows. And bombs.
It's the things that you fart eggs into.
I hate
In
these.
the graveyard, you fart eggs into it, and when you fart enough eggs
Okay, I
into
got
it,
him.
they sprout
No!
flowers, and then
Wait,
they
wait.
go on.
Okay.
All right. Well, Zarian's done.
So good.
Okay, that's good at least.
I still do not have pass access.
Wait. Hold on, I'm missing a... There's supposed to be 5?
I am learning very quickly that using a spear against Curse-Routed Greatwood, not the most ideal scenario. Oh my god, he didn't die!
So that every time you get a new weapon, it
Hold on.
auto-equips?
Anytime I get any new piece of equipment that is equippable, it will auto-equip.
I could see pros and cons to this, yes.
Stage.
Ooh!
That was my method. That was my
Bumbo's
method
medallion.
of making.
Nice.
That was my method
Can I
of
do
making
anything
my
now?
Dark Souls YAML a little bit stinkier.
Can I do anything more now?
It's a little stinky this way.
Over there. Let's go.
Which is why I was complaining earlier when I said, like, someone sent me a fully upgraded boss weapon, and then I immediately, the next thing I picked up was a different weapon that was +0.
Oof.
Oof!
Give me house Pokemon.
Give me here. Hello?
Yeah, I was
Amy?
muted. I was eating a snack.
Oh, sneaky snack? Nom 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 nom.
Sneaky snack.
Alright. Save and quit. Back. I'm gonna go to the mountain.
There was another option that would make it so that I couldn't change my equipment, but I decided to not turn that one on, just in case I wanted to give myself an out and just be like, okay, I'm just gonna equip a good weapon.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Gosh dang it.
I should have made that an incentive for me, where I'll just like, in a future multi-world, I'll turn that on. This is not a very good weapon.
I have bombs, I have bombs. I do not have arrows, but I have bombs.
Gold teeth.
It's a thing you give the fucker in
Yep.
Fuchsia.
Oh yeah.
I have exactly 21 points.
Yeah, I got a few more bosses I'm gonna have to beat before I can get that for you, Virtue. I am sorry.
Kimmy, can you reach Route 16?
Oh, toll-free
To be honest, I don't
survey.
remember
That's
which
probably
16 is.
totally
This one.
legit.
A few days ago, I read the compliments. You got
Wow,
me.
Yuki! Oh.
I think I can get to 16.
Yuki! No!
Val, did you get your explanation on how to
People are
progress?
being nice to me!
I know. Oh.
Well, new friend Virtue, I don't know if you've realized, but I think you deserve it. So let people be nice to you, or so help me God. Make me walk over there. Look, if my friends make me have to say nice things about myself, then I'm gonna make everyone say nice things about themselves. Gosh darn it. Ta-da!
I tried it to self-deprecate.
Aggressive positivity!
I'm getting
That's
better at
fair.
it with streaming because, like, then you do it and then it bums out chat, and I'd rather not bum out chat.
Oh, wrong side.
How dare you spread good vibes and
Right?
make her accept
Vibes.
happy. We are going to make her accept all of the love and affection.
No!
Okay, and we are back to
Enforced
stuck.
love.
Do-do-do-do.
I'm gonna say so. Curse-Routed Greatwood, not that easy when you're doing 30 damage a hit.
Oh.
Ah, I need one more point to get the hint for my twin pyramid keys. That sucks.
Oh no.
So, I'm back in BK mode.
You could do Sudoku for
Oh, finally a telepathic panel.
For hints?
Fierce sent me a typing game on a very, very old school looking website that's hilarious. I'm just gonna get you a better
IBV.
spot.
Fantastic.
IBV Witch Tree?
It's closer. 2 more left.
Duckie.
I could crouch.
Can you get to the
state
IBV Witch Tree?
But I'm trying
branch?
to not be. Trying to respect what the seed gives.
That's gonna be a while.
Okay, no rush. It's just a bottle. I was just curious.
But I also don't want to. I thought about glitching. Thanks to Waffle's excellent tutorial on how to glitch into doors.
Why not? Why not just glitch into Dork?
Well, because I'm trying to respect the stank of the seed. The curl of the burl.
Seed stank.
Do what you think is best, I guess. I would think the stinkiest thing would be to cheat.
You're good, Mullet.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
Come at Yuki. You're making me cry.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, or I appreciate the physics. It would just be nice to go anywhere. At this point, I'm just building up my Pokemon while I wait.
So what do you need to wake up the old man?
Oak's parcel.
I did put enemy rando into my link to the past game. Jank, hello! Welcome to our multi-girls stream.
Thank.
If I can't beat Cursed Rider Greatwood on this run, I might actually just equip a better weapon.
Do you not like enemy rando? I'd never done enemy rando before, so I figured like, well, if I'm going and doing a Triforce hunt, this could be fun.
I need...
And in some instances, it was, and in some instances, it was not.
Fuck's sake.
Okay.
What you say?
What you say?
Oh, sorry, she started it.
She did start it.
Damn.
Alright.
Calling people out, are we?
So if I'm doing, this website is hilarious. This is,
Oh wait, I wanted to go the other one.
this
Yeah,
is
whatever.
so bad. It still says copyright 2023, but I do not think this website, I'm surprised it's not running off of GeoCities.
They
Oh, wow.
probably just had
Wow.
have the code automatically put the current year, so that the copyright never expires.
You're right.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know, that's a thing you can do with HTML and beyond.
Like my favorite website of all time is CaliforniaOnFire.com. All it does is just says yes, and it updates to whenever you last refresh the page.
That is hilarious. Okay.
Well, I can get a couple more checks cleared, but it's not going to help because all it'll get me is hints. Hint points, and not actual hints.
I finally had a moment to check on the adorable onesie.
Spixies.
Lived up to the name.
Oh, I just spent like 10 minutes on
Otter.
that.
Banjo did not get close enough.
It's in everything.
You know, I will give you that.
Anyway, Kimmy,
Yes.
how far from Route 16 are you?
I am on Route 16 right now.
Okay, the
I remember where
housewoman
that check
gets
is.
me my moon pearl. That'll allow me to explore the dark world. There's still no sword, but whatever.
There we go. Okay, hold on. We're gonna play some typing games.
Fun.
See, do we want Ollie Street typing, trick or type, keyboard rebel,
Rebel.
spacebar invaders?
Oh, that one for sure.
Frogs are off their diet.
Oh.
That's what we're playing. The frogs are eating all the letters. Help them stay on their diet by typing the letters before they get swallowed. Bonus points for bugs. Okay, I'm gonna do this so I can still see chat. If anyone gets something for me, let me know because I'm tabbed away.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm learning how to type.
Where the fuck is this thing?
There will not be fractions involved in this, but Mark, thank you for reminding me that I do need to play frog fractions.
Oh no.
2 and 3. Difficulty advanced.
I found him.
Commonly misspelled words, Spanish words, French words, German words. I definitely read that as homo row, but it just says
Oh!
row.
Let's go.
Nice, nice.
No, it's Homo
Okay.
right
Classic
now.
tales.
Still can't use them, but oh, it hasn't updated yet. Hold on.
Oh god.
The president must be over there. Let's go.
Oh, it's very loud. I'm sorry. There. Okay. Was.
This ain't your grandma's typing game. This shit rocks.
Yes.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, it's so loud. How do I pause? How do I pause? I don't know.
Damn, this typing game made by Sega. This shit.
Yeah.
Alright, sometimes I have to refresh it.
Oh god.
Also, I've already forgotten where my sword was.
That noise. Oh god, that comes down fast.
I'm getting closer.
Decent.
Right, Eryn. Eryn, are you anywhere near military fortress now?
I need to beat several shit.
Okay.
Several shit.
I got very overwhelmed by the game. There are several things I need to do before I can even get into the military hangar. I've got 2 other bosses I have to beat that I can't beat until, let's see.
I'm gonna have to do some. Yay! Thank you, Kimmy! I can do Dark World shit now.
Yay!
So that's at least something.
Yeah, I did not expect that banjo either. Let's see.
Where am I?
What do I have?
Wait a minute.
I need twin pyramid keys. I need keycard C. I need to be able to get to the past.
Are you using specific keycards?
Yes, I had that randomized.
Okay, I have not done the Smith. LTTPR Dwarven Smith.
No,
Where
I
is
don't want
he?
to place my score on the scoreboard. Okay. Let's find another typing game.
It'll be on the scoreboard.
Oops, I dropped my controller. Technically, yes, I am near the military hangar, but there are 2 other bosses I have to beat before the gate will be open to go in. Yeah, wheel or twin pyramid key would get me to the past, but I need 1 more point for hints, Waffle, and I am out of points. So, Negata! Welcome!
Okay, I see what I gotta do. I can do that now. Sweet. So I gotta go to Kakariko and turn up. Go up to the
Oh,
portal
good.
there.
The Golden Ritual Spear doesn't have a
Eryn's
heavy.
game's done quick. Yes. Martian City Defender. Return of the Keyboard. Typing Wars Return of the Keyboard. Stop the evil Galactic Empire.
You gotta stop the evil Galactic Empire.
I also realized
Obviously.
at some point I hit the number 1 and totally reset my timer, so I just got rid of it.
I hate that.
I do
Ollie
appreciate
typing.
boots
Nose
though.
grinds, kickflips, and sick ollies. Are you stoked to pop the loudest ollie in the city? Use the spacebar for a
Oh,
rad
my.
trick that will
Finally.
face plant all
Finally
the
do
birds.
this.
Hey, speaking
Let's
of
do the
Tony Hawk,
dance.
You gotta pop the loudest ollie, just like Tony Hawk.
Can't do that yet.
About ollies. How loud they
True.
are.
Alright.
it'd
Keyboard
be cool if these
revolution.
fucking NPCs would do anything while I'm being attacked
Alright.
right in front of them.
Friends, who are we
Nah,
using
why would they do
for
that?
my dancer? Denise the Dancing Duck, Disco
Yes.
Stu, Peppy the
damn
Polka
it.
Penguin, Martina the Ballerina. Oh, Martina.
Martina, the ballerina.
Normally I say the penguin, but it's that kind of stream. I think you gotta do the ballerina.
Gotta do the ballerina.
There you go, Kimmy. You got Oak's parcel.
Oh, it's Kimmy's, not mine.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Alright, choose a song. Tropical Sea Breeze, Banjo Jamboree, Smooth Jazz Mix, or Trance Hop. Synthorama.
Trance,
old,
because
old European ditty.
No, B.
I'm
No,
not
B. Leave
officially
me alone.
I am
Leave me
officially
alone.
Actually, I think I need to turn the sound on for that one because I said sound off. So, but we're gonna turn down Google Chrome by like a lot. It is getting
So
long.
good.
I want it to like get much longer before the wedding so that I can have like big, funky, braided mohawk updo. We are growing it out for the wedding.
Okay, there it is. Okay. Well, I got a nugget anyway. Oh, come on.
I
No,
appreciate
no, no,
the
no.
nugget. It is appreciated.
Money. No, no, leave me alone. I must bomb.
Oh my god. What is
Body
this?
slam. Body slam.
Why did I do this? I had to do the wall missions. Again.
And, well, there's rage.
This
There,
is such
there's
a
your
bad-
rage, Val. You can express
Oh, I'm pretty
it now.
sure I already had my rage. But I appreciate the supplemental
Oh my
rage.
god, this is awful.
Oh, no, no. Apparently I did a Canadian impersonation. What?
I don't remember you doing. Yeah, I saw that. I don't remember you doing that.
Yuki, what did I say?
Yes, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I love this so much.
Shouldn't know what you're talking about.
This is such an awful website. The ballerina moves do not match trance hop, and it's just literally 10 seconds of
Yeah, but I said
looping music.
sorry, not sorry.
Sorry.
Just worry about
Oh,
it.
sorry, eh?
Kimmy's awakened
So
me to
sorry.
fucking,
Dance,
like,
dance, repulsion. Yes.
Kimmy's awakened me to the Newfoundland accent. I feel like I need to like learn it just to have it.
It's
in my back pocket.
Newfoundland.
What did I say?
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
You said
Go
Newfoundland.
back to your archipelago. Archipelago. I tried to pronounce it wrong.
Archipelago. Nagata, I'm
Archipelago.
stuck, and I can't
What
do
did I-
anything, and I can't hint to find the next item that I need.
Wait. Where do I get
so
the
I'm
item
just
from the dwarves?
trying to fill some time with some things and some stuff. That awful typing game was one of the things, but yeah.
Okay,
That
hold
does
on.
not
But
plug, I
good
imagine.
news, we
Okay, there it is. Oh, well, there's a Poke Flute. You can wake up Snorlax now.
We have surpassed our original
Yeah,
goal
see?
of 200.
By the time
We're
I
on the
get
way
what
to
I
5.
need, I'm just gonna be able to fly.
Yeah, right.
What about our goal? What happened?
Like,
Oh, I was just saying we
the
have
original.
already passed our original goal of 200 pounds, and we are well on our way, over halfway to our second goal of 500 pounds. Kimmy, you're offline?
Kimmy's internet die.
I think Kimmy.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oh no, Sap.
having a moment.
It's
Hold
weird that
on.
we all heard her at the same time, though. Internet's out.
Well, sometimes, depending on what happens, certain things drop for me anyway. Things and stuff are fun. Yeah, so I'm just kind of sitting here, just chatting with my friends. Ask me anything. In the Newfoundland accent, it's Newfoundland.
That's what.
Yep.
No, okay, that's what I was gonna say. I'm literally pausing the game for this. I pronounced it like that the one day on stream, and Duckie said, "You fucking idiot," and it's Newfoundland. And so I corrected myself, and then I said, "Oh, this stream is Newfoundland," and now it's wrong. Duckie
So,
2010 of Twitch.
my father-in-law is from Newfoundland, and the way he pronounces it in his accent is Newfoundland. Like you put the accent on the land.
I love that.
It's Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
Also, my father-in-law, Kevin, if you see this, I'm sorry. That was not a good. Newfoundlandese is a hard one, boy.
Hey, Yuki, where are you from again?
I cannot do. It's just
Imagine
starts,
John's in this
it just
time.
starts turning into me stereotypical Irish, and that's not very nice either.
That's what,
So,
that's what
Oh my God.
You said it's partially Irish.
do my in-laws watch the stream? My in-laws know I do this. Do they watch me? No. Not that I'm. Although I am 4 followers away from 1,000, so maybe I will make my in-laws all accounts and just follow me so that so that I can have 1,000.
the
So,
only
like-
accent I have is United States Southern, and like, I try not to.
I am very Midwestern and sound very Midwestern.
What's going
I
on?
can't-
Oh, there we are. Now it's following me.
I'm Southern. I
What
sound
am I gonna
like
do
this.
with the chest again?
Wow.
We're all just gonna glaze over the fact that Aaron's gonna follow bot for 4 accounts.
4 followers.
It's not follow
That's
bots, it's
fair.
your family.
Yeah, it's not follow bots if they're real accounts.
Either way, so yes, I have a Canadian from the East Coast in my chat who was very offended at how you originally said Newfoundland. Very offended.
Follow fams, exactly. So years ago, Nagata, when I was in high school, my hair, because I have naturally like curly, wavy hair, when I would straighten it, it would pretty much reach my butt, and I am 5'4", 5'5" with shoes on, so that should give a good idea of how much hair I have. A couple of years ago, when my cousin was going through treatment for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and she was losing her hair, a bunch of us chopped off lots of our hair in solidarity, and so I went from hair that was at least to mid-back or further to collarbones. So I think I chopped off like 8 to 10 inches.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And then I've been kind of keeping it like
I
the
can't
collarbone,
run.
like in between ears and collarbone length. How do I
I
feel
can't
about it
run
when it
with
was
this
chopped?
chest.
Light. My head felt infinitely lighter, like I had lost 20 pounds of just hair. And
I can't run with chest. Oh no!
oh no. It is easier to wash, straighten, style, all that sort of stuff when it's shorter, but I really want like a funky braided mohawk thing for my wedding hair, so.
Oh yeah.
You get a sword so fast in that seed, Waffle. How did you manage that?
Librarian hat?
Librarian hat.
I think it's because Waffle is just used to not having swords.
This is true, and Waffle's better at that game than me. Waffle's better at most games than me.
The Canadians have arrived.
Huzzah!
Canadians have arrived.
Rabble, rabble.
There was just a gaggle of geese that flew by my apartment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm like, wait.
We're watching you.
I thought there was already at least one Canadian, if not more than one.
2, eh?
That's what I thought.
I'm like 20 minutes from Windsor, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
Canadian by proxy.
Honorary.
Kimmy's an honorary Canadian.
You muted this, muted it
where
and
am
walked
I?
away. That's fair,
Oh, wait.
Waffle.
Where am I?
There are
I'm
times,
there.
Nagata, where I'm like, you know what? I think shaving my head would be kind of cool,
Yeah.
but
Done
then
it
I
once.
worry about the growing it out.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You know what? I recommend everybody and anybody try shaving their head at least once. Because back when I took the dive and shaved my head, I was terrified of it. I shaved my head because I'd been bleaching and dyeing for years. My hair was not happy with me. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do this thing. And I looked good. Like, I was so happy with it. And I got so many compliments. And now, if it ever ends up being later in life that I end up having to, for some reason or another, go without hair, the anxiety's gone. Like, I've already done it.
I'm
Makes
worried
sense.
that my head's gonna be lumpy.
That was my worry, because I was dating somebody at the time who did have a very bumpy head and kept their hair cut very, very tight. And so I was like, oh god, I'm gonna have ridgy alien head. I just know it. And then I'm gonna be wearing hats and scarves until my hair grows out. And sure enough,
Oh
I
my
didn't,
God.
and it was great.
Yeah,
I spent-
my head because I already get called sir and bro enough in public with long hair and makeup.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I will fight them.
I spent 23 years. I spent 23 years shaving my head. I'm good.
Another emblem.
Thank you. I like those here. Yummy, yummy. So cool for my
Yeah,
meal.
considering you have my freaking sword.
Do I?
Yes, right?
Do I?
No, wait, no. Sorry, not you.
I was
Wait.
like, oh my god.
I don't know who.
I don't have it, do I? Because I feel bad for anybody who's got
No,
something.
it's
like-
sorry. It's back again.
I thought Eryn had it.
Is it Eryn?
I don't remember. I was pretty confident it wasn't me, but like also it could just be me.
Yeah, Eryn has it. Sorry, my
Honestly, I
bad.
don't think I'm holding anything that anybody hinted for.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything hint across my screen yet.
Okay.
We'll just blame Aiden anyways.
All right.
No.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I muted
that's
myself to respond to chat. So the voices that you hear at number 1 is Duckie at 2010.
Hi.
We are all playing.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if Nagata remembers, but we have met in person before.
Oh, at like a GTA meetup.
Yeah, like way back in the day when ANC Games used to run weeklies.
Oh wow. So y'all go way back.
Damn.
If it's any
That is
consolation, you've not met me
Duckie.
in
We
person.
are playing, all of our games are linked via an archipelago server. So Duckie is playing Dark Souls 3. I'm playing Timespinner. Kimmy is playing Pokemon. Aiden is playing Sonic Adventure 2.
It's true.
Val is also playing Pikachu, and Virtue is playing Link to the Past. If you would like to watch all of us, the command is !multi. Just make sure you mute all but one stream, otherwise you're going to hear 6 voices 6 times. And that might be a lot. Ooh, Jin Inferno. I mean, not anything that's going to help me, but honestly.
Painting Guardian Gown.
That rules. That
I
was
guess
one of the hardest missions I have in my entire scene. That was very climactic.
President must be
For just Nagata's the only one who's gonna.
Midnight Cloak. Oh, I have a sword.
Nagata's gonna be the only one who
Look at that!
understands those.
Sword for Virtue.
Why?
What's happening about Nagata?
When we first met, it was at ANC Games in the old location. That's how long it's been.
Oh, there you go.
I don't understand how that command didn't update when all of the other ones did, so I'm a silly goose. Kemps and I are probably going to stream tomorrow, so let's try that again. There we go.
There we go. Yep, multi.
We're looking at 10 years, yeah.
I'm getting closer.
So just a while.
Just a little while.
So those are all the
I
lovely
forgot to
voices
heal
and
from-
folks that you hear. Please follow everybody. It is a lot of names. There's 6 of us. There's supposed to be 7, but unfortunately Alice woke up not feeling very well, so they unfortunately bowed out. We've got 3 PNG tubers, and Virtue, yours counts as a VTuber.
I am a
correct?
VTuber, a full VTuber.
Full VTuber.
I have a 3D and a 2D model. The 2D model is a free one that I have credits for in my stream. 3D one I made from scratch using free booth assets. But I didn't want to use the 3D one because I was worried with all the programs I'm running it was going to be too crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Ferret, thank you so much. For Carrie, who I see already has her, for Val, who already has her outfit on, and for Urza, thank you. You didn't pick an incentive,
Yay!
but if you would like,
Yay!
yes, we have a bunch of incentives for £5. For 5 minutes, I will speak in terrible rhymes. For £5, Aiden will do a line read of anything you would like in any accent you would like. For £7, you can make Aiden sing. For £20, Aiden will mute themselves for how long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Finally, I can do this fucking dungeon.
For a £25 donation, there's only one of these available. Val has donated a handmade 5x7 journal. For also £25, it's Eryn's Artist Corner. You give me a prompt and I'll draw it, and if you would like me to send it to you, I would send it to you. For also £25, we've got another homemade journal and a hair scrunchy grab bag, also donated by Al. There are 2 ring sonas left available for £90, where Aiden will draw you. And for £150, video tube model.
Basically, I make you a PNG tuber rig.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So.
That's why
There's only one.
There's only one.
Yeah, there's only one slot for that.
Because it's at least 4 in.
I can't remember why I started using Khadgar over multi-stream. I felt like multi-stream was like, I don't know.
Multi-stream is kind of bulky.
I think that was maybe part of it, and
Thank
Khadgar
you, Ferret.
organized things on the screen a little bit better.
It has little mitts.
How much for a hand-delivered hug from Eryn? Depending on where
Oh, no,
you
no, I'm good
are
with
in
dungeon.
this globe, probably whatever the cost of a WestJet or Air Canada flight is to your location of choice.
Or a Delta.
I mean, it has actually done. Well, from the little, it's the international airport, but not really. From the little municipal airport that flies out of my town, my 2 choices.
Yes, I would do that,
are
Ferret. And yes,
WestJet
it's so stinking cute.
However, if you do donate and you would like, we can pair for airfare and you'll go places. You're the one paying for it. I would wonder.
Eryn, do you need ether?
Do I need ether? No, not really.
Okay, because I just got a hint saying it's in the ice cave, and if I don't have to do it, then I'll put it off for later.
No, not needed at all.
Have a nice little hat there.
Yeah.
You know, I would love to make it to the GTA at some point. I have only ever been in the airport, which doesn't even really count because it's in Windsor, I think. Where's Toronto Pearson? Yeah, it's not
in
actually
Toronto.
Oh, is it actually in Toronto?
It's like the outskirts of Toronto.
Okay.
No, I don't want to fall there.
Toronto or not, but
that would be fun. Depending on who you ask, Toronto goes all the way up to like Newmarket. So,
I mean, fair. I have. This is the longest I have ever been in BK.
I mean, the Detroit airport is like 35 minutes outside of downtown, so.
Windsor's a 3-hour drive east of Toronto. See, okay,
Yeah, I live in London, and I'm closer to Windsor than Toronto.
I am. My knowledge, like, of the geographical layout of the GTA is limited. To be fair, my family's from Thunder Bay. I have more in common with Manitoba than I do with the rest of Ontario. So.
You do not have a good weapon for fighting crabs.
Yes. Crab. I hate the hair on the crabs. They're so gross. But one day, I would like to go do all of the, like, cliche Toronto things and, you know, call it the Six and pretend I'm friends with Drake and...
No, if you're from Toronto, you don't want to be friends with Drake.
Oh, okay. I think I'm the only person in the world that actually liked his house music album. Am I the only person that liked Honestly Nevermind? I like house music, though, so...
Here's my tiny...
A filthy tourist. Yes. I'd be a filthy tourist in my own province. I don't even know Vancouver all that well.
I assume Val is not anywhere near Cinnabar.
I am nowhere near anything. I have checked everything that I can check. I am dead in the water without Oak's parcel.
Yeah, understood. I need key cards C, or I need the wheel or twin pyramid keys to be able to do.
I'm trying to get the big chest here. Let's see what I got.
Waffle or Duckie, you also rando this game. There's a room that's flashing green on my tracker.
I think that means it has more than one thing in it.
Oh, okay.
I do not.
Oh, there's surf at least.
Pew Pew in Overwatch.
Oh, now I do.
I'm always happy to see you.
that's something.
It's
my
something.
friends that don't
it's
follow.
water gone.
Follow. Well, it means I can swim to Cinnabar, and I have. I'm sorry, I'm speaking over people. I'm going to be quiet now.
It's okay.
Someone has hinted for something in the flashing room. Oh, that's
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. That is where Virtue's sword is.
My next level sword, because I did find another part of my progressive sword already. So.
Huzzah!
Also, the game is lagging so much. What the fuck? Oh, geez, I'm almost up to the boss in here already.
All right.
Oh, yeah, if you have surf, you can get to Cinnabar.
Oh, not up. I'm not there yet.
Can't complain.
Here's the worst thing. It's the large tail.
Okay. Sorry, I'm very much in chat interaction mode because I can't do anything right now, and I can't hint to find out what I can do next. So, mi scusi. I should also learn to hit my own mute button, which I have.
I already have 3 badges. Despite having done absolutely fucking nothing.
Once that freak on the ground gets out of your way, though, you're like booking it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Game.
So now I can go to Cinnabar, so I can do stuff, which is awesome.
Yes.
Muting is for scrub streamers. That's why I don't mute.
Just don't do it.
Ha!
Yes.
What sucks is I've got to do... I gotta go all the way back down here to switch the switch. Now I go back all the way up, and then my heart containers are available. Wait, do I still have my red potion? I do. Okay, good.
what could I do?
What shall I do today? Sorry.
You're excused.
Anyone else watch Pippi Longstocking as a child?
No.
Yes.
No.
I was trying to place that of like, hold on, that unlocked the core memory, but what is the memory about?
I don't think America
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we had like a cartoon in like I think it was like late 90s, early 2000s of Pippi Longstocking.
did that shit. I've heard of Pippi Longstocking. I don't think America did that.
Oh, someone has hinted for something that is apparently all
This
the
might have
way
been
in
a
my
mistake.
pyramid as well. So,
Awesome.
Oh yeah, this might have been a mistake.
Landis was a health nut. She cooked food in a walk.
Oh.
I had a great big cock-a-doodle-doodle. The rooster just won't quit.
Is it the
Papa
theme
needs to
song of
walk.
Pippi Longstocking?
Yes.
I must be getting closer.
Does this work?
Dad percent is a thing. Oh, right.
Does this work?
This will
No.
work.
Oh, bomb boat? No. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
think
trying
so.
my magic.
Oh, that really wasn't. Oh.
I think one of them does, but I don't remember.
Well, it wasn't any of the ones I tried, so the only ones I have. Some bombs, thank you.
It's a stampede. Crash.
Yeah,
Bombs don't even work. I have to hit it with a sword?
Hello. I think. Oh my God. Knives.
Don't bounce me, don't
crash,
bounce me. No, don't bounce me.
BRB.
Damn it. I didn't turn the right way. Three hits? How many hits is it?
Yes, it takes to get this to enter the boss.
I would like to know, yes.
A 2, a 3.
Please be 6, please be. Oh shit, it's fast! This is the part I hate! No! I got knocked off! Fuck! No, like, this is horrible because I get knocked off and I have to do the entire boss fight again. This is why I hate this dungeon, that's right.
Oh, fucking Senti.
Yeah!
Yeah, Senti can suck it. I hate that fucking bitch.
I keep wanting to say it's Tail Cave because that's where all that's where the identical monster in Link's Awakening is.
I've played Link's Awakening in like 15 years. Oh shit.
Oh no!
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get through this. I shouldn't have talked to that person, Ferret, unfortunately.
No! Oh, I got knocked down 2 levels. Fuck you. Oh man. I found the sword somewhere. I don't remember where now. It was in one of the caves. And so when it came down to the sword, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, my music right now is a remix of Link to the Past Dark World.
Hell yeah.
Bum 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 bum.
I only get music during boss fights.
Yeah, I turned my music off so I could listen to my own music. It was very disconcerting having the intro play with no music, because I've not done that before.
I always have the music on for the Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh yeah, it's Sonic Adventure 2, obviously, you have to have music on.
Well, it's also randomized between Sonic Adventure and EX's music.
Come on, come on, come on, finish!
I can do Frothing Lagoon, probably. Oh, wait, no.
I got it! Ah! Finally! Give me the heart container and the map.
There you go. I muted myself to give the whole spiel about what charity,
Alright, got my
why,
crystal.
and blah blah blah. So
Awesome. Thank you for explaining that.
every time I say "lovely ladies," I get the Brady Bunch song stuck in my head. Mark, I am sorry.
Oh right, no music. Chink! Come out of it.
Sure.
But I go back in because I have the key to go down to the bottom.
All these lovely ladies.
Anyway,
Ladies.
welcome Raiders from Cash. Nice.
Raiders! More raiders! Yay!
Damn, we got raids up here.
Yes.
Please,
So-
please, no.
Was giving
Please
them all the
don't.
That is
spiel
not where the
about
raids
our
are.
That's
charity.
okay. There's 5 more. I don't think I'm getting through all 6 of these.
What, 5 more raids up the ass?
No. I mean, No, but also, no, I was swimming to Cinnabar with my level 10 and 11 and Pokemon, and I talked to somebody, and I knew better, and now I'm in a fight with 6 level 26, 27-ish. Yeah, so I'm gonna sit here and
in danger.
Regret my life choices.
I mean, that's
Yeah, it's for charity.
To me about the ocean, whoever's swimming in it.
Bullet, thank you for redeeming stretch. I will stretch.
I hate that room. You just have to wait it out, and it sucks.
I cannot believe I died to Krab.
There's something like some fancy tech you can do where you stand on where the little barricades are, and you throw, if you can, something to hit the switch, and then be on the. You can abuse iframes. I'm doing a very poor job of explaining how you do that trick, but it is.
Oh, to skip the tile room?
Well, yes. Well, not skip it, but you still have to stand there and wait. But you can at least make it so that you don't take any damage from the tiles if you do the trick properly.
Oh, and I'm good. It's just, in fact,
Yeah,
I don't
just
care
waiting.
about dodging. It's the waiting part that you have to go through all of them.
Yes. Crash, thank you again. No issues with the raid and run. Always happens when you go over schedule. And adulting, unfortunately, kind of important. But thank you so much for bringing
I'm good
all
in
of
here
your
now.
friends over. It is nice to meet y'all. Please hang out. Please do be aware this is a very 18+ queer, fun, friendly, safe, inclusive space. So shenanigans
Those are all the same
of
thing.
certain times are not tolerated.
You said the same term.
Oh, yeah.
That's not fun.
I
Oh,
said what?
never
Who
mind.
knew?
Nobody
Those are
should
all the same
expect
thing.
family-friendly right now.
Oh, I'm not very friendly.
This is the only family-friendly fucking stream. Don't bring your stupid goddamn kids here, little ones.
Fuck them kids.
Fuck them kids.
No, don't fuck them.
No,
Why do you always have to make that joke?
absolutely not.
Fuck off.
Wait, am I done here? Okay, Tower of Hera is done.
There's nothing I can do to get more hit points, is there?
You can play Sudoku. Or I think Checkspinder also works. Which I think is like a Minesweeper thing.
Yeah. Oh my god. So is Voltorb Flip. You heard of Voltorb.
Okay, Tower of Hera, yep.
You can't do Voltorb Flip for hints yet.
Do it for your soul.
Oh boy.
You feel better about your weekend.
I just need people to do things and stuff for
That's
me.
right. Miss me.
I'm trying.
Save.
Well, random hints in your world.
Seriously.
But it could
Oh.
randomly hint something important.
Wait, how do I do that? I thought Duckie was joking about doing Sudoku and getting hints.
No.
No, there's
I
a
thought she was just being sassy.
No. I know,
no,
like,
there's
I know that's like my normal state. But
So how do
you connect the Sudoku to the multi-world.
I don't know how to actually do it. But
It's
well,
a separate
BK
app called
Sudoku.
BK Sudoku.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It should be in, like-
For it.
yeah, it should be in like the list of supported games.
Yeah.
I did this wrong. I didn't want to go here. I wanted to go to the sanctuary. Oh no, I did want to go here because I want to go.
Sorry, I have a problem.
Sanctuary.
Alrighty.
That's the back of the
Yeah.
wall.
BK.Sudoku.z.
That probably sounds amazing on your stream because you're in the robot voice.
I got harmonies.
Oh yeah.
Sanctuary.
Do you still have robot voice on?
Probably. Unless I didn't turn the timer on. Yeah, for like another few minutes. Oh wait, I have to reset the timer. I have 8 minutes left of robot voice.
Oh, I can't do this one yet. Oh yeah, because I don't have the hammer.
Oh wait, no, that's not
Okay.
true. It wasn't a reward. It was a
Ooh, an
mouse.
old
hammer.
coat.
All right.
See, that's all the robot voice.
All right, so I can't go that way. So I have to go the long way to get out.
Minnesota. Shout out to Minnesota. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Berry.
Okay. So
Let
now
us
I
have a
have
cup of
BK
tea.
Sudoku downloaded.
One of my favorite currently active hockey players
Damn it.
plays for
Including
Minnesota.
Enter the name of the
Multiplayer
slot
from
you wish to
Minnesota?
connect to.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Oh, they're not from Minnesota, but they play in the team that's in Minnesota.
Enter the server.
They're from
info.
Montreal, I believe. They're for Quebec for sure. I can't remember.
Excuse me? They're from Frecklebeck?
They're from Quebec.
Frecklebeckle?
Quebec.
Oh, come on.
I'm pretty sure I said Quebec.
Welcome back, Eryn.
Goku because of me. Alright.
Oh! You are now playing Sudoku.
I am now playing Sudoku. How do I... Okay, now I need to...
Wait, can I not get out of here from here? I cannot get... So this was the wrong place to do it. Alright, so I have to... So Death Mountain Dark World Portal does not help me get that. I have to go to the one above Kakariko. So Sanctuary...
A sanctuary.
Sorry, we all have a problem.
Yeah, we've all played Kingdom Hearts, that's the problem.
Yep, that is the problem! I didn't play...
What is my Burger King order? You know what? I really do like me a classic Whopper.
Whopper with cheese?
Whopper, Whopper,
okay.
Whopper, Whopper,
I don't
Whopper,
know
Whopper.
how to play Sudoku. So, this is gonna be great.
Whopper, Whopper,
okay.
Whopper, Whopper.
Double, triple Whopper.
So my boobs become fucking massive and everyone loves me.
True.
Yes, Eryn
the
is in
estrogen
trouble.
patty.
Sudoku is actually not, it's not actually a game of numbers. It's a game of patterns.
Yep. You can do it with literally any 9 individual items.
Yeah.
Or more or less
Each
if you
row,
have
column,
more or
and
less
square,
complex.
Every digit is only found once. So I need to put the number 4 somewhere here.
Can't complain.
Hey, 20 rupees. I like that.
We'll take those here.
Yeah, Sudoku common, like, they use numbers because it's easy to print in, like, newspapers.
It's easy to print, and it's a set of 9 that everyone can just look at and understand without having to be like,
Yeah.
They can literally just say, hey, I'm missing 7.
I have already failed.
Fairy, get back here!
Okay.
Damn it!
Get back here and love me.
You will love me!
Row with only one gap.
Alright, calm down, Dolph Ziggler.
This one, okay. 1.
4 down.
Okay, so
Calm
this
down.
would be a
Wait, what?
5.
What did you say?
To calm
4
down, Dolph
down.
Ziggler.
2 to go.
That wasn't what I was referencing.
Oh, well, he did a whole thing.
I'm pretty intense.
Where he basically said that.
In any case, I like Whopper, and do they still make the chicken fries? Because those were good.
I think so.
Isn't
that
Secret
Wendy's?
eval.
It's not Wendy's.
Wendy's does chicken
Thank
fries.
you for the secret key.
I need to tell everyone about the experience I had at Wendy's on International Women's Day, no less.
Oh no!
I went and I
No.
got a salad because I just wanted a salad. I had to go teach a program after work for work from 6 until 8. I didn't want like a heavy burger sitting in my stomach when I'm trying to run a virtual program. And so I went to Wendy's and I like their salads, and so I got a crispy chicken salad, and the guy was like, "Do you want anything to drink?" It's a little speaker box, and I was like, "Yeah, I'd like a Coke Zero or Diet Coke." And then he goes, "Oh, are you getting a Diet Coke because you got a salad?" And I was like, "It's International Women's Day,
Oh,
you
no.
motherfucker." I was so... The woman was too stunned to speak. I was so enraged. I was just like, fuck you.
But also, who gives a fuck? Just take the order.
Yeah, just...
Right.
Imagine
my game.
caring that
My
much about your
salad.
customers. Imagine working fast food in 2023 and giving a fuck enough about your customers to be invasive. Imagine being that big of a prick.
I don't think they
Right.
cared. They just
Okay.
wanted to be an asshole.
No way.
The game has deemed me unworthy because I keep dying to the Crystal Sage and it kicks me out.
Unworthy.
Everyone want to hear about
Shut
my
up.
International Women's Day?
Oh, I
Sounds
found
like
my
an awesome
upgraded shield.
Hey, go for it.
Oh no, I didn't get another bottle from that. Damn.
I went to the laundromat, and the one chick, the clerk, she sees me every once in a while and isn't an asshole to me like most people are in public. So she said, hey, and I said, happy International Women's Day, and she said, thanks, you too.
Aww.
And I texted Kimmy and said, we're going to cry in my car for 25 minutes now.
Hell yeah.
Then I went to Raleigh since Happy International Women's Day to the kid at the drive-thru, and she also said you do.
Open the door. No way.
So
I raised 120
if I
pounds
solve
for
this,
mermaids.
I will get a hint for something in my world.
Yes.
Okay.
You need to specify what you're looking for.
Oh, how do I do that?
You type it after the exclamation point hint.
Oh, okay, but it'll give me a hint point to be able to do that.
The Sudoku. Oh no, this is bad. My game keeps crashing.
Wait, what is?
Why is Mark Megas flipping us off?
Oh, because I was telling that was his response to my Wendy's story.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. I mean, Mark's proven himself to be a pretty nice dude. I think if he flipped me off, I'd take it in good faith.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It'll hit for a random spot.
Just like, yeah, I deserve
okay.
that.
If Mark's flipping me off in earnest, I probably deserve it.
Probably.
It's like, yeah, I get it.
Damn, I got the
Is it gonna like?
finger.
Am I gonna get some like real good serotonin if I solve this? Because I've never solved the Sudoku puzzle before in my life.
I believe so.
Oh yeah, you do. You get amazing serotonin from it.
Oh, thank God.
I'll tell you what, you get that serotonin.
We're all talking about Sudoku like it's a fucking like sex position.
Or a drug.
It's like you never hit that Sudoku. Damn. Alright.
Oh no.
I'm going to you.
Hi, Ether. Okay.
Sudoku's a gateway logic puzzle.
Okay, that was spooky.
I think I know Kemps has probably solved this like 4 times. I'm appreciative that the chat is not filled with Eryn Go Math right now.
I mean, we can make it full if you want. I don't
Can I
have.
ask?
Ma'am.
I don't have a sub to you right now, so I can't do it.
2 a.m. on ketamine.
Oh my god, I love it.
Just a different.
Alright, robot voice.
Okay.
Are off again.
Gotcha.
Thank you all for
I'm
donating
helping.
again so very
Well,
much.
I have a fairy, so.
Now that you can understand what I'm saying better.
Kimmy, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so very fucking much. I don't know how else to say it.
For a brief second, Mark, yes, but then it was decided that even if you did mean to flip us off, we were okay with it. Bo Burnham button. Okay, hang on.
Oh, frick! I'm an idiot. Fairy.
You should add that to your Bo Burnham.
What?
What?
You don't auto
No.
fairy anymore?
Oh my
In
god.
this game? Oh, heck. This game does not have auto fairy. More you know.
I don't think I was heard, but Eryn, you should add the bow. Oh my god, to your Bo Burnham button.
Oh, you know what? I don't think I have Bo. Oh my god, Mr. Burnham.
Yeah.
Bo. Oh my god.
I'm Satan's word of darkness.
You should definitely add that one.
Meow.
How many
Counting
crab
areas.
hammer moves
Oh my
are
gosh, Yuki.
in crab hammer?
Crab.
Oh, what's the PP?
Yes.
10, maybe?
So many bombable walls in this one, I keep forgetting. Oh, thank you.
It's not a lot, but it's not like 5.
Well, I need this
well,
tentacle
that
to
is
run out
me.
of them. Like now.
It's Gen 1. They have unlimited PP.
Are you serious?
PP Mac.
Yeah, Gen 1 enemies have unlimited PP.
Really?
Yep.
Goals.
That's bad. That's very bad.
Gosh, fucking. Wait, where's my mirror? Oh, okay, there it is.
Then yeah, this is about to end in sadness because I got to the 6th enemy and he will not do anything but crab hammer over and over again, and I've only got 1 Pokemon left.
Oh no.
Rip.
3 can't go in this row, and 3 can't go in this row, so 3 has to go in this row.
Waffle always uses Eryn's emotes to make sure I don't get too horny.
Every half hour. Hold on. Hey!
Hey,
I can't go there, so 5 has to go over here.
Oh, I didn't even see Hopkins 2 a.m. on ketamine. That Sudoku just hits different.
Yeah, that's what I was shrieking about a second ago.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes
I think that was when my game
regardless.
was crashing constantly, so I was like, panic.
I can't laugh at ketamine and Sudoku jokes right now. I'm trying to figure out technical difficulties.
Oof.
No, this is a trainer battle, Ferret.
Yeah, you can't run. No
So
running.
you can't use a Master Ball.
On the trainer.
Nope.
On the train.
Oh, nice. Alright then. More arrows is good. So I'm definitely lower on those. Here we go. Wait, fuck. I need to be down for that. Damn it.
Because otherwise there's 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here. Can't go that. 3 has to go there. 5 cannot go here because it's 5 here. And 5 cannot go there because it's 5 there. And it cannot go here because there's a 5 there. So the 5 needs to go here.
Okay.
Ah, yes.
Has anyone picked up anything for me? Traveler's Cloak.
I picked up stuff for you, I think.
Oh, thank
but
you.
It's probably nothing that you
Nothing
actually
that
need.
I need.
Wait. That wasn't a fairy, that was a bee! That would explain everything! That explains everything!
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That explains why I'm gone for a second.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
I've won the game now.
Okay.
Like, I win.
That's good.
I managed to defeat all 6 of the Pokemons on the one fisherman, and I win. Like, that's it.
Oh, is it
I've used all of my potions and almost all of my full restores, but damn it, it's dead.
You did it.
Mm-hmm.
Was
I
it
will
the
take my award now.
Was it the prerequisite 6 Magikarp fisherman?
Oh no.
8, 6,
No.
7, 5, 3,
I mean, he didn't have 6
9,
Magikarps in
9.
this one.
Fuck.
But
Oh, I have no idea. He's one of 2 dudes standing on a platform between Cinnabar and Pallet Town, and I was a dummy and clicked on him. All right, so I got to figure out
7 there.
my life now.
2 can't go here. 2 can't go here. 2's got a. 2 has got a gun. Okay.
definitely not supposed to have +0 weapons at this point in the game. I'm trying to like be.
What? Those things do so much health damage. Oh my god.
Am I actually solving the Sudoku right now? I'm fully pogged.
Honestly, like,
fuck it.
As soon as someone explained it to me that Sudoku's not numbers, it's patterns, I was like, oh, okay, I get it now.
I thought when it first got explained to me, I recall someone saying like they had to add up to 9 in a certain direction as well.
No, it's
Which
just all
confused
9
me.
digits.
It's 9s all the way down.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. I don't think there's any way to make any one line that is going to include the number
No,
9 in
that's
it.
a different
add up
puzzle.
to 9.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I was conflating the two.
Got it.
Wait, but this can't be 7.
Amelia, the whole point was that I died and thought I had a fairy, but it was a bee.
Shit.
Bees won't save you.
Yes, I know they don't.
The bees will not save you now.
Yeah, that's the lesson. We've done some shit to bees, y'all.
I'm not down here. This is the wrong spot.
You fucking die. Not anyone in the chat.
Eventually.
Well, I hope not.
What do I need for this one? Turtle. Okay. What can you give me here? A little potion for you, Eryn. Black Knight Sword.
Hell yeah.
And another
There's a
emblem.
+4 too.
Alright.
Trying to keep to the spirit of using the last thing I get
Spirit of
equipped,
the
but it...
radio?
Yes.
Sorry.
Invisible airwaves. Go on. Duckie, don't get distracted. I'm trying to clear the comm so you can talk with background music.
Thank you.
Wrong again. No.
I'm trying to keep to the spirit of using the last weapon that I get equipped, but hate it, I swear to fuck.
Thank you so much for the follow.
I'm trying to keep to the spirit of the use the last equipment I have, but if I ever get walled by something, I'm just switching to the boss weapon I got.
Walled.
Okay, I see.
Duckie, do you
There
like my
we
background music? That was Rush. You know what Rush is? They're from Canada.
True. They're from
Yes.
Toronto.
Yeah, they are.
They are from Toronto.
I never remember where Protest the Heroes from. They're like my favorite band. I never remember where they're from. I think they're from Ontario.
I mean,
I'm supposedly
most
do the
people-
entirety of this dungeon.
Most people from Ontario?
Most people in Canada live in Ontario statistically. I think like
Winnipeg is what it said, but it said Winnipeg, but I'm pretty sure it meant to say Winnipeg.
What, for Protest the Hero or Rush?
For Protest the Hero.
Okay.
Rush is from Toronto.
I love Protest the Hero.
But like
They're good
it's like over a third of the people who live in Canada live in Ontario, and like half of the people who live in Ontario live in Toronto.
See. Protest the Heroes real good.
Map, got it.
You're real good.
That's okay, Mullet. You don't have to like everything. What are your thoughts on the Bare Naked Ladies? And choose your next words very carefully.
Ooh.
If you speak wrong, you'll have 1 week.
Damn. Oh, this place is very big.
The thing with Rush, and then I swear I'm not gonna go on a big rant. Their best shit is not on the radio. The vast majority of like the shit that like, the reason why your dad always thinks they're fucking amazing is the radio shit. The reason why they're actually good is the shit that you don't hear on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Not
like
that the songs on the radio
most
are objectively bad, but like
In appropriate context, I love
The songs that they put on the radio are the shorter songs.
Yeah.
except 2112. Some stations I think do play 2112 in full, but at the very least they play the first two acts, which are 7 minutes in its own right. I think totaled. Spirit of the Radio is not short. It's like a 6-minute song.
It is. Yeah, but that's there are so many other 6 to 7 minute songs that they play.
So if I want to check if my puzzle's right, do I
Yeah.
hit check input? For BK Sudoku?
Mirror. I already found the mirror though. I already have the mirror.
I don't know the Sudoku enough.
Enjoy dinner, Mark!
Have a good dinner.
Oh, I can't go this way? I can only go the other way. I can only come down here. Well, that's annoying. Do I have
They
the
also have
key?
songs that aren't that long that are also not on the radio. One of my favorite songs by them, like easily top 5 songs by them, is
Unlocked
Losing
fun
It.
hints.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have the big key yet. Heck.
Oh,
We also-
thank you. At the refugee camp, which I can't get to, there's a protein.
Oh, right. I can do this one because I have. Right, I can do this one because I have the bow and arrow. I only have
Alright,
21.
UK.
Heck. That's right. I tried to do this once without the lantern. I was like, ah, fuck. There it is. There's a small key.
Harder difficulty? No.
She literally just solved
Learned how
her
to do
first Sudoku ever.
Yes.
What the hell is the thing for this? I got some Googling to do.
That's right. We're gonna Google.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
We're gonna
there's
use
my
the resources
reminder
given.
for Girls' Day stream starting in half an hour. Derp.
Awesome.
This puzzle is a little bit... Maybe this puzzle will be harder than the last. But it's still beginner mode.
Oh, fire trap. That's awesome.
Part of me that kind of wants to bring up the idea of adding traps to Dark Souls 3. Another part of me thinks that would be a terrible idea. Why not?
Ma'am, don't do that.
Do you just like hate yourself that much?
A little bit.
Apparently.
Oh, I guess I was.
Oh, I gotta hydrate.
I didn't have to do that. Oh well, it's done now.
Thank you for redeeming hydrate and also stretch. Ooh, man, my shoulder's a little. Ugh.
Oh, wait, I have to defeat all the enemies in this room, and then they disperse from that.
Everyone else should probably stretch too. It's good for you.
Oh, Mullet, thank you for redeeming posture
I don't have a
check.
stretch redeem because I can't be controlled.
Big key, big key. Allows me to go in here. Push this up, and then I go get the big key, big chest. What do I get in my big chest?
Water.
Touche.
I'll answer that.
Cold.
Why do you have to redeem it several times? Fine, no Voltor flip for you, bitch.
Cold water.
I can make 500 back.
Compass. Of course it was.
It's like push-ups for my fucking face. I hate this.
You should have talked shit about how you can't be controlled.
Naming. I'm not done here.
Duckie's taking
am I
away
missing?
my rights and autonomy on stream.
Eastern Palace. I'm missing.
Haha, I don't have
2
channel point
chests.
redemption, so I'm gonna sit here like a shrimp and drink Coke Zero.
What's in the big
missing
chest?
2
I'm
channel
gonna be
points.
dry as fuck
That's
over
the
here.
whole
Or
point.
two,
You need to
Happy
go find
International
out.
It's
Women's Day. by the
deleted.
way.
Happy International Women's Day. Observed.
Observed.
It's choked on water. Ducky killed me.
Yep.
I'm missing.
Someone is gonna die on
chests
stream
in
tonight.
here.
It could even be a boat.
It could even be the boat that dies. It's true.
Damn it.
Lukey's boat is painted green. Ha, me boys. Lukey's boat is painted green. It's the prettiest boat that you've ever seen. Aha. Me boys, if you like it. Thinking of Newfies.
Mm-hmm. Do I sing that? Like when they go to the supermarket?
Great Big Sea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Newfoundland's favorite folks.
Favorite folks. Play the level.
Oh no! I've dropped a chip.
Fuck, where's this gosh dang baby?
It's me, I'm
Where's
the
the
baby.
baby? Here's the baby.
I finally do all the fucking shit and like I'm sweating and I finally find where the lost Chow is. There's no Chow, it's just Kimmy being like,
What is
fuck you.
night for me? Like 6 p.m. Pacific onwards. So 9 p.m. Est.
Have a good
Are
lie down.
What are we talking about?
Yuki's going to
Oh,
lay
yes.
down.
Yes, for it is about 8:30 his time, and he needs that rest.
I see.
Oh,
Probably not
right,
sleeping,
you
but he needs
do.
to lay down.
If needed, it could be a bye week. That gives me a little bit longer to do things.
Kobo help
I
you?
got Kobo. Maybe?
Do you have gyre checks on? Gyre
I
checks?
do have gyre checks on.
Do you have Euro checks on?
Check your
Do I have-
sandwich.
Do I have what checks on, sorry?
Do you have Euro checks on?
Yes, I should.
It should be 5 of 6 chests.
It has been a
It's
very
not
busy week. No, but I have played more games against bots.
Can I read Yuki's chat? And be
Yes, go
obnoxious?
for it. Go for it.
Never forget who you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor. And it can never be used to
Oh
hurt
my
you.
gosh.
Best with the stream, everyone. Thank you for doing this. You're welcome!
Bye, Yuki. Thank you for the words. They are certainly words.
We're talking about Dead by Daylight. Where is...
They are certainly words, yes.
All of the words that have ever been spoken.
Where the heck is that check?
I wouldn't say they're all of the words ever. But they
No, I
certainly
was saying
words.
of all of the words ever spoken, those were some of them.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Of all time.
Okay,
those
we
were
have
some of the words
we
of all
can
time.
do.
I love doing stuff.
Oh yeah.
All right. There's some stuff we can do.
Oh fuck.
You know what?
That is one of the
should
things we
save
can do, yeah.
before I go do this.
What's my favorite thing to do?
I'm Duckie, and I like getting in the way.
I'm gonna get the 4K and then send you a screenshot, and I'll never have to play it again. Kemps, you big sexy brained man, you. That is the carrot on the string I needed. However, no, I've not had a chance this week other than one match against bots.
Wait, hold on. Am I going the
Which
right
I
way?
did get 2 kills.
Shit, no I'm not.
By any means necessary.
Damn.
Two of them were AFK and one of them was a homie. Well, at least they were nice. Ooh, another emblem.
If I
Who
get
do we
one
got?
more, I get to fight a boss.
Oh, great. Prince
There's
Nubius.
one more chest in here,
awesome.
and it's
Very
over
excited.
here.
Very excited to fight you right now. Good. Good. Can't even pause time. This sucks.
Wait, are those root pores? I guess I'm about to find out.
Balls.
No, root pores.
Huh.
No, they're not. They are actually rupees.
Touche. Alright, this is gonna suck. Do I grind a bit more? What's the ideal level to fight, Prince Nubius? It's probably not level 20, hey?
20?
If you have boss scaling on, it depends on what area you are fighting him in.
In the library Geyer spot.
I mean, you can do it at level 20, but you can also do all of the bosses at like any level.
I was gonna say
You
20
can
seems
do it
pretty
at
good for
level 20.
anything.
I got 99 problems, and Prince Nubius is one.
He is kind of a fucking problem.
Yeah.
I don't like
I
that
got
guy.
one less problem.
I have 26 arrows. Will this be enough to beat this boss? That requires so many arrows on each eye.
So if I turn boss scaling off, does that mean it's just if I have boss rando and all of a sudden Sandman is where Boots is, it's Sandman's actual...
Yup.
Okay, so boss scaling on probably good but bad, depending.
Okay, well I have 30.
No, boss scaling on always good.
Boss scaling on always good, okay.
I have to beat the shit out of Rouge again. Sorry, you'll have to see this on the MULTIGIRLS stream.
Can't believe it.
How dare.
Content warning: bad assault. The game. This is the randomizer's fault. I don't want to Rouge down into a fucking pulp.
You didn't have to put the mission in.
I did. It's a boss.
Well, heck.
I cannot control the bosses. They're actually randomized, in fact. If you can believe such a thing.
Ooh, I'm gonna have the
That
most
sounds fake.
millennial dinner ever after this. I am totally making myself eggs on avocado toast. It is going to
This is
be
why you don't own a house.
Joke's on
Oh.
you, I do! Well, the bank owns the house and I just pay them money to sleep here and keep
Got
my
it.
pants in the
Ooh.
house.
Yeah. You probably
Okay,
pay less
so
money
apparently
than
I didn't actually need
you
any
would at an
progressive
apartment.
sword. I just got level 2.
I want a
Nice.
house.
It's not all correct.
I want a house.
Is that so? Is the boss drop the last quote-unquote chest on the tracker? Because it's showing 506 right now. Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay. It is. Oh yeah, I have lasers. Sword lasers.
Oh my gosh,
that's everything.
Yes.
Okay, Eastern Palace is complete.
Complete.
Yes, indeed. Alright, let's see. Where else can I look? Can I go for? I can get the nugget, I guess. Wait, I still need. I do have 500 now, but. Oh, I have to go over there. I have to go do the diggy. Diggy. Hello?
Diggy hole?
Diggy hole. Diggy hole. Diggy hole.
Oh, I got sworded.
Rip.
I get sworded, nerd. Wait, why is my calamity ring bug? Why do I have to claim? What?
Alright, so I have to go. Okay. I only have one more. No, I have some places in the dark world I can go to.
This game is really pretty to look at.
Sanctuary or.
Oh my fucking.
Sanctuary's better.
Really
Alright.
kicking my ass. There we go.
Happy International Women's
Happy International Women's Day.
Observed.
Hey,
To everyone but Rouge.
What's up?
Indeed.
What about that?
Stage select.
Hey, Duckie.
Yes.
How close to CD are you?
I am on my way there right now.
Okay,
You all,
please
you
find
all.
the small doll because that is my mushroom.
Stage select.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Kimmy. Money is good. All the money, Kimmy. Damn.
All the money, Kimmy. All the money, Kimmy.
Kimmy just give me
all
40
the money,
rupees.
Gimme. All the money, gimme.
All the money, Kimmy. All the money, Kimmy.
Oh my god.
Put the stacks up.
I'm glad that the wallet doesn't cap it
I love how everyone is
999.
just word association. Makes me feel better.
A little better this way. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, the
No idea
real
what you're talking
question is
about.
how many of us don't have ADHD?
Me, maybe.
Yes.
I've
you
never
say?
been
I refuse
diagnosed,
to believe
but
that.
both
That
of
is
my
a maybe.
siblings are.
Yeah, not diagnosed, but pretty certain I have
Same.
ADHD and/or a touch of autism.
ADHD, as they say.
I have super clinical depression that overlaps a lot of the symptoms of many other mental disabilities, which gives me a little bit of best of all the worlds. Like a multi-world.
Anime.
The best
Hello,
and the worst.
friends.
Am
Thank
I,
you so much.
Ferret?
Welcome to our charity stream.
Can I have
We're
some?
raising money for mermaids, and if you do ! mermaids, you can see fuck about.
I'm sorry, my brain is not hearing that right. And every time you go mer, I think you're about to say der.
What?
We're donating
And I
to
brought
murder.
you mer. Thank you.
We
Murder.
want to kill as many people as possible.
Judas!
Remember, if you don't donate, you hate women.
Wait a minute, the rest of us are donating to mermaids. Aaron's the only one donating to the Murder Foundation.
Oh my.
No! Don't you
Oh god!
fucking...
Yeah, Eryn, no!
Oh, don't tell me I lost my shield
So
entirely.
many people are gonna die now. And it's all our fault.
No, it's only Aaron's fault.
I mean, that's true.
I did my best.
We are.
Wait, why did I go to Mountain Cave?
Shit! Balls! No!
No! I did lose my shield. Where do I... Oh, damn it. I got a like ate my shield. Where do I go to replace it?
You just killed the like, didn't you?
I died to the like.
Oh, well, go fuck.
No, you can rebuy it somewhere. I just don't know where.
I forget. It's been so long.
The word
Ooh.
association I have with forgot is the one fucking, that's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Shitball Snowball. Yes. Anyway, I hope you are having a wonderful Saturday. It's always lovely to see you. So hyped, so kind, so friendly.
Ah, there it is.
So fresh and so clean.
Unlike actual anime.
Are you saying anime is not fresh and or clean?
That makes sense, Ferret.
I mean, a lot of it's not. I guess I shouldn't generalize. I like a lot of anime.
Oh, my best friends are anime.
Some of my best friends are anime.
One of the first times I ever brought Backspacer over to meet my dad, they bonded over The Legend of Korra and The Last Airbender, and I was like, what is happening right now? It was very surreal.
Korra, I was watching. I'm not a huge fan of Legend of Korra, but I was watching that when I found out I was non-binary. I'm sorry that offends you. I'm sorry that you fucking so disgusted by that.
I didn't mean to aggressively cough into the microphone.
Wow.
I was
Yeah,
about to
sure.
yell,
That's what they all say when they aggressively cough at my
Picket,
gender awakening story.
It was a picket.
I didn't mean to talk over and cough over your gender origin story. I apologize. I was getting angry that I died and then I choked at the same time.
I mean, it's not like the whole origin, obviously. It's just that's the time where I was like, oh shit. Like, I was watching Netflix, stuffing my face with too much food. It was just like, I should text my friends and see if they think I'm non-binary or not. And they're like, only you can know, idiot. And I was like, that's true.
Wait, hold on a minute. Aiden, you're non-binary?
Oh, you're non-binary?
That's cool.
That's so
You're gendy nooch?
No.
That's just fun to say.
I'm bigender, actually.
Oh, fun.
Gendy nooch. The violent cough of anger, yes. The cough of rage. Not to be confused with cough egregious.
Non-binary is still a gender. It's just not... Because a gender neutral person will probably... I mean, it depends on what the other person, the individual wants to identify with, but as I suppose... But I'd say generally that's more of like agender.
Agender means you
Oh,
don't
wow.
identify with
Eryn.
any.
Yeah, that would be as gendy nooch as possible.
It's true.
This is not going well.
I will have to remember that, Barrett.
To be fair, gender neutral can also refer to any even balance of male and female, if you're gonna be that picky about it.
I'm gonna be that picky about it.
Okay then.
Really?
You think gender neutral is confusing? Wait until I hit you with this gender mix-up.
Oh!
That's a fighting game joke, everyone.
I get it.
I don't. That's really funny, Duckie.
Mix-up. So neutral and mix-up are fighting game terms for different things.
Okay.
So gender neutral, gender mix-up. Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Sure. Video games,
No, I
everybody.
We're
Where
gonna
the
be
fuck
here
am
for
I?
a while. Place your bets. How long are we gonna be here for? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the rest of the stream? How long have we been streaming for? Like, almost 3 hours.
Yeah, almost 3 hours
Oh boy, are any of us even remotely close?
Nope.
Kinda.
Not even. I have
That was
2
healthy.
diamonds out of the what?
Actually,
And I need.
actually,
I have none of the items I need for Goma.
Actually,
I have 4 out of 5 badges, but I don't have surf and I don't have strength.
that's pretty close.
I
And
have
relatively to
about
the
half
Pokemon.
of my items, but
Why did it have to be Nubius?
So actually, I just need a few items, and then I'm pretty fucking close. I don't have Cannon Score yet, but there's a few items I need to beat Cannon Score. I'm gonna hint for them once I get to that bridge. So to answer your question, yes. One of us is kind of close. I've ran into, like, not very many hitches other than the Mission 4 car stage is taking fucking forever because I underestimated how much I was gonna hit walls.
Duckie, what is Nubius again?
Plasma.
Is he weak to his own shit, or is that Terrorless? That's weak to Empire.
Terrorless is weak to Empire.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Terrorless is weak to getting fisted.
Welcome to Multigirls, chat.
right?
Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day.
You don't like the moaning? You have to pay to shut me up!
Ooh, it's true. It's true. You can say, here's 20 pounds. Shut the fuck up.
In hindsight, I could have just quieted down and not moaned, and then you'd have to pay to make me moan, but I think that would break Twitch's terms of service. The opposite is gray area.
Yeah, right?
So until then... Go ahead, Duckie.
Fuck.
I fucking swear. Alright, what we got? What do you got?
What you got?
But you know that it's only a lot. Sorry, she started it.
True.
It's true.
I should just put all on my
again.
voice at all times. like,
Cinders
even
of
on
a Lord.
Hey, that's one of 4 items I need.
Oh, cool.
Game.
I'm glad I did.
Except
it.
I did say that I was going to beat as many bosses as possible instead of just going straight for go mode. So,
Yeah. It's whatever. You got it at some point.
dude, we're being maximum stinky.
Stank.
Nobody ever said we have to be maximum stinky.
You
Super
implied
stank.
it by making yours
I did
maximum
not.
stinky.
Mine's not maximum stinky.
Oh.
Everybody else is just like, let's torture ourselves. And I was like, you
No,
don't have to.
I
And they
didn't
went
do
like,
that.
so maximum stinky.
I'm not wearing
Okay,
pants.
so
I'm
I have
not
a
wearing
question
Take a chunk.
for anybody that
What?
knows Pokemon. Can you get out of Seafoam Cave without
Stage
strength?
Select.
Can you?
Oh,
I don't know.
I want to. Well, I don't remember.
Because I'm not seeing it.
fuck! Shit.
Nope.
Yes,
I'm
I
not
don't remember.
that
Sorry.
Kimmy,
I'm
do
not-
you know?
I don't know. TBH.
I'm not good enough at Pokemon. I rarely make it to Seafoam or find any way around it possible. You need strength to go through the
Waffle
caves
just
from Cinnabar
answered.
to Fuchsia.
So I can't. I am back at stuck. I'm pretty sure because I can't get through Seafoam.
Jesus.
That's so great. It's so great.
Just kidding. You love this.
All right, let's try this again.
Empty bottle. Empty bottle.
I think that was going better, at least using plasma.
Duckie, did you think about it?
Thought about it.
Because
Okay.
There we go. Now I have the sword
Previous
phaser again.
Like, you know, he's getting to the halfway point when the green sword starts to come out for new.
Go away.
Correct.
Die.
No, he's just on a pattern.
Ooh, thank you for the piece of heart.
Take another little piece of my heart now, virtue.
Oh. Still need more bottles. I only have one. Hold on, is there something here?
I found a way
Yeah.
to get around my stinky YAML thing.
No. there's nothing here.
The auto equip for the weapons only auto equips on the first slot. So I just put the weapon that I want to use on the second slot.
Okay.
All it takes is a little effort.
I should be able to see what's here, but I can't. Okay.
Stage.
I've realized that if there was a way for me to set it so that all of my weapons were like minimum like +5, then it would probably be a little bit better, because like trying to use a +0 weapon at any point beyond the like first area of the game is just beyond my personal skill level.
Rip.
That must be pretty hard then.
Such focus.
Excuse me, why didn't you, I got your treasure.
It does make it funny though for the like
Fuck off.
armor.
Oh, yay.
I actually have like a decent armor set right now. Like I have a decent look right now because
Yay.
all of the weird stuff was given to me early.
Sweet.
What does the cape do again?
Makes you
The
invisible or
cape makes
something?
you go invisible.
Okay, that's all.
It makes you invulnerable to damage as well. So you can use it to,
Oh, I
like,
can do that now.
yeah, you can do like the spike cave with it.
Here we go.
I'm gonna need you to die.
Well, I mean, if you ask
Not
nice.
any of you. Just this.
Oh. Damn, I had
blew
one leg
your
out the window,
son of a
fucking Skinner style. I was steam hamming it on my way out to life.
Fuck.
Glad you clarified. That was really close.
I am in the middle of fighting the boss that drops the small
Damn it.
ball. Which someone needed something from that.
I did.
If
Damn.
anyone hints for something and it's in Fair and Keep, I want you to know I'm going to sigh very heavily.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
And if
it'll be
it's
on
in
the line.
Archdragon Peak, I'm gonna yell about it. Why is it in Archdragon Peak?
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to wait and see. Just wait and see until I get to the Cannon's Core and realize I need this item. Oh look, it's in Duckie's Hell.
True.
Better than Sen's Fortress.
I would probably take Sen's Fortress over Archdragon Peak.
God, when Pierce and I were playing through Dark Souls and he led me through Sen's Fortress, I was like, are you even my friend? He's just tripping all of the traps and trying to get me killed. Which is pretty funny. It made for some very entertaining streams, so...
That's good.
He never took my advice of I told him that he should power level a character to your like appropriate level and then invade you. Just be like just like pretend like he's having some connection issues and then just invade you.
Fuck!
Mushroom!
I was so
Thank
close.
you.
You're
I feel
welcome.
like I was getting very close there. Ugh.
That's what she said.
Ah.
Maybe I can go to the potion lady now.
My internet is not having
where
it,
am I?
so I cut off my stream.
Oh, okay.
But you're still here.
I'm still here, but I cut my stream.
Shall forever hold you in our hearts. Yeah.
And
in
our
voice
voice
chat.
chat.
Ah. Heck.
Ducky and I like have the same brain. We keep finishing each other's
Sandwiches?
I was gonna say sentence, you fucking idiot. You ruined the bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my.
Okay.
I like how 3 different people said sandwich.
Yeah, that's kind of, never
mean,
mind. I
sandwiches
guess
are
I'm the only one
beautiful.
out of the hive mind.
You're the only
Jesus
one who hasn't
Christ.
watched Frozen, apparently.
Yep.
I'm sure that's the only time that joke has ever been said.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Only Frozen.
Oh, I don't have.
I know about Frozen.
You know, like 2 minutes of Frozen.
Yeah, the
If
part
you-
where she
Oh,
sings on
what?
the mountain, and Sora goes, "Wow, Elsa's singing her song. We should sit back and watch like creeps."
Yeah.
And she's
Honestly,
like, the
like-
best is in the
I
past.
can do this.
I don't think that's
I
part
think,
of
like-
Frozen.
Like
What?
No!
the Frozen world in Kingdom Hearts 3 is
fuck.
like the worst example of Kingdom Hearts just being like, yeah, we're just gonna rehash all the cool things you like about this.
Ultimate victory.
But it's Frozen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like Frozen.
Why?
It's a good
I was
fucking.
able to
Yeah, but
get
you
it.
don't like Frozen because Olaf exists and Let It Go exists.
I really like Let It Go.
Damn
It's
it.
Never
good.
mind, fuck me.
It's it.
Sometimes I'm just wrong.
Yoo-hoo, big summer blowout.
If you listen to Let It Go in the lens of being a trans person, it
No, as a trans person, I'm gonna stop you right there. I worked at fucking Michael's when that song became popular, and it did not fucking stop for 3 fucking years. So
Okay, well-
excuse my trans ass for hating the fuck out of that song. Continue your opinion piece though. It's very entertaining.
I was just saying that like it like if you listen to it in that lens, like it's got some interesting
Wait, hold on. Is this...
lyrics.
Okay.
Ah! That's what the cape can be used for. That explains why it turned green only recently. There's Mimic. Don't know how useful that is, but...
Fuck off.
Gosh dang it.
Everyone, I killed Patches,
Hey,
Good.
hey. Fuck that guy.
which means I get to now wear the Katarina armor.
I don't know what any of that means, but I'm happy for you.
I look like an onion.
My friend Ducky, who I love very much.
Love you too.
Apparently I can fight Agamemnon now, which is weird.
Eek. Fucking supportive cringe lord.
So tedious.
Wait, how can I fight Agamemnon when I haven't done all 3 dungeons?
You can use the cape to get through the.
Ah, right, because you're not supposed to get the cape until after you beat him. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Where is the one I'm missing then? Oh, it's the one I need the magic book for.
Ugh,
No,
I'm gonna
not
feel
book,
so
not bombos.
Good.
Also, I think
when I
if
beat
you
this.
have, I think if you have the Master Sword, you can get through the Aghanim without.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Master Sword as well will open the door.
Here we go.
Where is it?
Yeah!
Oh, I can't afford it yet?
My
Damn.
Dick, Space Hitler!
Excuse me?
Okay,
Well, you
fine.
had me until Space Hitler. I was about to volunteer.
You still playing that typing game?
Sorry.
Damn.
That was very
But I mean,
aggressive.
you know, like,
I'm
I
trying to remember where the
apologize.
third
offer's still on the table.
dungeon
What?
is. Oh, it's that one where I need the book for it, yeah.
Okay, well, none of that was helpful,
Sanctuary.
but I've at least done that check.
Cool.
Sorry.
Love that for you, I think.
Okay, but now I have done enough things that I should be able to get a hint. Do I hint for the twin pyramid keys, or do I hint for the wheel?
I don't know, which do you need more?
Either will get me to the past. The wheel at least helps for endgame, and twin pyramid keys helps for ease of teleporting.
Wheel gives you more access to things.
Yeah, this is true.
Because, like, you can. Well, you
No!
have immunes, so actually it doesn't really matter.
How dare you?
Route 25 item in Val's world.
Oh boy.
Route 25 is a ways away, isn't it?
It really is. Unfortunately.
Oh, hamburgers. Okay. I'm probably out of
Hamburgers.
points.
Oh, fudgy stuff.
Hmm.
I have 2 points and I need at least 21. Okay. We
I have
are
2 points
back.
and I must scream.
I was just thinking that.
Okay. Well,
On a lighter note, Val, you can fly now.
Heck yeah!
well.
Wait, what did I get from that?
Let's just cozy up above our librarian friends, and we're gonna play some more
Oh,
EK Sudoku.
It's me, the librarian.
I have to talk
you
to
gotta
her.
Go play more Sudoku.
Hey.
No? Do you not give me anything?
Librarian, they're not about that. Oh my god, the camera keeps killing me! I'm losing my fucking mind, ignore me. I love Sonic.
He does.
Ow!
The wrong.
Kimmy, what'd you say before everybody started moaning at once?
I was trying to ask Duckie if the Hood of Prayer was anything that they could get to.
What's the letters before it?
LC.
Ooh, that's ways away.
So great.
I can get to it, but it's gonna take me a while.
Duckie.
So the only places I can fly are Viridian City, Pallet Town, and Cinnabar Island. I was hoping that, like, I'd get my free fly spot somewhere interesting, but absolutely not.
I am tapping my foot in game, and also in real life.
Just like Sonic. Oh my fucking god, I died again.
Sonic.
I love Sonic so
On the
fucking
run.
much. Oh my god.
Should I be a good multi-worlder and actually do fair and keep checks?
Yes.
Did anybody hint for Fair and Keep?
No, but everyone's also desperate for items, so
Right.
there's actually like a decent amount of items in fair and keep. So I
Go
should
for it.
Everyone's just saying go for it, so. Doesn't matter what I think. Which is pretty much nothing, because I don't know shit about Dark Souls 3.
We're gonna change that someday.
I know about the big guy at the end.
One of my favorite Robin Williams quotes is, "I don't know shit about fuck."
That's
Ah.
pretty cool.
Already
Yeah.
before in that box?
All I know is that shit's
What am I
fucked.
doing? Everybody
Here we
knows
go.
shit's
I
fucked.
love when you said that in Aladdin. Listen, Al, I don't know shit about fuck.
I really like that like everyone knows that shit's fucked, but like only that one specific line. Because if you actually listen to the song, he goes on like a bunch of like crazy like conspiracy theory shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. I feel remiss for this fact.
I was gonna check my phone and then I got attacked by an enemy in a game where I can't pause.
You're gonna check my phone?
My phone.
I thought you said your. I could have sworn you said your phone.
Well, maybe I did. What then?
I don't know. You probably didn't. I'm probably just fucking losing my brain.
Losing your religion?
In the spot,
That's me in the corner.
I need to find 7 more spots.
Here we go.
Okay, there 7. Rings in hand.
Bad do not feelings in.
That just sounded like you were singing backwards.
You'd
So
think
Was it a
a
Sonic
bird
song?
would just know fly, but sadly, no.
Stage select.
Not the case, Ferret.
If it's not Sonic or Protest the Hero, I don't know the song.
What if Protest the Hero did a Sonic song?
iPhone or my phone?
I can see him doing that. It's in his range. Brody Walker's do that.
What if Lexi Karma did a Sonic song?
There may or may not be a plan.
Hell yeah.
But it's not. It's very far in the future because it's for a cover album. I have to pay a lot of fucking money for to
That's
create legally.
Legally?
I mean, if I put it all in just like exclusively Bandcamp, I could do it. But like, I have a whole idea for making a cover album that actually feels like an experience, not just like I covered a bunch of fucking songs I like. Anyway, here's Skid Row.
Wonderwall.
Here's Wonderwall. I could do a disgusting cover of Wonderwall. Make it sound absolutely nothing like it.
Wonderwall as... Yeah, you need to get Eryn to do one song on, like, feature in one song where she sings in her Scott Stapp voice.
We're doing the Eraserhead album together.
This is how you remind me. It also doubles for Chad Kroger.
Yeah, same person.
She's doing the new metal vocals, and Jeff and I are working on an Eraserhead concept album.
Oh yeah.
I would sing on an Eraserhead concept album. I feel like my bad singing would actually help with that.
I mean, it was your idea. You're the producer now.
Nice.
Or you're the executive producer. You came up with the idea.
Am I the executive producer, Dick Wolf? Dun dun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the beginning of the album. It's about someone watching Law and Order, and then they find Eraserhead in their fucking sink.
Does my dick look like the baby from Eraserhead?
Forgot about that line. Sexting.
Damn it.
It isn't sex, it's an expression.
I've seen some like meme videos about that where my favorite one was it's sexting from Bo Burnham, but the crisis wasn't averted.
Here we go.
Oh god. You.
Stage select.
Damn it.
I'm blowing through so many checks, but they're all fucking worthless. Like, it's either emblems for me, which is good, or it's like shit for other people, but it's like potions.
I've officially sent 100 archipelago items.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Because every time I send an archipelago item, I get a prism stone, and I'm now sending prism stones to my storage, and you can hold 99 prism stones.
Where?
99 prism stones on the wall.
Kimmy, what'd you say?
Duckie was talking about every time they send something, and I said, and every time we kiss, I swear I can fly.
I understood that reference.
Every time I don't remember the song. Need you in my life. That one?
Alright, time to fight Agamem.
More like Aghanim.
More like Aghanim. That's how they pronounce it in France, I think.
Laganin.
Yeah.
Laganim.
Damn it.
Yes.
No, that's when you fight Aghanim and your screen lags. Laganim.
Yeah.
Well, that was annoying.
That was
I hate those
the
guys.
cry of Aghanim.
Yes, the cry of agonism.
Because every time you fight him, you go.
I haven't even gone to him. It was the fucking
God
spike.
Getting chain grabbed by a demon.
Love that.
all
I
of that
didn't
work.
consent.
Duck Soul's Herald Trousers is at Castle Keep. Clean the entire
jeez,
basement.
Thanks. You ruined my
okay.
spin attack with those 20 rupees.
Wait, is that something for me or something for you?
That is in my world for you, because it'll just give me hints of things that are in my world.
Hmm.
So,
I don't
you know
need
what I'm
that,
gonna do
but
for
if
like
you
2
send
seconds. I'm gonna turn my camera off, and I'm gonna have these chicken wings that have been sitting here for a while too, and then play some Sudoku.
Oh, eat them with the camera on.
No, the
Fuck, fuck,
mukbang's an
fuck,
incentive, I think.
The mukbang's an incentive.
I should have done that if we like.
Die.
If we do to 500, I just eat things hornily.
Hey,
Oh
mukbangs
my.
don't have to be horny.
I found
This is
them.
true.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right.
Don't have to be.
I feel good.
Doesn't say you
Today we learned that Aiden has a mukbang fetish.
Stage.
Has a-
No, I don't. God, I hope they don't find out. I hope nobody finds out about my mukbang fetish.
She's also into feet.
They're only
Fuck you, fuck you,
mukbangs.
fuck you, 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 fuck you.
Didn't deny it.
Can I do this? What?
You didn't deny it.
We've been over this, because if I deny it, it doesn't matter. It's now out in the ethos of 6 different streams. And if I go, no, Duckie, she's just joking, I'm not into feet, everybody's gonna be like, uh-huh, writes down in notepad, Aiden Iona is into feet, definitely.
I mean, does have a point.
I mean, if the shoe fits.
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Hey everyone, I'm really glad you've come out to the stream today to donate for this great cause. Thank you so very much for everything.
What are we up to again?
We are up to 338 pounds and 15 pence.
Stage select.
Oof,
I
getting
can
close to that
barely
hot-
hear you, Eryn, just FYI.
Yeah.
I'm leaning away from the microphone so you don't hear me eating chicken.
That's
Eat
Oh,
the
okay.
Get
chicken.
away from the microphone. To
Don't
take a
be
breath.
a coward. Eat the chicken where we can hear it.
Nerd.
You're all clearly hornier for mukbang than I am.
I didn't like.
Are we
the
horny
noises
for
I
a
was making
mukbang, or are we
then.
just horny for Eryn?
Yes.
That sucked.
I hate this.
Why are you not horny for Eryn?
Oh.
I think we've been over this. I'm going to the Eryn Go compound for fucking safety reasons only. I'm not fucking a single one of you.
We'll see about that.
hate you.
Sure.
Hey.
Despise you.
My favorite thing about people who can say like harsh stuff with a very straight face is I'm always like,
Die.
is that what you mean?
Damn.
For real? Not for
No, if I hate you for real, I'm usually really fucking snide and cocky about it. Like, to be truthful, I mean, I play with the people who fuck with me.
Yay! I'm liked.
On the, or like if you're on some like fucking big biggity shit, I usually either like do that and try to calmly explain to you why you're on some bullshit and why I'm at the brink of hating you, or like I'll just be like, I'll just straight up yell at you if I lose my cool, which doesn't happen that often. I know, like, lol, right? Because I scream all the time on stream, but like actual like hatred yell is very rare. I don't think I've ever done it on stream.
Yeah.
I don't think Duckie's heard it. Actually, that's not true. Duckie's probably heard it.
Yeah.
Oops.
Not
Sad's
at
definitely,
me.
Sad has definitely heard it.
Oh,
Sad has to deal with me, bitch, 24/7. That man is a fucking soldier.
You call him again and just say beef.
He's got soul, but he's not a soldier.
What time is it? That's true. I hear that about him.
5:13.
It's about 8:15 Eastern.
Oh,
I'm not
God,
gonna
that's
call him.
the wrong
Perfect
button.
time. It's the perfect time to call
There we go.
satellite and just say beef. And then hang up.
It's
Aiden.
not. He's preoccupied.
Aiden, can you do City Escape 1 or no?
Did I not already do that?
Cause oh wait, oh, that must be the bottle you got me. Okay.
Bottle. What were we saying earlier about word association?
Yes.
Okay.
Someone asked me
No.
to do a Rorschach test once, and I was like, "Why? What you looking for?"
Why? Bees have hearts right before the boss. Because I'm at 1 heart.
Oh, I got invaded.
Oh, it's playing my favorite song.
playing Live and Learn?
You ask that every time, and it's still not.
You live, you learn.
Not that one.
Yeah, you fight the big fucking lizard in the space to that.
It's Alanis Morissette, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't like me.
But she goes down in a theater.
A theater.
Oh, I already have a red potion. Thank goodness. Die.
To remind you that this song is about.
Oh, I don't have the net.
Stay cool, yay. It's not
There's a fairy, but I don't have the net.
To deny me. Yeah, it all it's Scott Stapp all the way down, my friends.
She's just
No!
stab pitch shifted. We all know
I'm just
this.
7 Scott Stapps in a trench coat.
I meant Alanis Morissette.
That's a lot of
true.
Scott Stapp.
I just used my red potion and I'm already at 2.5 hearts. Fuck!
Oh no.
You oughta remind me.
That's Chad Kroger, but again, they will do in a pinch.
The same thing to me.
That's fair.
Because I'm a music snob.
3.5 hearts now.
'Cause I don't
But
like
if you're a
joy.
music snob, then wouldn't you be able to like acutely tell the difference?
Nope.
Call me out.
Yeah. Calling you out right now?
Yeah.
I don't think you're really a music snob.
Oh my god, I'm just a hack that says I do prog rock to get girls.
Well, it worked.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
here. Shit.
Wait, what'd you say? Somebody say something about Gawk?
Oh my gosh.
The visual K artist?
That's jacked.
Oh, that's jacked. Okay.
Gawked? Oh my god.
I
That's
too
what I'm gonna
was
call
on
it from now
deviant
on.
art in the mid 2000s. I remember that aesthetic.
Wrong one.
You know what? You want to know something?
I do.
Because the Gazette is one of my favorite bands, and they're Visual K. I also listen to During Grey a lot. They used to be Visual K. When I was so I grew up in Rennekia. I still live here, unfortunately. And when I used to do the local music scene around here, a lot of people don't realize that the local music scene of Rennekia is pretty much metal, because a lot of death metal originated here.
Oh,
So-
what? Damn it!
I know, that's what I said every time I went to a
No,
show. So
I just
fucking
died.
but like there was this band one night, and I was interested to see what they sounded like, because their like influences and shit on their band page was way different than everybody else's. And then I saw them in person when we all did the show together, and they were like a white person, like Visual K band. It was the most embarrassing fucking thing I'd like ever seen, because they were all white and they all had the fucking like Visual K mohawks and shit, and they were trying to like sound like it was real creepy. It was real unsettling. I think I watched them do one
not
song.
paying
And I was like,
attention
I'm
to my
gonna go
redeems.
outside.
I'm sorry. I have
It
2
probably would've been-
hydrates and a sit up.
They probably would have been fine if they did that at like an anime convention.
There's a huge
Well,
hydration.
I think it's weird to I don't know. Maybe I'm off base.
Man, a nice stretch. Oh! Don't forget to stretch, y'all.
My voice sounds like fucking hell because I'm shrimping.
Yeah, you should unshrimp.
You should untrim, because that's what I just did.
I'm getting bombed by monkeys. Hold on. Monkeys will throw bombs at me.
I officially
Hate it
did
when
that.
monkeys throw bombs at me.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I feel like it's weird to take a very like centrally fucking like not American fucking like music genre and then try to just like take it as your own.
Yeah.
I feel very fucking, I don't want to say self-conscious because I don't do that shit, but I don't know. I think it's weird. Like you could like Visual K like sonically doesn't sound like it was influenced by glam rock, and it sounds like nu metal with more synths and shit. Like you could just do nu metal and then wear cooler hair and clothes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this weird like Asian fetishization. I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Sounded more like 4.
That's what I do.
You give us 2 more cents than what we asked for.
Yeah.
That's still 1 more cent than below the minimum amount that we need in Canada. We don't have pennies.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. You really
I
haven't
gave
gone
the
through a loop there
I gave
for a
the
second.
mushroom to the witch. What do I gotta do to get the item back from her?
Oh, you
I think
go
you have to
in.
fly again, or
You give her the mushroom, and then you need to screen transition and then come back.
I did.
So look, I think.
Unless
Oh,
the
Tom.
unless the
it's the assistant.
there it is.
inside
No,
that
that's-
gives it to you.
Speaking of
you
screen
just have to go
transition,
talk to them, right?
I'm gonna go put the exclamation point donation in my chat so people remember that you can donate, and this is a charity stream.
Yeah. Can you do the same thing for? I'm afraid to tab out of Dark Souls. Could you do the same thing in mine?
Just donate. Is exclamation point donation?
Donate.
Donate. I think mine's also donate, and I fucked up because mine didn't do anything.
Ah, there it is. Enjoy an Ash and Estes ring.
Kimmy, you're like offline, like you're not trying to get back on.
I
No.
switched over to Sudoku,
No, I mean like,
like my stream.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna close out of it then.
Twas not.
Are you
working.
still doing the Pokemon? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Stage
I'm just
Doodle-doo.
Stop streaming.
select.
I was just making sure because I had 6 chats open, and if I could shrink that down to 5 readable chats, that'd be swell.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I got that one now.
What the fuck is the upgrade in this? I just found it the other day.
Oh crap! What the? Oh, I'm having a real hard time with this puzzle, and it's still on beginner. I have 2 spots where I think I done fucked up a run.
The only thing I don't like about the randomizer is the hearts drop so much more rarely.
Unfortunately.
I hate that I don't get to watch enough cutscenes in the randomizer.
I mean, the good thing is that there are some places where there are set hearts, like the Hera Tower has them right before the tail.
I've just realized we've been doing this for 3.5 hours, and I have not had a stand-up stretch break. So I am going to do that, and if folks need to do that as well, I would highly suggest. I'm going to leave Duckie in charge against my best judgment. Don't burn the house down, and I'll be back in a moment.
Chad, the monster's stuck in Dark Souls. Let's go crazy.
Oh no.
Oh, that's the mansion key. That works. That is
Fire.
something I can do. At least I think it is.
Sheesh.
I think I hate running Pokemon because that's like half the seed to me, it feels like, is like getting finally the big thing that you've been looking for and realizing now that you have that, you could do 20 other stressful fucking things.
Oh, if you saw my tracker right now, like everything is green and orange except for the fact that I can't get past the old man.
Did you ever hint to find out where your parcel is?
I have 6 hit points. That's how little of the game I actually have access to.
Jeez, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so I'm like grinding through Cinnabar right now with underleveled characters or Pokemon trying to do anything because I literally can't get past Viridian City. And even if I complete stuff in Cinnabar, I can't get past the Seafoam Caves, so I've got like this tiny section of map that I've access to. And half of it is over-leveled for me. Like, this is hands down the most cursed seed I've ever played it. Like, specifically my YAML. Like, it's cursed. I did things to myself in this YAML, and I regret everything. I mean, I don't regret it, but I regret it. Alright.
I say I gotta go to the Dark World. Where are the Dark World ones? I need the hammer for that one. I need the... Those are useless to me. Go figure. The one that's the best one I need to defeat Agamem or the hammer. So that's what I need.
Egg hammer.
Egg hammer?
That's a whole other thing. Actually, I don't think Eggman has like an egg hammer. That's probably what he calls it, like when he just has like a normal nail he used to hammer in. He's like, I'll just get down to the egg hammer.
Egg hammer.
Yeah, he says it just like that.
Egg hammer.
If they ever don't have Mike Pollock as Eggman, I hope that they get somebody that sounds exactly like that. That doing the exact inflection. So many people would be mad, and I would be in bliss. But also, literally, anytime they change a voice actor, everybody loses their mind in Sonic.
So. In general.
In general, but like in Sonic. Oh. Oh.
Please have a heart. Please have a heart. Yeah.
Remember when Sonic was voiced by Urkel?
I do. For years.
Yeah. 7 at least.
In time. If you put me in this fucking sand, I swear to Christ.
Come on.
I can't see. Oh my fucking god, the camera keeps killing me.
Okay, now that I have
like
the
a 3D
laser.
Sonic game, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that I have the laser, I don't need to worry about getting close to these guys. I can easily just laser them to death.
That sounds like a good thing to do in a video game.
Get lasered.
Life gives you lasers.
Life did give me lasers. It was like almost $3,000.
I do have red potion too, so I can I wonder if, wait, can I laser?
Oh, joy to the world. I'm fine.
Hey,
oh my, no, I can't fucking see.
Aiden, I don't want to call you out here, but it doesn't sound like you're fine.
Perfectly okay. Everything's normal. Gender fluid?
You drinking from that gender fluid?
Gender fluid?
My.
I'm not a monster, Jake.
Ooh.
Let's get to listen to the song more.
Oh, frick, please don't. Oh, no, it didn't hurt to me. I'm an idiot. Oh,
Oh, there's your twin pyramid key, Eryn.
She's not here right now, but she'll be very excited when she gets it.
She absolutely will.
Who sent it?
That would have been you.
Hell yeah. Hi.
Who sent it? You did. Oh.
Like I said, I'm very scared to tab out of my game right now because I don't want it to crash.
Does it straight up just not tell you AP shit?
It's on it's in like a command prompt client.
Yeah.
Ew. Well, I guess Timespinner does that too.
But it's like, it's separate.
No!
Oh, it's its own window.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh. Why? I can't fucking... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm fine.
Are you? No, you didn't drop a heart. I am one heart missing and I can't laser.
I have no laser and I must scream.
And that was my consolation giggle to show chat in all of the streams that I'm actually fine and not having a mental breakdown over Sonic Adventure 2, a game for children.
I mean, it is like E10 plus.
It's what?
It's like E10 plus.
No, it's not. That's Shadow the Hedgehog. E10 plus wasn't a thing when this game came out.
Well, it'd probably get rated E10 plus now.
Oh, I wonder if the Steam version is rated E10. They don't say cusses or nothing. I cannot see.
That's why they rated
The challenge
10.
of this room is that you cannot fucking see, because if you move forward, the camera gets stuck on the fucking wall. It's unfucking believable.
I can believe it. It's a 3D Sonic game.
Someone did this intentionally, and I just want to talk. I just want to meet them and talk.
There's one more heart. Damn it!
Sonic Adventure 2 is the Dark Souls of Sonic games.
No, Sonic 06 is.
No, because Dark Souls games are good.
Oh.
Got it.
If
I
they
have
put
lasers
it-
again.
If they put 06 in AP, I might try it. For the lulz. Oh my god, no, I grabbed it and I dropped off. Fuck, I know, there's no guarantee that it'll ever come back. Oh my god, it's like the second coming of Christ and I just pissed it. There we go. Yes. Oh my god, I got the stupid fucking child. Yes.
Stop!
I can't.
I am now missing 4 hearts. Lovely. I fucking hate these red guys with the pointy spears as opposed to the throwing spears.
Yeah, fuck that.
I don't mind the ones with the throwing spears because I can block them
Mm-hmm.
while I laser them. Can't do that with the...
So while I'm sitting here...
So I'm at half hearts now, so I can't laser Agamem.
Kimmy, what do you say? I missed all of that.
Yeah, you are very quiet, Kimmy.
Yep.
I said while I have a minute, because I'm in BK, I'm gonna go feed the kitty.
Okay.
Okay.
Go tell her I said hi.
Or say hi to me.
Because she doesn't know me, so it won't fucking matter.
Do it anyways. Ow. We're all throwing knives at me. It's very rude.
Fuck.
And by people, I mean
Multi-girls
skeletons.
stream? Can't believe that. On kinda sorta International Women's Day, no less.
Kinda sorta.
International Women's Day observed.
Nope, I can't hit him. Okay.
That was Kimmy's idea. I'm actually not that funny.
Hey, you're pretty funny.
You really think so?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on my Tinder profile.
Funny.
Funny.
2010 thinks I'm funny.
Funny.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Personality traits, positives, funny.
Funny.
Fuck it, I'm gonna drink this. Oh!
Oh,
Fuck.
you can backstab ghosts. Not ghosts. Skeletons. That's the opposite of ghosts.
Opposite but same!
Skeletons, the opposite of ghosts.
Yeah.
I think the opposite of ghosts would be like a living soul still trapped in this mortal coil.
Oh, wait.
Nah, it's
okay,
definitely
I
skeleton.
see.
It's definitely skeleton.
Fuck. And this is where I go up here.
Listen, I've been playing Dark
Okay.
Souls for 3.5 hours.
Those are my mind.
I am playing it willingly.
How many more times do I have to hit you?
7.
With hand.
7 with sword.
Damn it, why does that go up high?
I played that song. I didn't even play that song in Theater Rhythm. I put it up in the demo.
Got him.
Got him. Like
I gotta pee, and since Aaron's not back, I'm still in charge, so I'm putting Kimmy in charge.
Okay. Wait. Fuck.
Right, but what did I just get? Did I get anything?
What do I look like? The gift master? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord in heaven. There we go.
What? Hold on, did it not? Or was it because it was off screen? I think I need a hammer for that. That's why. Apparently there's something on the right side I can hit though. Someone's about to be, well, happier. Oh, it's an emblem.
That's me.
So I said happier. I don't know.
I did it, Sonic!
Stage select.
Wee! Oh, right, I can't do that.
Damn, I need 15 more emblems. Or no, not 15. Hold on. Wait, 15? No, hold on. There's just no way.
Really?
No way. I can't believe this.
Hold on, where am I right now? I am there. Okay, I just got that one. Apparently I can go north from here and get something? Okay.
No, I need 49. I need 9 more emblems, and then I can get to the last stage. Let's see if I guess I should just hint for the go mode items, because I'm getting pretty fucking close. What do I need? What do I need in this life?
You need 7 rings.
In hand. I need gloves. I actually already have a lot of the shit I need. I have at least half the shit I need. I have more than half the shit I need.
Fucking fuckles.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I named my shuckle.
Fuckles?
Yeah.
Fuckles.
Holy fuckles, it's shuckle.
You don't fuckle with a shuckle.
Yeah. I get
like
that.
Sonic, I don't chuckle.
Knuckles. And Knuckles.
I like getting in the way. Shout out to the no people in chat that know what the fuck Duckie and I are talking about.
Which one?
I'm Knuckles. And I like getting in the way.
You want to get a shot of Sonic? I'm in the way.
I'm standing in the way. It's a fucking Nirvana the band, the show sketch that was not even in the show. So even people who have watched the show probably don't know what the fuck it's from.
It's the only thing I know from the show.
A lot of people now just have shit that I've shown them in their brain, and they're like, "Yeah, Nirvana the band, the show is really funny." I'm like, one of the most racist things I've seen air on television is in the last episode of that show. I'm like, maybe don't. I don't know. I watched it. There's not that much problematic shit in it. It's just when it happens, it's like, please stop, please. The last episode had my like jaw drop to the floor though. I was like, holy fucking shit. Why did you do that? Why did you think that was a good idea?
Maybe they didn't want to do the show anymore and they were trying to get canceled intentionally.
Vice was gonna fuck them anyway. That's why season 3 doesn't exist. They got fucked over by Vice anyway. Hint. Actually, let's see how many points I have. 46 and it costs 12. So that's like 3 hints? Not 4. Huh? That's almost 4 hints. Well, I don't need that many things. I guess hammer gloves?
Have a whip.
Yay! I actually like the whips in this game. I'm not gonna use it though, because I don't have the stats.
Gloves. Fair and valid.
I've given up on my stinky YAML thing.
I'm sorry about those knuckles, Aiden.
Yeah. It's okay.
If there's a way to dig out from like Archipelago where my Oaks parcel is, like
yeah,
I mean,
you can.
Okay.
I don't know that it's like.
I think I heard someone whisper my name. Yes.
Duckie, can I open mouth kiss you? Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I have stuff I can do. So many things. Okay, sorry.
Welcome to MULTIGIRLS.
I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Anyway,
unless you generated a spoiler log, I don't think you can like go into the settings and find it. That might be someone who archipelagos more than me.
I was gonna say. I did not put I didn't put it remaining. You can either cheat and just straight up get the item, or I can see where it is in the spoiler log for you. I can control F it.
There we go.
Is that okay?
I'm just saying, like, it is stopping lots of stuff, I'm sure, that I'm just this deadlocked.
If you're okay with it, I mean, it's been holding you back for 3 hours. I can get the spoiler log up and just do that. Okay, here we go.
I have no complaints. That's a long time to be stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Man, I'm in here, you know, being a champ about it, but goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, at least I got you surf so you could do something, but then, of course, it was Cinnabar, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, now I've got the...
Cinders of a Lord, Lothric Prince.
Oh, good!
Alternatively, you could hit exclamation point get item and then type in Oaks parcel and just cheat
Are you
and be done.
serious?
That's always been a thing you can do.
Oh, I didn't.
See, I wasn't aware that was a thing you could do.
Oh. Well, I mean, because it's
I'm
kind of like
assuming
it's the
that
sport of the thing.
rough
But like,
on
I would say
Duckie.
by this point,
Yeah, no, at this point, it's
just
like.
do it.
It's gonna take me like minimum an hour to get to that boss. So
You said okay.
Examine, you
What
can
am I
also
typing?
do hint player name item in the web console. Thank you, Waffle. If you type in exclamation point get item, and then type in Oaks parcel or whatever the fuck it's technically called.
But not.
Oh, it is Oaks parcel.
the admin
Because I
has.
gave because I got
don't have to do
Kimmy's
it.
Oaks parcel.
I put on the cheat for that. She can get her own item.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure.
I am back. Sorry, I decided to
Okay.
There you
make myself a snack because I was also quite hungry and all I had been nomming on was some chips. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm a snack.
I made
What?
some soup.
Oh my gosh.
Merry Christmas, Val.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to finish up some of what I'm doing here, and then I will do that.
Thank you for the grass
Gosh.
crash shield.
You're welcome.
What else was I gonna hint for? I was gonna hint for something else. Then I got distracted a little bit. Oh, Gen Engine.
No, Jet's not in that game.
Where's my son?
That was useless.
That's also in Val's World.
How's everybody holding up?
Jesus
How's
Christ!
morale?
That's Seafoam Islands.
Doing okay. But I've also been playing the whole time because
I'm gonna
I
be
put I put the one item in the game that could potentially BK me for hours on end into my like local
Oh.
items only.
Oh, I have a monkey.
That's always good.
Means you're a baboon.
I know.
All right, I'm just gonna keep smacking around checks then, since I know what I'm waiting on now. I'm just gonna keep fucking
Right.
checking.
Monkey.
Good rod. Not sure if
I got a good
helpful.
rod. What?
Well.
Ahem, ahem, ahem.
Try the beal,
monkey.
folks. Great magic barrier.
I can
and-
actually get to that in a couple of minutes, Aiden. So
Ooh,
really?
thank
get
you.
over
Now I have
to
sword
that
3.
and because that I can actually get to.
The jet engine?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Big wheel, keep on
After I
turning.
revive the Pokemon that swims.
Witch's Locks is one of my favorite weapons in this game. Unfortunately, it is a +0.
Oh,
Witch's
sorry.
Locks are a whip that are also shoot fire.
That sounds
A
useful.
whip that also shoots fire. That
Yeah, it does fire
you
damage.
have my
as well.
attention.
It does whipping damage and also I actually like I did a solo Dark Souls 3 seed where I got a +10 whip like super early on, and I was like, all right, I'll just fuck around with this, and it turns out I actually really like how the whips feel in Dark Souls games.
Fire trap. You know what?
Sorry. My bad. I thought we had these like little like Lipton chicken noodle cup of soup things that take like 30 seconds to make, but it turns out no, we did not have any, so I just had to make an actual package of Lipton's chicken noodle soup.
I need
Oh,
to use more of that.
I love Lipton's chicken noodle soup slaps. It is one of my favorite treats. I mean, if you count soup as a treat, which who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean,
Did I do?
when it has that much salt in it, it's a treat.
If you like soup. I know there are folks that do not. Although I don't think he's here.
I make my own soup.
Damn it.
Spider hell.
Oh, there's a bomb there.
Well, at least I have Radiant Orb, which makes this easier.
Shit. Damn it.
Hell. Spider hell.
Full restore!
Whatever a spider hell does. Full
Not,
restore.
Not exactly essential for Kimmy, but full restores are always nice.
Sure.
Not essential, but hella useful.
Yes. Just like me. Unless it was the pandemic, at which point I was classified as an essential worker.
Yeah. I think you're essential.
No, thanks. Oh, I can't do lore checks because I don't have the tablet. I can't check stuff out of the library. Ugh. The noise that the spiders make is truly one of the worst noises in video games, and like 10 out of 10 I'd vote you for doing that. I mean, not really.
You should ask him if he could put an arachnophobia mode into...
Yikes.
They're tolerable because they're not like super spider-like.
Stage select.
But they're still
That makes
yucky. Kill It With Fire has a VR mode now, and as much as I would love to do that, no, I'm not going to do that to myself.
Please do not.
Do it for a Scooby snack?
Oh my gosh, no.
How long ago did you stream that? I feel like that was like one of the first things I watched you stream.
I feel like that was a good 2 years ago.
That sounds right, because that's when I was getting into Twitch regularly. So a lot of the people I happened to watch were just like Sat's friends.
I did somehow manage to still have fun, but that's because it has the arachnophobia mode.
Yeah, it just turns everything into like dots, right?
Yes. You can also turn off, there's a bunch of settings of like, you can make it not look super spider-like. You can, ooh, takedown. Like, yeah,
Take
there's,
down the
there's
spiders.
Take the shit down.
A couple of things that were helpful. There was also like a noise that went along with them that was also, you could disable as well. Like it gave you a lot of different options. So
That's cool.
With
it also
that in
gave
mind,
you a
actually was
flamethrower.
fun. Yes, also the flamethrower and the fact that you could have a gun to. I still need keycard C.
I remember the gun.
The gun is the best one, but also the hardest to use. Because I have bad aim.
As an audience member, the imagery it makes it. Just Tony, we got spiders in here again.
Yeah, I imagine trying to shoot a spider with a gun would be hard.
Hey,
wait, what am I doing?
That's an Eggman thing.
It is. You're welcome.
So, unless I did something wrong, I have no past warp with my twin pyramid keys.
Do you have Understand Man on? Do you have Unchained Keys on?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you wouldn't have Unchained. I mean, there was a glitch in when I did Unchained Keys where it still gave me a pyramid key drop.
I don't think I did that, but I might.
What? Oh. So the good news is I can get my own hammer.
Yay!
Nice.
What's the bad news?
Bad news is it's in Skull Woods.
Oh, we don't like that. Where's my yam?
Oh, that's right. I need to.
Which means I have to go to Skull Woods in the Dark World and figure out exactly where it is.
I thought you were excited about being in Dark World. Did I mishear that?
Oh no, I was. Earlier, because it meant I could do shit.
Oh, got it.
That was the,
That was then,
sweet,
this
I
is
can
now.
do stuff now in the Dark World, awesome! Because I was almost at a standstill myself, and then the pearl came through, I'm like, ah, yeah, Moon Pearl, thank you, gimme!
I want to point out as a quick side here that the glitchiness that it was making me die a bunch earlier, it worked in my favor earlier for whatever fucking reason I've never seen before in my life. One of the like shooty robots just like glitched to the floor as it spawned for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
So it's one less thing that can shoot me. That's pretty good.
And we're back to BK.
Funky.
That's the redeem for y'all.
I'm stuck inside the... Oh my god.
Hint was previous. Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Route 25. I
Working on it.
I forgot. Sorry,
Alright, so-
I couldn't remember what I had hinted for.
I almost died to this boss because I got stuck inside of his weapon and could not move.
Thank you, Waffle. Thank you for confirming that I am a silly goose.
I'm a silly duck.
Quack.
It is remarkable how much better Dark Souls feels as soon as you get a Grass Crest shield.
I have 15 points and I need at least 21.
There's your merchant, Crow.
Thank you. Does that open anything?
Old King's Great Hammer for Duck Souls.
That's the boss I literally just killed.
Murder.
If I equip the Crow, which boss
man,
do
did I
need
miss
to
it?
do
Oh, no.
Merchant Crow?
What?
It's the gyre check in the lab.
Oh, okay. So not for quite a while. Okay.
Someone sent me something while I was warping, so I don't know what it was.
Here's the Earth. Damn, that's a sweet Earth, I'd say.
Oh, I just sent you Titan Shard number 2.
Okay. Sent me a titsard.
Well, damn it.
If it had been exciting, I would have told you.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we are back to...
Damn it.
That's the shard number 4.
That was a large titsard.
Oh yeah, both of them are.
Oh, okay.
Large teeth yard.
I
don't know shit about
Damn
the
it.
game, so I didn't know if there was a difference.
The large Titanite shards are the second tier upgrade material.
Oh, I don't have a
There's
third
Titanite shards, the large Titanite shards, and then Titanite chunks.
Oh, and I don't have my hammer. So I can't attack these guys. Do I need them? Enjoy a Pokeball. Yep, you got a Pokeball.
One
Woo.
whole Pokeball.
No.
Yeah, right.
And there is a soul of Yorm the Giant.
Yep. That's levels.
I swear to God, I have played this game before.
And a potion too. Okay. There's my other small key. Okay.
Fun. Multi-girls fun. Fun. Multi-girls is fun.
I will say, this is one of, like, the worst multi-world
Yeah,
games
this
I think
is.
I've ever rolled.
And that's what makes it so
Yeah.
fun, everybody. And if you donate, the exclamation point donate. You don't have to donate to hit the donate. You can just hit exclamation point donate, and you can donate to Mermaids today
And
to
some
save
of us
trans
have
youth.
QR codes on our screens.
And to save our minds.
You
Anyway.
don't have to think about it. You could be drunk as fuck and just scan your fucking TV screen right now. And just click on the
Look at
thing
the
in the
camera,
middle,
I'm on
probably.
TV.
What?
And your TV screen. Yep.
Everybody watches Twitch
See-
with the family on their TV screen, right?
No, it's all intentional because
Yeah, because
the
it's totally a family-friendly screen. Yeah.
the difficulty of all of our respective YAMLs is a metaphor for the patriarchy. Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Happy
You know what?
International
I'll
Women's
allow
Day,
it.
everybody.
Have a heretic staff.
Stage select.
Thank you. That's what they probably could
Ah,
tell me after I said that.
that's okay. I'm about to go fight Brock finally. With
Hell yeah.
I don't
another
have the
level
big key
30
yet. Fuck.
Pokemon.
Kick his ass.
Wait, how many chests am I
I
at for
screwed
the-
up somewhere along the way.
We all do
You
that
never
sometimes.
screw up.
Aw.
Another fucking gleaming example of Duckie and I's fucking like character. Duckie's been like, "You're okay, it's all fine," and I'm like, "Oh, "It's okay, nihilism."
Oof.
Okay, we're all
we,
fucking
like-
garbage.
Oh, Ferret Brock's gym usually has like level like 12.
Yeah.
This is the first gym. Like this is a steamroll because I got stuck for 3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, Aiden, at this point, I know you already have something set up for Halloween, but I feel like we need to do like a duo thing where I'm the angel and you're the devil.
Oh, jeez.
I
And we're
don't
just
know my
on the
content.
shoulders.
I kind of want to draw like an animatic of the fucking thing we did with Waffle the other day, where Waffle's going to bed and you're like stay up late and drink soda and be horrible. And I was like, listen to me, I put on this fucking angel suit. This is degrading as shit. You should be able to understand this without it.
That would actually be pretty cool.
I want to do that for a lot of things. It just takes a lot of effort, and I have executive dysfunction and massive depression.
Same.
Wow.
Also, I can't draw.
MULTIGIRLS is fun, everybody. You learn so many things about the streamers,
Alright.
including Duckie's foot fetish.
You mean Aiden's foot fetish?
I tried to turn it around. I knew it wouldn't work. I knew it wouldn't work. And I did it.
Okay, it's okay. I didn't want to. I didn't want to say anything, but the reason why I'm projecting it on you is because Eryn asked me to cover up her foot fetish.
Oh. Hello.
I nervously laughed. That's just true.
I mean, I don't hate my own feet, but not in that way.
That's a confession if I've ever heard it.
Yeah,
This
here
seems to
first.
be an 8? Okay.
Eryn go bra.
This one?
Foot
Yep.
fetishist.
Has a foot fetish.
Yes.
Heard it here first
You know
on
what?
MULTIGIRLS.
You're here,
MULTIGIRLS. I think.
Funny because she's not actually paying attention right now. She's playing Sudoku.
I'm trying so hard to math.
She's hacking.
It's not math, it's patterns.
Oh, damn it! This is why it's orange. Understood. Orange because I need to get the hammer.
Oh, the tracker thingy?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, the tracker in Emo Tracker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, can I not?
But this can't be 5 because I have a 5 there.
Raid!
Wait a minute, I can't.
Because the 5 has to go here because there's a 5 there and a 5 there. Ugh.
I mean,
You rated?
that's...
T. Roofle just rated Virtue.
Oh,
with 23
T! I don't know why my
viewers.
sounds aren't working! Ah!
That's fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it.
Thank
Have
you
a
for the
lot of
raid.
raid
Oh my
here.
gosh. Hello, Raiders. Cat raid meow. Oh, I can't do Ah.
Welcome
Do I just-
to the
Welcome,
perfectly
everyone.
silly stream.
Yeah. For those who don't know me, I'm
Yeah.
trying to not to die here. I am Virtue. I am a fellow Nekomata, like T is. Yeah. And today I am joining a bunch of other girls doing what we call a multi-girls, and today's is a charity stream for Mermaids, who is a UK-based charity for trans and gender non-conforming youth. So hit
You're
that.
like what? Just over
Donate the-
150 pounds?
Or-
Like more goal?
Yep, we're at like 290
338.15.
338.15. And if you get it up to 400 pounds, I have to drink an entire shot of hot sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
There's a 2 in this row already? There
This
is!
economy?
Eryn.
Yeah, demon cats rise up. Yeah, yeah. But
Aiden,
yes,
you're not a demon cat. Stop it. You're appropriating their culture.
You said I
Oh
was a
my
demon earlier. Pick a fucking lane. You made Sonic Adventure 2 crash. Look what you've done.
Yeah, that was
Oh
me.
no.
Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, I'm in the wrong section. I can't get anywhere with that one. Can I?
Ugh.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I can. I just am. No! No, you
Silly
don't! Don't you dare take any of my fucking items, you piece of shit. Okay, good news is I can dash over those gaps. Alright, into the cave here.
Into the
The
thick of
void.
it. Ugh. Okay.
Ugg? What about Uggs?
Shit.
We're tramping
Remember Uggs?
through the bush.
I do.
There are some people that can't forget them, apparently.
Yeah?
I had when Uggs were like the height of fashion, I had a friend who lived in Australia. Apparently, Uggs are like $5 a pair in Australia because that's where they're from. So
Mhm.
she was like flabbergasted when I told her what the price of Uggs were here. She's like, "What the fuck? Those are like $5. They're not even like high fashion. They're just like comfort."
I know. That's the whole point. Is it's appropriation. Look at that.
Appropriating Australian culture. Goddamn.
Yep.
Hey, don't laugh at Australian culture.
I'm not.
No, you weren't.
I'm laughing at.
Somebody did. I don't.
I'm laughing at people saying, "Ah ha ha, we'll just take these people. They don't matter." I'm like, fuck
I
you,
have a
buddy.
giggle. I have a chuckle from time to time.
What if we took the Australian fashion and disguised it as our own cooking?
Oh heck! Fuck.
Ugh. Hi, Tiger.
What happened?
Oh no, I opened a chest, and it caused holes to appear in the floor.
Oh
that's
yeah.
That kind of piss that makes you go ugh.
Do I have the map yet? Yes, I do. That was what I just picked up.
Tagmer, how is your Saturday going?
Yeah.
Saturday.
Oh, I just realized I have redeemed. Ooh, I can do the
There's
shovel.
a shovel for virtue.
Be my baby.
What am I supposed
Oh, I'm
to
lagging.
do? One of my fucking checks just crashes the game.
Yeah.
I might have to turn off the mod. Well, we can't. It's too late.
No! I
Just,
got hit by the wall master.
I don't know. Check what the check is and give yourself the check.
Yep, we're doing that.
Yep.
Wait, how do I do that?
Do you know what the name of the location is?
I guess I gotta do spoiler log. I don't want to. Fuck it. I'll just be very careful.
Stretchy stretch.
Like a cat.
Naps are good. I hope you had a delightful nap.
I didn't get to nap today because I usually nap at like 4, and I'm like, if I nap at 4, I'm not going to be up in time for 5.
True enough.
So this needs to be a 5, but this also needs to be a 5. And I... Oop, sorry, microphone. Sorry.
Wait, did I get the compass?
Do it again.
It's an
You do
Eryn
twi-
item. I'm gonna give her her item.
Wrong inputs, god damn it.
Let me
What
see how
item
to
is it?
do this. What?
What item
Was
is
it
it?
a
Oh,
stand
fire
up?
orb.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, fire orb is actually good. If she doesn't have,
Actually-
do you have
It's
any
useful,
fire?
yeah. she
I
has
have
Gin
Gin
Inferno.
Inferno.
No!
I don't care. I'll give it to you
I
anyway.
I like fire, so
Damn
I
it.
can't
To you
say
anyway.
no.
Because if I forget that it's
Third
there and I
time.
come for it again, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Third frisking time.
Actually, can I do that?
You should be able to just give her the item.
Yes, okay.
Can I?
You literally just did it for Val.
I did not.
I did it for
Oh,
Val.
okay.
For me. I did it for myself. So that I don't murder anybody.
I think there's a way. Yeah. I think there's a
Tagmar,
way
I
to
hope you
do
enjoy
it.
your time here in the cacophony that is this stream, but
I don't know,
do
whatever. I'll just
understand if
remember.
it is sensory overload.
Aaron, if you want your pyro, what did I say? Fire orb?
Fire orb.
Just get item and fire orb. I got it fair and square. Just can't fucking get it because the game crashes. Sonic Adventure 2 is optimized for Steam. Chat, don't question it. Sega's God.
No! What? It was on the ground and I ran into it and it still grabbed me.
I was like, Virtue's questioning it.
Ta-da! Thank you.
Well, I'm not questioning this at all. I'm questioning the wall
Shake my
masters.
head.
Oh, I got fucking wombo comboed by
Yeah.
Black Knights.
Fuck you, floor master. Or wall master. I don't even know which one it is. Oh, it's the wall master because it comes from the ceiling.
Damn it, the quartermaster. I should have known. Let's see what everybody else's chat is doing now that my game is crashing less.
Whole lot of nothing.
No! I tried to throw a thing and I fell down a pit.
You tried not doing that?
Oh,
Wow.
I'm trying to recognize the pattern.
And that's not a heart. So I'm fucked.
Stage select.
Fuck. Alright. Well, actually, shit. Aaron, when you get a sec, can you actually get that?
Ah, better
I
shield.
did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't do the check though.
Well, you'll just have to remember.
Well, that's not a memory thing. It's the fact that. Oh wait, no, it's not locked off. Never mind. I'm being a goofus. I almost said the I word. Anyway.
No self-dep.
I'm being
I goofus.
Actually, that's probably worse. Anyway,
an Iggy Pop.
I don't want to be one of those.
I don't think Iggy Pop wants to be Iggy Pop.
Well, because he got caught.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, hey chat, welcome to MULTIGIRLS. If you put in !donate, you can donate to trans youth, and they can get the help they need. Because the UK ain't so kind about
300 rupees.
Yep.
Actually, it's pounds, but we are over 300 pounds right now in the donation right now, which is I'm grateful for everybody who has donated so far.
Yes.
If you can't give right now, I understand. We would like as many donations as possible, but we understand these are difficult times for everybody. So just being here, supporting the stream, telling your friends and family and enemies about it. Make them donate out of spite.
Yeah.
Get your nearest local enemy and make up a bunch of shit about how you're super transphobic, and they'll be like, oh, well, now I have to donate because they hate you.
They have to do exactly the opposite of what you want.
I got a hint for Kimmy's rare candy.
I'm the idea bitch around here.
I thought I was the idea, but
in reality, you're the idea bitch.
You just steal all my ideas and pretend they're your own. I'm Krusty Krab, or I'm not Krusty. Krusty Burger.
I'm Krusty Krab.
I'm Krusty Burger, and you're you're Skinner.
What are you doing? Oh.
Taking my ideas and pretending they're your own.
What if I stole Duckie's idea for a charity event, disguised it as my own act of goodwill? Oh, delightfully devilish, Aiden.
What are those?
What are those?
I've got 2 TMs being offered at the fossils, so I have to figure out which ones they are.
One of them was probably Payday.
There's apparently a hidden.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think so. Does Payday exist in Gen 1? Yeah, it has to, because it's Meowth's thing.
Yeah.
It's like their signature move.
Meow, that's right.
Meowth, that's right, indeed, Payday. Fuck. There's apparently a chest in... Why can't I push this? Okay, I can't actually push it, which is understandable.
See if I can...
Oh, I guess there's not actually anything here. Is there? No, there is! What is hidden here? Tell me your secrets. I don't remember this one.
That wasn't so difficult.
Wait, does it? If you do this, it's interesting. Yeah, she got the...
Eryn, what are you doing? There's already a 1. Damn it.
Weird. I'm not locked off by it, it's just interesting. I didn't know that happened. Apparently, because she got the orb, but the icon that shows up when I collect that check is not, like, pinged. Yeah, so I guess that's just a thing. I mean, that doesn't lock... we got lucky with that. That doesn't lock me off from anything.
Where am I? Wait, where am I?
Oof. I guess I'm not using this particular mod again.
This is...
What the fuck was AP?
Not Blaze the cat.
No, Blaze the cat's fine. Blaze stays. I don't care if the game runs at 2 frames per second. The Blaze the cat mod stays forever. That's not even a multi-girls thing. Blaze just stays. Blaze is the main character of this game, henceforth.
The Blaze the cat mod stays on during sex.
During sex, the Blazy Mix Sonic Adventure 2 battle mod stays on with full voice acting. The only context I would fuck the Laura Bailey's voice.
I can think of a few.
That's fucked up.
I'm just gonna shake my head.
SMH.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Tagmer wants to hear that Bo Burnham. You can't put me in lewd jail.
Well, here's what I'm
Tagmer.
gonna do. I'm gonna mute things so that chat can hear them. Here,
Wait,
Where am I right now? I am in
Where am I?
Skullwoods.
Schoolwood.
Yeah?
They're skulls and they're cool.
That's
what I'm going with.
That's where you're going with? Okay. Just making sure you want to commit to that. Is that your final answer?
Yep, I'm committing to it.
Oh.
I should have spent my souls before trying to fight Pontiff Sullivan.
Sure.
Guy is a douche nozzle.
Is there a mod that turns whatever that is into Sully from Uncharted?
Okay, I think I've got the first 3 boxes correct.
I think.
I sure hope.
There it is.
There it is.
See, in this stream, you can learn about Sudoku. Chat, you know Sudoku now. You can do it on your own.
Don't forget, it's also the time change for those of us in the continent that is changing the time this weekend. So we're gonna spring forward.
Just get rid
Is
of
that this weekend for the US too? Because
Yep.
Canada, US does it.
Awesome.
The UK does it in like 2 or 3 weeks.
What if we just all agreed to just
not.
BC tried. California still wanted to change the time for whatever reason. Thanks.
103.
Wow. Yeah, it's fucking that blows my mind.
Yeah.
Just wanna fly.
Put your arms around me, baby.
No, I feel like I just live here now. Like, at least I'm making progress. But I've been here for over 4 hours, and I live here now.
Oh,
Jimmy, I got
cool.
your badge.
Is that a bottle with a potion? Nice.
That's all the badges that Kimmy needs.
Jove, I think I'm getting it.
That's all I need. I'm gonna go to the bathroom for the 5 millionth time.
This is not where I think.
Oh god, physical health issues.
I think that no, the one can only go here. Haha, I'm learning.
Yay!
Yay.
You thought this was an entertainment stream?
Now, this is an edutainment stream.
Oh.
Oh boy. Slowly
How do I do
doing
that?
Sudoku for check hints.
All my homies hate Pontiff Sullivan.
An Eryn.
I'm so
containment
confused.
stream.
I'm lost.
Aaron, did you ever get the Pontiff Sullivan when you were doing Coach Souls?
I think so. Sorry.
I'm sorry for bringing back bad memories.
No,
Oh
they were
my.
great memories. I got to spend several hours a week. Thrill of the Borova. Yes. We did all content of the base game of. Dark
No!
Victory.
No!
Pontiff Sullivan's a jerk.
Oh no! You got wall mastered.
Yeah, I get wall mastered, nerd.
Just sucks because I really can't do much else.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Ah.
12.
Thank you.
Welcome. 3. Whoops. 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Damn it! Not again! You know what?
Wolf Knight's great sword for Duckie.
Thank you.
Ooh. Oh.
Well, there it goes.
Oh no. I saw that happen.
Ow.
You were so close.
And the worst part is I don't know what I can do now because I can't save and quit to go back to, because I was in the Dark World. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to do, where's the mirror?
Pontiff Sullivan.
I'm not gonna be able to do anything here, am I? Oh, I'm so close, actually.
Dying.
That's actually funny. I was so close. And then I went too far again. Ah, that's stupid. There we go. And now I can save and quit. And I'll be in the light world. And then I should be able to load up. There we go. Sanctuary. My sanctuary.
My sanctuary.
Oh, right, and I have the,
You have the Glock?
I have a few things. I don't think I have that one, though. No, but apparently I can now get up here and do something in this house up here.
Okay.
Hello?
Anything are you up to, Eryn?
I was typing out another tweet being like, hey, we're close. You should come hang out and donate and spend some time.
Hell yeah.
Indeed. Ting, 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 ting. Well, I got someone's item over here.
Are you ready?
I need to stop trying to parry. I'm not good at it.
Start walking.
Parry.
Oh, it's this tree. I keep forgetting about the tree that has a completely different color of leaf head thing.
Oh, yeah. I always forget about that tree as well.
Well,
Like, I remember to go check it to see what the ledge has initially.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's your time spinner wheel, Eryn.
Oh my god,
and it is Mind Refresh Ultra.
Love you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My goodness. You beautiful.
Yep, it
otter
was
soul.
in what is it? The route just before Bill's house, behind in the little area where you had to have cut to get to it.
Oh, jeez. Thank you.
Bill.
Hold on, I have a button for that.
Oh, Aiden's back.
There we go. Thank you.
Now do the Chinese version.
No.
Pardon?
There's the Chinese version of the theme song of the Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Well, is
theme
it
song.
in Cantonese or Mandarin?
I don't remember.
Does it slap? That's all I need to know.
It's the Bill. It's like it's the same theme song, but they translated the word.
I just have all of your large Titanite shards because that's number 3, and I already got you number 1 and number 4. So, like, hopefully they're useful.
You have all of my large tits.
Yep, that's exactly what I said.
Oh, my tits!
Oh,
That's a lot of foam.
Alrighty.
Oh, your perky imperfections.
Sorry, after all of that help, what do? I send Val a fire trap.
I've only had
Super
one trap so
great.
far. I didn't talk about that at the beginning of the stream. I have all my traps enabled for this game, and I've only had one Oma trap. I'm very surprised by this.
There aren't any traps or anything yet in Timespinner, is there?
There is, yeah.
Wait, why am I... Let's
You can
go-
actually turn them on at any time.
Oh.
Actually, no,
Didn't
sorry.
I?
Trap chests are
There it is.
are a flag.
Enjoy an X accuracy. Yay.
You
You can change what kind of traps they are.
I think they're coming to AP though, aren't they?
No, they're in AP now.
Okay. Oh, it's just a flag that you set in the
Yeah.
settings. Okay.
I thought I clicked it.
I got my second Nitro Pepsi.
I need 10 more.
Chat, it's about to get raw. This is gonna be a multi-girls like we've never seen.
Hot.
I mean, all the multi-girls have been hot.
To be determined.
Yeah, where my brain
Like
just
Wasabi
went
Wasabi
is, yeah.
What?
Big like Leanne.
We ain't family
Because I'm
friendly.
all about value.
Porn?
Campus got a mess.
Mhm.
You're all horny. You all are just horny. That's the thing.
I mean,
You're all just horny.
Have you met?
I'm surrounded by beautiful humans, of course.
Yeah.
I can holster it.
I
Can you?
can't.
Yes.
What do you think the Eryn Go compound is going to be?
Me sitting in a room playing theater with them by myself with insurance.
okay, the insurance is hot, though.
Most of my items have gone to
That's the
Duckie.
sexy part. Yeah, it's the sexy part. Oh, 3 emblems away. Oh, Jay. 3 emblems away. Oh, I can't get this. Why did I hit the A
Oh, I
button?
was in the wrong section of those. Okay, that explains why I was having such a problem.
Oh,
my music,
no!
my music finished. How dare it?
You finished?
I
Oh.
almost beat the boss, and then he threw a laser beam at
I need
me.
more music to go.
No.
More lo-fi? Let's do some lo-fi now.
Sure.
We deserve some lo-fi.
We worked hard today.
Yeah.
I don't remember where half these fucking chow fuckers are. That's a problem.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Nothing.
Child.
Right, like...
What? I was talking
No,
about
we're
the
raising
chows.
money for a charity that supports transgendered youth.
The children are watching. Or at least they shouldn't.
Aiden.
Ooh,
This is an
hideout key.
18 plus
I
stream.
think that's
Wait,
helpful
what
for
did I do? Did I say something bad or did I just say fuck 5,000 times during a sentence?
You're
I
fine.
said, chow fuckers.
Thank you.
Well, you know what I meant.
Yes, yes.
Phrasing.
I don't think that requires phrasing. If you take that literally, that's on you.
Outrider
It is
Night
both.
Gauntlet.
I look like a amazing fashion disaster right now.
Ooh, fire.
Amazing. I don't have flame ring, that's why I didn't do that yet. Alright.
Stage select.
I got all excited and thinking of Pokemon. Ordered the DLC and then realized, oh, it's not out for like a very long time. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
it's gonna be
I got
a
a
bit.
code for a thing.
I'm glad it's a Saturday.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I think that's why we did this.
Yes.
On
Yeah,
this day.
pretty much.
I was worried we would all, like, everyone's seeds would be very generous and that maybe we'd be done very quick and have to, like, get another
And
one.
be like, well, what now?
Why did you think
Yeah,
that?
like, oh, well, that was, an hour and a half. Okay, what else can we do?
No, the minute they said they were making their YAMLs dirty, I was like, all right, so this is what we're doing until, like, midnight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good for midnight.
Oh yeah, I
Not
can do this
my
all fucking
time,
night.
though. Please, not
Same.
my time.
No, midnight your time.
No, that's 3 a.m/2 a.m. and I must be lonely.
I can stay up till then.
I could, trust me, I don't sleep.
Sleep.
This economy?
Right.
Ah.
Yeah, I can't afford this shit.
All 3 of them dropped Chaos Stoles. That's hilarious.
Oh, please.
Rare
Oh, okay.
candy
Oh yeah, I can't do the stage 'cause
for
you have the
my
fucking hammer
rare
closed.
Kimmy.
Stage select.
She's quite rare with you.
There is a soul of an intrepid hero for you. There, Duckie.
Thank you.
I just have all of Duckie's stuff. Like, that's just what's happening now.
I keep trying to double jump and forgetting that I don't have Succubus hairpin. But I have Upneum, which feels weird.
I do that in bosses a lot.
I am so confused as to where I need to be.
I'm trying to make a joke, but it's taken too long now.
I love that.
It was something to do with the wherever you go, whatever you do. But I was like, that doesn't really fit what's going on right now, so no, never mind.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to get too crazy.
Eryn,
for
make a
charity.
reference that makes sense.
Yes.
Hell Supreme.
Shock and horror.
I reference shit that makes sense, but 2 people will know the song, so it just sounds like something I improv'd, and sometimes I also just do that. So no one ever knows.
My whole life is a bit.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh, Firekeeper gloves and a Titanite shard. Or chunk.
Every time you people say Titanite, it sounds like you're saying Titanite, which makes me think that, like, Duckie's getting all cozy and, like, you're tucking her in the bed, and that's what the item does.
She is having a tight night.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that.
If you want to go, like, tuck me in or something.
Yeah, if you wanna like give me a little smooch on the forehead and tell me a bedtime story.
Sad and I were texting about that. I was like, I'm gonna go to sleep real quick, and we're talking about Mr. X from Resident Evil, and he made it into fucking X gonna give it to you, and I said he comes in.
Oh my gosh.
I said he comes in and gives me a nice cold glass of milk, and he kisses me on the forehead and puts the sheets over me and says, "Don't even bother trying to get it on your own." And he goes, "X gonna deliver it to you. Sweet dreams." It turns out that my little Rugrats nightlight, and I go to sleep soundly.
Aw, Rugrats nightlight.
From your childhood, right, Aiden?
And then intensifies.
Dear, you are going to die.
Just an egg.
Egg. Oh, fuck.
That was me 15 years ago.
Yeah. That's funny.
Trans rights, chat.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, we're raising money for Mermaids.
We are.
Are we? Tell me more.
They're a UK-based organization that specializes and focuses on giving gender-affirming care to transgender and other gender non-conforming youth. And also,
I thought you said the other genres of gender. That's what I initially heard.
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go with that. The other transgenders and other genres of gender.
Did your game crash again, Aiden?
Yeah, but Duckie, go on. I'll explain that after you're done.
Yeah. Words. If you type ! donate in my chat, and I think in Aiden's chat, you'll get the donation link. And there are donation incentives that you can request by donating money, and it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool thing to do.
Damn fucking Wallmasters.
That's also true. So, it turns out, I haven't been talking about this during the stream because I wanted the people to like look in on like Khadgar and be like, "What is Aiden up to?" And like, I'd just be like, "What? This is normal. Don't say anything about it." I modded all of the characters except for Roosh the Bat in this seed. It turns out I don't think they made anything for Omega when he gets upgrades, and that's Eggman. So every Eggman upgrade check, I can grab it, but it won't collect because the game crashes before the actual like scene of it zooming in and you getting the upgrade happens because whoever made this mod didn't make an animation for it.
Whoops.
That sounds unhelpful.
Which makes sense given why the mod exists. It's not, 4 AP. I guess I tested the mod, but I guess I didn't test that specific thing. So yeah, every time this happens, I have to go look for it in the spoiler
There's no way
log.
for you to remove it now? Like the mod?
Oh, great!
I don't think so.
Like if you just
Nightmare is the twins. Good.
Because if I go in and just like save it unchecked on the mod loader,
yeah, then it should just revert it back to Eggman, which
this is where I need to go.
I am the Eggman.
which sucks, but that's what I am.
Cuckoo.
Oh, yep, cuckoo.
You're so ugly.
The reason I did Omega is because there were like no girl mods for like Eggman.
Yeah.
There was like nothing. It's all just like different shirts for Eggman and shit. So there's one that's Omega. Which, granted, looks hilarious, but if it crashes the game, it's gotta go.
Yeah.
All right.
Omega would still it still fits because they have egg in their name.
Well, because Omega is voiced by a woman in real life.
That too. Also, Eggman fits because Eggman.
Egg.
You're right,
Greg.
I think part of the reason he does all this shit is because he has some inner demons he needs to work out, and some of those inner demons.
Someone sent me
more
another thing.
Yes, I did.
What was it that you sent me? I got Eleonora and then another thing.
Straight sword.
Ooh.
Not in this stream.
Oh, it's a +5. I'm using that for now.
Nice. Oh, 50. Thank you, Kimmy.
Oh.
Fun fact: the Aerothil Straight Sword is the sword that I used the first time I beat Dark Souls 3. It's a ice sword.
No! What?
Oh, I watched that happen.
Come here, you still.
I wonder how many concussions I'm going to have.
I got the hideout key, so I have a few checks.
Yay!
Yay!
Fun as fuck. Oh my god, the hideout.
Best song in the game.
It's the best song in the game.
File select.
Live and learn.
This is not the best song in the world. No. This is just a tribute.
Select.
Couldn't remember.
Greatest song in the world. No!
This is a tribute to the greatest song in the world. All right. Sorry,
No.
I could. We could keep going.
No, they have to donate.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I just sing anywhere.
Eryn, if you wanted to donate £7 so you can sing.
This is true. So
What are you,
Aiden, I
these
can sing.
golden fucking nasally
No!
pipes tomorrow?
No!
Oh,
No.
Okay, apparently
what
for
is
you,
going on?
Who's screaming?
The wall masters are fucking me over.
Yeah,
sorry
I've
about
watched
that.
it happen a few times. Yes! Oh, let's go. Erin's got her favorite orbs.
Which one?
You're on her chest.
Fist.
Oh my god. Funny.
My favorite's plasma, but I know they're not the best, so I usually replace them a lot in fucking APA. I don't wanna. but I
No.
do. Wait, this is not mission. Oh, wait, this is mission 3, so I didn't have to go that way anyway. I was being a
get to
doofus.
punch everything in the face. Cha cha cha. Swords dance.
So I also found my key card, so I can finish Silpho,
Oh, hell
Yay.
yeah.
which is a whole
Please be a
bunch
heart,
of
please
things.
be a heart. No!
Oh, wait, I can't do this anyway. Oh, I can go to that upgrade check again. Let's go see if
Ah!
I touched the game or not. Yeah?
Poor Virtue. Every time I glance over to the Khadgar,
I can't see everybody's streams, so my internet would be like, bitch, you thought. So, I'm praying for you, Virtue. Like in Bo Burnham, that thing that he says to do.
he says to do a lot of things. You'll have to be more
Yeah.
specific.
He says, hands down and pray for me.
Oh, okay, that one. Hands down, pray for me.
At least there's a sound to indicate it, but damn.
We're all being loud as fuck, so it's hard to hear.
Uh-huh.
No, I can
Yeah.
hear it. That's not the problem. It's a matter of being able to react in time.
Richard's rapier.
Hard.
No!
There's no H.
Oh.
Your card.
Oh. I was like, Dick's rapier.
I mean,
Penis Maisha.
Check the
Hammer!
400 out.
I'll take
The
the
pen
tits
is
now.
mightier. Talk what
Hammer.
your mother said last night.
Hammer.
Yes.
Finally got my hammer.
Now you can smash things for vengeance.
Indeed. Also, the magic powder. And some more bombs. Unfortunately, I do not have a bigger bomb bag to hold all these bombs. Why can't I hold all these
Suck it,
bombs?
Barnaby.
Who knows?
There's too many.
That was one thing that I didn't super like when they made some changes to the Link to the Past Rando was you had to buy bomb and arrow upgrades.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Where are they?
Well, at least in the...
Different shops.
I don't think the archipelago one.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not for the archipelago one. But if you've got 10 bombs and you're not picking up any more, And it, you have to go buy an upgrade, and I cannot remember the shop where the upgrades are. I'm very sorry.
I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure I remember hoarding Sat's bomb bag at some point. You're also horny.
Oh, jeezums.
Oh, jeezums, there are a bunch of people talking about naughty stuff.
I know, I'm sorry.
Are you?
It's because I am safe here, and I can let down my mask.
Nope, okay, that doesn't work.
We're all
Can't
horny.
let down at work and in other places, so.
Yeah, I work in
it's
a
your
fucking...
fault for all being so safe and welcoming.
That's true. I really did this to myself. I work in a
You did. How
Redneckia
dare you be
warehouse,
so
so
lovely.
fucking...
Well, good news is...
What?
I didn't hear what it
is. Like, now go back down to, Cocorico.
That cock.
She said that like 20 times in voice chat. It is now.
Yeah, I
like,
know, but it's just because of the like this conversation we just had.
5 hours in, Aiden doesn't
I will
understand
talk your
context
Rico.
anymore. Damn.
Yes, I will talk your Rico, Dane. Oh, come on, I can't go this way.
Rico.
I don't know.
I'm gonna cock them.
Yeah. Oh, damn, it goes to the last question.
Goes to the last drop.
I can cheese hearts!
And cheese.
Cheese hearts.
Yeah, like a goldfish cracker, but like heart shaped instead.
This is one of the prettiest areas in the game, like the stained glass windows in the background, and like the sun leaking through. Ugh, this game is pretty.
And it's making a salute to the American race.
Shining the sun to an American race. Oh boy, it's fun to see. Alright, done. Am I?
Are you? I don't believe you.
I don't believe me either, so. Finally.
Oh wait, I can't do this anyway. What am I
Needed
doing?
past access so bad.
Mom was back.
Got my own bottle of sand.
Definitely finished the Thief's Dungeon.
Mother o' Pearl.
Mother of pearl. Mr. Krabs always says that, and it makes me lol.
Mother of Pearl.
Yeah,
His
because
daughter's name is Pearl. Is that not why? Because that's always why I thought.
That's a funny implication though, because that means he's just constantly screaming out as an expletive at his ex-wife, or at least somebody he used to fuck. He didn't use a Krusty condom or whatever.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Pearl is adopted. I
I'm
just
officially
What
grossed
makes
out.
you say that?
one of them is a crab.
And they talk underwater and chill with a squirrel, Duckie.
Yes, but like there's still. I can only suspend my disbelief so much. Okay.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
The other whales in SpongeBob are fucking huge, and then there's like big whales, right?
Yeah.
And there's like even bigger whales that are like normal whale size.
Yeah.
Pearl is half crab.
Pearl's also like 14, so she is a baby whale.
No, she grows
young whale.
enormous.
Yeah. She is not an adult whale.
Ocarina. Thank you.
I feel like by 14, she's like at least like taller than the Krusty Krab, though. By that logic. I'm poking holes in your fanfic here.
Listen. I'd appreciate if you.
Where's the...
Who are you?
Hey, listen. No one's playing Ocarina.
No, I haven't. No, I got the Ocarina.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say because Fade didn't join.
Yeah. She wanted to, but then work was like, no.
That's bullshit. I hate
Capitalism,
her job.
bitch.
I'm gonna go slap her boss in the paperwork.
It was a good threat.
It's a good threat for when you're on Twitch.
Good threat. Very nice.
Thank you, thank you,
10 out of
thank
10.
you.
More
Let's
of
see
that.
Paul
thanks,
Allen's
yes.
threat.
Oh, that's right. I have level 3 sword now. Keep forgetting that.
You ever see security footage of me smacking paper off of a man's desk?
Do I have the sword?
That's
Could be a woman.
Is Face Boss a woman?
Oh.
Okay. After this stream, she will be.
True. Faye is a boss.
Ooh. Also true.
Wait, do I have the key for this place? Yes, I do. Dungeon item. I have the big key.
Big key. Ooh, Flint's
big key. Oh.
What the fuck is that?
Sounded like Cookie Monster.
No, definitely was not.
So anyway, the death metal scene in Renekya.
Who do we got? Fuck off.
Okay.
What's up?
Giant bird is Raven Lord boss.
Hey, that's French vanilla.
I don't want to do this. I'm just gonna have some soup.
Hey, I'm a cannon score.
Well, good news is that you don't necessarily have to do that specific check. As your queen spot isn't mandatory.
It's
No!
not, but there's a couple checks behind it that I want to do.
Okay.
Once I get hammer gloves, I'm go mode.
What are your hammer gloves?
Bows.
What?
Nothing.
Oh. Where was that again? So that I can kind of focus on trying to get there.
In the game. Let me see.
Just focus on the entire game. You'll get it.
I'm trying. Like, I feel like that's what I have to do.
Pokemon Tower.
Pokemon Tower.
4, hidden item near west staircase. Even.
Okay. I may be able to make my way over there. I think I do have a path, so
okay.
Just give me a little bit.
Am I gonna finish first in a
really
fucking
hard without
multi-world?
double jump.
Holy shit.
Usually I'm done first, but I don't know where my other two, so I could hint
that
for
actually
them,
wasn't
but
too bad.
I don't think I've ever been done first.
that feels like a lie.
Can you think of
Ooh,
one
flippers.
where I was done
Oh,
first?
hey, flippers. I can
No,
explore so
but I'm
much
sure
more
it's
now.
like, happened.
I think the only time I've been done first was the test seat I did recently where I was the only player. And even then I
Even
released
then,
first.
Sonic Adventure 2 wasn't done first, yeah,
And
because
even
you
then I
released...
released the first game. Hey, it's set.
Satellite.
Satellite.
Bees!
Good luck raising the monies. We are so close.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
under
we're just shy of
250
400,
pounds
right?
From our goal.
you should contribute. Huh?
I got you a great sword. Merry Christmas.
you.
38 away from 400.
Yes.
I'm just gonna agree with you.
I've actually done a run with the Great Sword. It's really fun.
Fuck.
It looks like Guts Sword.
And that alone is for
Something.
You can actually, like, in pretty much every Dark Souls game you can do, or pretty much every FromSoft game that lets you customize your character, you can just do a full-on Guts cosplay because Miyazaki loves Berserk.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's what I hear. I don't know shit about Dark Souls.
Satellite, how was your day? We're very happy to see you. We've been talking about you lots.
Ow.
Which is why
And
we're
how
saying we're happy to
amazing
see you
you
now,
are.
because we were talking mad shit for like an hour, just fucking, gosh,
Yeah.
that fucking blows.
Meow.
It was mostly Eryn.
Slow and
Oh,
boring
honey,
and
thank
agonizing because I wanted to get my. Yeah, I was about to say, your new baby's
No.
home.
Heard about the
Soldier.
bees.
I heard about the bees. I texted you about the bees. Sat, remember when I texted you about the bees? That was so funny. That was so funny when I texted you about the bees.
I told her to call you,
Although-
but she was a baby.
I knew he wasn't gonna answer.
So?
So why would I call him?
Scuffed temporary setup.
Do it anyways.
Who
At
doesn't
that point,
love
it's
a
on
good
him
old
if it doesn't answer.
scuffed setup?
Call him right now. Call him
There's your
right
dumb
now.
console, Kimmy.
Fine. Holy shit.
It'd be funny when he still doesn't answer.
Oh, I'm on TV? Mom, get the camera.
Oh, baby, a triple?
Is that this? Hold on. That's the Discord call sound.
Yeah, I told Aiden to call Satellite.
I thought they were gonna call him on the phone.
Yeah, me too, but...
Oh.
Did he not pick up?
No.
Satellite!
me?
My PC isn't plugged in yet.
What the fuck?
I don't have it set up yet.
What the fuck?
You have a
Sorry,
phone. It's
Satellite,
2023.
That's not
you
how you sound. I shouldn't
goober.
imply that that is how you sound.
Yeah, it's a lot more bassy.
Yeah.
I don't have his actual number. That's a true fact.
Enjoy
I have to
a
call him on
Titanite
Discord.
slap.
That's all I got.
I mean, I have one of my BFF's phone numbers, and we still use Discord for most of our conversations.
Phone numbers are so 1999.
Yep, that was when phone numbers were invented.
That's when they were invented.
Wait,
Oh my god!
What's in here?
Remember back in the day, which was a Wednesday, you didn't have to do the area code?
Stage select.
I do
Crazy
remember that.
times we live in.
And now,
No.
not only do you need the area code, but you need a 1 sometimes.
Oh yeah, I,
mean, if
forgot
you're-
about that.
I mean, you always needed the 1 if you were calling international.
This
That's
is true.
Fuck.
I can't do that same I can't. Don't think I can do
Damn
something
it!
like
Of
that.
course
they're
you
like...
charge up right then.
Just need one more gear.
Nice! That piece of heart got me a full heart container.
Take another little piece of my heart, Albert. You. No offense to anyone else who sings here, but I'm pretty sure the only one of us that could properly do that song justice is Val.
Which one?
Another Little Piece of My Heart by Janis Joplin, because Val has a very powerful, good singing voice that is well suited to Janis.
I just don't sing. Thanks for watching, Dash.
Thank you. I'm going to be bashful.
Okay. You shouldn't be. Satellite says to stop being so good at singing. Holy fucking shit. Or sorry, so fucking good at singing. Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't
you.
misquote Satellite.
I know, I'm sorry, that's why I corrected.
Oh, I found blind.
And corrected.
Where do I need to take blind
You
again?
know, no, we're celebrating International Women's Day. Let's just dunk on Satellite constantly.
Fuck that
Okay.
bitch.
Ooh, Psywave.
Damn.
I love you, Satellite. I love you, you little man.
I found so many
It's a new
TMs for
PC,
Kimmy.
so he's immune.
I don't care about your stupid. Wait, are you saying you're ignoring all the women in your life because you're more concerned with your PC? Is that
Wow.
what you're telling us right now?
Satellite.
on
what
this
a
stream?
mean
Wow.
response.
Can't believe it.
This is embarrassing for you. This is listen here, you. This is MULTIGIRLS.
Oh, are you about to mansplain to us now?
Your patriarchy ain't nothing here.
Okay.
Listen to me. Patriarchy ain't shit here.
Yes, I am.
But he's being so
Scafe
mean
rope.
to Sat.
Oh, that's what I
Satellite,
gotta do.
love you.
Okay. I see what I have to do.
I have 2 pictures of Satellite, and I'm wearing the
Yes,
same
I
shirt
am.
because
No,
we're
question
adorable.
is-
Sat just admitted to being a misogynist, everybody.
Yeah.
This is history
Can't
making
believe it.
stream. I can believe it.
I mean, yeah.
No. He's an RMT, and his massage place is just called the Misogynist.
Ah, is it like the orc massage one?
Can I drop
I'm
you?
not answering that. Sat, don't
I
answer
need
that.
to
Sat, you don't have to
play
answer
more
that.
of that game.
Huh?
Can I drop you here yet? I cannot. I have to go do the other one first. Fuck.
Where's my cannon?
This game is hard. Without double jump.
You have Upneum.
I do have Upneum, but sometimes Upneum doesn't lend itself to fighting Alana. It's easier
Well-
to double jump.
Just don't be afraid of the concussion.
Peg's cave? Where's Peg's cave? I don't even know where that one is.
I don't know what that is either. Sat, what's Peg's Cave?
I don't know. It sounds kind of dirty.
It's in
Yeah, I don't think you want to go there, would you?
I want
I
to.
mean,
I need to.
Ooh, I want you. I don't
yeah, I mean, it
know
sounds like a
if
good
I
time.
need you.
Fucking
Is that
everything.
Uncle Grandpa or whatever the
Ma
fuck the
is
singer is?
done and dusted.
Oh, I have the key for this now.
Ooh. Ugh. What else do I want/need?
Cane of Birna.
Yay!
So you had it was the Cane of Samaria you had before. Herp, herp, herp.
Yeah, I have the magic pushing one as opposed to the. Oh, excuse you.
Cool.
Right.
That means I lied earlier, probably.
I
Anyway.
have this one.
Ew.
What?
Lovely.
I have a
asked
phlegm
what.
thing. Like
I'm
when
sorry.
people like
I didn't know
hack or like clear their throat. Like
I'm sorry.
it's like no, I'm not mad about it. It's just like my immediate reaction is like, ew.
Get that out of you.
It's not against you.
I'll try to do less, but also I'm a soda addict and have borderline acid reflux issues.
I don't expect people to not clear their throat just because it like I have a reaction to it. Like
Yeah, but I can turn away from the mic.
Oh no, that's.
What was I looking for? Oh right. Okay. Because I don't really need any of this stuff now. I'm just waiting on
Well, I'm in Pokemon Tower as we speak, so
okay, cool.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I mean, I have him points, so I'm just playing around here.
How about Duckie gloves?
Yay!
Oh.
So the last time I did
Nice.
multi-world while playing Dark Souls, I had all of my cinders. This time I had none of my cinders. All of my cinders are in other people's places. I have 2 of them already.
People's places and things. Well, that was
Yeah.
a workout.
Duckie, don't worry about that.
Oh yeah, we don't care about Knuckles.
He can die.
Hotter than Knuckles.
Unlock Knuckles.
Fairy,
Knuckles.
Fairy, get over here,
Knuckle,
Fairy,
Knuckles.
please. No! Fairy. 10 hearts.
Good news. Now I can go into the military hangar.
Yay!
Sick. Sick.
Alright, so I
I can't
need...
anymore. Okay, I'm just gonna fuck around then.
Not that it matters, but now I can go into the military hangar.
Cool.
Okay, I've got to fight blind now.
I'm gonna go
You
practice.
shouldn't do that. You should probably like open your eyes.
Oh, okay, you can destroy those. Good to know. Just not while the thing is around them. Understood.
Fine. You know what?
You're in my way. Get out of here. Do I have any hearts from these? Oh, I already used them, didn't I? Well, I have another red potion if
What
I
an
need
undead
to.
bone shard.
Do I need to get blind again? Fuck. Oh my gosh. I freaking swear if I have to go and get blind.
Oh damn! I didn't say goodbye to Dash.
Oh no.
Yeah, she was.
Oh, hi
wasn't
Claire.
talking to me,
Sorry.
but
I missed you come in there.
She said goodbye to Duckie and friends, and I'm one of those.
yeah, you are a friend.
I goofed it.
Thank you for being a friend. I'm back again.
I love Alice in Chains.
Where is what do I need to do? Yeah, no, my sound alerts are off. I don't know what's going on.
Excuse me, big lady. Bye.
Fuck you!
Mean.
I won't do what you tell me.
The Mickey Mouse voice really sold that.
I won't do what you tell me. Ha ha. Ha ha. Fuck you.
There you go. There's your sword that you needed 3 hours
now
ago.
I've got
Now that you've gotten all of them.
This is
There's
literally
the
my
sword.
last sword, yep.
There's the
I
sword you
literally-
asked me for forever ago.
I didn't yeah, progressive sword, of course. Fuck. I'm screwed. I have 1 heart, and I don't remember how to get where I need to.
I just sent
Oh!
you a boss heart
thank you.
container.
Yeah.
Y'all in here
We're
talking
using the
about
Jeff
this?
logic of that the lab is always money, so rather than going back to reality and backtracking, we're gonna go through the lab, see what's on the slab.
Ugh.
Hold on. Where am I trying to go again?
Lab in the
I need to
slab.
go to
Stupid town, I don't know what you're saying to me, but cool.
down.
The lib sword?
Yeah, I need to go there and go down. Okay.
I do not remember
Nice
where this thing
part.
goes.
Thank you.
Oh, I think it's over here somewhere, actually.
Now I have sword 4, so anything that needs to die by sword will die easily.
Oh, I get it.
3
Progressive
poison traps for
sword.
Val.
Yeah,
I
progressive sword.
just cleared a poison trap too.
Oh,
Sorry.
good joke, stupid town. It's been like 5.5
My
hours,
own key
and
card
my brain is
C.
leaking.
Probably get that checked out. Probably get that checked out.
That sounds like my own fucking business, Duckie.
Well, you decided to be friends with me, which means that your health is also my business.
Signed the unspoken contract of mom shit.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much of an edgy punk I still am at the ripe old age of 29/30. That like, until I started talking to Kimmy and Duckie more, and they're just constantly like, that sounds unhealthy, and I'm like, shut up.
Mild concern. Someone needed.
I'm
So,
fine.
I think I'm about to send something important here. I vaguely remember someone asking for this.
And then I just activated my own poison trap, and then Duckie activated a fire trap. You know what?
I did also send Surf.
4 traps at once.
Not cool.
But I did also send Surf to Kimmy. So
Yay.
I think my karmic
Kimmy can
karmic
surf.
balance has been
Restored.
equaled.
No! Fuck! I didn't get to my red potion in time.
Oof.
I am so fucking
Jesus.
livid.
Black iron, great shield, won't you come?
And wash
so
away
mad.
the rain.
I used to love Soundgarden. Listen to them all the time.
Damn blind. Fuck you.
Disguise is no one knows. Oh no.
Oh, my game crushed.
Hate that.
Uh-oh. Have you tried not crushing your game?
Wow. This has become a toxic stream. I
Ow.
don't feel safe here anymore.
Can't believe.
Fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Oh,
can't believe you've done
I can't
this.
believe you've done this. Alright, let's
I've
go.
only
I
dropped
forget
0.3%
about
of my
this
stream.
check behind a hidden wall
dropped
every
0.
single time I play this game. Oh, thanks for the jacket.
I forget the way.
To San Jose.
To move things into San Jose. Duckie, no one knows what the fuck we're talking about.
So?
Sylph scope.
I guess that's true.
helpful.
They don't
I already cleared
either
Pokemon
way.
Tower.
Oh right, I forgot.
To move things out of the way.
Ugh. Ugh.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Shit, I hate this part. This boss is so.
Yeah. I guess I should get
Yep.
on the stage then and beat the game or something. I don't want to stop playing Sonic Adventure 2 though. I like this game. But now I'm Gomo, so I guess I better.
Finally. Fuck you, blind.
I mean, I could have held off on getting it for you if that would have helped.
And it was the
back
fucking
up,
compass.
put it back in your seat.
Just
But it's
the
okay.
compass. Wham, wham.
Because, well, I needed the diamond anyway so I can get the Ganon, so.
Alright, Tails.
Don't want to do
No,
giant
I'm
if I
gonna
don't
cheat.
have to.
Okay, now where is that thing you needed? It was in
Very out of
Peg's
place.
cave? You said it was in Peg's cave?
Something like that, yeah, the peg cave.
Northern gloves for Duckie.
Probably just the Pegasus cave and nothing weird.
No,
the
it's
peg
the-
cave
For
is in
Duckie.
Dark World, and you've got to lift up something.
Lift up something and then you gotta whack Peg's.
No, I don't need the
Yes.
description, okay?
You lift up something
Who we
and
got?
you got slided
Great.
in.
Oh my.
Great. Super excited. So very happy that this is the boss I get to face right now.
That's what
Oh,
I say.
shit.
while I'm
I think
walking into
Aaron's about to get
Die.
it. About to get what?
about to get pegged by the boss.
Oh, I thought you said head.
This was
I
the one
mean,
I want.
that too, maybe.
I wish.
I love it.
I mean...
I've been a very brave little girl.
Fucking ew.
Oh no, it's right here in
Have you not heard that
Village
TikTok sound?
Broadcast.
What? No, I guess not.
Oh god.
By
I
the
don't
way,
even know
you
what
should
this-
all know that Cubone's mother is a Jigglypuff.
Hell yeah.
I don't even know what the Jin is weak to.
Ice?
Being underneath him.
Okay, so he's not weak to Jin Inferno, but using Jin Inferno against Ifrit is actually like one of the easiest ways to beat him.
Ifrit, right. I was forgetting the name.
I never fought Ifrit Vanilla, and it's just funny to see him because like I've watched everybody else just beat him in like 2 seconds and shit.
Nice. You were right. Jin Inferno was a very glass pumpkin.
Glass pumpkin.
Oh, I have to slam all of these pegs down. That's what it is.
Yes, that's why it's called peg.
Oh, the pegs that are like the little gummy pegs things.
Yep.
Yeah, not.
Because they're not. Because they're
Oh,
not
I had it
mouth.
all wrong.
I was like, oh, I'm go mode. Oh, no, you're not, Eryn. You need
Where is
another
it?
gear. And I didn't find it in the lab, so now I gotta go do other checks. Frick.
Here it is. There you go. There's your large cannon.
Sweet, I don't really need it anymore, but thank you.
You asked for it in a hint.
That's true. I said I was gold mode.
Actually, no, I guess I could go check Dad's tower before I go back and start backtracking to reality.
I'm sorry. I should have been more clear about that. I guess that's my mistake. I
mean,
I did think I needed large cannon earlier.
To be fair, it wasn't hard to get,
Okay, that makes me feel less bad.
and I didn't interrupt my dungeon to get it, so don't worry.
Okay.
I did finish my dungeon of thing, and it is the Thieves' Town completely done.
Of your love.
You, the BDSM
We need to
by
do this
Cream,
now.
no less. The BDSM anthem by Cream.
Oh, I got my Popat.
Nice.
Oh, Pope Hat.
You're playing Lord of the Rings: The Third Age?
Yes.
Oh, you need a Meyer
The only
shed?
game that had a
Do you need
Popat.
this? Oh, you need that Cinders, Duckie?
Yes.
Okay, Meyer shed. Oh, thank you for the arrows.
Yes.
Welcome.
I would like that very much. I would appreciate it if you could give me such a thing.
Hold on. Let me.
I never come
Let
to
me
Dad's
make sure I
tower,
can do
and I
it.
always forget how beautiful the background is in this one too.
Nah,
Sorry that
outside.
you've never come.
Go away.
No, you know.
Oh, okay, it's down
is it
there.
Time for Eryn Go Bra after dark.
It's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock somewhere.
It is
Not
indeed
in-
10
Everyone else
o'clock.
10
comfortable
o'clock
with
here.
that?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
We have
I've
5
already
streams
switched.
open.
We're all on mature streams.
This is true. We all are on mature label.
18 plus. Let's
We
talk about
are.
cum.
All right, so
No, it was your saying, Aaron.
Sometimes
Oh,
I cum.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
okay.
no, not really. Not until.
actually, I just realized doing a
not
save
until
and
my
quit here
current
is actually good
relationship.
because I can go from the tower.
And then I was like, oh, is this what it's supposed to feel like?
Oh, I'm supposed to feel things? Oh.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is supposed to be enjoyable for me as well.
Help me! I'm feeling.
I know. I was like, oh, this is overwhelming. I don't know what to do with this information. Ah!
Big bombs. Oh, I need a big bomb. Okay. I don't know what the big bomb is.
It's in Link's house.
Huh?
The big bomb? Where
It's
Link's,
where
house
Link's
normally
house is, but in the world of
yeah,
or
in Dark World.
Sorry. I've been
Oh.
playing Worlds Collide, so everything is the world.
Apparently, I can't get there. Apparently, there's something keeping me from getting
Oh,
that.
there's
You have to finish a certain, or get a certain
yeah,
gem, I think, or crystal.
I think yeah, I can't remember which.
You need two red
two
crystals.
red crystals. So satellite. Thank you.
Red.
I was missing a step. I
Thank
hear
you
a
for
link to the past,
mansplaining
I
us.
perk up.
Satellite.
I hate this. I'm so sorry, Seth.
No, it was positive mansplaining.
Oh, thank you for mansplaining. You handsome devil. You handsome, big, handsome, masculine man. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Every now and then I forget that this is Virtue's first time stream.
With us?
First time multi-worlding.
Multi-worlding too, yeah.
Have Thunderbolt.
Virtue, sorry we're like this.
No, this is fine.
I'm not.
This is fine.
Speak for yourself.
This is the whole kit and caboodle.
Oh,
shit.
nice.
Oh, fuck. I just realized. Damn it.
Tick.
Everybody, this is a set. I didn't want to mention this because it's a charity stream. Then when things get too dark, but it's the part of the sea where I have to say goodbye to Big.
Bye, Big.
Bye, Big.
Bye,
Bye,
Big.
I'm so sorry, Big. Chad, say goodbye to Big. Bye, Big. I'm so
Bye,
sorry.
Big. Who's Big?
Big.
Oh,
the cat.
I'm in the wrong spot.
Our
I just
friend.
realized.
Oh,
Big the
sorry.
cat.
Oh, okay.
Big the cat.
He was once voiced by John St. John, the person who did the
Wait, did I
voice
get the... Did someone give me the... No?
I'm being mauled to death by dogs.
Also by
Have you
Knuckles.
tried not?
Or by Honey.
If I had no money, honey, would you love me? That is a song that probably only Duckie will remember because Canadian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you love me, thank you. Because you see, folks, our government said in like the 80s that 33% of everything on the airwaves in Canada has to be Canadian, so that meant a lot of bands made it real big in Canada just because they were the only Canadians making catchy songs.
Okay.
I just picked it up.
And I do not remember who sings that song. It was a good song. Who we got?
Well, I know about July.
Is this even randomized?
Anyway, I'm going to my arcade right now. I think I can get to it. Yeah, I can get to it. Yep. Oh, rupees, yay. Where am I? I gotta go down. Okay.
Downtown.
Hey.
What?
I was singing along to that.
So was I.
Should have done better.
Those are the words.
Pickaxe +9.
Stage.
Why is there Tinkle Park music? It's in because we're near the end of the stage and we have a twinkling future ahead of us. Unless your knuckles are big.
Randomized music.
It's random. Yeah, it's randomized Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure DX music.
Crap.
You had Sonic Heroes music.
I might look into if there's a way to do other stuff. Because the thing is, it just copies and pastes the Sonic Adventure DX music files. So like, I could put Lost World music in here maybe, and then like All-Star Racing Transform music.
Hell yeah!
I don't have Heroes on PC, but that I can probably find like the music files somewhere. So I only have that on GameCube. Yeah, rest in peace, Knuckles. Sorry about it. We couldn't get the air necklace.
I had
in
it
time.
on.
There is Quake.
Yep, there's your Quake.
I can do everything that requires those in the Dark World. Speaking of the Dark
Sorry
World.
it took so long.
No. I'm trying to get to my arcade for the Cinder.
Let's put it this way. Anybody who's done a randomizer with me knows that even if it's absolutely not something I'm doing wrong that has delayed me, I still like low-key feel bad that I'm delaying people.
I know, I feel
Oh,
that.
same. I am very much the same. Don't you worry.
It's fine.
Don't you worry, child.
Don't you worry.
Could you hurry up and there?
Oh, we just think 3 different songs.
There we go.
All right, chat. In my chat,
Be
specifically,
happy.
prediction. Lizard, first try. How many seconds did I put that for?
Fire Trap. All of that worked
Whatever,
for Fire
fuck it.
Trap. Val, I'm so sorry.
Okay, hold on. There's a.
Oh, that's so fun.
All right, well, now we have to backtrack a whole bunch.
I would vote probably against you, but I'm scared to tap out of the game.
Duckie always votes against me. Last time she got roasted.
Wait.
Yeah, but no one else voted either, so.
Oh, nothing happened, I guess, yeah.
No, I just lost my points.
Oh, yeah,
Wait, how do I
that's
get
it
to
works.
the Dark World on this side then?
On which side?
In
Flute
the
Town says I'm gonna
mire.
make it.
Oh, the flute! I'm an idiot.
Yes.
No, you're not. You're beautiful.
I
Hey,
completely
don't
forgot.
mock me.
Beautiful.
No, I completely forgot I had I completely forgot I had the flute.
Oh, your face.
But also I
is
need to do
fell
this.
from. This is from Shadow's perspective.
You fell from space.
What does this one need? Does this need bomb?
Not
Alright,
sure if
we'll have-
helpful or not.
It's not necessary, but it's a really good ring.
Bombos tablet. Apparently.
Makes me do extra damage as long as I continue to attack. Happens a lot when I'm using one-handed sword.
Which one is Bombos again?
Ooh,
Oh,
you were asking the wrong person. Who should know and yet doesn't.
Bombos combos.
Mambo combo?
Oh, bombos.
Oh, this. Oh, which one is which? It doesn't tell me here.
I frequently forget.
I have no idea, or else I'd help out. No clue over here. Okay.
Bombos is the swirly one. Okay.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, one. Oh no 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 no.
You know, it's funny. I said I was gonna like fight as many bosses as possible as like a bit, but I'm actually like,
Apparently I need.
I'm actually just
Anyway.
naturally doing it.
No no no. Yes! Fuck yeah!
Wait. Where's the flute? Where's my ocarina? Someone got
Oh.
it for me and I don't have it.
Go to where the shovel is.
Ah, there it is.
and- Yeah,
Got it. Thank you.
there you go. I want to go buy more warp shards, so we're gonna go find Merchant Crow.
Oh, I haven't freed the chicken yet.
No one else voted. Thank you, Stupid Town, for.
Oh, I gotta do the. Yeah, I forgot to go to the. I forgot to free the chicken.
Wait,
So let me go do that real quick. I think easiest would be from Sanctuary at this point.
My sanctuary.
Oh, bike voucher. Thank you.
you're welcome.
You lost
You
all
know
my
what?
points would have gone to no one. That's true. That happens.
Yeah, it just goes to the bank.
The
Go
house
to the
always
banker
wins.
of Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me, son? Shadow? Aim for the red swirling area. Damage him.
Does the
got my
mod still
Pokemon.
Alright, I still don't have my V card.
Damn the Monopoly banker. Oh, fuck,
Imagine
it
you haven't
works in
had that
this.
for a while.
Oh, fuck, it works in this.
There it is. Yep.
Okay.
Duck! The
What?
duck is free!
Full rude.
Fire checks.
I like to think that I'm somewhat of a challenge.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
I was
That's
about to
funny.
ask,
Dude.
like, Duckie finished Dark Souls? What?
I mean, my record for multi-worlds is 2 hours, so
I think I was there for that one. Like, you
Nice.
cut through it.
I think that was also the one where I didn't die a single time.
Ooh.
I'm not always that good. I was just like on a different plane of existence that day or something.
You had ascended to
Very
godhood.
humble.
Why does it do it?
There we go.
Crash.
Why does it do it? Nobody voice chat can see what I'm complaining about, but it doesn't. It makes me mad.
What's it doing?
Well, there
It's
it
doing
goes.
a thing where it like bounces off the zit.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
Ooh,
why?
flash.
I hit it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the heart container. I'm now at 12 hearts. Excellent.
Nice.
I need to go to the mire first, which is to the side.
Look on the Meyer.
Mike Myers?
Yeah.
Rupees.
Oh, Michael Myers.
Yeah, baby.
No, Michael Myers. Oh my god.
Oh, what was the fucking Baby Driver where they're like, we're gonna do Mike Myers?
Wait,
I've
And
never
then
seen
one
Baby Driver.
there's like
sweet.
There's like a scene because like they're like the whole.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. I just died because I picked something up. But the whole premise of the movie is like the main character is like a getaway driver for and stuff. But they were doing like they're planning like a heist and they were like their theme for their heist was that they're all gonna wear Mike Myers masks, where everyone wore like the Halloween guy except for one person who had an Austin Powers mask. That's game. Okay, let me get to a save point. So you can.
What's game? We did what now?
Aiden
finished.
Finish!
I must destroy
Game set.
Thanks, Girl Shadow. Thanks, Blaze.
Yay!
Who is Girl Shadow? Is Girl Shadow just Shadow, but girl?
Her name's Shady.
Nice.
And she has
Wait, I still have the
triple
book.
E tits.
I still don't have the book. Hold on.
But in the cutscenes, she's in boy mode. So it's like a fucking Charlie Kaufman film.
No, it's fine. They're just non-binary. They just have boy mode and girl mode.
I'm non-binary. I don't have boy mode and girl mode. The fuck are you talking about?
Some non-binary people do.
Some non-binary people do. I know.
So
Definitely a
Aiden,
Charlie Kaufman metaphor.
so Aiden,
What?
how soon can you get to Final Rush?
I finished the game.
So you got to release.
I wanna do it.
Just wait here. I'll just wait. I'll just wait here then.
Just
There it is.
Sorry.
Oh, there's where my boomerang went.
Now I am go mode.
I'm excited to see what kind of.
There was
I'm actually go mode too.
Shady there, John. It's coming.
There's my list.
It's coming in a sec.
I'm excited to see what kind of fashion disaster I look like by the end of this.
Earth badge. Okay.
I didn't even look to see who this is gonna be. Fucking! Somebody get waffle. This is what happens when I didn't stop to read the text. I was like, surely there's no bosses that I hate left. Forgetting.
Oops.
Did you? Who is it? Oh, Ravenlord.
Zarian.
Oh, Zarian.
Yeah.
Where is
Welcome to the real world.
What the hell's this shit? Where's Blaze? Where are all the characters we were playing as? Only Rouge is here. And that mustache freak.
To carry out the revenge on all those who live here on Earth.
This ending sucks.
Was what he was. A brave and heroic hedgehog who gave his life to save this people.
I'm go mode now, but I want to keep playing, so I might just keep playing until someone's really desperate.
I guess you're
Suck it, Zarian.
The game.
Don't make that face waffle. Don't you make that emote at me. Because I forget that if you pause, it tells you who the boss is going to be, so you can pick. And what I didn't do was pause and do that.
Did he really mean to destroy us?
I don't know.
I am not wearing
What I
pants.
do know is
Okay.
You're not wearing
Thanks
pants?
for the clarification. I mean, not that we would know anyway, I guess.
Is Sandman going to be vanilla? Let's find out.
So what's next for you, Rouge?
Want boots yet?
Find those jewels you love so much?
Yeah, Boots was vanilla.
Aw, boo!
I know.
Too much work for too
Go final
little
boots.
pay.
Damn, I'm studying so many
Anyway,
things.
I've got something better than jewelry.
Why am I still doing checks I don't need to? Oh, well, because I was helpful for Kimmy.
It'll all work out. You'll see.
If you say
No,
so.
I don't know where the bomb bags are. That's been annoying me.
The ultimate life form.
Sent you a boss heart thingy. Sent you
Things are
some
so much
rupees.
easier to jump over.
Oh yeah, I got a whole bunch of shit, but I don't know where any of the bomb bags are.
Oh, the second gear. That's why Aaron's like, hey, I'm go now.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that's all I needed, and I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna...
Kimmy has fly now. All kinds of good stuff. Oh, here it comes. Sayonara. Shady. The hedgehog.
Did it actually say shady?
No.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe like the.
He's like,
I thought
sayonara.
maybe.
Shady. The hedgehog. He said
Alright.
the line. He said it.
I've decided instead of delaying, I'm just gonna go beat the game and then go and fight all of the bosses that I haven't beaten yet.
Oh wait, I don't want to be on this door. This is the way out.
Who
I
we
do not
got?
want-
The Maw.
Let's go to the Maw.
Everybody, let's go.
I've been not having a great Dark Souls day, so let's see how many times it takes for me to beat the final boss. I am.
Look at that pulsing hole.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I think I've seen what you're talking about online.
Something.
Onlyfans.com/the Maw's pulsing hole.
This the whole username?
Shield of
Goddamn.
Want incoming.
That would have been really great to get, like, way earlier, because that gives me bonus souls.
Oh, Nightmare is Sandman. This is hilarious.
That works. Mine was Boots. The last scene. That was fun.
I've had a couple seeds where Nightmare was Sandman and Sandman was Nightmare. That was really funny.
Damn it! Ow.
They're like, I just get tired being the last boss right before the end of the exclamation point. Can we like switch? Can we like switch for shifts once?
Oh, I don't have the key yet. Frick.
43 deaths. Only 9 hint monitors used because I avoided fucking most Rouge stages. It's only 3.5 hours of total in-game game time technically, according to the thing. Which is
You did crash
pretty
a
normal.
bunch.
Yeah. I mean, even then, it's probably still like 340 maximum. Not that I care about my PB. That's not even close.
How are you not at your second phase yet? God damn it.
Right.
This isn't even my final form.
Oh, jeez.
Stage
Oh, there's the first attempt.
There we go.
One of these.
Did I show off all the mods?
Which one of these needs to move?
Oh, I forgot to rest at the.
I did. Okay.
Fairies. Oh. That was
Fairy.
useless.
Fairy. 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 Fairy.
What's the name?
Yeah.
Shadow actually turns into the big evil ass
Rick's
angel
favorite,
at the end of Evangelion. That's what that picture is. I believe you. I believe that. That makes sense. I think that tracks thematically as well. I'm gonna keep streaming for the VOD purposes, but I think I'm gonna raid one of you because I'm not actually running anything.
Gotcha.
Fair.
Wait, how are you gonna raid someone if you're gonna stop streaming, or if you're gonna keep streaming?
You can just do that, can't you?
No.
What do you mean?
It
no?
ends.
It ends
Well-
the stream.
It ends your stream.
I don't think that's true.
Done.
Whoa, what happened there?
Exclamation mark. Quick.
I guess I won't
How
do
many
that then.
bonks? Is everyone okay for me to release?
No.
Yes.
No? Okay.
I'm good.
You like
Whatever.
literally as soon as I entered the fog wall into the final boss, you're like, I'm done.
Okay, I will wait so that I don't mess up your fight with the soul of Cinder. Ta-da! All right. Well, while we sit here with some silence, let's play some video game music.
Oh, okay, I'm dead. You can send now.
Oh, okay.
Actually, hold on, let me load in.
Yeah, let them load in first and then release.
Okay. And then
And I get to
bonk
be
guesses.
another fashion disaster. Okay, I've
23.
loaded. 17. Actually, how early did you get up, Neum?
Like exceptionally early. So I'm gonna get triple digits.
63.
63. Kimmy, you're safe for me to. Everyone's good for me to
Yep.
Yes.
release. 3, 2, 1, release.
Uh,
I got one thing of rupees. Nice.
All right. 99, 98, 63, 69. I'm gonna guess 127.
I guess.
Oh, there was
171.
Okay.
I was closest.
Yep.
Ta-da!
Price is right
Still
the
not-
fuck out of us.
still not the record though.
What is the record?
What's the record, Aiden?
Like 268 or some shit.
Is that his?
That's my bonk record. Do you like it? Do you think that's like cute and funny and cool?
Yes.
I would also just like to point out that I look like I'm on my way to a gay bar right now with my outfit.
Nice.
Good.
I want to take you to a gay bar.
Especially with this hat.
Firelink Greatsword. That's not bad.
Now I can see Val's onesie.
Yay! Oh, I need key for that. Where else can I go in here?
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Oh, there. Okay.
Duckie had my V card.
Lol.
Of course.
Well, I mean, if you want it back.
Who had my tablet? Virtue had my tablet.
Sorry.
Well, while that's playing.
On Virtue's stream, the names are like kind of cut off. Val's is like perfect to where it cuts off, like to where it's an actual word. My pronouns are just kind of minced. And then Aaron's is Eryn Gober.
Gober.
Love that.
Eryn Gober.
Duckie died.
Yeah. It's gonna happen a few times.
Okay, so I'll let you know. I can see your stream now, so like now I can let you know that kind of stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem. You know,
Appreciate it.
This is what we do for each other. Welcome to MULTIGIRLS, everybody. We stick it out for each other.
Yep.
Got each other's backs in this world.
Where's my compass?
Jesus Christ! It's another word. It doesn't always have to be semen. It doesn't always have to become.
Fuck y'all.
I guess not all cum needs to also.
Oh god.
Oh, is that a specific thing for me?
The dono of some kind.
Are you serious?
It's
What?
25.
Dono?
It's a 25 pound.
It is. I got some scrunchies.
Oh fuck yeah!
And
What?
might also talk to Eryn and Val about like having some Pop Tarts.
Oh, I think I closed out
Fireball. I mean, if you're gonna be
Did we get
sending me
another
something in the
dono?
mail anyway, can I please have some chocolate bars and some Pop Tarts? I ate all of the chocolate bars I bought from Portland. That means with me donating, I'm bad at math. Which
563.
Oh god, I got parried.
500.
363.
minus
Holy shit.
363. We need 137 pounds. Well, hold on.
Hold on, Waffle. I got you, Chief. Waffle, don't even worry about it.
Another tight night
136
slap.
and 85 pounds. Oh my god! However, considering our original goal was 200,
250.
Original goal was 250.
or 250, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the original goal was 250, and then I almost raised 200 before the actual event.
Yep.
For the actual event, which was appreciated, that was very smart to start it early.
Yeah, I don't want to get too sad because there's other people in call, but thank you all so fucking much. Like, I legit, like, the other day when I went in Duckie's stream, we were already at like 100 something. Thank you, Waffle. Yeah, no problem, Waffle.
You brought us to 100. It was
I
like
legit choked
I think
up.
it was 90.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm-
I put it over to 100. It was when I came in, it was like 90.
Yeah, 90.
That was enough to make me choke up. Because it was like, we didn't really announce that a whole lot beforehand. It was kind of just like, bam, this is for charity.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people automatically were like, yeah, trans kids.
Yep.
Trans rights. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Happy International Women's Day, Queen. And no one, batted an eye or did anything fucked up. So,
Yeah.
to my knowledge, I wasn't there for the whole stream.
Oh yeah, no, there's no, like, we didn't get any hate raids or anything, which
No,
I was
I had the
actually...
button
I'm
prepared.
surprised about, yeah.
Yeah.
I told Val before the stream, if people start shit, I will clap back.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Start shit, get hit.
I'm in no mood.
I guess I can close the Sudoku.
Oh, okay, I see where I gotta go.
I mean, if you want.
I mean, if you just want to keep playing Sudoku. By the way, Voltorb Flip is kind of like Sudoku.
Have you ever heard of Voltorb Flip? It's kind of like Sudoku.
Oh my...
Is that one chance game at one of the Pokemon games?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Soul Silver and it's only in the like North American and PAL
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't...
regions. I think it's only
Because-
North American actually.
My
Um,
legs are
remember.
sore from sitting for 6
no. I
hours.
think what it is it's...
Welcome, I'm all casual laid back right now.
I think it's North American and Japan, but not in.
No, it's not Japan. In Japan is for sure what the original was. That or it has both, but I don't think it has both.
Oh my god.
And I'm
It's
still
7:30. When did that happen?
It's 10:30.
We got fun. We had fun.
We
How
did.
much fun.
I haven't done a stream this long, I think, since one of my last charity streams, so a good excuse. Waffle, I definitely need to bother you to help me relearn New Game Plus so that I can record one of them and actually submit a run to Steven. That would be nice. Ta-da. Yes.
Gosh fucking damn it. Picked up a fairy, got full health, immediately hit a bombos.
Now I can see what everybody's talking about.
Oh, we got donuts!
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 Aryn Saul? Thank you.
Soul!
Oh, yeah!
You beautiful soul!
Thank you, Aryn.
How much was it? I can't see.
Oh.
25 pounds.
I forgot that was a thing. That's him. That's Aryn. That's my boy.
But you didn't pick any incentives. For 25 pounds, you can have a journal. I could doodle something for you.
Aryn Saul.
You can make Aiden be quiet.
You can show me the fuck up, Aryn. You won't.
Whoomst. There it is.
Whoomst.
You gotta really emphasize the P. Boom.
Can we like honor that? Can we retroactively, if he picks like a
Yeah.
reward? Okay.
I'm okay to honor that.
Aryn, if you pick a reward, now we'll do it.
500 minus 388.15 equals 111 pounds and 85 cents.
Which means
Oh,
only
that's a
11
big-
pounds 85 cents till I have to drink an entire shot worth of hot sauce.
You
True.
heard them.
I'm like shocked nobody redeemed Shut the Fuck Up yet.
Why would
You're a
you wanna do
lovely,
that?
wonderful human being. We love hearing you.
Rhymes.
Rhymes. Oh no. Okay. And you know what? Because now it's the end, I'll double the time and I'll do it for 10 minutes.
Ooh.
Okay, Google.
I need
Set a
Aiden to
10-minute
not
timer.
Shut the Fuck Up. Fair enough.
Haha, joke's on you. If I don't speak, I don't have to speak in rhyme this time. Haha, lol.
I just gotta get one more of them done. Done. That is temple number 3, I
Hell
think.
yeah.
Congrats, GG, for beating Temple number 3.
Oh no, yeah, temple number 3 in the light world. Which means that I still have to do all the ones in the dark world.
How is the fight going, Duck? Have you beat the cinders?
Hold
Do you
on, I
need some
gotta
more luck?
start this.
Oh, I made it to phase 2.
Phase 2! Time to die. But not you.
I guess 2 and you.
It does rhyme. I don't know why it hit me so hard.
We're
Anyway.
all delirious and really tired. We've been here for hours. Our strength should be admired.
That's true.
Oh my god.
Yup.
That's true.
Duck!
What about it? What about me? What? What'd I do?
No, I have a duck.
Oh, why am
use
I
my
in your
tel-
game?
I used my teleporting duck.
I can teleport. You can know that.
Yes, but this is my teleporting duck.
There are many like it,
Please
but this
don't
one
get
is
hit
mine.
by lightning. I
Exactly.
think that would be very frightening.
I'm less worried about the lightning and more worried about the giant flaming sword.
Your magic helmet. Magic helmet.
Spear and magic helmet!
GG.
Gimme.
Oh,
you done?
fucking hell.
Yep, I beat the Soul of Cinder while dressed up like a leather daddy.
My stream's not caught up with it yet. He still is like fucking like half health on my screen.
Tell me I don't look like
Whoa!
a leather daddy right now.
GG,
Ducky is
Ducky,
done.
you beat the bad guy.
Did you have anything left of
Duh,
mine?
I guess.
You didn't have anything left of mine.
Oh, well, I haven't released yet. I'm collecting right now because we have auto collect on. Exclamation points! I no longer look like a leather daddy because I got different equipment.
Yeah, I sent so much bullshit to you.
What a shame.
Put it back on. I like the leather daddy outfit. If you don't wear it, I'm going to quit.
I have to find what the exact outfit was.
Why do I keep putting an exclamation point donation? It's not a real thing.
Oh no!
Donate!
Donate! Donate!
Donate, donate, donate. It's a good cause to donate to, and you should really do it.
Okay, now I can do the Bombos tablet. Whatever.
Those combos.
How long have we been live? It feels like forever. I can't complain. This is the most fun I've had in ever.
I've been live for 6 hours and 29 minutes, so I've been actually talking for like 6 hours. Right. But you all have been running for like about 5:45-ish.
5.5. Is everyone okay for me to?
Yes.
Yes.
I have so much homework that I need to do, but I don't want to stop the stream. I want to support the remaining 2.
Pizza Heart.
3.
You can do
More bombs.
3.
You said so many bombs! Oh my gosh. Oh,
Yeah,
there's one of my bottles.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I'm excited to see what my character looks like by the end of this. I can already like see through all the stuff that it's looking pretty strong so far.
Love that.
Let's do a little hint. Or a
Okay,
little.
Google, how much time remains?
Oh my
All of
gosh,
these
you had so
rhymes
much
are
of my
causing me
shit.
pain.
There's my half magic.
Hey.
There's my other boomerang. Damn, you had a lot of my shit, Ducky.
Had I not
Yeah,
done
that
it,
happens
would
with
have
Dark
almost been
Souls.
done.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
happened with
Soul
Dark Souls.
appreciates and is enjoying in the fun.
Let's see. I need to get out of. How do I get out?
Snowsword Twin Blades +7. I can
Thank
upgrade
God
those.
I said rhyme and not iambic pentameter because that is hard to rhyme in. Period.
Where am I? Up there. I can't get up there.
Ooh.
Okay, where are the warp panels here again? Up there. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna.
We're only into the M's. Look at all the Kickstarter backers. I hope all of these people beat the game and that none of them are slackers.
Whee! 7. Where do I need to go? Up still.
Alright, we're done.
Let's see what your character looks like.
I want to see what you look like.
Are you wearing too many clothes to ride a bike? Those are nice pants, and I like your hat. You look really fancy. And
There we go.
That's my favorite hat. We're keeping the hat. Oh, there's really. I guess I had a bunch of armor in my game. What's the leather? Is this the leather daddy armor? No. Well, I can just do. Hold on.
Put them all on, and then we can see what you.
Waiting
look
for me to like. There we go.
Wait. This was the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Oh.
Swanky ass robes.
Hyrule looks strawberry flavored.
Yeah, well, I said good color, and I'm regretting that decision.
I think it looks great. The pink is so lovely.
Oh, it changes the. My hearts are supposed to be blue, by the way. It just changes the entire palette.
Yeah.
Aside from
It does,
links.
but it makes me happy and bubbly.
I started making a sprite for myself,
That's a
but
good idea.
I never finished it. I don't know if I ever will, because I'm not used to doing pixel art.
Pixel art is tricky. This is true. Do you think they would ever put a hat in time into Archipelago?
No?
So that
What am I
this
supposed to do?
sentence can rhyme?
Wow.
Oh.
They
Use the book so that you can read? Oh, you just jump down.
Yeah, I realized. I'm like, wait a minute, I gotta use the book, don't I? Yeah, I do.
I have no rhyme. You have to go read something, steed.
Oh wait, I gotta go into the dark world first. Hello, yes. First, I haven't done a randomizer in a while, and then on top of it, a multi-world. So it's like,
whole new territory.
A whole new
Yep.
world.
Don't you dare
Like I understand how they work.
Seed.
Second.
Like I'm not like saying, oh, I don't know how this randomizer works. I understand that.
Duckie, you just going?
With Link to the Past, but it used to be one of my favorites.
Oh my gosh.
But that didn't last.
Duckie, you just Dark Soulsing over there?
Yeah.
You just going?
Dark Soulsing.
Is this gonna be like that one multi-world we did where we stayed up way too fucking late for no reason?
No reason.
The reasons for
This is a great reason. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is a good reason.
Yeah, but if there was a multi-world we did recently where like everyone else went to bed, Duckie was the last one to finish, and she was like, I'm already done with the last like game that was in the multi-worlds, but I want to keep playing Dark Souls. I want to beat this other boss with this build, and I was like, I'm here, fuck it. And we
Oh
did
yeah,
that
when
for a
I
bit.
went and fought the fucking
Anyway,
nameless.
what did I send to you?
I thought I collected. How did you send anything to me?
Oh, it was some. That would be why. That would be why I didn't say it sent anything.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but yeah, after like we finished that up, we just stayed in voice chat, like in my Discord for like what 2 hours, almost.
Something like that, yeah.
We just were shooting the shit and just talking about nothing. It was great.
Yeah. I'm gonna go fight some bosses that I've literally never fought on stream while multi-world.
Fuck it.
Do it. I mean, I've got a bit of time. I only have one. No, wait. I should have more diamonds than that. Hold on. Which ones have I done? I have completed Tower of Hera and Desert Plains.
Huzzah! I'm free from my running prism.
Hold on. Tower of Hera. Yeah. I've
Putting in
done that
a
one.
redeem sure was masochism.
Thieves Town. I
Yes.
finished Thieves Town.
But
Yeah.
it's not the first time I've done it, but I was like, oh, I want to like try and find some stuff that's not as, not Eryn eats thing
Yeah,
that
'cause,
tastes
see,
bad.
it shows
or
I have
Eryn
3
does
diamonds.
Thing that's difficult.
Yeah.
It shows I have 3 diamonds. Why aren't they?
I can
What is
draw
a-
Bonnie. What?
I didn't do Ice Palace yet. Didn't do Swamp Palace yet.
Actually, you know what I could do is I'm still in the async multi-world. I could go get that server info.
Did I finish Did I do most of Palace of Darkness?
Silky High.
Oh yeah, I think I did.
My game's over.
Hey,
I'm allowed
Silky.
to chill.
I'm still in Dark
He's
World,
this
right?
Black Knight League. Why not?
Save
Yeah,
files are full. Okay, fine.
Can tell by doing this. Yes, I'm in Dark World.
Do.
Still shows the diamond.
Something that I can.
But I need to go do some other stuff. I need to go to Link's house in Dark World so I can get the bomb for that unbombable wall. Or rather, the super bombable wall.
I don't know which one of these are. Just gonna. Silky, how are you?
Hello.
I hope you
Can
have
I have
been
my big bomb now?
enjoying your lurk.
I think I really didn't get many.
Wait.
Us.
How do I get the big bomb from him? Oh, I can't yet.
Ta-da!
That's why.
There.
Magic.
Alright, let's go
Back.
see. Really? I have to do all of this because I did a different seed, so now I've got to go redo all of the starting stuff again. That's hilarious.
Alright.
Walls!
This is
I
hilarious.
wanted to use a different weapon.
Duck!
Yeah.
Quack.
Fuck you. Duck you.
You can leave this.
Oh yeah, I can do this now.
It says I haven't cleared any of this stuff when I have.
Wow, 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 wow.
This is hilarious to me. I mean, while I'm sitting here, might as well. I need one more Timespinner gear in this.
Fuck. I don't even know what I gotta
In
do
the
down here.
multi-world one as well.
What do I throw in
also
here?
put me at level 1. Great. Okay, I should probably kill some stuff.
What do I throw into this magic cup? Is it a bomb?
Which one? Oh, sorry. I have
powder.
lag. Yeah, the magic
Powder. Thank you.
The ancient
What you got for me,
handle,
Bat?
if you want.
What do you have for me, Bat? Am I protected? Nope. I sent a thing from Duckie, of course. Lovely. I didn't even need to do that. Thanks.
I already collected everything.
I know. I know.
Link to the Past is just like, did you know what this was?
Well,
Do you know what this is?
I'm not fluid in everything for the game, so
Doing better than I could. I need to beat that vanilla sometime, like on stream, possibly.
one's just down there. Fine.
Sat and I played it for the anniversary of the game's release, and that was fun. But it was just sat like blazing through it in under 4 hours vanilla, and me just sitting there going, "This game has such great music" for like 4 hours.
Oh God.
What's this?
Wef has my
Ah, yes, the hammer.
Wef has my
Hi.
gear 3.
Oh.
And or gear 2.
All right,
I feel
I'm
like
gonna
it's
go.
going to be a while before I get it from him.
Oof. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Then
Oh, I
it's
just realized I've had my
Pokemon
PNG tuber up this entire like fucking time. That's pretty cool.
Fairy! Gotcha.
Well, I'll
You know-
be back.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm still. I don't even have my net. I don't even know if the net's required to beat the game.
No. Net is helpful to catch
Fairies.
fairies.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't
Trust me, I am.
think-
Flag out on
That's why
Agony.
I've been like, I wonder where my net is. Do I need it? No, I'm not gonna waste a hint on it.
It's one of those like not need but nice.
Exactly. But it's like it's not something I'm gonna waste my hint. Waste
No,
a hint
you're not
on.
gonna wait a hint. Unless you had like surplus hint stuff to spare.
I've been using my hints pretty liberally today.
Why will we?
Apply wibbly.
I found my strength.
Kimmy. I hope you're Kimmy. I hope Kimmy is having a good night, but I read Silky and thought about Kimmy. I don't know what that says about me other than the fact that I'm getting tired.
You're
Kimmy's
okay.
here. Hi, Kimmy.
Kimmy is
Hey,
Kimmy,
Which I'm
Kimmy,
happy about.
yay.
just waiting on my
Kimmy,
strength.
Kimmy, y'all. Kimmy, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
I will work on getting over there. Because that's
So
what,
it's just the two
Silco?
it's just the two Pokemon and Link to the Past up.
I believe so.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I'm still playing because I'm
Right, because that's what you
Okay.
do. If you're having fun, you're having fun.
yeah.
What is Golden Idol week to?
Sharp and
No.
radiant. Not sharp, blunt. Blunt and radiant.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Oh, my music stopped again because I'm out of. Because this has gone for so long
Nice.
now.
Ooh, Resident Evil 4.
This has gone on for so long. I've gone through 3 separate playlists.
I don't have the Dragon Slayer.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern. Me and Silky and Steph and Silky's lovely husband, Lord Oni, we're all gonna play. It sounds like some Fall Guys together. So.
Ooh. Just keep the link, the donation links up just while you're doing that.
Yep.
Why not?
We don't have to end the campaign today.
No, we do not.
No. I put so many chests in here that I can't get to.
However, if someone does pick something that y'all aren't around for, I will message you and make sure. For if it's something like
for like the ring
Val's,
sonas or something.
Yeah, Val's redemptions of her lovely crafted stuff.
This is the first time I've fought Dragon Slayer armor on stream in an archipelago.
Archipelago,
as Aiden would say.
Oh, thank you for the fire rod. Not that I need it.
You are very welcome. And there is your strength, Kimmy.
Yay! Hold on, where am I? What am I needing to do? I don't know this dungeon as well.
Which one are you in?
Oh,
Thieves?
No. Palace of Darkness.
Oh, you're in Palace of Darkness, sorry. I glanced over and it looked like Thieves for a quick second.
No, I get that, but no, it's Cause see, I gotta get down there. Hold on. Do I have a map? Do I have the map here? Yes, I do. Okay. So what I need to do is somehow open that door. Got it. Oh right, I gave Kimmy her bicycle thing.
Right.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Literally right here. Ah!
Ooh.
Well.
I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike.
Uh-huh.
Now that the time's for real.
Oh, that's where that one goes. Okay. One of these is a heart. Oh, I don't need it.
Geek! Are you playing with us in the morning? Because that would be nice. Oh, I hate that noise.
Very nice.
Hmm? Oh, thank you for the hydration and stop sitting like a shrimp, because I definitely was. Nya nya nya. Oh, thank you. I'm up to 15 hearts now. Nice.
I'm gonna move my PNG tuber because it's like I have all the streams up on my stream because this is what I do for the VOD, so people can see like when everybody finishes and shit. Because I'm weird.
Oh yes, this is true.
So I'm like
You're
right in front of
Padawan.
Aaron's webcam. There we go. I'm gonna move.
Okay.
Now we can see her.
Now you can see my face.
There we go.
Wow. There's a whole person over there.
There's my small
there's
key.
a whole
finally.
Canadian.
There's a Canadian over there. Sorry for covering you up.
That's okay.
Okay, so
You are
there's no
forgiven.
drop there, but there is drop here, but I was just there and it's not a good spot.
I'm also heating up dinner so I don't die.
Ta-da.
I mean, not dying is good.
I think so.
I had a bowl
How
of
do I
cereal
get
while I
there?
was BK.
Ooh, what kind of cereal?
Apple Jacks.
Ooh,
Yum.
fuck. I love Apple Jacks.
I haven't had Apple Jacks in a very long time. I don't even know if they sell them still in Canada.
Oh, in Canada? I have no idea.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while.
Do they just
Good
ban
for
random
me.
cereals like this sometimes?
No, they just
Oh, they
don't
just-
sell well in a country, so they stop selling them there.
They're almost just like, well, fuck you. We'll keep our Apple Jacks over here then.
Yep.
Prudes.
Is this even randomized?
Well, now I gotta send Eryn a giant Costco-sized box of Apple Jacks for her birthday.
Yes.
Go with her whatchamacallits.
Yes. Whatchamacallits.
Bow and arrow. Die.
On the next slow, bro. Articuno.
Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. This is where I need to go.
Oh, you're having big spiky tile shenanigans. That's what's going on.
There we go. Dun, 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 dun. I beat Barndy.
I see. So normally this has the hammer. Excuse you.
There's no hammer.
Got it. Because of these things here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait, where is this again? Right, so I need to go up. Oh, I can't. Oh, yes, I can. I just gotta get the right, back here. Yes? Nope, that's a heart.
You just gotta believe in yourself, Virgil.
There it is. I got it. I got it. We're good here.
I feel like I've done all of these checks, but because my seed restarted, because I picked a different one to join in this, I'm going and just doing all of the checks anyhow. Plus, it'll help me level up.
Sure.
Hold
Level
the
up.
phone.
Level up.
Level up.
Hey, and for folks who didn't know, this is a charity stream. In my stream, you can do !Mermaids.
Oh no, it's the.
and
Oh,
I'll
are
take
you
it to
serious? It was
the
up
donation
there.
page. Once we hit 400 pounds raised, that means Virtue is gonna take a shot o' hot sauce.
It is
For
right
once
here
it's
on my
not
desk.
me.
It is right here on my desk. I am ready for pain.
Ready for pain.
They have been prepped for multiple hours.
She's just ready for fucking that metal shit.
Ready for anything.
Ready for it all.
Which
You
I'm
know,
pretty
he says
sure
the
is
sucker
a
punch.
Jeff emote.
That's true.
Wefja ready for anything. Do, 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 do. Oh good, I can't go do spider health. I didn't want to anyway.
I gotta backtrack again.
Right. Well, at least now I can go to the path.
I know it's.
Suck ass.
Put you behind in your paste.
I don't want to interrupt people.
You're fine.
Every once in a while, I shut the fuck up because I gotta shut the fuck up. I was gonna say I know this is a charity stream. It's not about us, but I wanted to make a quick aside and say I'm glad we all got to do this. Because normally I'm not off on weekends. This was a very special occasion. Very cool hanging out with Virtue for the first time. And the Eryn Go Bra Aiden Iona crossover has finally occurred.
Yes.
It's been a long time coming. So, yeah, it's been a fucking blast. I appreciate all of you deeply.
Me too.
Really nice to stream with you for the first time.
Duckie, no one. You know what? After this, I don't know.
This might be the last time.
Where I'm like, oh, I can't believe this is the first time that Aiden and I have streamed together simply because I follow you around different corners of the internet. I have a few people I do that with. Silky is one of them, where I just follow her around the interwebs like a lost puppy.
No, there are a few streams we're gonna do together.
Here.
And then just stupid shit happened with either you or I, where we had to drop.
Yes,
So.
unfortunately.
There. Yay.
Do more often.
What am I up to? I
guess.
still have 3 more chests in the Palace of Darkness.
This is well enough.
I still have 3 chests here. What
Finally
the
into
hell?
paste.
So I gotta go up, and then up there. Okay, I see where I gotta go.
Turning gears.
Now I see what I gotta do.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make
I see what I have
real
to do,
avocado
but I
toast
don't know
after
if I have the strength to do it.
You can do it, I swear.
this. You can do it, put your back into it.
Oh, my back's in it.
Okay,
I think that's the
do
first
not
time that
remember
Virtue
what
was
I
one.
have or have not done. So
Is that true?
let's just go.
No. I mean, I don't usually
On stream, at least.
I don't usually get that way because
You're surrounded by
Usually-
so many girls.
no, I'm just usually too ace for that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't like, because people have made fun of me for it before. If you really like dive deep into my fucking shit and what I do, I actually normally don't go for like that detailed of fucking horny ever. Other people bring it out of me because they bring up
Yep.
Sorry.
all kinds of shit.
That's exactly
I'm
how
like-
I am too.
And I mean, I'm
It's like,
not like
I'm not
opposed to
horny.
it.
You're horny and making
You're
me
horny.
and making me out
Satellite,
to be
yes,
horny.
that would be incredibly prudent.
Making you act up.
You're making me
Act
act
a
up
fool.
here.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind.
Up in here. Up in
Up
here.
in here.
Oh, frick. I didn't have it up.
Here?
Hammer.
If you put up a light wall in front of one of the moths, they just stop.
Wait, really? Oh,
Yeah.
but, like, oh, they hit into it like a moth to flame. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you meant they were like, nope.
Sorry,
We've
yeah, they
evolved
just get
past this.
stuck.
No.
I mean, I already knew when I saw these turtles that I needed the hammer to beat this.
Oh, the turtles. Those give me so much grief.
Yeah, the Koopas are
I don't know
crazy in
why.
this.
Wrong turtles.
You sure?
Teenage Mutant Needle Teetles.
Needle Teetles?
Newton Meanage Needle Teetles, yes.
Haven't you seen that? I mean, I don't know if Satellite still retweets it, but he used to retweet that one that was like Wikipedia pages that line up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, yeah.
I think you showed me that, yeah.
That one was one of my favorites. Oh right, I don't have water mask in this seed. It died a while ago. Aww.
What died a while ago?
The
a lot of the
Twitter
bots,
account.
a lot of the bots died because of the API changes.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck that. That sucks.
I don't have the big key yet? Fuck. Where am I missing it?
I know it's not the cause of the stream, but fuck Musk. Fuck that bitch.
Yep.
Oh,
What is the cause of the stream is fuck JK.
Well, I mean, he
Yes.
is a massive transphobe, and
Fuck
he does silence a
turfs.
lot of trans voices, so I guess, like, this is kind of about that.
What,
But not to the same extent.
Not the
Rhythm
same
Bastard
thing,
has a song that's like fuck turfs but don't have sex with them.
Yep.
though. Just to
Because
clarify.
RB is a goat.
Oh.
Well, actually, his persona's a raccoon, but you know what I mean.
Ah. A raccoon goated with the sauce.
Thus,
Indeed.
Multi-by changes may not have gotten into effect.
I don't
The
mean
King
to
of the Hill
alarm you,
screenshots
darling,
plans.
but he seems to be a twerked up white boy who's goaded with the sauce. Smashing.
well, don't forget, Elon Musk also said that they were going to make exceptions for the quote-unquote good bots. So maybe
yeah.
he just really likes King of the Hill.
Oh, I still have that too?
There's
like that,
still
dude.
one that's like tapirs every hour and stuff too that somebody I follow is able to still post.
My favorite revelation of that whole thing was finding out that
Oh.
Gators Daily wasn't a bot. It was just a dude who's really enthusiastic about alligators and has been manually posting pictures of alligators.
That's
Fucking
actually quite
hero.
endearing.
Oh,
Souls
I have to bomb
dicks,
that.
the
Okay.
biggest one.
I do have to bomb that, okay.
He doesn't deserve, yeah, King of the Hill's not for him. King of the Hill's not for that bitch.
There we go.
If King of the Hill still existed, they'd probably be making fun of him.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
rebooting it.
Okay, well, maybe they'll make fun of him in the reboot.
They might. They do shit like
I'm
that.
gonna die because I've been covered in it.
No, fuck.
Simply cover
Sorry.
it.
Wait.
That's fine. Sometimes we say the F word here. Sometimes we're a little
Friends?
heated.
Family.
I have not done the Grand Archives in so long that I do not remember how to
Ugh.
actually get through it.
There's the other small key.
You are barking up the wrong streamer. I would be of no help either.
Indeed.
I'll figure it out. It's just
Great. Real happy to see you,
There.
Sandman.
why you don't have to be so sarcastic about my confidence. Jeez.
Well, I'm sick of that bitch. Fuck Sandman. Fuck this shit. Hate that dude. Fuck him.
Oh, my home.
Right.
I don't know.
Fuck
what I'm doing.
Metallica.
I mean, yeah, fuck Metallica. That's for true.
Mm-hmm.
If we're all in agreement. Kimmy!
Yeah.
Hi!
Hello.
How you doing? What's Pokemon like?
I'm currently smashing against the Elite Four and hoping for the best.
Oh shit. Nice.
Ah, the WEF method.
Yeah. Got a little
Keep fighting
time,
them.
Definitely
God.
dream.
Okay, phase 2.
Fight.
Phase 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Phase 2, Electric Boogaloo. Fight!
Wait, I still don't have the big key. Where the fuck is the big key?
One
Big
would
is the
think
key?
I'd be able to find it easily, considering its size.
Back.
Big the key.
Oh,
What's the front?
that's where it is. Found it.
You found it?
Oh, I'm assuming I found it. It's gotta be there.
Man, can you hint for it to make certain it's not, say, with me or Kimmy?
Beyonce.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh no, the big keys don't randomize. There it is.
Oh, okay.
No, big keys
Unless
don't
you turn
randomize.
keys in.
Yeah, I didn't turn key randomizing on.
Okay.
I wouldn't be nearly this close to finishing that way. I would have gotten stuck long ago.
Galaxy far, far away.
I love Star Trek.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
boy,
totally.
okay. It's time to use...
Portion, nay, all of your cunning.
Meow. You did it again. Aiden, you did it again.
What'd I do?
You typed donation instead of donate.
Where? Holy shit!
In your own chat, yeah.
I-
In your own
called
damn
it-
chat.
I called it out too, and you didn't listen.
I never
I've been...
Fuck. Aiden, can you
Oh my
do?
fucking god!
Oh my god!
My
oh my
piggies
god!
are hungry for ION!
Get them ions in yourself.
It's in my last name, that's why I put them there.
You should put an A at the end of. You should just change it to
Donation.
donation.
Fucking compass? Are you serious?
Donation.
That'll be when I do a fundraiser for moving. Don't donate Iona.
Oh, good job, Maeve.
Oh shit,
Okay.
Maeve said fuck you, bitch.
Yes.
I love
Maeve
Maeve.
fit Sandman for me.
Murder baby.
Alright, well. I
What
still
I really hate-
do not. I
That's the
can't
murder
remember
baby.
where I have Twin Pyramid keys. Who has them for me? But
Did you already hint it?
I
No, you already got your
did.
pyramid.
If you hinted
yeah.
it, you can just type hint and it'll come up again.
Oh yeah.
You also already have one.
Not it.
Oh,
I
wait.
switched to
Basic.
the multi-world see what's going on in the Mistaken's.
Don't
I'll
mind.
do an async one day.
Do an async right now.
Oh
Do a
right, it's in
multi-girls
Paradox Cave in Kemps's world. Kemps's world. Kemps's world.
Already.
Good. Excellent.
Excellent.
For a second, I thought you were whistling to the song that I'm playing on my stream.
Nope.
It was weirdly close for like 3 notes to an Animal Crossing song.
Wait, where do I go from here
Well,
again?
Shout out to Wild World. Holy shit.
ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world.
It's on my DS. I'm gonna play it all night, girl.
I also would like to be a champ and stay until everybody's done, but I didn't really eat before stream and I'm getting very hungry.
Go
and
get
it's
some
kinda-
Right.
Ooh.
I am existing currently on not enough food, so I'm trying as quickly as possible to just get through it.
Eat food.
Given that I couldn't even start legit playing until 3.5 hours in, like I was trying
that
to
was,
just.
That was shenanigans.
That was shenanigans.
I mean, if you want, go take a food break.
I don't know. If I get up and walk away, I'm not coming back. So.
Well, get
from sitting here. So.
Get
I
your...
want to continue to spend time with my friends until such time as my lower back is like, no, you can't be here anymore. But we're getting dangerously close to that pressure fish.
Okay.
Get backspace to bring.
Oh shit! I forgot about Cantor, and god damn it, it's not even randomized.
I thought you were gonna say you forgot about backspace.
I forgot I was engaged.
Oh god, I forgot about my partner.
I don't know what the fuck that laugh
is
was.
something that I would do.
ADHD be like,
yeah.
You're not married.
I mean,
not yet.
For a small amount of time, it's fine. Afterwards, it'll be concerning.
Oh my god.
I have some friends who they have the opposite problem where they think they've been married longer than they actually are.
Fair.
Because like they've been married for 4 years, but they've been dating for 20. So,
oh jeez.
You know what? I can understand the confusion there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Close to the end.
Yeah.
Mullet, I beat the original seed, and now this is another one that I had going that I am just playing along with whilst Kimmy works on finishing hers, Virtue works on finishing hers. And,
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit.
Val.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Who's that?
I have finished. I just wanted to fight bosses.
Oh yeah.
Normally fight.
Well, yeah, that's what threw me off. So I was like, hang on, Duckie's still playing.
I finished first because Jesus loves me.
I have to go through Cantorin because there's no. I won the world. I beat that one. I came. Not that placement matters, but I was the third one to finish because I am a generous lover and I don't finish first.
We all won the world.
Won the world? Girls.
Multi-girls.
Yeah.
I destroyed it in 2 hits once the mask was gone. Because I have the max sword.
Duckie, what is
Yes.
Cantor in week 2?
Fist.
I don't have fists. I do not have fists. I am a very generous and thorough lover, yes.
Bloodworks.
How do you think I got this ring? I don't think I have blood either. Oh, I do have blood. Okay.
Wait, what am I missing for the Shabadoo? Shabadabadoo, apparently.
Shabadoo is name of one of the NPCs in my IRL D&D campaign.
Apparently it's a thing in... Please be nothing here. Okay, good.
That could just be a thing linked to the past, and I believe you.
No, it is. Shabadoo.
Are you... You mean Sharashula?
No, Sharashula is elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
That's Sassy.
Ah!
I know about Sassy.
Would know about Sass.
What is that supposed to mean? Huh?
You're a sassy and wonderful person.
I think you need to calm down.
Finally. So my last badge, which I needed, was on the bike path in a hidden spot.
Oh my
and I have been
gosh.
sitting here trying to nail the exact spot while sliding down the frickin' bike path.
Oh no.
I'm like, you know what? This seed has been just the most cursed seed.
Speaking of seeds, Virtual.
Oh, I need a hook shot.
Val, are you ready for Kimmy to release? You said you're done, right?
I'm almost done. I have to fight the rival.
Oh, I thought you said you're done. Never mind. Ignore me, please.
Never.
No, I refuse.
Someone donate to shut me.
Paradox Cave. Where the fuck is Paradox now?
No, Aiden, there's nothing stopping you from donating for yourself.
Oh, I'm never doing. No, I live in Rednecky and I'm trans. I get shut up by people all the fucking time. If you're gonna do it to me, you're gonna pay to get trans kids some help.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you should donate. You can donate for yourself. Donate yourself the 25.
I already donated, and quite frankly, I'm broke as shit.
That's true.
I feel like
Else I would
I
love to
should
donate
wait
more.
until Kimmy's done, so that when I get inevitably hit by a trap, I could just pop into the Pokemon Center.
True.
Oh, smack.
Kimmy, how many Elite Fours are you in?
I am fighting the rival.
Shit.
Aw.
Fighting
Oh,
Bloods.
right, I can do this because of
Bloods over
the...
there.
Come on, I said this. Let's go. This is the entire reason that there is a cape. For shit like this.
Oh, that's
Cape.
true.
Oh, you said cape.
Keep.
Cake.
What is it? This better be fucking worth it. Water gun. Enjoy your
Cake is
fucking
over.
water gun, Kimmy.
Kimmy,
That'll be
you
very helpful for her in the rival fight.
You can use water gun now.
I can't even get out of here now.
I hate this.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to save and quit.
Oh no.
If you're out of magic.
Well, yeah, because even with half magic, you need it for the
Yeah.
entire run.
Yes.
And it just
it's,
uses it up.
Holy shit.
Because in... Fucking hell. Well, at least I'm like right next to... Wait, no, I'm in Dark World. Fuck!
Why is everyone else's
No!
speed so cursed? Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's the longest I think I've ever been in BK mode, and I had to bust out Sudoku. That's concerning.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
How dare I have to do things involving numbers?
This is why I love Sonic Adventure 2. It takes longer to get most checks than like other games, but like you're never BK'd mode. 'Cause there's always something to do.
I've like never been BK'd in Pokemon until today.
Damn, interesting. I think I've been BK'd in Sonic Adventure 2 once, and it was not very long.
I used to get BK'd a lot in Dark Souls 3 until I put the one item that like
Oh yeah.
eats like 75% of my game into my local.
I forgot about that.
Wait, how do I get down there?
No, I just don't get BK'd.
I gotta fucking DM Hupfin about a Ring Sono eventually.
Yeah.
How do I get
Yeah,
down
right now.
there?
That's gonna be I was gonna make her one anyway because she was on the Ulti World list. I guess I can make her two now.
That's a GG.
You make her
Yay,
make one.
Kimmy.
GG. Woo.
Wait, what's in here?
You can make her one for her like human form and one for her bunny form.
Oh, she wants that, sure.
Good. No traps.
The one I was gonna make was bunny form. She can get whatever she wants though. It's her commission.
Yeah.
That sounds weird to say. Like this is new.
You got a commission
Kinda.
I'm getting
for
all of
charity,
the
but it's still a
potions.
commission. Ow. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
I gotta remember how to fight the twin princes now. This is
1, 2, Princess Happy for you.
this is not a fight I've had to do in a very long time. I mean, I don't have to do this fight now.
This how?
So you don't have to do anything. Oh,
Yeah,
you're just getting
that's how-
stabbed in the back, so that's fine.
Are we good for a release?
Yes, go ahead.
I already have all my stuff, so.
Here you go.
Oh, my last bottle.
It wasn't much, but
It's honest work.
Tain't much.
Heart container 2. I'm at 16 hearts.
You hanging out, or is it about bedtime?
yeah, I might crawl into bed. I can hang
That's
out
fair.
and just text chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can find a spot to hang out. But
You know,
Mia
comfy-
is big mad.
I was gonna
Oh,
say, how
absolutely.
is Mia? Is she okay?
Yes,
She's
for
so
bedtime.
grumpy.
It's like, Mother, do you not understand how little attention you have paid to me all day? This is unacceptable.
No, earlier she was sitting on my bed because my computer desk is in the corner and the bed's like right next to it. She was standing on the bed and like reaching out and pawing at my shoulder.
Oh.
Get me to pet her. Except she was doing it with claws, so it would have been a lot cuter. If she wasn't, you know, trying to shrug me.
Okay, we're at the 50% mark now.
Yay. For what?
For the
Cantern
fight.
is a very hard fight when you are level 10. And I don't know if I have boss scaling on this one, so...
I think it's on by default, so I'm just gonna with it.
All right, you bailing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Bye, Kimmy.
Bye.
Bye, Kimmy.
I have 2 in the waterfall cave.
I'm gonna go get food out of the oven. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I gotta check my thing now. Because Kimmy just disappeared. It's still small enough. Wait, where am I? Hold on, where am I now? Oh, right, I need to swim it now.
Fuck, I used to be good at this fight. Fuck!
Lantern, why are you like this?
How close are you to the end, Virtue?
Not.
Okay.
Did you do a 7-7 Ganon?
I hate this. Move!
I don't know how to get to the waterfall place.
Oh, thank you.
Oh!
Oh,
bad.
goodness. Alright, we're gonna go save.
Wait, no, that's the what?
And a goopin is nada.
No!
I did it. Okay.
Good job.
Oy.
Are you
Level
normal
10
mode
Tangerine
and
is hard. Yeah,
are you
I did normal
mode
mode.
in the ice thing? Yeah.
Yeah. I could have started in dream mode, but I forgot that I lose all of my progress when I left the server, joined a different one, and then came back to this. So,
shouldn't do that.
It put me back down to, like, didn't remember any of my checks. It didn't save, like, anything. Like, I have all of this stuff that I, like, collected, and it didn't make me go through the collection screen, but in terms of, like, my actual everything else, I have to recollect it all. Or, like...
That shouldn't happen, because, like, Waffle regularly runs 2 seeds at the same time, and he doesn't have to do that.
So, I don't know what I did wrong. I was also having emulator issues with, my Link to the Past run. And maybe I just did something wrong with both of them. Maybe I should just stick to one game.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So that's ironic.
Isn't it ironic?
You think?
No, the
Sorry.
I wanna go take this one because I can't. No, I can't. I'm still orange on it. I'm gonna go to Paradox Cave, get my damn hook shot. Fuck you.
Oh, I should not.
Yeah, Waffle, I think I broke something at some point, somehow.
That's not good.
Because, yeah, if you're running 2 Timespinner seeds at the same time, like, Pi had, like, 3 Link to the Past ones going.
Jeez.
These people do some nutty stuff.
I know.
I'm seeing that. People are crazy at that.
But it shouldn't... Yeah, it shouldn't be doing this.
If you see me mute on and off, I'm fine. I'm just eating.
Understood. I haven't snacked at all.
Yeah, I am close to hitting my need to tap out mark.
Yeah, sure. No shame.
And I want
No
a
shame.
part of it.
No shame for needing to leave.
Correct.
Some shame, but that's okay.
No, there's no actual shame. I just say that because I'm.
No! Go away. I said go away. Not you, you're fine.
Snake creature. Little creature. Up to mischief. Icky.
What are you? Someone doesn't need it. Isn't needed.
I mean, that's also helpful. I wasn't wearing a stitch of, like, armor or anything, so, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, fuck!
What happened?
Fucking phase 2 of the Twin Princes is bullshit.
You get sworded.
I got sworded.
I got sworded.
Swatted.
It's probably my favorite fight in the game.
It's
Damn
a
it.
really good fight.
Yeah.
And the story's really cool behind that one too.
Yeah, but it's also like usually like every archipelago seed that I've ever done, I've had go mode before I've even had to get like this far into the game, so I'm just very out of practice with the fight. I am more practiced with the Nameless King than I am with the Twin Princes because I've fought the Nameless King more often.
I mean, that's true.
Alright, let's go down here. That's right, I forgot I haven't done the Paradox Caves.
Timmy's being thirsty in Aiden's chat about Eryn.
About whom?
But Eryn.
Oh.
Eryn, go brag.
What did I do?
You said you don't have a stitch of armor.
Oh.
And
And Kimmy went, oh my god.
Eryn, go Nikki.
Eryn go naked.
That just makes me mad. To actually fight the Elite Four, I only needed 5 badges.
Oh no.
I hate that.
But to get to Victory Road, yeah. That's bullshit.
That feels like...
That feels unfair.
Yeah, I mean...
It's on a lower life.
Like I said, this one was cursed.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, it was cursed from the beginning. You're right.
Now you get to fight mommy. I mean, Lorelei.
Where do I go from here? Never remember. Is it this one? Yes, this is one.
Sorry, I had to.
I know you have a delay.
Like,
I
not much
come
help when
here,
there's a delay,
and I'm
but I'm
up here.
trying.
No, you're fine.
It is.
Whew, that was close. Oh, whoa. Okay, so that sound worked. Yeah, imagine being good at the Link to the Past couldn't be. What?
Hello?
I mean, normally it's not that bad. No rock here, so I don't even know what's going on. I need more assistance with where to go on this one.
Oh, I'm gonna actually like let this cutscene play so I can fucking
Yeah, that's fair. Understood.
take a moment.
Alright, is there another one of these chasms I need to fall down?
I want to say yes, but I do not remember which one.
I definitely don't remember which one. I have no clue.
Not that one.
This is what we need satellite for.
Satellite.
No, I don't think it's any of
like
these.
a magic flute. There's no. He's playing like Resident Evil or something, probably guaranteed. There's like no way.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
tapped out.
Yeah, because the other one's like right there. So I think I just need to go to the
Yo.
top.
Virtue, what you want?
Huh?
You had a
Satellite,
question?
yeah. We're trying
Yeah.
to get Virtue through. Trying to get to Paradox Cave. or did you
I'm
already
in
find
Paradox Cave. This is Paradox
good.
Cave.
it? Yeah, we need to. She need help. Wait,
Do
why
I
am I
fall
killing
down
you? I
one of
don't need to.
these?
He's not responding fast enough. I'm gonna call him. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm gonna try it.
I'm calling him. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh no, it's this. It's there.
kidding. Unless.
Gosh dang it.
Well,
Unless.
Just
Oh.
kidding.
Mm.
Unless. No, maybe I just need to go out that door then.
In through the outdoor.
No! I do not need to fall there.
I mean-
What about here?
Rainbow
I haven't
rain.
fallen here yet, have I? Oh, it's just there.
Can you find at the second hand south?
Oh my god. Raspberry
Nice.
beret.
When it was warm, she didn't wear much mouth.
damn, Virtue, who's that in your? Who's that cute boy in your chat?
Hmm?
So Virtue, you got a cute boy in your chat.
Wow. I'm confusion.
Satellite just followed you.
Oh!
Yeah.
I'm making my friend feel bad about being handsome.
God, what a nerd.
Making him regret knowing me.
Impossible.
Yeah,
no.
Something tells me there's not gonna be
shit.
regret. What about this one? Oh, that's a lot of.
That's a lot of nuts.
That's a lot of
That's a lot of nuts. One up there.
That's a lot of
Hooray!
nuts.
I guess I have to go climb. I have to go climb Death Mountain again.
So I assume can't type you.
Is Facebook?
Oh
mode
yes,
on on
yes.
this thing?
Well, that was to deter any potential hate raids, and we didn't get any. So. Ow.
Yeah, I didn't get shit. I figured
Yeah.
at least one asshole would come in and be like say some shit about like Valerai also like periodically using they them pronouns or something.
Yeah, but no,
Yeah.
nothing. Okay.
Or me
Like-
having a man voice.
Man voice.
I think like unprompted I think about the Julia honk from last MULTIGIRLS like weekly.
The only. Can I push?
That was so fucking funny.
No, I can't do that. Now, what's the point of that?
What's even the point?
Oy. Okay.
Alright, Lorian, you're being a real bitch today.
You're part of my language. You're being a real bitch.
You're
I
a
don't-
bitch, but I love you anyway.
Well,
You can get by all the old man money.
now that I'm
You're a
here,
bitch,
I'm not as
girl.
having.
Something
realize
like a
there-
stinky bitch. What?
Okay. Oh, there's a heart.
Don't hit me! Oh god, please don't hit me! Okay, we're good.
All right, which of these holes do I need to fall down?
I was giggling a little bit at the initial like comment, and then
Oh, any of them?
Eryn-
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
I think I only have this.
Yeah,
I think I only have
there's-
2 bosses that I haven't actually beat.
There's my net. Okay.
Yay, you can
Oh,
catch
well, I guess I
berries
didn't-
now.
3
Came to
bosses
him on
because I
like
didn't
a-
beat
Oh, excuse me.
Yorm. I didn't beat
Well, I guess
Yorm.
it's a good thing I
the
didn't
off.
waste a hint on it.
I'll mute my chewing, but then I'll burp directly in the fucking mic. That wouldn't escape me. I'm sorry.
Okay, do it again.
Yeah. See, now that I've done this,
I don't
it's
think I
not-
can force that one. That was fucking
Do it.
disgusting.
Wait. I need
yeah.
the hook shot to do this, but it's in here.
See, like even Virtue wants you to do it.
Wait, how do I get down there?
I'm afraid if I try to force one,
You're gonna like vomit.
Ew.
I
See, the
can't.
problem is I have to use the hook shot to move around here, and I don't have it because it's in this damn cave.
Wait, do I have the full Fallen Knight set?
How about here? Nope, that does that. Let me go in the right cave this time, see if... Oh, this is the shop.
Keep it in the hat. Alright. I'm in my Guts cosplay. But with a swanky hat.
Damn it. So it's in... Wait, is it in... Paradox Cave Lower? Is it on the... Hold on, where's my thing?
Ugh, fuck off, Zarian.
Wait, that's the Super Bunny Cave. Paradox
Fucking
Cave is
Kameo
only...
wave.
Oh, Paradox Cave is only in, Okay, Paradox Cave is the Light World equivalent, got it. But I can use Dark World... got it. I use Dark World... Super Bunny Cave
Disguised it as my own cookie.
to get back to the top of Death Mountain, where I can then use the mirror and enter Paradox Cave again.
Devilish Virtue.
What?
Duckie made a meme.
It's even funnier that you weren't like listening at all. You're just like super focused.
I am supremely focused, and actually, yeah, it was... I did need to go to the bottom one in that, so I'm lucky. Because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get, the chests. Alright, So now I'm here. Now I. No.
Okay.
Here.
I think I have hit my max.
That's fine.
My everything is sore. I am
Okay.
hungry.
Oh, yeah.
I have
Those are good
hit
signs to
the
stop.
6 hour and 38-minute mark, and I should probably go pay attention to my lovely spouse. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Have a good night, Eryn.
And
Have a good
Duckie
night.
And Val
Have a good
and
night.
Virtue and Aiden.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got the stretch by.
I got the
Aiden.
grunt.
You got the grunt.
I don't think I've done this
I'm
one
gonna
yet.
keep the donation link open.
Yep.
If stuff pops in, I mean, obviously I can't speak in rhyme if I'm not on the stream anymore. But if anyone does redeem Aaron's Artist Corner, I'll get them to message me or someone message me with what they would like, and I will make sure I draw it.
What did I get? That
'Cause
was
it would be
my.
lovely if by tomorrow
That
evening
spiral
we could hit
cave.
our goal.
Anonymous gifted 20. Thank you. What's the 20 doing?
Oh, the 20
What?
means that
20?
Virtue gets to take
A shot of hot
her
sauce.
shot of hot sauce.
Oh no. Okay, well I gotta stick around for this.
Yep. Here, let me. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not hearing the sounds for it, which is annoying. It's supposed to be max volume, but yeah, like they won't let you. They
I
don't
have
let
my
live
ending
or
screen on, so I was like, why didn't I hear anything? I was like, oh, that's why.
Yeah, because it's not on your ending screen.
No,
Once
I don't have the
I
alert
uploaded
set up.
this. Cat tags.
Does it say on the campaign page if somebody put something specific up? Or is it just... Or am I misunderstanding how fucking anything works? 7 hours
Well,
in.
this was a milestone goal. So.
Yep,
Well,
this is
yeah,
a mile.
no, I know. But 20 is also Shut Up Aiden. So I'm wondering if that's
They
what they
did
meant.
not pick Shut Up Aiden as their incentive.
Okay, so there's a way to know. Okay, good.
There is a
Okay.
way to know. If
Alright.
you're on
I'm
Steam
free.
Campaign Overview dashboard, you can see all of the current donations, and if they picked an incentive, it'll have
Oh, that's right. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
a star next to it, so that's how...
I forgot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, hot shot time.
Hot shot time. Yes, indeed. Let me pull it up here. Where did it go? I saved it. Where did it go? I swear, if it's saved in a weird format, it probably did.
Your shot of hot sauce?
Yes, it did. Ah! So big.
Why is this a DMG? Hot sauce wasn't in the DMG last week.
Oh my gosh.
That's something.
It's huge because I took it with my phone. So right here,
It's this big.
it is a shot filled with Cholula hot sauce. And I am
Ooh,
about to just
Cholula.
down it entirely.
Oh boy.
Here it goes.
Godspeed.
Ah. Ah! Oh, there's still some in the.
Mullets! You hung out for almost all day, which was so lovely. Thank you so much. It is always nice to spend time with you. I think we are going to... let's see.
I guess trade Virtue or Val, you know?
I'm on the end of the second of the 5 Elite 5 fights, so probably Virtue.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
I
thank
just
you,
have.
thank you, Mullet.
Oh, wow. No! That was very hot now.
It's snuck up for round 2.
That is okay, Mullet. You never apologize. Family first, Eryn go stream second, but it's always lovely to see you.
What if Eryn Go Stream is me?
Well, then, even better.
Oof. Oh. Oh,
Send the
there
adoption
it
papers in the
goes.
mail.
Excellent.
There's a spice in my stomach. Ouchies.
Oh boy.
Well. If it isn't
Sounds
the
like what
consequences
happens
to
when
your
I
own
take
action.
This is for charity. This is for charity.
Deep soothing breaths.
But I said
but
the
do
last
it
time,
through
so.
your nose, not your mouth. And
Yep. Too late.
I
Long
will
too
see
late for
stream
that.
Tomorrow. Goodbye, stream. I love you.
Long too late for that.
Sounds like what happens when I take a straight shot of tequila. It's like all of a sudden my stomach's like, "Oh, you fucked up."
Bad
Yeah,
news
no,
bears.
it was first my mouth, and now my mouth is like, I'm gonna make you hurt. Hello, thank you for the raid in, Eryn. Let me get the shout out on you too.
I am going to hop out of voice chat so I can go make something to eat and stretch because I'm
Does it work?
sure
Yes.
the joys of being in your mid-30s. Ta-da! But we did.
Yeah,
we did over
that's a
400
feeling.
pounds. And
That's a feeling.
This is
ever
approximately
closer.
like 450 USD.
Give
Leave.
me 1 second before I run downstairs and I will. Ta-da.
Wait, keep making Eryn do things, and then she'll never leave.
Meow. Oh, the belch. No. Ow.
408.
The belch brought up some more of the spite.
$491.13 US dollars is what we have
Damn.
raised today.
Yeah, we're almost
and if
at
we switch it to
500.
Canadian, it was $679.90.
God damn.
Fuck our goddamn dollar. All right,
Yep.
Oh,
I'm gonna go eat. Goodbye,
Go
friends.
get your food.
Have a good night.
Bye, Eryn.
Bye.
Virtue, you got a chaser, right?
Nope.
A second shot of hot sauce.
No. It's for charity. I did it for charity.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
So, which is the one I need to drop down? Because there's 4. Oh, fairy. Fuck. There's 4. I did that one. I can't drop to that one, which is annoying. It's in lower, which is the thing. And that one goes all the way fucking down. Damn it.
Oh, let's go. Fuck.
Oh, I'm an idiot. It's right fucking there.
You're not an idiot. You're lovely.
Distracted by the sauce.
Coated with the sauce. Perilous.
No, just distracted with the sauce is all.
Coated with the sauce. Derogatory.
Infected with the sauce.
Did you say infected with the sauce?
Yeah.
Because I gotta go up.
Uppies.
Uppies.
We have
Yeah,
the same
I gotta go up.
brain.
I know. We've
I
established.
must go uppies.
We
Oh,
should
I
like
can't go
do a
that way.
stream series together where we play a way too long RPG and hate each other.
Yeah.
Like episode 2.
Totally.
Yeah, we should do. It's called Legend of Dragoon.
Really, that's a great suggestion. We should do that.
Ow.
2 halves of a whole idiot. Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
God damn, we'd like
Love
just
you
met.
made it, right,
and you're
Kimmy?
already dunking on us.
You made it right.
I mean, to be fair, I've known Kimmy for like 20 years, so.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with her because, well, she usually has the right idea.
Yeah, I guess. She's like okay sometimes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Pretty neat.
Alright. No! Wait, did I want this? No, I didn't. Damn it.
This chicken is so fucking satisfying right now.
Finger looking good.
I mean, with a fork, but otherwise, yeah, I'd say so.
Is it forky linking good?
My gosh.
Yeah, sure. That's a clean fork. I did dishes.
Yeah, but when you're eating the chicken.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm just excited that I did dishes for the first time in like a week and a half.
Hell yeah.
I know
I
that
was like,
feeling.
oh yeah, I have a sink here. That's what it feels like. It feels like realizing you had a sink this whole time. It's not just a fucking demon, fucking abstract Pink Floyd cover of a pile of dishes.
That's the end of that one.
Oh.
Gosh dang it, I have to.
I'm one of those people like I like when I use a dish I clean it immediately because I know that if I don't it's just gonna stay there for like a month.
Yeah.
I have phases, but lately over the past like year and a half it's mostly just been like I don't know. I still do dishes like once a week. Usually, unless I'm like super ill or depressed. Like I think when I got COVID, I was fucked.
Yeah. Alright. Do this. Wee. Oh wow. So I need my hook shot. It's my. I think hook shot is like the last big item I'm missing, besides the other cane. Yeah, that's it. And I don't know if I need the other cane.
What the fuck is wrong with me? Depending on how much phlegm and how much caffeine I have in me, I guess. So sometimes I just can't do the fucking Yoshi noise where he's like.
Like you're like I can't do this noise. Proceeds to try and
proceeds to attempt the noise.
Yeah, well that was an inhale squeal. Normally I can do it exhale.
That's not the mirror.
I can hit
That's
that
the mirror. Go in. Do anything in it.
Stuff it looks really fucking cool. Just like the like fire effects on it. Stuff it also just looks really cool in general.
There we go.
My favorite armor set in the game.
There it is.
There's the hole. There goes Link's shins.
Yeah, basically.
He's Highland. He doesn't have shins.
Oh, that's
there
how
it
we
is.
can survive all those drops. Okay, that makes sense.
No, I didn't need either of those.
At least the Link to the
Fire
Past.
trap.
Sorry, Val.
It's okay.
Ocarina of Time Link has shins, which is why
it was here the whole time.
Whoever voice acted Link in Ocarina of Time, like especially like old Link, like that.
There it is.
That voice clip is like real. That makes me feel the pain in my.
Oh, there you go. You're at the Elite Four. You finally have Toxic.
I think someone like actually kicked him in the shins.
Like they were like, come in here in the studio with me. It's like, why? This is crowded. I need you to kick me as hard as you can in the fucking shin.
That's the. Yeah. See. Oh no, that's the one I was supposed to use for the. I was supposed to use this one for the Spike Cave, because that one doesn't use the magic nearly as quickly as the cape does.
Fucking.
I mean, you can use the cape too, but.
Right, but the cape uses magic far faster than the cane of protection.
Yeah.
So I was supposed to use the cane to get across the Spike Cave, but I used cape, which is why I had to save and restart, which put me in the dark world, and yeah, it was just a frustrating bit. Anyway, let me see. Did I do all 5? I did all. Yeah, I did all the Paradox Cave stuff. Why are you still saying nothing? Why can't? Okay, how do I get to Floating Island? Now I'm curious.
No queen.
Yeah, see, the problem is I only have 2 diamonds still, or is it 3 now?
Guess I'm gonna turn off your Fuji.
Oh yeah, my Fuji's probably a lot smaller. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's all set. It's all good.
I think I forgot to turn my Fuji on this whole time.
You just have Anna up the whole time?
I should have. But
It's
no.
like, oops, I can't be bothered with Fuji right now. Anyway, here's this degrading picture of Aiden.
Hey, you drew it.
It's true. Doesn't make it any less degrading.
Oh, I'm on like.
Yeah, but it's consensual when you draw.
Yeah. It makes me look like shit. I thought about like putting it as an incentive or like a donation, like a milestone. It'd be like if we finally hit goal, I'll just be Anakin on my screen for the rest of the stream.
Would have been funny.
I should have done that.
Would have been funny, but I'd also be the only one who gets the joke.
That's kind of why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, I should do that when I get home, and then I like thought about it, and I was like, no one's gonna want to. No, that's not gonna incentivize anybody.
Incentivize me if I had money.
I thought about putting in like question mark at 500 pounds and be like, oh, you're gonna see it. I'm gonna put it up on screen and you're gonna fucking see it.
And it was just gonna be Anadin.
And then it's just Anadin. I like the lyric one I made, or the extra description is if it's problematic or has slurs in it, thanks for the 7 pounds.
Oh yeah.
What? I'm confused.
Well,
I'm just confusion. Don't mind me.
Awesome. I wasn't sure if it was something dumb I said or if it was a link to the past.
I mean, yes, but also no. I'm
Both.
just. Yep, exactly.
I put in a redeem for like if people can give me up to 4 lines of like lyrics to sing. Of a song or I guess whatever.
Oh.
And
Yeah, it's still hitting.
And on the description of the redeem for it, I was like, if it has any slurs or anything problematic in it, thanks for donating 7 pounds to Mermaids.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for just the money and you get nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's not even my thing, so I'm not even gonna try to get that island because I don't need it. It's not my thing. But now I have my I did that. This one. Oh. Oh, I have to leave screen and come back to reset it. So it's not top first. Understood. Damn, it's right top left. Got it.
If I ever finish my sprite, I wonder how fucking cursed the rest of the ROM will look like. There's a lot of dark colors.
Oh my gosh.
So it is right, top, left, and there it is.
Ideally, if I had the extra time, I would put myself in all the AP games. Just because I think it'd be funny.
I wanted, like, I don't know how it works, and I don't know if it could work because of the two-tone hair, but I want to get my, like, my PNG's color palette into the Timespinner.
On Timespinner?
Yeah. I don't know if you can do the two-tone.
Why is it saying red? What am I missing? Does it need the cane?
I don't know. All of our link to the past experts on the bed.
I literally only have that second cane missing. Let me see. Yeah, I need that cane. Okay.
Oh, it's the one that makes the blocks.
Yeah. That's what it
you
is.
need that for Turtle Rock.
That's where I'm at. Okay.
I think Ganon's Tower too. I think Valzone was done. So
I am. I'm at Lance.
Yeah, Lance
All
is
right.
throwing out some stinkers, by the way. Lance fucking sucks right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I just want to see if I need to. Because if you've got my cane, then I just want to wait. But if you don't, and I do somewhere, I have to go and find it.
I mean, it's Lance and then Buck.
And then,
so
yeah.
pretty
So I'm
cool.
just gonna. Yeah. I mean, I just need to remember what it's called. I think that's.
Cane of Samaria, or is that the other one?
Let's try Cane of Burna. Nope, it's not the Cane of Burn, it's the other one. Samaria, that's the one. Alright, hint time. Yep, I need to wait.
Okay. We
need
can
to wait
just chill
for
and watch Val beat the shit out of Lance.
Hopefully.
Oh, you struggling?
My characters my Pokemon are a little underleveled, but I'm okay so far.
Hookshot Cave, here we go. Now that I have the hookshot, I can do this. So, I'm good for now. Die. Okay, what do I got here? Oh. Got here? Oh, I can go here. This is nothing of mine. Ah, damn it. Damn, I almost made it out. So, nope, I had nothing of mine in here. Oh, and I do need to get across. How do I get Cane of Samaria? Wait a minute, no. Because it says... Yeah, because it says bonkable chest. I don't know what the difference is. What is the bonkable chest? Yeah, that was Hookshot Cave, alright. Oh, I got all of them.
Bonkable chest is bottom middle because you can technically get it without hookshot by bonking.
Okay. So that's... Okay, so that's one of those that's...
Thank you, Hilton.
So I don't need to worry about that one. I got all the ones from Paradox Cave, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, because I got 5 things from Paradox Cave and then 2 more. Yep. Paradox Cave's done. Okay. So I can't do Mimic Cave because I probably need the Cane of Samaria. Well, in any case, I can still do this. And then... Well, I can do the other 2 now because I have the hook shot. Where are the... Oh, there is one there, isn't there? Okay. Let's do that one.
Bitch!
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm still here.
Not you. Little fucking rock salamander dude just fucking rolled into me and knocked me off the cliff.
Wait. Oh, I didn't want to be here.
This place. This was the same place we went that. Okay. Oh my god! I just saw it.
Yeah.
Fucking sucks. I love Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I'll swim this way.
Oh my god! Then that time I was just. I turned it too fast.
What's in this cave? Apparently nothing.
I wonder if there's New Game Plus.
Oh.
In Dark Souls 3?
There's the extra bombs and arrows.
They're probably.
Oh, well, bye, Duckie.
Yeah.
Bye.
So that's where the extra bombs and arrows are. Ah.
Aura revision. Oh god, the burbs. Welcome to the stream.
Right?
I don't even have hot sauce in
Hi,
it. It's
Aura.
disgusting.
Hello, Aura. How are you doing? I am still suffering a little bit.
I'm a bit quiet.
Eden?
Loud enough for you.
Eden, Random Rings
God.
Iona? A bit quiet?
Make me louder for you, Chad, if you like.
Right.
Am I still quiet now? I was kind of back.
How the fuck do you take care of these? I haven't fought
All
these
right.
in a while.
Try this again.
Paint your nails in 14? Can you?
Yep. Yes, there is an item called claws or something.
Oh, I think I've seen what you're talking about. Because that's not like super new, is it?
No, I've had it for a while.
I was gonna say, because I quit it, the second one.
How do you defeat the? Oh wait. No. How?
Oh, it's a Shadowbringers thing. I guess I haven't seen it. Then. I guess I lied.
No.
Oh, it's not. I was gonna say, I think I've seen it. I'm so.
I
confused.
have it, and I'm like only halfway through Shadowbringers.
What's the one I fucking?
I think it might have been something that was introduced in Shadowbringers.
No, they're saying it's an late 80s item, and I'm like, okay, I am confused. How do I fight these? Do I need to magic them?
Probably.
Whoa.
When in doubt. When in doubt, splash magic in face.
Fire rod.
Fire.
They require the fire rod. Oh, and these are ice panels.
Fire.
I don't want to know why it's yellow light. Okay, so fire rod it is. Okay, got it. What does it say that the item is? Aura. And I'll let you know if it's the same item that I'm thinking of.
Voltorbs. Shit. Oh. Oh my god, they said Voltorb. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, Aiden.
What?
Voltorb flip.
I'm gonna fucking act up.
The ducks! The ducks are here!
I've been here.
No, these are the evil ducks.
I've been here.
Oh my god. Okay, these are the supervillain ducks.
Oh, okay.
They were wearing their green super suits. Look at them, look at them.
Where's my super suit?
False nails were added in Stormblood.
I was gonna say, because is it really in
Nope,
Stormblood?
that's not the item I'm thinking of then.
Okay,
The item
I was
I'm
gonna
thinking
say,
of
'cause I think I've seen what you're talking about.
is something called something claws. Oh, are you serious? Oh my gosh.
'Cause I only made it to Heaven's Word. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Are you?
Ow.
Hold on.
Beast claws and false nails. The latter of which is what I am looking for. Okay.
Nope, not what I wanted. How do I?
Get it out of here.
Oh, because I have to go up from here. This is a big place, so this is annoying.
Oh, okay. Woo.
I know where I gotta go. I gotta go up from there. But it's okay because what I gotta do right now is go this way so I can go this way. Ah, fucking hell.
Duckie, you find Zarian?
Huh?
Said Duckie, you find Zarian?
Apparently.
Are you serious?
You're not still on Lance, are you, Val?
No, I'm on the rival at this point.
Okay. Because I just looked over and saw Toro's double teaming to death, and I was like, wait a minute.
Right, no, this is... Nope,
Die.
this is the rival. God,
Makes
bless
more sense. Still sucks. I was like, wait, has it been using double teams so hard that this is still fucking Lance?
No.
With that, I'm gonna go check a list, but I think I've beaten every single boss in the base game of Dark Souls 3.
Damn.
Key. I'm gonna assume that I need to hit this.
For sure, wait.
Guess we'll find out in a moment. Nope.
Me picking up NBs at the club.
Did Aldrich. Dancer, yep. The Ancient Worm didn't Williams. Yep. I beat every single boss in the base game of Dark Souls 3.
Hell yeah. Go smack that bell around. Stop falling down. You just get back up. It's just wind.
Gosh, fucking.
That took me, what, 6 hours? 7 hours?
How long? Let's see, it's midnight now. We started at...
I've been live for 7 hours and 52 minutes.
Yeah, so it took me about 7 hours to beat every single boss in Dark Souls 3.
That's fine.
You might be great at Dark Souls.
I'm okay at Dark Souls.
Okay.
I also am kind of cheating a little bit because I have no equipment load.
Sure.
6 hours and 15 minutes according to the in-game timer.
Oh, fuck. Do I have a key? I do not have a key, so I gotta go this way.
Alright, I'm gonna stop streaming.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a little...
There we go.
Oops.
Wait. Huh?
Oh,
Damn
you
it.
gotta be kidding me.
What happened?
Full restore.
Oh.
Oh.
I hate that. I hate that with every fiber of my being. Oh
No.
my god.
Where am I going now? I'm falling. Oh, well, I found the big key. Fortunately, I fell on the wrong side of the big key.
Alright,
I also don't have... Oh, I do have the big key. Are you serious? I already have the big key. Now I feel really stupid because I could have gone right to the boss right here. But no! Oh, fuck. Fucking... come on. Come out. No? Oh, no.
You gotta be kidding me.
So many things.
Duckie, you hanging out for a bit, or you...
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay.
Michael makes some very late dinner, but...
Oh yeah.
Cat tax!
Cat tax.
Sorry, I had just looked in the Discord now. That was an hour.
I will say, I think I said like an hour ago. Cat tax.
Cat tax.
For those in chat, sometimes Kimmy just fucking sends us a picture of her cat and says cat tax.
Mm-hmm. And it is
You have to
beautiful.
look at the cat.
The cat is
And then
very
you have
pretty.
to emote with the cat emote. Or react with the cat emote.
Is that a rule? I just started doing that.
It's a rule now.
Okay.
It is now a rule. You
This is what I
must do
do.
it. Which means I must do it. Oh no!
I do
So-
emotes like a fucking grandma, like fucking, like, who just found out what Twitch is like a few weeks ago, and like what emotes are and how to use them. You know?
No. What? Hello?
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch the fucking these raw fucking games doing raw stuff.
Yeah.
While my friends are suffering, chat, a reminder. I think it's been a few minutes since we've blabbed about it. This is actually a charity stream if you've noticed the weird fucking thing at the top of all of our streams.
Oh no, I'm out of mana! Oh fuck.
She's also out of mana. If you do exclamation point donate in at least a few of our chats.
Yep, mine is 1.
Sick. It'll bring up a donation link. You can donate. I think it brings you an overall link too, or I mean, it brings you the donate link, but I think you can like check out incentives and stuff while you're there. So,
gosh dang, I don't want to be there.
We've already hit most of our biggest milestones. Did we do anything for 500?
We did not have anything set for 500. No.
No, the biggest milestone was 400.
I mean, I'm so glad that we're here for that. I was like, oh yeah, shit. I guess we didn't do anything for. If you finish the goal, you have the satisfaction of we hit goal.
Yeah, basically.
You were a part of this. But yeah, it's for Mermaids, which is a UK-based organization. They help trans youth get care they need. A lot of it in the UK specifically is pretty barred off. There's a lot of weird fucking stipulations and rules with being trans or any form of fucking like genderqueer or non-binary or gender not conforming in any fucking regard. Over there, unfortunately. And it helps the youth get to a place where they can, you know, actually learn about the stuff that their upbringing might not be teaching them and stuff like that. So it provides a lot of resources, a lot of different kinds of resources to kids like that. So if you want to donate to that, we've already hit £400, 408 pounds, and hoping to get that to that 500 if you would be so generous. If not, thank you for hanging out and supporting us regardless. But if you could give, that'd be fucking amazing. That'd be swell as fuck. Love to hit 500.
That would be
so. Again, I'm not gonna get sappy because I don't want to bum out the voice call or chat, but you know, it's resources I didn't have when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I started expressing femininity at 7, and it was immediately shut down, and I did not come out until roughly 20 years later. So, it's a big fucking deal to me personally. If we can help one kid not have to go through what I went through, that'd be swell as fuck. So yeah, just keep that in mind, I guess. Either way, thank you for enjoying the stream and stuff. Since we're getting to the nitty gritty of at least Valseed. God damn.
Yeah.
I am being an affront to God and cooking pasta in the microwave, so.
Sure.
I keep hitting Y instead of start to select the items.
Oh, because it's... Okay, I think I see.
Or Y, Y instead of start. Come on. There you go. That's the one you pull the tongue on.
News to me, I played the Game Boy Advance version when I was a kid because I'm a heathen and I didn't grow up with a SNES.
I didn't either. Small key.
I have it on Wii U now. I need to play it on stream someday.
Whee! I mean, I also have it available on Switch, but, well, you can't exactly have fun with it like this on Switch.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the raid, of course, Duckie. Yeah.
They just had Wargroove, right? Or they're going to add Wargroove in like an AP patch or two?
That is apparently what I've heard.
And Worlds Collide is in beta.
I need to beat.
I was gonna
Wargroove
play that
vanilla.
today.
What? Oh yeah, we can.
Damn it.
Well, we could have figured it out, but it would be the main hassle that was like my hang up was like I've never set up a. Oh wow, a fucking couth. Any form of like server outside of
the main
the website that makes it very easy, the Archipelago website.
I think if this was just like a normal MULTIGIRLS, I would just be like, whatever, we'll figure it out. But because it was specifically for charity, I'm like, I don't want to have like our first hour of the thing trying to figure out technical difficulties.
I mean, because even when we did it, there was still like some fucky shit that we were kind of worried about for a sec. So
right,
yeah, which I think that might have just been my internet making things a little fucky. But
I hope so. I hope that was it. But yeah, I hope Worlds Collide is soon. I mean, I guess it is going to be soon. But yeah, I have like a big list of stuff that I'm planning on streaming. I've bumped up Hollow Knight, Slay the Spire, and now Wargroove because they're games I technically own and just never beat vanilla. I've played Hollow Knight, but never beat it. Hold on, it's fantastic. I need to beat that shit.
Alright, so there's that.
Yeah, because those are all AP, or at least going to be AP.
Yeah, I got a friend. If you were in my chat yesterday, Distic was. We were talking about this, and then I linked the Archipelago website, and then she was immediately like, Hollow Knight eyes emoji.
Mm-hmm.
So we might do a test thing at some point so that she can get into it. She's been playing the single player multi-world, or not multi-world, randomizer to like learn how to randomize the game. She went super hard on that game. Like she has 100% completed the game
with all the DLC.
All of the DLC, all of the like bonus challenges, everything.
Nice.
She is she's a completionist, so she had a goal. Yeah. I don't know if she achieved it yet, but she had a goal of getting 100% completion on 100 games. And I think the last time I heard she was at like 80 something.
Yeah. Got there. What's in here?
Power scares me.
Hold on.
I'm like, I have 100% completed like 3 games.
Oh, that's that, yeah.
Which is like, it's like Chrono Trigger, Dark Souls 3. I know there's a third one. I don't know what. I guess Final Fantasy VI. 100%.
I've completed Crash 2 a few times. I've completed Klonoa several times. Kirby Nightmare and Dreamland several times.
Oh, I didn't want to use magic thing.
Elite Beat Agents? Question mark?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yes, that one.
I don't remember if I completed it. I think I completed it. I think I got all like super duper rank on everything. I know I got the hidden difficulty.
With the yeah. With the other agents.
Well, the cheerleaders.
Yeah, I think I beat that one after like so many times. That last song is just
Jump Attack Crash.
I think Elite Beat Agents is one of my go-to examples of. I appreciate that we don't try to Americanize Japanese games anymore, but also sometimes I miss it.
Sure. The results sometimes, yeah, it's a kind of an anomaly, I guess. That works.
Why didn't you explode? Like so.
I'm just saying, if we didn't try to Americanize Japanese things in the early 2000s, we never would have gotten the Sonic X theme song. So, I'm sure some people would say that would be a good thing, but I think they're wrong.
Wow.
They can be buggy. What, the Sonic X theme?
Satellite is one of the people who would disagree with me.
Resident Sonic X hater.
Yeah, okay, I can't.
We should do.
Oh my god, a full restore. You got to be
another
kidding me.
one.
Yeah, this time on a Snorlax, which
I think they can just use
no.
those, can't they?
Oh yeah, because you're fighting red or blue or whatever.
right.
Okay. I can't wait for Emerald.
We should do a charity event with Satellite, both because doing charity is good, but also because I want to make a milestone incentive of we make Satellite watch Sonic X.
How are we gonna fucking do that?
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Oh, hello. No. No. Oh, I got bugged into the corner. All right, hold on. Where am I here? I need to go left or right? I need to go left from here, yes? I need to go down, yes. Oh. As I just walk right into the damn thing, yeah, because I need to go down here. Fine. I am so glad I chose quarter. Ah! Yeah, this is... Oh my gosh. Are you seeing this?
That particular set of stairs is like notorious.
Alright, I'm gonna line it up. I'm here, I'm lining it up. Let's go. There we go. Now, which one of these needs to be bombed? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Do I have enough magic for 2? Yes, I do. Oh, no. Good thing I had enough magic for 3.
We had to go look it up. Next version of AP will add, at minimum, Stardew Valley, Wargroove Blasphemous, and Zelda 1. Let's fucking go.
Oh,
Blasphemous is
damn.
cool as shit. I didn't know about Stardew Valley being close. That's
oh,
cool.
what?
I've always wanted to play Wargroove because I used to follow the one of the main like artists that worked on a bunch of it, and
oh wait, I'm an idiot. It's right here.
Wargroove is, from what I remember from playing it, it's Advance Wars but medieval,
and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's dope
because I don't have to pay Nintendo anything, and I don't have to gear up an emulator, and the art style looks fucking dope as shit. So
yeah. It was funny because like when someone first someone first talked about Wargroove to me, they're like, oh yeah, it's like Fire Emblem, and I actually played it. I'm like, no, this is like Advance Wars.
Mm-hmm.
With Fire Emblem's art style, not even Fire Emblem's art style, just like
oh no,
yeah, that
I didn't even see it sneak up on me.
Oh shit!
Ah!
All right, I'll be right back again.
Okay.
Redeemed hydrate. Yes, thank you. Oh, I need to go up and get a hydrate real quick. Because I'm
in
all
your
out of
chat
my
now, which means I get to mom you.
Wow.
I'm sure my girlfriend will be happy to hear that. Because that's usually her job. Anyway, BRB.
Revitalized. Did you have experience set to just 1x?
I had it a little higher than that, but not as high as I normally do, which is part of the problem.
Okay.
Because
yeah,
again,
mine.
well, we were trying to make the seeds more difficult.
Yeah.
I think I've got this though, because his last one is a Weedle, or yeah, it's a Weedle.
Okay.
I believe, and this is the second to last one. So at this point, I think I've got this beat.
Sick. Very good.
Because you had a Weedle with Fissure, and I've got a Flying type, so I think I'm good. Well, now it's Butterfree, but whatever. No,
I love the imagery of Weedle doing a fissure.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Oh, it's Butterfree.
I am back. Yeah. Alright. Thank you for that hydrate. It was quite refreshing.
Alright. That's it.
What's game?
That is game.
Hell yeah.
And yeah.
Bye, Butterfree. Goodbye.
Woo!
Goodbye, bitch.
Wait, why didn't it come to...
Was it?
Hold on.
Oh, that's not released. That's not
release?
released. It's not released, that's right.
Are you ready?
Go ahead. Bombs. Heart piece. Heart container. Bombs. Arrows.
Right.
Advanced armor. Red armor. Rupees. Arrows. Piece of heart. Big shield! There's the cane!
Oh, I had your cane. I'm sorry.
No, I know. Yeah, I said so earlier. It's fine. You had a lot of my pieces of heart, too.
Gotcha.
No biggie.
Okay, so meanwhile, my boyfriend called like 10 minutes ago, and I told him I'd call him right back, so I am going to quick cut stream and go make that phone call. This has been fun! Raised, what? Over 425 pounds?
We just went over 420. Wink, wink to chat.
Nice.
Wink, wink,
Yeah, I've already blazed my stomach, so don't worry about that one.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, it's been fun.
It has
despite
been
the
hella fun.
utter curse of my particular YAML.
You did it. Love having you.
I did it. I finished it, and I finished it wearing these sleeper pajamas. Which, okay, I gotta be real with you. I am sweltering. I have been sitting in front of this rig. I am so sweaty.
Oh
right
my gosh, so Sora, Sora, hi, thank you for raiding ya.
This is so bad. So I'm gonna go take care of business now. Love you guys.
Very
this
fair.
has been
Love you.
so much fun.
Oh my gosh,
You guys
hi,
have
Sora.
a
I
good
didn't even realize you
evening.
were streaming. I've
You
been
too.
busy in this so long.
Have a good
Val.
night, guys.
You
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
No.
Oh, I should probably.
Hello, Sora's Raiders. How are y'all doing? Because I am still in pain. Ow. So is my character. My Link is in pain too.
If it makes you feel better in solidarity, I probably put about a shot worth of Valentina hot sauce into my pasta.
Wow. We don't even
Fair?
nobody
Yeah,
had to
but
donate
you-
for
yeah,
that.
but you had it over the course of the entire bit of pasta, plus the carbs to absorb it. I drank mine.
True.
I drank a shot's worth of Cholula, Sora. That's what I fucking did.
My Valentina is extra spicy.
Yeah, I have that too.
It's so good.
Actually, Sora, did you see when you visited Oh, geez, over a year ago now. Fuck. I'm sad. From here, where do I need to go? If I go up, there's nothing. If I go right, it takes me over there, which... Where is the boss? Bottom. Okay, so I need to go down. That's where I need to go. Oh, so I need to go down there and then go up. Yeah, when you were there last. I forgot if I had the extra hot Valentina at that time. Because I remember you got me that... what was it? Oh, jeez, my music's gone again.
Well, I can't have a jamless seed.
Yeah, I've been distracted. Alright, so I gotta go down. I see it. Yeah, that's the way you got me, and I've still been using that. It's so good, thank you so much. In case... I need to... Why can't I hit that bomb? Whatever. I shouldn't need it... Wait, no, what am I missing for this, then? Ganon's Tower... Oh, Ganon's Tower, because I need to get everything. I can finish Skullwoods, I can finish Turtle Rock, I can finish Mr. Mire. Yeah, because I still have to do the other 5 dungeons. Well, I'm finishing one right now, I'm in the middle of it right now. Yes, it is very tasty. So I need to go down. So I need to go left, got it. Because from here I need to... Oh, these stairs again! Fuck these stairs. Alright, let me line it up. And... I made it!
There you go, there you go, there you go. Yeah.
Bro, I was gonna say
Oh,
before,
there.
those stairs are a legitimate reset point in the speedrun.
Yeah, no, I've seen. You did say that earlier. But yeah, now that sauce is really tasty. But yeah, look at the bar above. We're like, oh gosh.
I was just gonna say less than 70 or less than 80 UA.
Ow! Fuck.
Almost a goal.
Almost. Is that close enough? It is indeed. Ow. So I think what I have to do... Ah, yes. So I need to find another... Ow! I hate those things. Those are literally the bane of my existence sometimes. Oh, and then there's this thing. Die.
Consider die.
Consider death. Your Honor, death.
Your Honor, League of Legends.
Oh, right. Wait a minute.
Oh my god, I did it again.
But donation.
Yep. When you know it, it's still not exclamation point donation.
You should just go and like.
Nope.
Yeah,
Too late
right?
now. Too
Hi,
late.
Jack. Hello, Jack Bomb. How are you doing? Can I pull this one? No. Can I pull this one? Yes. That's to do that. Ow! Whoa!
Right.
Where'd all these things come from?
I just tweeted that we're still going and we're at 428.15.
Yeah, the point 15. The point 15 is from my friend. I don't. They donated 15.15.
Hey, fuck it. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you are. That's the one that moves.
whoopsie. Putting up people's DMs. No big deal.
Oof.
Actually,
there we go.
Oh, Waffle going to bed? Thank you, Waffle. Thank you for your donation, and thank you for being a good friend. Thank you for being a great ally, and thank you for and thanks for just hanging out. You know?
Oh, I hope I have enough magic to deal with this.
Can't wait to edit that shit. Anyway.
Is it saucy?
No.
Just.
And we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
It wasn't something I wanted on screen, but it's not my tits.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that.
There we go. Figures! What did I get? I got a fucking key from the last guy? Oh, that explains a lot.
Of course, of course.
Because there was a locked door. I'm like, I gotta get behind this locked door. No, I don't. No, I don't. Apparently. Apparently all I gotta do... Yeah, see, I don't have my go button yet, which is annoying. Anyway, that is... Which one? That's... Okay. So that's that one done.
Pumpkin Squid Valley. Onion Monster Town.
I am not letting you near me. Fuck you. No, you're staying back there.
I still have gummy worms. What the fuck am I doing sitting here?
Oh, jeez. 1 second. 1 second.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Crisis over. Oh, right. So I don't know what I'm missing though, is the thing. So I got that, I got all those. Alright, the pearl is under A because I don't need to really do anything with it.
Shoot the pearl!
So I've got everything there. All I'm missing are the diamonds. Why is it saying I can't do the bomb slot? Big bomb spot. What do I need for the big bomb spot?
Why?
Do I need to go to Mimic Cave? I don't even know anymore. Anyway. Unless there's a upgrade to something that I'm missing. Which might be the case.
Looks like you have everything.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Is like I should have everything. I don't think I'm missing anything.
The Ganon's head on a stick check, perhaps? Was that one?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's gotta be it. I wish I knew jack shit. I wish I wasn't just here.
Damn it. Does look like I have everything. That's the thing. That's what's getting me so confused. Oh wait, what am I doing?
I mean, you have to get the however many.
Yeah, I need to get the diamonds to beat Ganon. I know why I can't finish yet. I went around the wrong way. Because I know I'm missing... You and your rocks! Throwing rocks at me. Spitting rocks at me. It's even worse. Damn. Anyway. Man, you know? Oh wait, I could have netted that thing. I could have netted that fairy. Now I have it. Alright. See if I can remember how this one works. Okay, this turns into water. Okay. That fills up with water. Oh, that means I've got to... I have to fill this up with water. I forgot about that. Means somewhere here. Ah! There's a place. I need to... Not here, okay. Die. Do not. Please do not. Please. Is it up here?
I don't want to listen to this silly ass fucking song. Skip your silly ass. No silliness here. Never mind, we'll listen to Mega Man X6 songs instead.
Nice.
No silliness here. Purely serious. This is a charity stream, gosh darn it.
Fuck you. Don't you dare. You're not grabbing anything of mine. What the hell?
Oh? Okay.
Whatever that was.
Okay.
I actually forgot how to open up this place. Because unlike in Link to the Past, I can't go underwater. Or Link's Awakening. I can't go underwater. Okay, but how do I get it open? See what I need to do.
Shine bright like a diamond.
It's this thing right here.
Yeah.
Fills it up.
She does that shit. She's the girl who does that. It's been a while since I referenced that obscure shit. Anyway. Who could that be? That's another problematic bullshit thing I should add to my sound clips. This fucking, oh, why look? It's empty.
What is this one called? This is Swamp Place. Okay. Palace. Swamp Palace, my bad. Wait, no, that's Swamp Palace is what I've... No, Swamp Palace is what I've done. Yeah, this is just giving all this stuff. This isn't Swamp Palace at all. Okay, there it is.
Hey.
Yep.
Did you say a syllable that sounded like my name?
No.
I said wait.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. I'm changing my name again. I'm tired of it. I got too many vowels. I'm gonna have a fucking Organization 13 name. It's gonna be like Zizix.
Wait, hold on.
You gonna give me a nobody name?
I'm gonna figure it out.
Next day? A perfect name to fit my existence, if I had one. Oh!
Yeah, I don't get it. Supposedly, I'm supposed to have this flooded already.
You have to do it in the light world.
I did it in the light world. I thought.
Uh-oh.
You have to go back and do it. I think. I don't know.
Do I?
Anyways, I sent you your nobody name.
I think you have to use the link to the past.
I freaking swear. Can I even
One
do
stream with Aiden and she's already done with
Apparently, no, I did not do it in the... Apparently, no, I did not do it here. I swore I did. I swore it was one of the first things I did. Yeah, see, I've been here. But apparently it re-floods.
If you ever saved and quit, I think it resets.
Oh, really? That's annoying.
Oh, Dexian?
Yeah.
Yo, okay. I'll take it.
That's stupid.
Duckie's the Xehanort here. Who's in Organization 13? You're Xehanort now, because you gave me the name. Virtue, you want to be in Organization 13 with us? We're like not gonna take over the world. What we do is actually like really noble and cool.
Yeah, like the real organization.
Yeah, we're not gonna do anything fucked up. Okay, yeah?
I mean, well, I don't even know what's going on.
You wanna be part of the... We're gonna make a new Organization 13, like in Kingdom Heart.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck?
You can be member number 3, which is like, I think, Axel or Saix, I think, in the original, and I hate that I know that.
It was Zemnis in the new one.
Number 3?
Or was he Ansem?
Mansex?
Ansem or Zemnis was the third one.
Oh, goody! I already have the boss key.
Saix is 2 of them.
I already have the big key, so I just need to get to the boss chamber.
I think Saix is like really... Or no. Zigbar. Zigbar's 2.
You mean fuck it, I can't remember what it is.
No, because that's a spoiler. So Zigbar. I already know what you're talking about. It's a spoiler. Zigbar. It's like Zigbar. Yeah, Zemnis has to be like 3 or something then.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go.
Okay, hold on. Don't tell me. I'm gonna guess them all.
All right.
You got the list?
Oh, hold on. Real Organization 13. Get a list.
Okay, you got the list ready? Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Here we go, everybody.
Oh. Okay. Go.
Number 1 is well, hold on. Okay, we're
doing the original or the new one?
I was gonna say, is the first one Zemnis? Or is it Xehanort?
Oh shit.
I think in the original.
Let's go for original, because the what they do later is convoluted as shit.
All right, yeah, we'll do original.
So Xehanort isn't in it at all. It's Zemnis.
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 is Zemnis. In that case.
That's it.
2
okay.
is Zigbar. Then Zaldin.
Yep.
And then don't tell me if I'm right or not. It'll fuck me up. So don't cheat. Hang on, I need a notepad file. so I remember the dumb shit that I say. Okay. What did I say? Zemnis, Zigbar, Zaldin. Number 4 has to be Saix. Larxene isn't until later. Luxord is like midway through, I think. I don't think it's Axel.
Ah, fairy. Fuck, I could've. Damn it.
Who else is... Oh, fuck. Wait, number 5? I think that... No. Axel Marluxia is 6. Nope, Luxord is 7, I think. Then Larxene, maybe?
What is the point of that?
Vexen. Actually, swap Vexen and Larxene. Actually, no, hold on.
No,
Marluxia, Vexen, Luxord.
Oh, that's what the point of it is.
Larxene.
Something I don't even need.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I feel good about 9. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Demix. Who am I missing? Roxas.
If you get Roxas wrong, I swear to God.
Roxas, I guess I'll count Gian at the end, but it doesn't matter because it's not part of the original, technically. On a surface level, technically it is, technically it isn't, it's a thing. Wait. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm missing 3, if we're not counting Gian. What the fuck am I missing?
I do have that key. Damn.
Oh, fuck! Lexaeus. Lexaeus. Shit. Where the fuck is Lexaeus? Actually, I think I'm okay with Lexaeus being next. Oh, I fought all you motherfuckers. Which one?
Damn it.
I'm missing 1. Who the fuck am I forgetting? I got Zaldin, I got Lexaeus, I got Vexen, Luxord.
Damn it. Fuck it out. This place is a maze.
I love a good video game maze. Roxas is at the end. Holy shit. I don't even remember the whole organization. What a pickle.
Damn it, now I'm hungry for pickles.
Sorry.
Let me know when you want the answer.
Don't give me the order. What's the one I'm forgetting? I got Xemnas,
Okay.
Zigbar, Zaldin, Saix, Axel, Marluxia, Vexen, Luxord, Larxene, Demix, Lexaeus, Roxas. Who am I fucking forgetting?
Alright, can you say that slower?
Xemnas,
Yep.
Zigbar,
Okay.
Zaldin,
Yep.
Saix,
Yep.
Axel,
Yep.
Marluxia,
Yep.
Vexen, Luxord,
Yep. Yep.
Larxene,
Yep.
Demix.
Yep.
Oh my fucking god! Ienzo, what's his name? Zexion. Holy shit, how did I forget Zexion? I had his hair for like 5 years.
Oh my gosh.
Zexion is... Well, Zexion is a lot later in. So he might actually be number 11. Fuck it. I'm gonna gamble. Fuck it.
There it is.
Is he?
Oh, it's Pizza Hut.
Yeah, because I don't think Lexaeus is technically... Okay, that's my order. I'm probably wrong on like half of them. Xemnas, Zigbar, Zaldin, Saix, Axel, Marluxia, Vexen, Luxord, Larxene, Demix, Lexaeus, Zexion, Roxas, and then Gian if you want to be a nerd about it. Final answer.
Alright. So the order
Okay.
is Xemnas, Zigbar, Zaldin, Vexen,
Vexen's 4? Oh, of course he fucking is. Go on.
Lexius. Or
What?
whatever. Yeah. Zexion.
Before Saix?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
So yeah, Lexius, Zexion, Saix, Sai, whatever. Axel, Demix, Luxord, Marluxia, Larxene, Roxas. And then
Wait,
Gian if you want to count.
Saix, Axel,
Demix, Luxord, Marluxia, Larxene.
Marluxia's that low? I thought he was like top 6.
Also, can we talk about how
sorry.
they all have different like little like subtitles, right? So it's like Zigbar, the free shooter, Vexian, the chilly academic. The only female in the entire organization, Larxene, is the savage nymph.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a good look for Women's Day. I mean, what? That goes down there, yeah, but then where does that go?
In the real Organization 13, 1, 2, and 3 is Xehanort, Ansem, and Xemnas. Young Xehanort is 12.
Of course.
Just like, get fucked, younger.
It's like, even though you're me, I hate you.
Wait, so there's, like, there's a hidden thing over here.
Sorry, Chad, for putting you in a fucking state for 5 minutes.
Yeah. The real Organization 13 sounds like, it sounds good until you get to like 9 and you're like, what? So it's like Master Xehanort, Ansem, Xemnas, Xigbar, Luxord, Larxene, Marluxia, Sai, and then you get to 9, Terra Xehanort.
Yeah.
Dark Riku.
I was gonna say Dark Riku is one of them.
Yeah, Vanitas, Young Xehanort, and Xion.
Xion's still one later?
Yeah, she is the 13th member in the true one.
I'm confused. That was what? Okay, never mind.
And then Demix and Vexen are reserved.
Oh, I still don't have that. Damn it.
How you doing, chat?
Yeah, right.
Kingdom Hearts.
Oh,
we just said a lot of nonsense words that had a weird amount of X's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny about that.
Yeah.
Anyways, Aiden's
nobody
name is Vexian.
Shit. I've already forgotten what mechanic I'm supposed to be using for this. I am so bad.
Do better than I can.
Guys?
Okay.
Oh my god, I just now got the reference to that, man. It's a fucking MJF reference. It was like fucking a bajillion minutes ago.
Fire rod, maybe?
Oh my god, that's a good fucking.
Or do I? Oh, I have to wait. No, wait, that doesn't make
So
sense.
you hookshot the eyes.
Oh, is it hookshot?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was half paying attention. I was thinking about Kingdom Hearts and Pickles and MJF. Yeah.
Interesting combination of thoughts.
Yeah,
there we
altogether
go.
that sounds pretty bad, or at least horny, which I guess isn't bad. Just weird that I would be like, oh, welcome to Aiden Lesbian Iona's stream, but also
Talking
MJF.
about- Yeah,
MJF and his
he's
pickle.
horny about MJF.
MJF and his still little pickle.
Right.
That'd be weird if, like, of all men to be fucking attracted to, I picked that one.
MJF? I mean, he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah, but he's chronically an asshole on purpose.
I mean, he plays a character that's chronically an asshole.
I like that kind of thing. It's creative. I bet he's great and very passionate in this set.
Oh, now I gotta get the arrows.
And like in the current climate of like the wrestling business, if he was a legitimate like terrible person, he would not be in.
Oh, that was easy. Silver arrow, one single
that.
silver arrow to the face.
Yep, bye-bye.
Give me my diamond. Give me my diamond.
Right like a diamond.
Alright. So that is this one completed. Wait, you're saying I can do Ganon's castle now? Apparently I only needed four diamonds to get to Ganon's castle.
Oh, just like Final Fantasy. I do that in Final Fantasy all the time. Like 3 times. When did they drop that? Didn't like the first 5 games have like you have to get the 4 crystals of yore and then go fight the Cloud of Darkness equivalent?
No, they went back and forth on it.
Oh, okay.
Like, Final Fantasy 1 had it, Final Fantasy 2 didn't, Final Fantasy 3 had it.
2 didn't?
Final Fantasy 4 had it and then like doubled it. There's like 8 crystals in that one. Final Fantasy 5 had it.
6 didn't. Did it?
No, 6 didn't.
That's what I thought.
6 had
7
the
definitely
3
not.
goddess statues.
Oh, I'm full health already.
8 has like an equivalent to it, doesn't it?
No. I think like they brought them back in 9 because 9 was like an anniversary.
I guess they are in 9. It just feels like 9's story is so much more like nuanced, I guess, for lack of a better term right now.
Yeah,
So,
no, I
like,
get that.
That it's like, it doesn't feel like they did the exact same thing, but they did. I feel like you don't really get into it or like what the crystals mean until like later. Nine's fucking good. I had a really fun time with 9. 8's soon, eventually-ish. At some point within the next 365 days, I might play 8.
And completely unrelated to Final Fantasy, we're going to be playing Legend of Dragoon.
I have 2 red potions. I should
I'm
be
not
good.
playing 8.
I have 2 red potions. I should be fine. Wait a minute.
I'm doing
How do we
Randomrings
get to
Roulette.
Ganon's castle?
How do we get to Ganon's castle?
I think we're going.
Okay. I got no idea. I don't remember.
That's right there.
I can't remember.
Shining bright like a diamond.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Oh, I need to go to the right side. Okay, I see. I need to go over to the right side of Death Mountain. Use
I hate
the
that I
warp.
had a sea of phase. What?
Use the warp there.
Like,
Sea is an ableist piece of shit. She wrote some very influential music to me personally as a musician and as a consumer of music, but...
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah. Anywho, she wrote Diamonds.
Oh,
she wrote a lot of Rihanna shit.
Shit.
wrote a lot of music.
Yeah.
Damn it! Trying to catch you. Trying to catch you.
Link to the past and Pokemon at the same time.
Keep. Ah! Damn it! Go away! Damn it! Now you're in my fucking way. Ah, whatever. I just gotta come over here anyway. So apparently, don't you go away. Apparently, this is the way to get to Ganon's castle.
What's the noise it makes?
It's true.
Yes, it is.
One of my favorite Zelda songs is the one that goes... You know?
Totally.
It's in this
I have 18 hearts. This should be good enough.
If it were in Kingdom Hearts, it'd be like that, but it'd be like an arpeggiating piano, and it's just kind of be like...
Wait a minute. It says I need 7 crystals to enter. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, is that I needed 7 crystals to enter. I need them all, but I just... I don't know, my tracker says I can go. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I guess while I'm here, I'll do Turtle Rock then.
Time for Turtle Rock. Time for Turtle Rock.
Down Frackle Rock. Bam!
Way to walk.
Ah, yes, here we go. Yep. Absolutely required for this.
Remember when they made a Dark Crystal video game and like people talked about it for like a month and then no one remembered it existed after the fact?
Yeah.
I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, they made a video game based off the
Oh,
Netflix show.
nice. I have 19 hearts now.
I still haven't watched the Netflix show.
Fuck.
It's good. I love Jim Henson shit.
Oh, you tricksy. I forgot about that being a thing.
I saw Dark Crystal in theaters. and I wasn't alive when it came out. There was like a re-showing somewhere, and my friend was like, I grew up with this, let's go see it. So we got a bunch of people together and watched Dark Crystal in a fucking theater. It was the shit. I still haven't seen it on home release.
Damn.
I don't know what it looks like on a teeny screen.
I missed.
So I... We need to get Khadgar working on my fucking shit, or like test it out somewhere so I can get a bunch of people to play GameCube games with me and stuff.
Ah.
Because all I want to do in life is just play GameCube games with my friends.
Yeah, but you mean Parsec, right?
What'd I say?
Khadgar.
Can remember all the fucking Organization 13 members, but can't remember things I use.
Got it. Yeah.
Julia said she wanted to test it with me at some point because she was like, I don't know if I want to play emulated Double Dash, and I was like, let's play fucking emulated Double Dash. Then she's like, okay. And I was like, I need to get Parsec to work.
We should get Julia to play Sonic All-Stars Racing whenever we do that.
There we go.
I don't think she has it.
Then we can wait for it to go on sale for like $2.
Well, that happens.
Quite frequently.
I have the big key. That's good. And the small key for this place.
Big the key, and small the key.
It's really small.
That's not what I meant, but okay. It works.
Right now, it's playing Star Fox Assault music on my thing.
Oh, fuck. No.
It's time to fight the floor.
You just hold your sword out.
We need to Jedi that shit. Just fucking prequel that shit.
Damn it. We're gonna just do this since it's... Ow.
You're telling me I can dodge floor tiles?
You can dodge a floor tile, you can dodge a ball.
Dodge!
I'm saying when the floor comes, you won't have to.
Keep it. Now I have 2 fairies. Excellent.
Dodgeball was a weirdly, like, progressive.
What's up?
What?
The Dodgeball was a weirdly progressive movie for its time.
Is that what you were referencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Oh, dodgeball, yes.
I was talking about The Matrix.
Yeah, we went different routes.
I was talking about The Matrix, not a Matrix.
The one we might be living in?
Yeah.
Highly doubtful, but yes.
I don't actually think that.
You know what they say? Ignorance is bliss. And what's that one guy says in the movie? That must be right.
Yeah. The guy that's named after Ronald Reagan.
What?
And looks like Buck Angel. His name is Mr. Reagan.
Cypher?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But, yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that entirely. I guess I just never connected that, even though I've seen that movie like a million times. Holy shit.
Oh wait, chain chomps are invincible. Fuck. Aren't they?
Yeah, you just gotta deal with it.
I forgot they were in this. I need to beat this vanilla.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
You gotta use the cane.
Do what though?
When you put the block down, if you press the cane button again, it will load. You can hit the switches.
Oh yeah, I know I can do that, but I can also like use a bomb.
You can't actually see the whole screen. Me and Aiden are conveniently covering the bottom. The bottom.
Ah, there we are.
Haha, chat.
Ocean.
You can't see what's happening. You're out of the loop. We get in the way.
Oh fuck! I'm an idiot. Yeah, let me change that.
I like getting in the way. You want to watch Virtue play? I'm standing in the way.
Oops.
We're standing in the way. We're both pretty fucking gay.
There you go.
You want to watch Virtue do the puzzle? Well, we're in the way. Oh no! I'm taller now.
It looks a little better this way.
Looks a little better this way.
Wee.
Yeah, you should probably stop that before you like blow out your vocal cords.
That voice ain't that bad.
All right.
No, that's not that bad.
If it were, it'd be a different story.
Oh, that looks like blue raspberry jello.
It looks like Aladdin, you know, in the Cave of Wonders. And there's a bunch of like gems, and they're all like blue and shit. And he's like, "Oh, boo, don't do it!" And he's like, and then he does it anyway because he's a fucking freak.
Yeah.
It's all blue in there.
We talk about how underrated of a song the opening song in Aladdin is.
It's real good.
Yeah. But like no one talks about it because like everyone talks about like
Street
Friends
Rat.
Like Me or
Friend Like Me.
Street Rat or
Oh,
the Fun Jump or like like every other song basically. No one ever talks about Arabian Nights. It's such a good song.
It's a good intro song for what is doing too. Like it's a good part of like even as like a musical, you know. It's you know it's on the nose expository, but it works very.
Oh,
and it's
fucking
such
hell!
a
I
fucking
can't go
good
back that
song.
way.
And a lot of musicals are just like that anyway. It's not really a bad
Yeah.
thing that it's so. It doesn't have to be a bad thing that it's on the nose expository.
I mean, that's how a lot of regular musicals are.
Yeah.
Like look at Sweeney Todd, for example. Not the movie version. If you
I'm
go
talking
go
my
the
ass.
actual.
I never watch musicals because I'm a fucking heathen. I'm gonna
Eh,
watch the one
it happens.
Kemp's recommended. Kemp's
Yeah,
recommended.
I mean, like-
what's it called? What's the one he told me to watch? Or he told all of us to watch?
Probably not Ren.
No. Fuck. I have it saved somewhere.
Damn it.
I will be able to find it in the site. Company. It's called Company.
Ah, heck.
And it sounds rad as fuck. I wanna watch that. But yeah, I never like actually go out of my way to watch musicals, which I want to change because it's a medium I find fascinating as a writer.
I want to watch Aladdin.
That's also the thing you can do.
Yeah.
I think another thing, and I think this is why we brought it up. This is why Kemp's brought it up in the one multi-world, is because I already said this on that multi-world, but I'll say it again. Gosh damn it! I'm a big Steven Universe geek, and I've seen that show like 8 times all the way through now. I think that really like opened up my eyes. I'm like, oh, this is what a musical can do. Like musicals can do this thing to me. This thing I feel that I felt from other shows. It's like, yeah, just a lot of different feelings from it. I'm like, musicals can still convey this in ways that are effective to me as a consumer, as an audience member.
Small key. Yeah, I did need this. I definitely need the small key. That is a lot. But I do already have the big key, so... Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go.
I already have the big key.
Speaking of let's fucking go, we're at almost 500 whole fucking pounds. Or as they call it in Europe, Brit points. If you want to make us happy and also save a lot of trans children from horrible things that go on every day in the UK, you can help them at least educate themselves, at the very, very least, through Mermaids, a UK-based organization that teaches and provides several forms of support to trans youth. across the little nation of UK.
Val forget to collect. I know it's
Oh,
not.
I'm an idiot.
Did she release? She released. I watched her release.
Yeah, no, she did.
Get some water.
Yeah, that's fun.
Stop sitting like a shrimp.
You should change your posture check to that.
Yes,
I'll
thank
change it
you,
to shrimp
Amelia.
mode. Shrimp mode : off.
Shrimp mode off.
I feel like it's more Kimmy's thing than me. I don't remember. I feel like Kimmy says it more often, and then I started saying it.
Shrimp mode.
No. Question. Sweet sprites. I don't know the map for this place, so I don't know where the boss is.
Do you want me to pull up a map while I'm doing nothing?
Sure.
I'm not gonna guarantee that I'll know what the fuck I'm looking at, but I'll look for a fucking gosh dang map.
Turtle Rock.
Turtle Rock. Turtle Rock map. Let's see what we fucking got. What do you mean this place isn't always purplish blue? Alright, let's see. You are at Tonguefield. Let's see here. I don't even see Tonguefield.
Wrong one, damn it.
Oh, I see Tonguefield. Okay, so you're in basement 1.
I'm in the field of rupees that I don't fucking need.
Rubies. Okay.
There's no exit out of here, so I don't need to be here.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, and then you can left. I'm assuming then down into Tube Land is where you just get. Oh, no, hold on. You want to get the second basement? I think. No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I think.
Oh, yes, you do. You do. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, great.
Did you go back to Tubeville? No, you didn't go back to Tubeville.
No.
Where'd you go? Oh, you went here. Okay, so you're in basement 2. Getting hit by fire.
Oh, this sucks. See, this is
if you can
sucking.
get down to the southmost one somehow, that's the way to go.
South.
The south exit. There's an exit like right across from where you entered.
Okay.
And
Wanted
that'll
to make
take
sure.
you to a long hallway.
Damn it! I went the wrong way.
As if this isn't. I said that as if this isn't a top-down fucking like adventure game where you're gonna go in there and be like, I wonder which way I should turn.
So I need to go up there. This way. I get it? Yeah! Fuck! I need to unlock something first. Oh, fuck.
I think there's torches.
Yeah, but I got a map, so who needs them?
No, I gotta unlock
no. You need to hit the torches to unlock the door.
Oh, do you?
Torches?
I think so.
Not in this room. This isn't the torches
I was
room.
gonna say, I'm pretty sure the map doesn't show a locked door.
No, that's because the map isn't gonna show the locked door.
It does. Some of them locked.
Oh wait, here it is. Yeah, I had to go to the center. Got it.
There you fucking go. There you fucking go.
There I fucking go.
There you fucking go, lass. That's how they do it in New
This one I need? Yes, this one. This one goes down. And there we go.
That was wrong in every pronunciation.
That's how they do it.
Whoops.
Okay,
Wait,
here you go. Left is the way you want to go in the end, but I don't.
But
know
I
if
don't
that's
have the
like...
key. Because the key is probably.
Oh, you don't have the key.
here.
Oh no, you don't have the key. Okay. All right.
Oh no, this one doesn't matter because.
Does the randomizer fuck with the key that would be here?
It still makes sure that there will be a key.
Okay. In that case, it's the. I mean, if you can just get all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
Matter.
There's the compass.
Yeah.
Damn it. See, I don't like this.
Oh.
Damn it. Well, the good news is that has blocked that one off now. Damn it. Ba-ba-bomb! What's in the bubble bomb? Okay, so what is out here that I can get to now? Oh,
what the
nothing.
fuck is out there?
Nothing,
I don't know.
apparently.
Okay. Oh, just a ledge of shit. Cool.
Just literally just a ledge. That's it.
Now you got that key. You can go to that left door, though. I mean, you already figured that out.
I
so
know.
I
I
don't know
know.
why the fuck I said that. I'm like, I'm the map bitch. I got the map. I'm gonna tell you about everything that's on this map.
I'm gonna call you that from now on.
The map bitch?
Yep.
I hate that.
Hey, you
It's
brought
also-
it on yourself.
It's also funny because when I play Pokemon, there is a giant map I have at my disposal and I never use. Because I fucking hate looking at it. It's a good reset door. If you die to the boss, you'll start there instead of... Oh, fuck. Cool. That makes sense to me.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
You did
Because
it?
this is where the boss is.
Yeah.
Yep, this is the boss.
Cool. That means I can stop pretending to know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah.
There it is. Go
So I
Turtle
gotta-
Rock. Alright, let's see if I remember what I gotta do. So I'm using this one, so most likely I have to use that to face it too.
Fucking bionic looking ass.
Alright, I've forgotten. Nope, that's not it.
Use fire rod on the ice one and ice rod on the fire one.
Oh yeah, that is ice, isn't it? I
Yeah.
can't tell because
It's
it's
green.
fucking green.
Use acid rod.
Yeah.
I have a fairy, but I'd rather just use my red potion.
No, yeah, see, Duckie actually kind of knows about this game. I fucking know nothing.
Ow. I see, yes. Damn it! I'm out of mana. And guess what I don't have? Mana potions.
Oh.
Well,
No, see, that sort of thing would just make the game too easy. Have you ever heard of Dark Souls? Because if you love this situation, you're really gonna like it. You ever heard of Bloodborne?
God, I wish Bloodborne was on PC so that someone can make a randomizer for it, and then I can.
God,
Get
if only a
one to
certain
put in
corporation
Arcade.
wasn't a giant bitch, it would just like. Pour
oh
that shit.
fucking hell.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Thankfully that worked. I'm just upset because I have no mana now.
If you die, you regen.
But that'd be sad to watch. This would be a sad sight to see.
Fuck.
Aren't you glad that the game is giving you all these bombs and rupees that you definitely need?
Totally need them, yep.
What's this Yu-Gi-Oh ass cactus?
I don't know. It is really weird.
Fucking Tower of Karibo.
Our
Magic.
is that? I'm surprised they haven't made that. Oh, like hard.
Like a
Tower of
female.
Karibo.
There's a heart.
Like you're
This is an
like,
entire Karibo archetype. It's actually really fun to play.
that's what I've heard. I don't know anything about it, but that's what I've heard.
The whole point of it is to get Karibo level 10 out, and then you just win the game.
I like how when you said that it's my banger playlist switched to really dramatic music.
Damn it.
Once I summon all of my Karibo cards.
So when you get to Karibo level 10.
Okay, so there's that at least.
Karibo level 10 can't be normally summoned. It has to be special summoned with a specific card, which you need to use. Like a whole bunch of bullshit.
Right.
But anyways, once you have it, during your opponent's battle phase, you can tribute this face-up card, destroy as many attack position monsters your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the combined original attack of those destroyed monsters.
Okay. Fucking Jesus. Doesn't I think they do that in the show. It's
Damn it!
They probably do.
Wait, I have fairies.
Oh.
I have 2 fairies.
Damn.
Nice.
Get a little sprinkle.
There we go. Is that it?
I think so.
Oh no. Nope.
Or no, it becomes a big fucker. I forgot about Snake.
Damn it.
Nope. Nope.
I have a second fairy.
Cool.
Full fairy. At least 2 in this chat right now. What?
I was trying to not make that joke.
There we go.
I mean, I mean, we can do that.
We have the pass.
Boom.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with us saying that. I was just trying to avoid it because it was easy. It also reminds me, I don't know why, I used to never have I wouldn't say it. By the way, good job fighting Tricerator.
Yeah. Also, Amelia, it wouldn't have mattered because this is a randomizer, so everything's not where it's supposed to be. That's the entire point of the randomizer. Ching. Did I turn that one off? That command off? I might have. I might have turned that command off when I made a redeem for it.
Oh. What did I say? Oh yeah, the fairy joke makes it specifically reminds me of this one time on Critical Role where one of the cast members made a fucking fairy joke, and it wasn't the worst. It was just you could have shut the fuck up and not.
Did Liam make it? Because Liam gets a pass. He is openly bisexual.
It was Marisha.
I think Marisha is also openly bisexual.
Fine. Like I said, it wasn't oh, I hate you now. It was just I'm why did you have to do that? So I realized if that's how I look to other people, I don't want to fucking do that shit. Gay as I may be.
For sure, half the people in Critical Role are some manner of weird.
Yeah, because on the other hand, there's a part in campaign 1 where Liam's just they say the a vowel a bunch at the end of sentences coincidentally, and then Liam's just Vox Machina is gay, and no one reacted to it at all, and things just passed on as normal, and it's so fucking funny to me for some reason.
Well, because I know Liam has been open about it, and Marisha has been open about it. I think Taliesin has mentioned that they are gender fluid of some variety.
Gender fluid.
I fucking knew you were gonna do that.
Gender fluid. Taliesin's based.
Yeah, I fucking love Taliesin.
If I ever get to a screenwriting point where I can actually make shit that people have production value and maybe has live action or something, live action, I guess.
Yeah, they are all dirty ass voice actors.
I want to fucking cast that fucker.
Which one?
Specifically that fucker. I told you about this before. What?
Oh, I'm missing Skullwoods and yada yada. Sorry.
Yeah.
I am talking about my game.
That's cool. That's kind of what's happening on screen. I'm just about to fucking spray my ego all over chat. I I have a script that I have not remotely finished writing, but it has like a character that I made that I'm like, it's basically like a representation of like me parallel to like, it's not like a parallel universe story. It's not like time travel or anything like that, but it's very like avant-garde.
Oh my gosh, how could you?
I know. That's why I hate this script. That's why I've never finished it, because it's so fucking up my own ass. But basically, there's a character.
There's a lot of things about you I can forgive. You're gonna be a hipster.
Sure.
Oh, so that's an entrance. That map.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not an item. That's an entrance. Idiot.
That's not an item. That's an this isn't an item. This is an entrance.
Well, I thought it was like a chest, but it's not.
Eat every time I look down.
There's a character that is a representation of like a different version of myself that has gone into old age, that did not get HRT, was not given gender affirming care, continued to try to do good by the world, but also lives in like a fucking just this depressed fucking state, but continued to survive on anyway. And like the imagery of what I want that character to literally look like is like Taliesin Jaffe.
So what you're saying is that you want to be Taliesin Jaffe when you grow up?
I wanna be. No, that's definitely not what I'm saying. I mean, you know, he's attractive and all, but I got the titties that I'm not giving him up.
Right, so
I
how
want
do
to
I
be
get there?
female Taliesin Jaffe when you grow up.
No, what does that even mean?
Where's the...
You co-opt his sense of style.
I like how at the beginning of, I haven't watched like campaign 2 Critical Role, but I like at the beginning of campaign 2 there's like little tiny allusions to like his character's like gender and shit, and he's just like, yeah, whatever.
That's it.
Anyway.
Wait, how do I do this room?
Gender 2 is really good.
Oh wait, this is the queen, isn't it?
Campaign 2 is really good. I need to catch up on campaign 2.
Yeah, I never finished campaign 2. I watched basically all of campaign 1, cried at the end. For reasons I can't say. What?
Why can't you say them?
Because
how do I get... Okay, how do I get
campaign 1?
this?
It's a spoiler.
Oh, fair. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Just DM me.
Apparently you just cheese it.
See if you even remember this. Apparently
I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it.
Hell yeah, fuck it.
I don't see any other way you're gonna do it.
That's how we're doing it.
I cheesed it.
Yeah, fuck it.
I did the... Oh, I don't even have the big key, so I can't even do this.
But you learned how to cheese it, so...
Yeah, well, I knew how to cheese it. I just wasn't sure if there was a other way to do it. I didn't realize the answer was to go over here. Ah.
There, I DM'd you the thing that made me start crying like a baby at Critical Role.
This first star, and then come over here. Now I see that.
And then I'll shut the fuck up about Critical Role, because Chad is like, oh my god, shut this bitch up.
No, actually, Chad is like...
silently waiting for me to shut the fuck up about Critical Role.
So I gotta go to the left now.
That's a chat's like.
That is a chest.
Oh my god, you should talk more about Critical Role. It's so based and cool. I mean, depends on what era. The one we're talking about is decidedly maybe not so based.
I mean, they're all decent at least because yeah, but
campaign 1's rough.
Campaign 1
campaign 1's fucking rough.
Just ignore the first 27 episodes.
Okay.
That too.
Can I go left from here? Yes, I can. Okay, so I don't even need to worry about that.
I felt like such a... Well, I didn't feel like a cunt. Actually, that's a spoiler. I can't talk about that. Never mind. Anyway. Hey,
damn it.
Zelda. Did you see the thing I texted you?
Yeah.
So there's the key.
That shit made me cry. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was the hardest I cried at Critical Role ever. Was that one part. Anyway.
Boy, do I have some news for you about campaign 2.
Anyway.
Gonna happen more.
Anyway.
I need to do something to this.
That's right. I'm gonna use this voice for the next 2.5 years. Anyway.
Fucking love
this looks like the turtle the boss I just finished.
You gotta burn it.
Wait a minute, it's all connected. This bug's spinal freight is is the turtle relative.
What do I do with this?
Burn it.
I wish I could burn it.
Use the fire rod on it, don't you?
Oh, it does burn. Okay, I take it back. You were right.
I forgot about that completely. I thought she was just joking.
Oh man. Oh, what the fuck?
There, just underneath there. You can't get to it. There are walls under the bridge. Boom, boom.
Let's rush campaign 2.
Maybe I will.
You also watch High Rollers.
I should watch what?
High Rollers.
I don't even know what that is.
It's another D&D thing. You should also watch The Adventure Zone. Actually watch The Adventure Zone.
Yeah, I'll just get right to all these fucking 300-hour apiece things.
The Adventure Zone's actually not bad. It's only 72 episodes, and the episodes are an hour long.
There's Taylor. Okay.
But me?
I want to watch more D20 shit.
Adventure 20?
Yeah.
Brendan Lee Mulligan is a wonderful human.
What is down here? Oh, nothing.
Nice cold glass of nothing. Lifetime supply of nothing. Or I think it's a year supply. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Nah.
No one ever knows what I'm referencing when I say that. And I can't find it on YouTube on its own.
Ice cold
Close.
water.
Stop saying like a shrimp.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Your 2D model looks so fucking good, by the way.
It is so cute. It's not I have the credits in the thing. It's actually free to use one.
Hell yes. I want to make my own 3D one someday.
Don't you fucking do it to me.
Why not?
Because it was gonna grab me, and I do not want to be grabbed right now. Fuck you.
Alright, then you can't make a 3D model anymore.
I know, I keep doing this.
Virtue
I'm
is
so fucking sorry. She can't even get a goddamn sentence out without me being like, improv. I'm so
You're
fucking witty. I'm incapable of real human conversation.
I was gonna say she knew what she's signing up for, but this is her first time, so.
I mean, I've already watched y'all.
I was gonna say, A, Virtue has watched hours of my stream. B, I'm pretty sure the reason Virtue knows who I am is Kimmy primarily. So,
yep.
The forewarning is there, but also a sense of trust because Kimmy.
Oh, what? That was bullshit. Thankfully, I only stood here.
Well, there you go.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit, right?
This game's the best. This game's flawless. I know he had to do it to you. If he could speak in hand, he would say, translated roughly, you know I had to do it to her.
No, not letting you grab me.
The Legend of Zelda claw machine.
Legend of Zelda gotcha.
Have they made one yet?
Probably. There's probably an unofficial one at the very least.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, remember the 3DS had like a claw game. Oh god. Hold on.
Fuck off.
What are you vomiting too?
No, my
Notice me? Okay.
My mic stand. My mic stand just like popped off of the.
No.
Oh, because you have the clamp thing.
Yeah.
That's why I don't use the fucking clamp. It scares the shit out of me.
No.
So I'm like, I know one day you're gonna do this. You're not held together by magic. I have one for this mic, and I decided to fucking jerry-rig
There it is.
my normal mic stand for it anyway. I'm just using a boom mic stand for it because it works.
I want to get like a. Be a lot better and more secure than this.
There you are.
I mean, there's ups and downs to both. The main reason people risk that shit with the clamp is because, like, if you go fucking, like... See, like, if I go, like... You can hear all that...
Yeah.
With the noise gate on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't listen to Shovel Knight right now because the songs are really loud.
That's not...
Close. I need to add more shit to the bangers playlist. Hundreds of songs is not enough.
There must be thousands.
There must be thousands.
You should add the, it looks a little better this way.
Just
to
that
your
entire
bangers.
clip.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because you
finally.
only have like a song stuck in your head or like a part of a song stuck in your head. You'll be
Wait,
like,
that
hey,
was the
drop
boss
or something. Bye, Mothra.
Wow, I beat the boss to get the boss key. The big key, I mean. That's right, it's not called the boss key in this one, it's called the big key.
The
key.
That is hilarious. I beat the boss to get the big key. How many pieces of heart am I missing? I am missing one piece of heart. I'm going to get the hint for that piece of heart.
In
your
archipelago world.
In your world.
There's 7 rings.
Sahasrara. Which one's Sahasrara again?
Sassy's the big boss.
Oh, that's Ganon.
Wait, what?
Sassy's, well, not the big boss. Sassy's the old man that shoots balls at you.
No,
Doesn't
that's
actually
the,
balls at you.
so the boss right before Ganon?
No, that's
Right?
Aghanim.
No,
Oh.
Agamem is the one in...
Tarantula's the old mentor.
I thought Sassy was a fight.
No! He's he's outside the...
Oh, no, you're right. I'm
kingdom.
thinking of Aghanim. I'm picturing Aghanim and going,
Yeah.
this is Sahasrara.
Where is he?
The twist ending.
He's outside the first temple in the light world, but you need the green pendant in order to get his check.
Aghanim's the one with the balls. Sassy is the guy who talks to the triangle.
By Eastern. Which one
you
is
have the
the
green
first dungeon? Because it's
The Eastern Palace, the one on the east.
Shabadu. Okay.
I knew that was Shabadu.
What do I need for Shabadu?
Green pendant, which I think you have.
I
What,
have,
Sassy?
yeah.
Is Sassy
Yeah.
and Shabadu the same thing?
Apparently.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, I said
Apparently.
it's Tarantula, and you're like, no, that's Sassy.
Apparently, that's the only thing I know about this game, though. To be fair, so I wouldn't blame you for not believing me. I barely believed me.
Can I can. Okay, good. Can
I believe
I?
in you, I don't believe.
Duck!
Hi.
He's me.
So to 5 I go.
I wish I remembered the consensus we had. Like when Sad and I played this vanilla on stream, we had like a whole thing because I brought up the topic of like if you could have one item from this game in real life, which one would it be? And people brought up, we had like a fucking like 10-minute argument with chat about why like the flute that summons the fucking duck is a bad idea or a good idea.
Well, see, because the flute and the duck are 2 different items.
Yeah, I think that's the main consensus we all agreed on, is that like the flute doesn't guarantee the existence of
Like,
duck.
yeah. and the bow wouldn't be good because bow and arrow are separate items.
Oh my gosh.
I said the cape because I'm an idiot, and at Virtue I don't think was there for any of that. That was
I wasn't.
Oh my god, that was so fucking bad. That was like a multi-stream fucking legacy of me being a fucking dumbass. So
I mean, I'd like the ability to go invisible.
There it is.
no, here's the thing. That's not what I meant. There's Sasso.
Yeah,
So
so,
I played
they
the Game Boy
just
Advance
so
version.
apparently-
and I never beat it.
Okay.
I played a lot of Four Swords. I played Four Swords with my cousin a bunch.
Is this also where you thought the rock feather was
Yes.
in the
Yes.
past?
So
Oh, I have all that.
I
That means
thought
all that's I'm missing is like other people's shit. Okay.
yeah. I thought the big fucking cape that's in Link to the Past was related to the thing I used in Four Swords all the time, which was
Oh.
Rock's Feather, which is not in Link to the
Rock.
Past.
Yeah.
It's Link's Awakening.
Yes. But it is in Four Swords,
In Four
which
Swords.
is in the same cartridge. So in my brain, since I haven't played either game in ages, they're linked together.
Link.
So when Sat and I
funny.
to the past, even my past. So when Sad and I were playing a vanilla and we brought up the hypothetical, we were talking about different shit. And I was like, oh, the fucking cape. The
Fuck
fucking
it, I'm doing
cape.
it.
And he was like, oh yeah, that works. I was like, yeah, the fucking cape. Oh my god, can you imagine? That'd be so cool. And everyone collectively thought I meant going invisible and then not being able to take damage, when I meant doing a big flippy-doo. But I didn't specify that, so no one corrected me. And this was, when did we stream that, Sat? Like fucking like a year and a half ago now? The multi-world the other day was like me, Tempest. Who the fuck else was with us? Duckie wasn't there. Virtue wasn't there. I don't even think, was Kimmy there? I don't remember. I think Sat was there, Waffle was there for sure. And I was like, and I like went on this fucking tirade. I was like, there's a bit, no, the cape, the cape does this. And they're like, yeah, it makes you invisible. I was like, there's a double jump in Link to the Past. And everyone, including people in chat, like don't even know me that well. They were like, there's not a fucking jump in Link to the Past. I was like, there's a fucking double jump. Turns out, for anybody confused in chat, there is not a double jump in Link to the Past.
It's okay. I thought so at first too.
Really?
Because I got confused with Link's Awakening, and I saw all these holes. I'm like, oh, I must need to get the jump feather, but there is no jump feather because it's Link's to the Past, not Link's Awakening.
I can't believe I'm not the only. Well, here's the thing too, is that I'm even more wrong than that. Because Sat was like, that was Sat's defense. Was like, no, they're gonna get confused with Link's Awakening. I'm like, I'm not. I haven't played Link's Awakening in like 20 fucking years. I don't know shit about that fucking game. I probably didn't get the Rock's Feather. I'm thinking of Link to the Past, and Urza and a bunch of other people were like, oh my god, it's not in Link to the Past.
I think my answer would be the magic powder, because then I could just sprinkle it on anyone.
Actually, I don't think I ever came up with a new answer, because Rock's Feather is not in this fucking game. Sats was Hookshot, I think.
I would take the magic powder, because then anytime like someone's being a bigot towards me, and just be like, no, shut up. Turn them into like a fucking squirrel or something.
Become squirreled. Squirrelify.
Squirrel turf.
Wand of squirrel. Oh my god, I'm gonna make that a spell in one of my D&D campaigns.
I mean, what do I fucking want now? Because like the cape isn't bad. It just isn't what I thought it was.
Right.
You can take the magic powder of squirrel turf.
I thought about
I
the mirror.
It doesn't really matter anyway, because it's.
I thought about the mirror just for fun. I mean, oh, never mind. I think I picked Pegasus boots if it doesn't rip your fucking legs off. I think that was the other thing too, is that we had to decide like within like some realistic limitations of like, would this fucking kill you?
Oh fuck! I can't do that yet. Damn it.
And I think we came to the consensus that it's like, well, if the Pegasus boots work on magic anyway, then like, yeah, you can use them, and it suspends like the fact that it would break your fucking legs.
Yeah.
But like within certain limitations of like, if you use Rock's Feather, for example, to like jump down a fucking canyon, like you'll die. If that makes sense.
in Link's Awakening.
Like in Link's Awakening, the game that the Rock's Feather's from, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd pick Pegasus boots then.
For doing Link to
else. Like Sat's right though. Hookshot is good. What are you gonna say?
I'm still saying magic.
Yeah, I mean that's a good one too. I like that one a lot. Part of me saying the flippers though. That's just because I'm a fucking creep. Anyway. Duckie knows what I'm talking about. I have a big affinity for water. I guess if I could swim faster.
Affinity's one word.
I think if I could swim faster, I'd probably swim more.
Still have yet to find the damn crystal to drop all these green blocks. So that's fun.
Fun. The thing we have playing video games. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And
Sounds
I think
fun.
I need more water.
Yeah,
somebody reduce hydrate right now. I'm fucked, so I'll be back.
Bombs.
I love this screen. There it is! Alright, there it is. I got all... Ah, heck. Wait, that's the direction I need to go. Was with this key. Hello. I am not always. Oops. Excuse me, sir. Sir. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
Yes.
Well, I already have the big key, so
Yeah.
don't
Big
need to
key.
do anything if I have the big key, right? I get to the boss and I beat it, and then I go to Ganon, beat him, and done.
We gotta do all of Ganon's tower.
Oh yeah, obviously. Oh frick! There's a. Oh wait, I have the cane of Burna. I'm an idiot. Cane of, not the cane of Burna, the cane of other stuff. Do I even
Two
need it?
different canes.
Of course I
Cane
get
of
the.
Burna.
Of course I
Cane of
use a
other-
key to fucking open a rupee-filled room. Whatever. Wait, I went past it. Excuse me.
2069.
It got stuck. Game works perfectly well. Perfectly fine. Don't question it.
Yeah. Fine.
Everything's
fine.
fine. Everything works fine. Everything is fine.
Just works.
Just works. Exactly. It just works.
Real issue.
Oh, frick, I can't go that way. Can I go this way? Yes, yes I can. Damn it, where's bombs?
Who's
Ow.
saying skill issue? Who's talking shit?
Shit.
Virtue's not.
Oh, frick.
The mermaid's back. Aiden, why are you dressed as a mermaid, you fetishy freak? Well, I'll tell you. This is still a charity stream. You can donate to mermaids with the exclamation point donate and not no exclamation point donation.
Donate.
Donate.
Fuck.
Like so. D-O-N-A-T-E.
Damn it, all that.
Yeah. We're very close to our goal of 500 pounds.
500 smackers.
No, it's my
They're
thing.
British smackers, don't forget. They're British
Smackers.
smackers.
Schmackers. 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 Yeah, if you'd like to donate some schmackers to us, we're at 500 pounds.
Question.
If
Is there... Oh, hold on, I should probably just open up the map. I can move here. It is... Is this Misery Mire? Yes. Come on. Just need to look at the...
I'm gonna try to do this.
Oh, I need to go.
What do you got?
I need to
Fine.
go.
Go.
Apparently there is a bombable thing at the top as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's just right there. I'm an idiot. It's literally right there.
No, idiot virtue. Yeah, I'm gonna follow Astro.
Can I have some hearts, please? No?
Hold on.
Oh my gosh, I know what you're doing.
What? What do you think I'm doing? Being a little cheesy little bitch? Being a little
Yes.
cheeky little fuck?
Uh-huh,
Is
I'm
that what you think
posting...
I'm
That's exactly what you're doing. Yep, I knew it.
Yep. Wow.
Knew it.
You're just gonna take this fucking infection, aren't you? Damn
Well, I'm gonna take it. That's not the problem. These stupid snots. Oh my gosh, the snots!
So many snitch.
Are you done? No. Damn it! Fairy, please! Fairy, save me.
Damn. Oh wait, oh yeah, the fairy.
Yeah.
It's too late for me. You're like a fairy, and I'm like, what's gonna happen next?
Oh shit, there's a crystal up there, which means I gotta hit the crystal. Yep, indeed.
Hit that shit. Hit that shit, queen. I wanna try something.
What's up?
I try to do this every once in a while in multi-worlds, but it usually doesn't go well. I think we've done it once successfully.
What's up?
And this is open to chat too, but I want to mostly talk about it in voice chat. But if chat has any cool ones, I'd like to hear them. Tell me about a music that you listened to like today that made you, you know, feel something strong, like that you recall, that you like remember. If you listened to like music today. What?
Boss. Fuck. What do I have?
The theme song for Vort of the Boreal Valley.
That good, huh? Why does that make you feel a certain way?
Because every time I hear it, and I'm like, this is the second boss in the game, why does this theme go so hard?
Sure.
You go listen to it, and then tell me if it sounds like the theme of the second boss in a video game.
I know I'm literally doing nothing right now, but I'm too lazy to do that.
Here we go.
You can...
Bye, eyeballs.
Small key. Love it. Last crystal.
Virtue, what do you got?
What do you mean?
Hit me with music.
For music? I mean, I don't really... I just listen to music for the vibes, mostly.
Okay. I mean, that's still, you know...
Sure. I'm sending you a direct link in your chat.
Okay. Should be fine.
Fucking chat even
Should be fine. Should go through.
So that's the Trail of the Bangers playlist.
So?
It's playing the Mega Man 7 Highway theme.
You'll turn off the Bangers playlist and you'll listen to the song and then you'll add it to the Bangers playlist.
Oh, people can't. Oh, never mind. That's my problem.
Okay. Alright, so I need to go to the magic shop. 2. Perfect! It literally drops me right at the right spot. Love it.
Love it.
Because I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, I'm full. Oh, right, I still have a fairy. That's right, I still have a fairy.
Why does no one own bottles? Go find the rest.
Okay, now let me see. What can I do? Now I have to do the fun last bit again, where I go up. That's it, though. I do this, I get the duck. And I go here, and I have to go all the way through Death Mountain again.
Does Spotify Mobile have, like, a history, like, tab?
Like what you played recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in your library.
Okay.
I think.
Spotify Mobile's been fucking shit lately.
Spotify Mobile's... yeah.
Okay, it's not just me?
Yeah, I don't like Spotify. I don't like navigating on mobile. It sucks.
I used to be okay with it, but lately it's just been a fucking slog. Like, it just straight up doesn't fucking work. If you leave it alone for 10 minutes, it goes, I don't want to open it anymore.
I know, right? So the only good thing about this recolor is that they're not cabbages anymore.
My cabbages.
Yeah, my cabbages. Fuck you, cabbages. Ba, ba, ba.
Well, it shows that I played my shuffler playlist, but I don't think it goes down to individual songs.
Yeah, it might not.
Well, fuck
It might not do that. It might not do that on mobile. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just go with I really like this song called Chat. The new Haken album is really fucking good. There's a song on it called Beneath the White Rainbow, and it's really been growing on me, and it's really cool.
Anyway. I did a silly.
I've been watching interviews of them recently talk about the new album, and then I'll shut the fuck up about it. But, apparently there's a song that I was like kind of mid on, and then I started looping the album back and forth, and it really started growing on me. I was like, oh shit, I think I get this song now. I just don't know, you know, what they actually based it off of. Because sometimes their shit's like pretty, like, looser than it
fucking
seems.
hell.
Apparently it's about, it was in it originally about it, but the more the vocalists started crafting the lyrics together, apparently it's about like Ukrainian refugees and shit. And I was like, that's actually fucking rad in comparison to what it is. That song's called Taurus, so it's a different song. Anyway, the new Haken album is good. We did it.
That vaguely reminded me of, speaking of songs that started as something originally, but then took on a new meaning because of world history. Have you listened to Parasite Eve by Bring Me the Horizon?
I don't think so.
I don't think I've heard that one, no.
So it was originally a song about Parasite Eve, you know, the video game.
Video game.
But then COVID happened.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't heard of this one.
It's really good. Also, the music video is super dope for it.
You know what Haken's 2020 album is called?
COVID related?
Virus.
Yeah.
Because they made the concept, it's a sequel to the album beforehand, Vector, basically. And they started writing it and putting all the fucking concept art together in secret, you know what I mean? And like putting all the promotional shit together and getting it to where it's like a full professional like press package in 2019. So like right when pandemic just like hits and everybody's starting to quarantine and shit is when they announced Virus.
Yeah.
Damn.
And they were like publicly like, yeah, no, we're not like that. This is, I swear to God, purely coincidence. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, like with... Go ahead.
That's when I got into the band, from the song Canary Yellow, which is like basically like if I have an anime outro to my life, is basically Canary Yellow, which is the most conceited thing I've said actually in this entire stream. Go on.
Like the Bring Me the Horizon, the album that they were doing was like basically like they wrote a bunch of songs based on like video games that they played growing up and shit. And then it just happened, like they were like Parasite Eve was gonna be their single. And then fucking COVID happened, so the music video that they shot for Parasite Eve was done in quarantine. None of the people are actually in the same room with each other.
That's impressive for what it is, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen the video. Maybe it looks like ass, but like...
Oh, it looks really fucking good.
Interesting. Very cool.
Also a really good song. And
yeah, I've never had a major problem with Bring Me the Horizon. That was more my sister's thing. Because, you know, there's a whole fight that people have, I've heard of over, like, you know, all the era where they're more metal, and then, like, oh, the era where they're good old emo, and it's gross. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care for either of it. But, like, I've heard both of the eras, and I think they're both equally talented in their own right.
I honestly think, like, the music that they've made, like, recently is probably some of my favorites. Like Parasite Eve is such a good fucking song. They actually did a song with Youngblood, and it was like, do you know who Youngblood is?
No. I'm familiar,
He's like,
I think.
He does, like, mostly, like, pop music, but, like, he has the perfect voice for, like, alternative rock. And it's just like, I wish he would do more of that, but it's not what gets him all of the money, so...
Sure.
But that was really good, too. Yeah, they did a song with Baby Metal as well.
Based.
Yeah. But yeah, Parasite Eve is really good. You should listen to it.
Oh, maybe I'll check it out. I'm listening to Bring the Horizon forever.
Maybe not right now, because that one will probably get you DMCA'd. But
yeah, I don't think it's paranoid to say that'll probably happen. I just got finished with Mort.
Does that sound like the theme song for the second boss in a video game?
No.
Right? Why does this theme go so hard?
I got little cheese crackers in my teeth. I mean, my non-existent mouth.
Do you just like press food up against where your mouth would be and it just like absorbs in?
That's a really personal question. I don't know if we should like. I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about that sort of thing.
Fair enough.
Oh, you sent me the video. Okay. I'll watch that tomorrow, or I'll forget entirely, but I'll probably watch it tomorrow. So look at my DMs and be like, fuck.
Okay, right? Bottom left. Bottom left of the room. Okay. To the northeast corner. Alright, almost done.
More, but it hurts to eat eventually. Not right now, but it will.
Because of that whole like absorbing through your skin thing, right?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was muted. Oh no, it's Ganondorf.
Ganondorf.
It's Ganondorf. And all the strawberry banana goodness. Did you all drink a bunch of fucking Danimals drinkable yogurt?
Not recently.
I never really.
But yes.
I drink it all the fucking time.
I used to get Go-Gurts in my lunch.
I did too, and looking back, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with you? That shit fucking hurts. Just eat Yoplait. It's the same shit.
But it's convenient.
But it hurts. It's like, oh, you don't want a spoon, bitch? Get fucking... stop having lips.
Yeah.
Get plastic spoon or stop having lips. These are your two options, dickhead. Stupid child. Anyway, this is a donation. This is a charity stream. This is a charity stream where we've said the most vile shit and have said like fuck them kids like 2 or 3 times. Meanwhile, in support of trans youth.
Yeah, right. Yep, that's all we're here for.
And if you hit it,
we're only talking about the cis kids.
No.
Totally.
A lot of them might be closeted. They don't fucking know. Anyway.
Well, when they become uncloseted. No, we support the closeted ones too.
They'll go back and be like, I really like watching VODs from 2023 specifically. Oh, who's Virtue Cat VT, Duckie 2010, and this fucking bitch that no one wants to watch?
That's not true. There are at least 100 people who have wanted to watch you.
I just think that it's not self-deprecation, I swear. I just really like the imagery of somebody seeing another guest on someone's stream and just immediately being abhorred.
It's like, oh, this bitch.
Oh! It's my favorite thing. And I can't like say that about other people because I care about you all and it's mean. But I can say it about myself.
Start caring about yourself.
But it's funny because I know I'm joking. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to think about, oh, does this come from a real place? I'm like, no, I know I'm a good streamer. I think we should be at a social enough point to where, like, saying literally anything. I can't. I love this song, but it's too fucking loud. Listen to the shitty. Actually, we're not listening to this either. That's way better. I think we should be at a point socially, you know, and it's not gonna work for everybody, but I think you'll know what I mean once I finally fucking explain it succinctly. I think we should all be socially at a point at this point in our lives and in our human history, and with the resources and information we have in the internet age, that like being able to say any one fucking thing that's like positive about ourselves shouldn't be seen as fucking like. Because, you know, we can be like, oh, I'm pretty, oh, I have a nice ass or something, and people will be like, yeah, that's pretty normal. But like, if you're like, oh, I'm good at what I do, I'm very skilled in these things, people are like, oh, that's kind of pompous. I think we should be at a point where that's bullshit.
No, yeah.
I think we should now be at a point where, like, if we were really gonna be on all the self-love shit, we should put our money where our mouth is and be able to accept the fact that we are skilled at things. Yeah. Be able to say that with our whole fucking chest. There's no punchline. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, it's like we talked about it earlier, where it was like after I did the Wednesday stream, I was just I had that moment of like, fuck, I have an audience.
Yeah, and I was like, yes, people like to watch you stream.
Yeah,
I think it was like my exact response. It was like, yes.
It takes convincing.
Oh no, for sure. But like, I get where that comes from. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I said what I said.
Yeah.
Which is what people say when they say horribly fucking terrible things. But I don't know.
Say.
Don't you know I only know well. I don't know the words of the song.
Virtue is doing some like genius fucking things with this statue right now I've never thought to do.
Look at you playing the game.
Oh, I'm doing the game play. Yes, indeed.
Video game.
I'm doing the gameplay.
Oh my god. That looks so cool.
Huh?
You shot the arrow and then the eye laser hit you and it made the arrow hit the other dude.
Yep.
This is fucking like anime bullshit.
Oh,
speaking of anime bullshit.
Krispies. This is not gonna be fun.
Did you still talk about Rice Krispies?
Jeezum's Krispies, yes.
I thought for sure you said, oh shit, here's the Rice Krispies.
Speaking of anime bullshit, I've had an urge to rewatch Kill la Kill.
I can't join you on that one. I can't do Kill la Kill. I mean, I could stomach Kill la Kill, but I don't want to. I think I've seen enough of this show.
Good.
Oh shit! It's one of those. It's those things.
Ooh, it's playing the Gearim theme. Let's go. Anyway.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Kill la Kill did not hold up on a recent rewatch. I mean, I watched it like a few years back, not that long ago, and I was like, yeah. I was like, this is definitely something. Yeah, I don't care for it. I think it's very visually impressive, but show came out in 2014. I guess that makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
I watched it in like 2017, 2018, and I was like, I don't know how to feel about some of this fucking shit in this. And then I went to my job, and a bunch of guys were talking about it with a bunch of other people, and they were all like bringing up, you know, the fucking centrist talking points of it. Like, and I'm not saying if you watch Kill la Kill, it's bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, as in, like, oh, you watch Kill la Kill? What the fuck's wrong with you? You know? I genuinely don't feel that way. But yeah, there are a bunch of people just being like, oh, well, it's not that bad because, like, sometimes the dude is naked, and it's like, okay, well, if you have to justify with that, then it's still kind of a problem.
Yeah, definitely.
But like, yeah, I don't know. And I haven't watched the whole show, so I'm talking out my ass a little bit. But I again, like I said, I think I watched like 2 episodes, and I'm like, it's if you can stomach it, cool. I think I get what they were trying to go for in some abstract sense. Hopefully, maybe, but I don't know. Visually, I'm like super into it. Everything else about it, I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, I mean,
in hindsight, some of it's uncomfortable, and I don't mean the scene that's meant to be uncomfortable. Sweet. Yeah, I can't with that shit.
That's fair. I like it. It's the. I guess the like without spoiling anything, like the best way I can explain Kill la Kill is that it was definitely made by the same people who made Gurren Lagann.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In terms of how the plot is structured.
Go away. I do not want to be bunnied. Not saying there's anything wrong with bunnies, but I do not wish to be bunnies. Oh, I forgot you have to do a rehash of this boss.
Mm-hmm. You have to do all of the...
Oh, and it's so laggy.
I asked her if I turned into 3 worms if she still loved me, and she didn't reply. What was I gonna say about anime? Oh yeah, a bunch of dudes at the same job will come up to me every once in a while, and they'll be like, "Yo, you watch anime, right?" And that like, I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from immediately. Probably not. That question alone immediately makes me go like, I don't want to have this conversation with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Because most people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Aiden?" when I say that, so I wouldn't be judgmental.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I mean, just based on what you've told me about where you live, the type of people who would be asking you that question are not the type of people I think I would be wanting to have that conversation with.
There's like one dude that I'm like, okay. There's like this guy's chill. Everyone else who's asked me that have like either been uncomfortable in like a few weeks of knowing them, or like now have recently I've been like, oh, you're kind of a fucking creep actually.
Which Spy Family?
Ooh. Yeah, that'd be cool. I haven't watched any of that. I need to watch Mob Psycho 3. It's the only anime I fucking care about.
It's Mob Psycho 100. Thought you were a fan.
Count to 3. I watched 3.
Yeah. Just to watch Witch Hunter Robin.
So many things. I'll get out on that after I watch the 5 million fucking D&D shows you told me to watch 2 seconds ago.
No, but actually, like, if you're gonna take any one thing today that I told you to watch, no, if you're gonna take one, then it would be Witch Hunter Robin, because it is actually my favorite anime of all time.
Okay, the one problem I have with that anime, and this is gonna be controversial, is that it's not Mob Psycho 100 Season 3.
Okay, well, fuck you. Watch Witch Hunter Robin. It has a badass female protagonist.
Also, you think because I'm lesbian, I'm just gonna immediately like that, huh?
Yes, and also they're a really good, compelling character.
Yes,
and
first off, you slut. Yes, I do.
And also has quite possibly one of my favorite ways to power up a character that I've ever seen in an anime.
Which one? Which thing?
Witch Hunter Robin. So the main character of Witch Hunter Robin can like control fire and like create fire and stuff.
Okay.
Except at the start of the series, she like almost hits her allies a lot, and so the power up that she gets later on that lets her control her fire powers a lot better is it turns out that she just needed glasses.
Oh my god.
So they just get her a pair of prescription glasses, and then suddenly she can actually aim better. And it's the greatest thing I've ever seen in an anime.
The clock jumped forward today, right?
Yeah, because it's 3:13 a.m. now.
Okay,
it wasn't.
My brain for a second was like, "What the fuck happened to me?"
Oh yeah, it's 3 now, but it should have been 2.
I was okay. Just making sure I'm that everyone else is seeing that. Anyway, yeah.
Robin.
Can we all have a moment of silence for
the hour that we just lost?
For the hours we lost.
Over.
For the hour
the hour has been lost.
Yet gain.
The hour has been lost. Let us continue.
I cried
Watch
so
Richard
much.
Robin.
Damn it.
Also watch Madoka Magica.
Oh wait. Oh nah. Oh fuck.
What's my third favorite anime? Watch Shaman King. Don't watch the old one.
My top 3 are like really basic bitch shit because I like don't like anime. I just like good shows. If it happens to be an anime, then like cool. So, like,
for sure.
Mob Psycho, Cowboy Bebop, and like Samurai Champloo are just like my 3 favorite anime because I think they're like just 3 of the best shows I've ever seen in my fucking life, and they happen to be anime.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. One of my favorite things that I've ever watched is Kamen Rider Double. Is the only Kamen Rider I've ever actually watched.
Fair enough.
But it's really fucking good.
I also recently watched Madoka, can still vouch. A few things raise an eyebrow, but otherwise still good. An eyebrow, you say?
I'm trying to think of like...
Oh no!
I'm trying to think of like stuff from Madoka that like that isn't like there's stuff that's intentionally meant to. I'm trying to think of like stuff that is like unintentional.
Damn it! Fuck. Where am I at?
This fuck again. Most of the homophobic classmate. Oh, so they got like blonde kid from fucking Do Ra 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 basically, where it goes past the joke. I actually really liked it. As much as I just went on a rant about like, oh, I fucking hate anime. Do Ra 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 is one of the most like, oh, this is an anime things that I like actually enjoy. But I get why people hate it. But I like it.
Yeah, I mean they're allowed to have a homophobic classmate when the fucking.
Wait.
Yeah, she's a little overdramatic, but like the entire fucking story is a lesbian romance. So.
Damn it. So
they're allowed
close.
to have a homophobic classmate as a treat.
Yeah.
There was one scene where she thinks 2 of her lady friends are fucking and is like, that's forbidden love. Love that. It's mostly played as a joke, but also it's a Japanese show from the early 2010s. I haven't seen it, so I guess I can't weigh in, but that sounds pretty ick to me. Yeah, there's, what's his fuck? Masaomi from Do Ra 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 is like kind of a character like that, where he says a bunch of sexist shit all the time. Like, the joke is that he's a fucking idiot, and he thinks he's hot shit, but everyone, like, doesn't necessarily hate him, but thinks he's a fucking pipsqueak for doing that shit. But he also, like, never really... Like, he grows a little bit, but not really. And he never really gets comeuppance for it, like, the entire series. So he's just kind of a bitch. And it's just, like, kind of accepted that he objectifies all the girls in the show and shit.
There we go. I'll use one of them. I still have 2 blue potions and a fairy in case I don't use a potion in time.
Like, okay, like, Madoka, like, it isn't very, like... It doesn't explicitly state because, you know, it was a Japanese show made in the early 2010s, but, like, it is... Like, you cannot convince me otherwise that Madoka is not a romance story.
Oh, totally is.
It's not a happy romance story, but it is a romance story.
Agamem level 2.
Balls mode, part 2.
I think of Pretty Cure. Like, Pretty Cure is so lesbian coded, it's amazing. Particularly the first season. So watch Pretty Cure, but only the first season.
I only watch Mob Psycho, I don't care.
I'm gonna make you watch Magical Girl because it's your.
Oh no, I hate this.
As season.
I mean, I'll try legitimate Magical Girl anime at one point. I feel like I should watch The Queen of All, which is Sailor Moon, but...
I mean, that one's okay.
Wasn't it at all.
And Sailor Moon is revolutionary and a very important anime, but also Revolutionary Girl Utena exists, and that's such a better...
Damn it! I was at the wrong angle there.
Damn, that's a take. I tried to watch Cardcaptor Sakura and I got 7 or 8 episodes in and like was
Speaking
like,
of lesbian,
I was like,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
right?
cool and like ahead of its time, and I wish it wasn't censored to shit. But I was like,
yeah, watch the Japanese version.
Did you watch? Yeah, did you watch? I was gonna say, did you watch the American?
Taylor was
version?
telling me a bunch of shit about it while I was watching it. Like when we used to work together, and she'd come to my job, and I'd be like, so I watched this episode of it, and she was like, so originally this was this.
I really like
Agamemnon die,
which is the movie that Sad is talking about. It has quite possibly the greatest gunfight like that has ever been made, anime or otherwise.
There we go.
Someone to bet.
Hi, Duck.
Hi.
Song of Duck.
All right, here we go.
Someone watched the Cowboy Bebop movie. I need to do that.
It's the end. Here we go.
The end.
The end.
Okay, I have the option to go get another potion.
Water. What is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna get another potion just in case.
Oh yeah. We're almost done. It's only 3/219.
Yeah, right.
That's a Kingdom Hearts game probably in the future. Anyway.
3/219.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
What?
I know we
That's
talk
not
about
really
this
there,
all
okay.
the fucking time, but like very legitimately, I kind of want to make you watch Madoka.
No, I've never heard this before. I don't know.
What am I doing? I don't know. Brain went. There we go. Speaking of,
You're gonna kick Guinness. Yes.
Watch the movies. The movies are fun.
Stupid.
There's
fucking piece of shit.
There's 3 movies. The first 2 are just like a compilation, or like an abridged version of the anime, which you get all the important points. So.
I just don't watch shit anymore because my brain's just been so exhausted that like my main thing of just like sit down, this is entertainment, is just streaming video games for people, which is also stress and is something I shouldn't do as a relaxation point, but it is because it's just how my brain works.
We're gonna watch Madoka. We're gonna make Satellite watch it with us.
All right.
I'm telling him that this has happened.
And then One Piece. Don't tell him that part.
Madoka. Not One Piece. Madoka.
Yeah, exactly.
Wink,
and then after,
wink,
and
wink.
after the fact, we're gonna make
Wink,
him watch
wink.
One Piece. I haven't seen One Piece.
We're gonna watch the movies because that's
just the
4
movies?
hours. 4 hours of content. No, for Madoka.
Oh, I was about to say,
If we watch the movies.
Madoka.
If we watch the movies, it's well, okay, 6 hours of content technically because it's 3 movies, but it'd be 6 hours rather than like 10 hours.
I'm not watching them all in one sitting.
Not in one sitting, but like.
No.
I was gonna say I don't want to do that for movies I already know I like.
There we go.
I can't even do that for Lord of the Rings, and I fucking love those movies.
Yeah, there's some
You
they
drove away
did.
my other self, Aghanim 2 times, but I won't forgive you, Triforce. I will defeat you.
There's some stuff they cut from the movies, but they were like you don't miss anything for them not being.
Alright, so it's just.
And I will say it again. The 3rd movie has, in my opinion, the greatest gunfight that has ever been made in any visual medium.
Oh, fuck.
Damn it.
Fuck this guy.
Oh man.
Sick of this dude.
Oh shit.
Oh. Oh. Got some of that pink drink. Got that hibiscus shit.
Got that pink lemonade.
I like pink lemonade.
I like lemonade in general, except I can't drink it anymore because it just gives me like instant heartburn.
Really?
Damn.
I guess I can see that. I guess if anything, I guess if any healthy juice drink doesn't give you instant heartburn. Oh no, Silver, my one true weakness. How did Goju have known this in 2023? I like lemonade. I drink too much soda, though, so lemonade kind of takes a back seat.
I like sparkling lemonade, which is just lemonade but pop.
Okay, sure.
Have you never had sparkling lemonade before?
If I have, I don't remember. I know I had a bunch of canned lemonade as a kid. I don't know what the fuck was up with that. That was a thing. They were in cans. I don't think they were sparkling. I think they were just in cans.
In can.
Been through nights where lemons in. Yeah. Fuck my throat. Welcome to MULTIGIRLS, everyone. We're coming to the end. If you want to put in any last minute donations, that'd be sexy of you.
So forgetting how this one works.
I think you have to hit him with the sword and then shoot him with the arrow.
Yes. Okay.
Also, do you know about the? You can't do it right now, but do you know about the fire glitch?
No.
So when the fires are about to go out, if you just like spam your lantern on one of them, the other one will never go out. So you only have to ever have to worry about one lantern to bring him back into the...
Come on, fairy, 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 fairy. I have one fairy.
Specifically
for
the
this
left.
exact reason.
Specifically the left one? I guess I just thought it was a coincidence this whole time. Should have known better.
Left one always goes out first. That makes sense.
Well, it's because that's the one I'm lighting first.
No, like when they go out the first time.
Oh, makes sense, yeah. Gun! Oh!
Hey, let's go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I see.
I think this might be the first multi-world that I've done where everyone has actually finished their seeds.
Really?
Yeah.
183 out of 216. Yep.
The first multi-girls I've done where that's happened.
That's not... Whoa.
First multi-girls I've done.
To be fair, yep. Oh, there it is.
That can't be true.
Because the last couple times...
The last one we did.
The harm.
That wasn't a multi-girls.
Was there?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The last one we did. No, the last one we did with Kimmy was not multi-girls. It was just a random fucking thing we did. She wasn't even. She was doing an acing shit.
Oh, jeez.
The one before that, she was there, and it was multi-girls. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the one with you and me and Julia, we all finished.
Yeah, but Kimmy didn't because she had to go to bed.
She?
Yeah.
I could have sworn she finished.
Because we did it. There was one we did during a weekend. She had the hard cutoff time.
I pay attention to the people I care about in this life.
Oh, I shouldn't need to release because everyone else is done.
Yeah.
But I did it. I completed it.
Yeah, fuck it.
So.
Yeah. We're collected as fuck over here.
Yeah. You should talk to Sad about maybe seeing if you could set up a YAML that won't take you 10 hours.
I mean, yeah, no, I definitely need to change the... It's basically, I set it to be a normal finish with all 7 crystals. So I just gotta change it to bees?
Bees?
Yeah, you can also do Triforce,
bees,
which I think most people I play, or who I know who play Link to the Past, swear by Triforce Hunt for multi-worlds.
Oh, yeah. For a tracker?
No, it's a game mode where like it'll put pieces of the Triforce into checks, and then you have to collect X number of pieces.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's cool.
Like Satellite swears by it, Waffle swears by it. I'm sure other people.
Eryn was just talking about earlier.
Yeah,
well, we can absolutely, now that I'm here and doing this, can absolutely do that. Stumped.
Stomped.
Yep.
Fucking stomped.
That's weird. That's annoying too. That's understandable. Breadsmiths? Yeah, because it looks like a freaking looks like a freaking loaf of a French bread.
But
That's my favorite fighting game company.
Next time, stay down.
French bread, yeah. They made Melty Blood.
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
That's
also,
cool,
Under Night in Birth.
Yeah.
Whatever
I was trying to think of
bullshit.
the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yes, I actually really like this little model I have. It's adorable.
Yeah.
And pop up my my regular model. Actually, I don't know. Is it on this one? Yes, VTuber Plus is. Now that I'm done playing and everything. Just getting the last bit of it. 1 second here.
I just realized that my Fugi, my default Fugi is still the Christmas one.
Oh.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Anyway.
Next stream, I'll have a shirt on. I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh,
Hell
jeez.
yeah.
Amazing.
The cold as fuck in here.
You should bring the mermaid outfit back for summer.
And there it is.
Oh, I already have summer outfits.
Oh, okay. Well, you can have another summer outfit.
And they don't expose my entire chest.
VC Face. So I
That's
got the
not-
camera from VC Face. Start.
Playing drums on your tits.
See
You
this?
It's my kneecap.
This is my regular model.
Your leg tits, if you will.
Yeah.
For those who have not seen it, this is my regular model. Yes, T-pose to assert dominance, rar.
Hell yeah.
Yep, this is
I think
what
I've
my...
seen it. I've mostly seen you in 2D for some reason.
That's because, well, it's because you've only seen me recently, and I was playing. I think the most recent thing I did play was like some more intense game, so I didn't want to use the 3D for that.
Yeah.
And today I just didn't want to use the 3D because I wanted to. It turns out the game was lagging at points anyway, so it was fun. Anyway.
Well, I switched to the PNGs because I have a 2D model, but my computer struggles to run it, so I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use the PNGs.
Oh, 2D is a lot less. The 2D is a lot less than running the 3D.
Yeah.
Like the 3D is really, really crazy for CPU usage. But the live 2D is like half to 2/3 at the most, so it's very useful.
I also like
and
using.
And then of course I do have Viato Tube for if something's really, really, really intense.
Yeah.
Like if I ever decide to play Apex on stream again. Ha!
Oof.
Well, then, yeah, I had a lot of
Go on.
I had a lot of struggles with the live 2D one because I wear glasses.
Oh yes, the OpenC face is not as good as actual VC face for tracking. Because VC face uses their own built-in, so it's got everything directly within the program. OpenC face is added to live 2D.
Yeah.
55 bonks.
I'm gonna say 69.
26.
Oh, wait, is there bonks in this too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
It shows all your stats after the credits. Or it's part of the credits.
Boot bonks. That's what I figured. It was every time you hit something. And the thing is, you have to hit something a few times during the game.
Yeah.
First sword took me an hour and a half to find. Pegasus boots. Pegasus boots. Someone got as one of their first items was the Pegasus boots, and the mirror being early was good. No swordless. Fuck that. Almost all of it was gold sword.
4 squid is a good guess. Good
99 bonks.
I think I was
Too
the
many
closest.
bonks.
I said
More
69.
bonks than any of you. Oh wait, it only
Well,
caps at
maxed out
99.
counter.
Oh.
Oh, it probably is more then.
You might have had more than there.
Total lag time half an hour. Wow.
22 minutes.
183. I collected 183 personally. 9 hours.
Yeah.
That was less than my first Pokemon seed.
9 hours. Can't believe I'm sitting here for over 9 hours.
Next time we do one together, you can go for a new PV.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a hell of a lot easier, I'm sure.
If our YAMLs aren't shit. Alright. Well, that about wraps it up, I think, everybody.
It does indeed. Let me see. Is there anyone that I can raid? I don't even know if anyone's on at this time. Oh my gosh.
I can look for a rated target. Let me see. Let me see what I got.
People. Hardcover.
Hardcover's up.
Does
hardcover
Oh, and you know what the best part is? My music is wrapping up right now. This long track.
I think Hardcover is even doing randomizer stuff right now. Is he doing Paper Mario randomizer? He is. It's an all-day birthday stream. This madman.
Oh,
they fucking just do this shit.
Then let's fucking go for it. What the hell?
It's hardcover, no spaces.
Like hardcover book type hardcover. Yeah. All right. And I guess we'll just have a multi-girls randomizer raid.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Everybody follow Gimme. Everybody follow Duckie. Everybody follow Virtue. Everybody follow Eryn. Everybody follow Val. And fuck me, I guess. Follow Alice who couldn't make it. Gimme at KMS on Twitch. Duckie at Duckie 2010. Virtue at VirtueCatVT. Eryn at Eryn ERYNGOBRAGH.
There we go.
Val, that Bard Val. And I am Aiden Iona of Random Rings. And you should probably know how to spell that because you are above the age of 18 watching this. And as I say,
shout out to Alice Mousy, who is supposed to be
Mousy, who is ALICEMOUSIE.
Yee.
And as I say at the end of every stream, anime.
There we are. All right, I've got my raid set up to go.
The raid doesn't end your stream.
No, it ends your stream on Twitch. It doesn't stop your stream locally.
Right.
What does that mean?
That means you have to stop streaming through OBS or whatever.
But then you're still live.
Okay, when you raid people, it sends them to that channel.
Yes.